Hey, what's up? It's Cute What If. This side. Today we will be seeing what Deku was chosen to save the world. Now before we move ahead with the FIC, leave a like and subscribe to the channel for future what ifs like this. Izuku looked over to show Yuta. He was filthy, covered in dirt and grime and BLD, but Izuku wasn't much better either. It had been 2 months since Hisashi's death, and the two were slowly starting to get back on their feet. It was strong, incredibly so, for the two pessimists to pull themselves together. At one point, soon after the incident, Shoyuta had suggested ending it all. And Izuku had nearly agreed. But he'd never been the kind of person to just give up. Besides, he had a promise to keep even if Shoyuta hated him for what he did. So, we have to. We were nearly found the other day, and I don't want to just sit around anxiously waiting for them to close in on us. Izuku argued as he cleaned his sword. It would never be the same as it was, but it had somehow survived the lightning strike. The metal was astonishingly not warped as he'd expected, maybe because the charge went through the Nomo, so the blade was still usable. Though it had a pretty cool pattern now if you held it against the light just right. I promised him I'd look after you. Yes, he was being in butt and pulling the Zashi card. Shoyuta flinched and sent him a glare. That's not fair. Life's not fair. He bit back. Sho didn't have to like him. He just needed to stay alive. They glared at one another for a long moment before Shoyuta finally sighed. Fine. We'll find another location to set up base. He glanced around, despairingly. Izuku knew why he was so hesitant to leave. This place held so many memories. Of Hisashi, of Namuri, Dabi and Higiri. Of everyone they'd loved and lost in this hell. And now, only the two of them were left. It was a sobering thought. Thank you, Sho. Izuku gave him a hug, and the man reciprocated. It had been strong the last 2 months. They'd developed a sort of love-hate relationship. Shoyuta was still angry with Izuku for leaving Hisashi, and Izuku wouldn't blame him if he never forgave him. Izuku wasn't sure he'd ever forgive himself, honestly. But at the same time, they were all they had left, and Shoyuta still thought of Izuku as a baby brother. It was mutual. Though lately, with Shuta's near-crippling depression, some days, he couldn't even get the man out of his cot. Izuku felt more like the older brother. It was strong to take care of someone else. But things had gotten dangerous again. They'd stayed in this location for nearly 3 years, now. They'd gotten complacent, and it would cost them dearly unless they abandoned this faux safety now. He resolutely ignored the traitorous part of his mind that whispered it already had cost them dearly. There was no truly safe place in this world anymore. Izuku learned that years ago. They packed what they needed in their backpacks and left in the early hours of the morning. Izuku didn't know how long they traveled for, but he'd guesstimate several months. They camped without fire, huddling together for warmth as they tried to shield each other from the biting cold. It must have been winter, or something early winter, by the feel of it. No snow yet, but it seemed to get colder and colder each night. They took turns keeping watch, neither of them ever fully sleeping. Whenever they thought they could finally rest, the distant, or sometimes not so distant, cry of a Nomu would jolt them awake. Days were spent traveling, and nights were spent in a paranoid state of semi-rest, listening to the wind howl through the carcasses of cities and abandoned highways where cars sat to rot. Whenever possible, they slept in trees, where they'd have a better vantage point and attack position should a Nomu wander too close. Luckily, yellow Nomu, or the ones that could fly, were few and far between. Even still, they took turns sleeping. Sometimes, Izuku missed the original Nomo. They were mindless and simply obeyed orders. But these ones were made from the husks of hardened criminals and villains, and retained that want and need for chaos, murder, and bloodshed. Some of them could even breed, and that's where SHT really got scary. That's how the feral Nomu came to be, and the only person that could control them was Shigaraki himself. Of course, the man had no intentions of reigning in his creations, instead letting them roam free on a global scale. Those Nomu, despite the fact that they were still Nomu, could actually think and plan to an extent. They worked like a pack of wolves with absolutely devastating results. Izuku wondered how much of humanity actually remained, now. They hadn't seen another survivor in years. For all they knew, they were all that was left. His mind flitted to the rumors of the underground resistance group. Had they survived? If so, they weren't anywhere near Izuku and Shoyuta. When the snow finally came, they built themselves snow caves to help trap in the heat. Even so, they nearly froze to death more times than they cared to count, and they'd quickly become used to the now normal routine of waking one another up every few hours to make sure they were alive. Izuku briefly recalled the one time he almost couldn't wake up Shoyuta, and had to share body heat to keep the man alive. He vaguely recalled another time where the positions had been reversed, and decided that freezing to death in your sleep wasn't such a bad way to go. Somehow, they managed to survive the cold with most of their toes still attached. They built small fires whenever they could, though sometimes the heat and light drew Nomu towards them, and they could only warm up for a few precious minutes before having to run out into the biting cold once more. But eventually, the weather finally started to warm up. Izuku wasn't sure he'd ever been more grateful for global warming. It had been nearly 4 months before Izuku stumbled across a very well-hidden bunker in some wasteland that he assumed had once been part of a city. The area had been blown clear of debris and was instead covered in snow, like a small desert. It stretched as far as he could see, though he knew that the rock formations that jutted out of the snow were from buildings and homes that had once stood there. He'd later note that the area was covered in sand. There was quite a bit of rubble laying under those layers of icy death. And during the spring and summer, plants would flourish. Sometimes, he was still baffled that this was actually a city just a few years ago. Later, he'd accidentally stumble across the ruins of High and realize that they were in Mizudafu. The bunker was some kind of underground lab, and Izuku found their explanation in the form of a stack of notes. He ignored the pile of bones that wore a white lab coat, and looked at the deceased man's research. The shoulda. His eyes were wide and his hands trembled, and not from the cold for once. Izuku, what's wrong? He asked urgently, looking around them for any sign of danger. Bits of the frost from outside still clung to his dark greasy hair. Izuku idly noted that they needed to find a way to shower. I think we've stumbled upon something incredible. He handed the notes over to the once hero, and let him digest what the scientists had deemed Project Hope. Is this time travel? Shoyuta echoed, staring at the papers Izuku had given to him. A white sheet tossed haphazardly over a large object in the center of the room caught Izuku's attention. Yes. He pulled it down, revealing a mostly finished archway. This is our hope, Shoyuta. This is our chance. Izuku locked eyes with Shoyuta. For the first time in years, they weren't dull. Their eyes weren't dead or full of grief and loss. They were burning with hope. Can we really do this? Shoyuta asked. I can hardly make heads or tails of these notes. You forget. Izuku grinned, chuckling lowly. I have a PhD in computer science. These notes make perfect sense to me. Shoyuta matched his grin with one of his own. Then what are we waiting for? Let's get to work. Izuku awoke to the sound of beeping and whirring machines. Had he fallen asleep working on Project Hope again? He blinked groggily, foreign drags making his brain hazy and sluggish. A hospital. He furrowed his brows. But hospitals had been gone for years, and if any remained, they surely wouldn't be so clean. Solar and wind couldn't run so many machines either. Then he caught sight of Shoyuta, sitting up in the bed beside him. He was talking with Hizashi and Nemuri, and Izuku suddenly remembered. He was in the past. The entire mess hadn't happened yet, and he'd just survived the USJ attack. Oh, he's awake. Hey, little listener. Hizashi shot Izuku a grin, and he couldn't help but smile back softly. Hey, little listener, I'm glad you're still with us. Zashi smiled softly as he helped Izuku sit up in bed. He blinked away the memory. How are you feeling, Han? Nemuri asked. You got hurt pretty bad. You were touch and go for a while. Nemuri smiled softly, pulling Izuku into a hug. I was so worried. My baby boy's gonna be okay though. Izuku complained with a fond smile. I'm a grown adult. You're still a kid to us, problem child. Shoyuta ruffled his hair gently. You had us all worried. Tamaki wouldn't stop crying. Dabi chimed in, and Izuku sent his brothers a smile. Hey. Tamaki glared at Dabi, who just shrugged nonchalantly. What? It's true. I'm okay now. Thanks. Izuku smiled. Izuku shook his head to bring himself back to reality, noting the concerned expressions on the three teachers. I'm okay. A little sore and kinda out of it, but I think that's the painkillers. He reached over and grabbed a glass of water from his bedside table, pushing himself into a sitting position with a small wince. The sheet slid down around him, though he hardly paid it any mind. The room wasn't that cold, not after surviving 4 months in the dead of winter with nothing but the hole-ridden coat on your back. Hey, take it easy, Yamada admonished. You're hurt pretty badly. Izuku didn't notice his gaze trained on his torso. I've had worse. Izuku shrugged as he drained the glass. He was still trying to shake off the memories. He felt like Tamaki or Dabi could burst into the room at any moment. Had worse? Kayama echoed in disbelief. You really are a problem child? Aizawa sighed, and Izuku's heart stuttered for a moment as he looked over at him. He locked eyes with all too familiar black. It was hidden well, but there was a shine of affection. Protective concern. He finally called me problem child. All those scars. Midnight's eyes were wide in horror as she looked at Izuku, who abruptly realized why having no shirt on was a bad thing. Yamada and Aizawa stared in transfixed horror for a moment as well. Izuku was going to say something when Nizu came in, a familiar detective trailing in behind him. It. Izuku tilted his head. Am I in trouble? No, not at all. The detective reassured, eyes flickering to his scarred torso for a moment. I am Detective Tsukachi Naomasa. I know it's a little short notice, but I need your statement of the USJ incident. Izuku racked his brain. It was so strange to be before Tsukachi as Midoriya and not Viridian. Now, I'm required to inform you, before we start, my quirk is called Human Lie Detector, and I'll be able to tell if you lie at any time. Nothing I didn't already know. Izuku mentally sighed. How was he going to play this? He could think of several scenarios. He could reveal himself as a time traveler and possibly recruit them to help him in his quest to kill Shigaraki, but then there was also the drawback that they'd think he's crazy or blame the concussion. He wasn't sure if Naomasa's quirk revealed the actual truth or just what that person thought was true. Maybe he'd inquire about that as Viridian later. It was a pretty far stretch, and while he was fairly sure they'd trust him, they'd trust Viridian. He mentally corrected. Not Midoriya Izuku. Either way, he didn't want to risk it. Not today, at least. Not until he had proof. Like the papers he kept in the camper. He could also reveal himself as Viridian and explain himself that way, but again, Shuda's too soft on children and would limit his movements as a vigilante. Plus, that'd call his living arrangements into question, and he rather liked living alone. Kigo didn't count, he was a part-time freeloader. Not to mention all the questions that'd be brought up regarding his age, as he hadn't lied when he told Naomasa about failing all those exams. Which would bring him back to the time travel dilemma. Nope. Izuku did not have the energy to open that can of worms today. First off, your name? Midoriya Izuku? Alright. Now, in your own words, recount the USJ incident. Well, it was supposed to be a class field trip. 13 gave us a speech that I can't really remember clearly, and then, his eyes darkened a little. And then a portal opened. Villains spilled out into the plaza, and Kurojari, the guy with the warp quirk, scattered all of us students. Izuku closed his eyes for a moment. He wasn't traumatized by this incident, but he should be. If he was a normal kid, he should be completely wrecked by this near-death experience. But they already knew he had trauma, so maybe he could use that. I ended up in the shipwreck zone with Tsu and Kirishima. He winced. How was he going to explain away the explosives? Azui and Kirishima both attested to you bringing explosives to school. Mind explaining? Naomasa raised an eyebrow as he spoke. Nizu also looked curious. The 3 other teachers in the room turned to stare at Izuku incredulously. I had a really bad feeling this morning. Izuku sighed. And something told me to take it with me. I like working on support items in my spare time, so I made some explosive putty. It was a precaution. He mentally patted himself on the back for his wording. Not a single lie. 6 villains died in that explosion. Naomesa's tone wasn't accusatory. Izuku thought he was looking for a reaction. Izuku looked down for a moment. Sure, it wasn't his first kill, but he still didn't like having to do so. I hate it. He clenched the sheets for a moment. Killing isn't right, but if it was between my classmates and the villains. I couldn't think of any other way out of that situation that didn't involve serious injuries on our side. They attacked us first, it was self-defense. He looked the detective in the eye. I know. You won't be charged with anything, due to the circumstances, I just wanted you to know. He stated, but Izuku saw the shine of concern in everyone's eyes. I'm going to have so many after-school discussions with this H-teen after that. We tried to get back to the front doors to regroup with our class, but we had to skirt around the plaza. I saw Aizawa-sensei fighting and that Nomu was bashing his head into the ground. I wanted to help, but I knew that jumping into that would have drawn attention to my classmates. He winced. And then Shigaraki, the man with the disintegration quirk, or is it decay, tried attacking Tsu, and I just reacted. Izuku briefly ran a hand over the new scar. On his left cheek. He'd have to be extra careful as Viridian when he stopped for coffee breaks with Aizawa. It was on his left cheekbone. After that it was mostly fighting. A few people said you looked like you were ready to kill. Do you know Shigaraki Tamura personally? No. I don't know him personally. Izuku answered honestly. I was scared. For my classmates and Shoyuta. Right? Naomesa nodded, and put his notebook away. Thank you for your time. That's it for the questions on USJ. But there's just one more thing I wanted to ask you about. Izuku stiffened. Is it about the scars? Did they see my gunshot wound? Does he have suspicions about me being Viridian? Did they search my backpack and find my vigilante outfit in the hidden compartment? Are you safe at home? Izuku blinked in surprise. They think these scars are... He relaxed a little internally. I'm safe at home. I live alone in a trash heap, of course I'm safe. And those scars? Izuku self-consciously brought the sheets up to hide them, especially the gunshot wound on his arm that the detective had thankfully not yet seen. He flicked his eyes to Aizawa and Nizu. I've been through a lot of SHT stuff that I'm not comfortable talking about yet. Still too fresh. Yes, he was playing the trauma card. And it was going to work. Shuta's eyes flashed red as he glared at Izuku. You left him. How could you? He asked me to. I couldn't let you both die. Izuku argued, but Shoyuta gritted his teeth. A sharp pain in his cheek made him stumble back, and it took Izuku a moment to realize that Shoyuta had slapped him. He looked at his brother in shocked betrayal. Shoyuta had hit him. Oh. You just didn't want to be alone again. You were being selfish, and because of that, I will never see my husband again. Shoyuta stopped, catching his breath for a moment. His face became one of stone, as he spoke his next words as deliberately as he possibly could. I will never forgive you for this, Midoriya Izuku. Never. A soft furry something on his arm made him startle, and Izuku's fist froze inches from his principal's head. He quickly flinched away. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to almost attack you. It's all right, Midoriya. You were in a flashback. It's to be expected. The principal patted his arm comfortingly. He really is soft. Kinda like a bunny. You don't have to talk about it now, but you will have to eventually. I know. He brought his hand up to his cheeks and roughly scrubbed the tears away. His hand went to the necklace before he abruptly realized that it was gone, and it took more self-control than he thought he'd had not to freak out. Things? Are they here? All your things are safe. The principal assured him before handing him the necklace, careful to keep the others from seeing it. I thought you might like to hang on to this personally. You can't wear it in the hospital, though. Izuku relaxed substantially as the familiar grooves of the metal graced his hand. Thank you. He clenched his fist around it. Thank you for your time. Naomesa awkwardly bowed. He obviously hadn't meant to trigger a flashback, but Izuku was honestly relieved. The sooner the detective left, the safer his identities would be. He opened the door, only to flinch back, nearly running into someone. Zucken. Kigo burst into the room, worry etched into his face as he rushed over to the bed. The hell? You weren't answering your phone and you were late coming home, and then I get a call from you, saying that you'd been attacked and were in the hospital. Sorry, Kichin. Izuku awkwardly rubbed the back of his head as the teachers blinked in startled shock. You know, Hawks. Yamada choked out. Thank goodness we came up with a cover story. Izuku and I are good friends. Kigo grinned. And I'll expect the full story later. He added on with a meaningful look towards Izuku. You just hang out at my place to get away from your sidekicks? Izuku smirked, gently shoving the hero, making him laugh. We met when he saved me from a villain attack not too long ago. After that, we became fast friends. He explained. Naomesa's quirk would tell him that that was the truth. He didn't need to know it was Stain and that Izuku was nearly killed. Problem child. Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose, and Izuku's heart thumped. He said it again. How often are you targeted by villains? Should I just start escorting you home? Luckily, Naomesa had left, so Izuku didn't have to spin vague truths. Not too often. And I don't need a babysitter, sensei. Izuku stuck out his tongue. But show respect to your teachers. Kigo reprimanded. Yes, ma. Izuku smirked as the winged hero sighed. You're incorrigible. And you aren't. Izuku laughed. They fight like brothers. Yamada whispered to Aizawa with a fond smile, who nodded. But it's good to see the kid smile. I don't think I've really seen him smile this whole time. Aizawa muttered back. Izuku ignored them. Kigo's presence honestly kept the flashbacks and bad memories at bay. He reminded Izuku that things were different this time, and that he wasn't alone. Maybe. Kigo was not happy. He had been trying to reach Izuku for 20 minutes. He was late coming home from school, and with this kid's track record, he was hoping that Stain didn't come back to finish the job. He was about to go out and scour the city for his brother when Yu called him to tell him that Izuku had been attacked along with the rest of his class, and the kid was in the hospital. Thank goodness they'd had the foresight to list Kigo as Izuku's emergency contact, even if it was just a phone number without a name on Yu's list. This also meant that he could burst into the hospital to see him, being the number 3 hero came with perks, after all. And as entertaining as it had been to see the shock and disbelief on the faces of the teachers in his room, Kigo found the more pressing issue to be his brother's physical well-being. Izuku had been released from the hospital into his care later that day, again, #3 came with perks, and he was now seated in their living area. Hawks sipped on his tea as Izuku drowned himself in a pot of coffee. Time, I hate hospitals. Time. Isn't the saying God? I've stopped believing in gods, and instead devote myself to the worship of the only power that has ever done me a favor. Kigo had learned to just accept Izuku's strange sayings. So, he started. Mind telling me why villains attacked you, eh? Izuku leveled him with a very serious stare. Not for the first time, Kigo got the feeling that he was judging him for something. I think it's finally time to explain my past to you, Kei. Izuku said, and the winged hero blinked in surprise, nearly choking on his tea. I really need to stop drinking beverages around Zucken. It's going to sound absolutely insane, but I need you to believe me. The desperation in his eyes shocked him. I will. He promised. He meant it to. Izuku was trusting him here, and he needed to learn to rely on other people. I'm from the future. Kigo blinked. Twice. No, he still had a very serious expression on his face. Was this a joke? Oh, he was serious. How far in the future are we talking here? I was probably around 43 when I went back in time. So, SHT, what's the math? How old am I right now? 15. So, 38 years in the future. Give or take a few years. We sort of ran out of calendars and phone chargers. He shrugged. Ran out? You're taking this very well. I thought you'd need proof. I mean, you told me to trust you. Sure, proof would be nice, but it's not needed. Izuku stared before laughing. I'm sorry, it's just. I've been imagining how this would play out, and this was not how I envisioned this. He smiled for a moment before his expression became grim. The world ended when I was 33, Kigo. Shigaraki Tamura destroyed everything. He let the Nomu, these monsters comprised of multiple quirks created from the husks of dead people, roam around and eat other people. I lost so many people I cared about. Shoyuda, Hizashi, Nemuri, Higuri, Tamaki, Dabi. Tears ran down his face, and everything started to click into place for Kigo. The trauma, the flashbacks, how he hated silence and woke up an inconsolable mess some nights, his scars, and fighting prowess, his jumpiness and trust issues. I have to kill him. If I don't, everything will be for nothing. USJ was my best. Hence. And I blew it. He was right there, and Kigo cut him off with a hug, startling the other man, because he wasn't apparently a kid, but a man in a kid's body. Okay, that was weird and Kigo was not going to think about that. It's okay, Zucken. We'll do this together. He chuckled a bit when the kid looked at him with a puzzled expression. What? You thought I'd run off and let you deal with murdering a psychopath alone. Besides, if we're going to get away with murder, you'll want the number 3 hero on your side. He smirked. I'm glad to have you as a friend. Izuku wiped away his tears with a watery smile. Shoyuda and we stumbled across a half-finished time portal named Project Hope. He continued before reaching into one of the cabinets that he'd forbid Kigo from going through. He pulled out stacks of papers and a green jumpsuit that vividly reminded Kigo of his Viridian outfit. There was also a neatly folded outfit that looked patched, torn, blood-stained, and overall grimy and disgusting, even though it had likely been washed several times. These are the research notes in case I need to build another one, for some ungodly reason. And this was my old Vigilante outfit from the original timeline. And the clothes I was wearing when I got shoved through the portal. I really can't understand these notes, Kigo admitted. So who else knows? Kigo waited a moment, but realized that the Vigilante wasn't going to continue. Wait. That's it? You haven't told Detective Tsukachi or Eraserhead or even Nizu. They don't know me, you do, Kichin. They don't even know who Viridian is. Izuku sighed, running a hand through his hair, wincing when he hit part of an injury. Careful. You're still hurt. I only sprung you out of that hospital with the promise of top-tier healthcare from my end. Which I greatly appreciate. I haven't been in a hospital since. Well, there was that gunshot wound this morning, but... Gunshot wound? Hold on a sec. Izuku fished out his Vigilante phone and typed something in. Kigo's phone buzzed. Viridian Chaos added Mother Hen to the chat. Fury, Viridian. Who's this? Mother Hen changed their name to Shadow Slayer Viridian Chaos. Really? Shadow Slayer. Shadow Slayer, what? It sounds cool. Dadzawa, I think he's ignoring your question. Viridian Chaos, yo, Aizawa. You alive? Heard about your class. Heard about, Kigo leveled him with a look. Shut up. Izuku stuck out his tongue. Dadzawa, I'm still alive, somehow. But I won't be if I don't get coffee soon. By the way, this is Midnight texting on behalf of Eraserhead, as his hands aren't really fit for texting ATM. Viridian Chaos, hold up, let me add someone else. Viridian Kes added Yamada to the chat. Yamada changed their name to Scream. Hey, new chat, what is this? Show, you never told me you had friends. I'm so proud. Dadzawa, shut up. God, Viridian, why'd you add him? Scream, Viridian. Viridian Chaos. Hello. Good to finally meet the esteemed husband of Eraserhead. Should've told me a lot about you. Winky face. Viridian Chaos. Oi, tons of stuff. I've got the blackmail on him, if you want it. Winky face. Dadzawa, god damn it, Viridian. I want it too. Fury, for once, I'm glad I'm not the one being teased. Tsurigami, welcome, Shadow and Yamada. Shadow, can we assume you are a friend of Viridian's? Shadow Slayer, well, I'm making him a cup of coffee right now, so I assume so. Don't hit me, or I'll revoke coffee privileges. Viridian Chaos, Shay, no. Shadow Slayer, Shay, yes. Viridian Chaos, I'll burn your books. Shadow Slayer, you wouldn't dare. Viridian Chaos, wanna try me beach? After all I've been through in my life, I ain't gonna cry over a few books. The two held a short staring contest for a moment before Kigo looked away. Izuku grinned. Shadow Slayer, you are a horrible person. Viridian Chaos, I know. Zero smiley face. Dadzawa, wait, you mean you know Viridian's identity? Shadow Slayer, Maybabe. If I did, it's something for him to tell you, not me. Tongue sticking out Tsuragami. If you ever need anything, feel free to ask. Fury, but why at him now? Viridian Chaos, I got hurt again. Uneasy face. I won't be on patrol for a few days. Thought you'd like to know I've got someone with me to look after me so you don't drag me to another hospital, like you did this morning. T Shadow Slayer, you're on bed rest for more than a few days, Reedy. Fury, what is T? What's greater than T's? Kigo burst out laughing, tears running down his face. Tsukachi doesn't know? He couldn't even finish his sentence as he cracked up again. Nope, Izuku grinned. Thank you so much for adding me to this chat. I'm going to have so much fun. He grinned. Anytime, my brother. Anytime. Izuku smirked as he watched Kigo immerse himself in the chat. Attention diversion was successful, and now he didn't have to explain the gunshot wound to his friend. He leaned back against the shitty mattress, which was covered in clean new sheets bought by Kigo. He smiled contentedly as his eyelids drooped. There's always tomorrow. Izuku sighed as he took a sip of his sake. He was poring over a couple of cases he was working on as Viridian. Just because he got hurt didn't mean he was going to completely stop working. He just couldn't go out on patrol yet, was all. Viridian Chaos, hey Masa. I think I've got something. I'm going to shoot you an encrypted email with my findings. Fury, just try to make the code solvable for me, would you? I don't want to have to go to Nizu again. Viridian Chaos, that was such an easy code, though. Fine. I'll send you the cheat sheet on a separate server. Fury, thank you. Hey, I brought you some. Kigo stopped mid-sentence as he stared at the sake bottle. How did you buy that? You're 15. I'm physically 15. I'm actually around 44. Izuku smirked as he went for another drink. Your physical body would appreciate a working liver. Kigo snatched the bottle before Izuku could drink any more. The Vigilante pouted. But I just started. Too bad. Wait till you're of age, like everyone else in the country. I mean, technically, time travel doesn't count. Kigo crossed his arms. Time, you're like the mother I never had. Izuku chuckled as he ran a hand through his hair. He grimaced at the greasy feel. I need a shower. Alright, come on. Back to my place. You heard me. You need a shower and you need your injuries looked at. Fine. Izuku relented, grabbing his overnight bag. He was fairly used to staying over at Kigo's place by this point. You know, Kigo tilted his head. You could totally move in with me. I mean, the teachers know that we're good friends and, no. Not only would that paint a really big target on you and your agency, but it'd also call up questions about my home life I'd rather not answer. Izuku rejected immediately. Besides, there's no guarantee I'd even be allowed to live with you, if they knew. But I suppose that's true. What if I work out the paperwork on my end first? Kigo brightened again. Izuku groaned. Why couldn't he just drop it? Izuku liked being alone. I'm a grown adult of nearly half a century. I think I can live alone, yeah. I mean, legally. Kigo smirked as he held up the sake bottle. You can't even drink, so, I hate you. No you don't. He watched bemused as Izuku gathered his papers and stuffed it into his worn rescued duffel bag. Oh yeah, there's a new video of Viridian circling the web. It's super popular too. Oh, Izuku was only half paying attention. Yeah. Remember when you told that kid you were quirkless? Izuku dropped the book he'd picked up. What? Kigo handed him the phone. Turned out, that entire conversation had been recorded. And it went viral. The world knows you're quirkless. Viridian the Quirkless Vigilante. Kigo chuckled. How is this funny? Izuku stared at his friend in disbelief. I mean, now that they know, they'll underestimate you. Kigo finished, making Izuku pause. They'll underestimate you since nobody's really seen how well you can fight. They'll think you're just really good at staying hidden. You're the most elusive vigilante, not the most combative. The villains will get complacent. Maybe the League will even reach out an offer to you, believing you to be closer to them than a hero. Izuku mulled over his friend's words. If the League of Villains comes to me, then you can kill Shigaraki? Kigo nodded. But you damn well better have me on standby for backup if SHT goes south, you hear me? Promise? Izuku grinned. Izuku sighed as he walked down the street. He was staying at Kigo's for the moment, but the hero had some other SHT to do, like work. Unfortunately, he was just as bad at adulting as Izuku was, so his fridge was practically empty, sans some 10-day-old chicken. Izuku was not going to touch that. So here he was grocery shopping with the money Kigo left him for this express purpose. He decided to swing by the mall for once, just to browse. He was looking over some interesting books on coding when a massive explosion shook the building. People started screaming, and Izuku quickly found a bathroom to change into his Viridian outfit. Call him paranoid, but he carried it everywhere with him specifically for circumstances like this. He climbed up into the air, ignoring the way his healing injuries protested. He was fine. It was just some broken ribs and a concussion. And a partially disintegrated shoulder. Whatever, point being he was fine, and he sure as hell wasn't going to sit by while the mall was attacked. He eyed the situation from the he hid in. 3 visible villains. All male, he knew these guys. They had a criminal record. They were called the Crystal Thieves because of the barrier quirk of the youngest brother. He could create a near-impenetrable barrier around a relatively small area. It wouldn't cover the whole mall, but it'd cover enough to trap a good number of people. Nobody in or out without his permission. Drawbacks included unable to move while active, and unable to lose concentration, lest the whole barrier come tumbling down. Second brother had a mild fire-type quirk. He could heat up his hands until they were as hot as molten lava, allowing him to burn through walls and safes with ease. Drawbacks include a rather long cooldown time, so he had to be careful of what he touched. Plus, only his hands and lower arms were fireproof, so if he accidentally hit himself, he could cause serious burns. The eldest brother would be the biggest challenge, though. He had a psychic-type quirk. A rather strong form of telekinesis that he had excellent control over. He could lift multiple objects, or people, at once, but his weight limit directly translated to his muscle mass. He could probably lift a few hundred pounds, though. Drawbacks include headaches and nosebleeds if he overuses his quirk or surpasses the weight limit. Viridian needed to get at the youngest, but the oldest brother would protect him. With a quirk that could stop bullets or people mid-action, he was the ideal defender. The Vigilante pulled out his phone, making sure it was on silent. Viridian Chaos. Guys, we've got a situation. Fury, if you mean the mall, we already know. Are you going to join us? Viridian Chaos. About that? Shadow Slayer, you're already inside, aren't you? Knowing your luck, you were inside when the attack started. Viridian Chaos. We have a winner. Laughing face. Dadzawa, be careful. It looks like the work of the Crystal Thieves. Viridian Chaos. Oh, it is. I've got a visual on them right now. Here's the plan. I'll find a way to take out the youngest brother, the one making the barrier, and you guys come in first chance you get to back me up. Sound good? Fury, I really wish there was another way around this. Aren't you still injured? Shadow Slayer, he is. Worst of it's his arm and some busted ribs, though. Please be careful. Viridian Chaos. I'll be as careful as I can be. I'll survive at the very least. I'm too stubborn to die. Dadzawa, don't we know it? Your strength is your stealth. Use it to your advantage. Viridian Chaos. I love that you tell me how to do my thing, when I was able to outrun you for over a year. Dadzawa. It was only 6 months or so. Viridian Chaos. You never caught me, so I'm still free. A year and counting. He slipped his phone back into his pocket. He had to be careful. They'd rounded up the hostages, and Coles for Brains was looking pretty heated. Viridian didn't like the way he kept looking at the women, or the way his hands twitched when he looked at the men. He didn't have much time to come up with a plan. He couldn't just drop down, because Psychic Boy would shut him down pretty fast. But if he couldn't see what he was doing... Viridian grinned as he silently scampered off to prepare for his plan. Kaminari Denki had been hanging out at the mall with his good friend, Jiro. After the attack on their class, he needed to go somewhere familiar to just forget about his near-death experience. UA was providing free counseling, mandatory, for all 1A students, but that wouldn't start until school picked back up on Monday. Honestly, he was all for a 4-day weekend and all, but it wasn't worth getting attacked by villains. It had been terrifying. And yet, here he was again being attacked by villains. Seriously, why? The mall was supposed to be safe. He wanted to cry. He played the good hostage along with Jiro, hoping that they'd all make it out okay. In situations like this, it was bad to attack, right? Because innocent people could be hurt. He didn't even know their quirks. Where were the heroes and cops? Weren't they supposed to be here already? Hey, sorry to interrupt, but I'm a little lost. Does anyone know where the bookstore is? A man asked. He wore a dark green, almost black jumpsuit, shirt and pants. He couldn't tell, and had a mask that only revealed his green eyes. A utility belt hung on his thin frame, and he held himself with a casual air. Everyone turned to look at him, dumbfounded. Who the F are you? The man with white hands asked, glaring at the newcomer. Nobody special. He shrugged. Though do you think you could take down that barrier? It's making it a little difficult to leave, you know. I don't think you understand the situation here. The one with purple hair glared. He'd been staying close to the third guy who'd been sitting still this whole time. You're going to sit down with everyone else and be a good hostage. If you don't, we'll start killing people. You know, as much as I'd love to, I really can't. You see, I have this little rule about not working with villains. Trust me, you're not the first to try. He smirked as he threw something at the purple-haired man, but the little beads froze in midair. Huragushi Jikuru. Quirk, telepathy. You can control any objects or people and their placement in a 3-dimensional plane up to your physical weight limit, roughly 429 pounds. Arrested alongside your brothers 2 years ago, broke out of prison 2 weeks ago. The man grinned. Huragushi Kuroku. Quirk, hot hands. Not the most creative name, but you were, what, 4.5. Your hands can expel heat up to about 1/600 F, making you essentially capable of melting just about anything. Only your hands are immune to heat. He turned towards the last brother. Huragushi Nanvairu. Quirk, crystal barrier, hence your group name, Crystal Thieves. You can create a barrier of a certain radius that keeps people in or out as you choose. Selective. Powerful. Such a shame you chose villainy, you could have made a great hero. He sighed. Who the F? Kuroku took a step back, eyes wide. No, I know you. Jikuru's eyes narrowed as he glared at the man. You're that vigilante, Viridian? A murmur swept through the crowd. Even Kaminari knew who Viridian was. He was the not quite a hero but still a hero vigilante that had taken the entire world by storm. First it was Japan, but after that video announcing his quirkless status. Isn't Viridian quirkless, though? Kuroku huffed. It's just a quirkless freak, we can beat him. He rushed towards the vigilante with a confident grin. No, you idiot. Jiraku tried to stop his brother, but the other man swung at the vigilante. Viridian easily sidestepped the punch with a sort of grace Kaminari had never seen before. He grabbed the man by the elbow and pivoted so quickly that he almost didn't see it. The larger man hit the floor with a resounding boom, hands causing the tile to sizzle and pop as it melted under the extreme heat. Viridian quickly jumped back and dashed at the psychic, who held up his hand and levitated the vigilante. He'd been caught. Kuroku got to his feet with a sore groan, glaring at the vigilante. I was going to tell you that Viridian has the record as Japan's most wanted vigilante. You can't get that title on stealth alone. He's got to have some kind of fighting prowess. He eyed the vigilante who looked far too calm for his current situation. Though I must say I'm not impressed. Who said I was trying to defeat you? Viridian smirked. Boom. He whispered, and a moment later, a loud boom sounded right from the forgotten third brother's seat. The man jumped and toppled over with a startled yelp, allowing the barrier that kept heroes and police at bay to shatter. No. Jiraku glared, lunging for the vigilante. A gunshot stopped the villain's advance as the police rushed onto the scene. Kaminari recognized several heroes, including the number 3 hero, Hawks. The winged hero rushed right into the fight, taking out Kuroku with ease. Viridian, how do you keep getting yourself into these messes? Hawks asked, a teasing tone to his voice. I'm just that talented, birdie. Viridian replied with an easy smirk. Trouble just loves me. Yes, well you're still hurt. I'll have you know, I've been treated at an actual hospital this time. So there. The Vigilante seemed to stick out his tongue at the number 3 hero. Wow, that guy had guts. Viridian, how much extra paperwork did you cause me? A detective groaned as police apprehended the criminals. Come on, Masa. I only borrowed some supplies from a few stores. You stole? To make a makeshift bomb. I had to distract them somehow. Kaminari stared. He planned that. All of that. You're giving us gray hairs? Hawks groaned. You know, I did originally come here to look at books. Plus I still need to pick up some groceries, so I'm going to head out, now. Viridian waved a hand over his shoulder as he walked away. Just email me your statement? The detective sighed. Will do, Masa. Izuku wasn't ready. He stood before the door of Class 1A. It was the first day back at school, and he was wondering how his classmates had taken everything. After all, the last time he'd seen them, he was being carted off to the hospital in critical condition after going toe-to-toe with a monster and villain that had incapacitated their sensei. Yeah, he was going to have a lot of bullshitting to do. With a deep breath, he opened the door to the classroom. At once, the students became silent as they looked at him. He supposed he was a bit of a sight for sore eyes. He sported a new scar on his left cheek that looked like he pissed off the wrong dude armed with a switchblade, and his arm was still in a sling from his shoulder being partially disintegrated. Well, that, and he'd apparently stressed his shoulder with the mall incident, but that wasn't his fault. And he had to take that sling off to fight as Viridian. Oh, Midoriya. You're alive. Kirishima grinned as he jumped to his feet and ran over to meet him. I mean, I already told you I was alive via the chat, but Izuku smiled at Kirishima. He was also glad to see Kaminari and Jiro were okay. He'd been worried because of the whole mall thing. Glad to see you're up and about, Karo. You scared us. Tsu flashed him a grin. The F, Deku. Bakugo glared, getting to his feet. This is why you never should have become a hero. You can't do SHT, look at you. You're the only one of us that got hurt. He ignored Kirishima's attempt to calm him down and shrugged off Kaminari's hand. His eyes were set on Izuku, whose face had become cool and detached. That's because I fought the ringleader. Sensei got hurt too. He pointed out. Yeah, but he took on dozens of villains alone. That's different. At least he's got a queer. Bakugo, you will report to Nizu's office after school for detention. We do not tolerate bullying or quirk discrimination at UA. Do I make myself clear? Tezawa-sensei glared at the startled blonde as he came into the classroom. His mummified hand gently rested on Izuku's shoulder for the briefest of moments, and the greenette instantly recognized it as a form of comfort from the antisocial man. Thank you, sensei. Izuku quietly muttered to his teacher, who nodded gruffly. Now everyone get to your seats, we've got homeroom. Everyone scrambled to take their seats, and Izuku reluctantly sat behind the fuming blonde. Part of him was pleased. He'd never, in any timeline, seen Bakugo get reprimanded for bullying or quirk discrimination before. It was satisfying and honestly soothed a part of Izuku that was still bitter over everything that the boy had said and done to him. He'd never forgotten when Bakugo told him to kill himself. Right? First off, everyone will attend mandatory counseling with Hound Dog every week. Your personalized schedules will be emailed to you tonight and effective immediately. This is not a setback. Not feel discouraged at the nightmares or trauma. Every pro gets it. We've all got some form of PTSD. It comes with the job. Most just don't get it so soon. If you need anything, you can come to any staff member. His eyes lingered on Izuku for a moment before he continued. That aside, we've another matter to turn our gaze towards. The sports festival is coming, and you all need to prepare. There is no opting out. This is your best chance to catch the eye of the public and the pros. Internships will take place after the festival, so this is your chance to shine. Plus ultra, or you might just end up losing your spot to someone in general education. He warned. Oh yeah. Kaminari spoke up. I remember hearing about that. Sometimes kids from other courses can be moved into the hero course if they do well enough. Yeah, and if hero course kids SEK enough, They can be moved out too. Jiro reminded him. I'm not done yet. Aizawa-sensei glared, activating his quirk for the briefest of moments, silencing the students instantly. That's a great intimidation tactic. Izuku idly noted. Due to this, your introductory course to heroics will be mostly self-study. If you want to use any school facilities after hours, or on the weekends, please come to me. Now I'm done. He promptly curled up in his sleeping bag and drifted off to sleep. The class, now sufficiently distracted with the prospect of the festival, forgot to interrogate Izuku about the USJ incident, which he was totally fine with. Before leaving, Aizawa placed a note on Izuku's desk. He curiously unfolded it. Meet me in the classroom during lunch, that doesn't mean don't eat. We need to talk. Well, SHT Izuku grimaced. He was going to have a tough time with this one. He was lost in thought, and was the first out of the room. He barely registered the group of students that crowded the 1A classroom moments later. Classes seemed to simultaneously drag by and rush past. Much to Izuku's dismay, it seemed some of his classmates had let slip his quirkless status to the rest of the student body. They likely didn't know it was something he'd rather keep secret. A majority of them, particularly the general education kids, were pissed. Nobody was stupid enough to really do anything drastic, but he knew those glares. Heard the whispers. He knew the notes would start soon too. His injuries from USJ didn't help either. They made him look weak to them, because only he, the quirkless heroic student, got hurt. But he ignored the jeers and glares with a practiced ease. It was something he'd had to deal with his entire life. Even when he went to trade school or when he was an adult with a good job, it was a thing he'd learned to expect. He was smart enough the first go-around that the teachers didn't bully him, but his quirkless status kept him from receiving their protection. And as long as he'd done his work, his bosses hadn't really cared one way or the other. The only time someone had been reprimanded was when they'd hurt Izuku badly enough that it impeded his job performance. In all honesty, Aizawa was the first teacher he'd ever had, hell, the first person that had spoken up against someone to defend him, and it made him feel good. He knew Yamada would probably speak up, maybe midnight, but he wasn't sure about any of the other teachers. Pro-heroes or not, that didn't mean that they'd put a stop to it when he was quirkless. He'd known plenty of pros during the first run, how he'd decided to refer to the original timeline, that had promptly ignored him and his injuries or his need to be helped during villain attacks once they realized he didn't have a quirk. Izuku held little hope that many of these pros would be better. He really should have expected someone to shove him down those stairs as lunch started, but he thought that maybe these kids would wait a little longer, what with all the pros crawling around. He would have been fine if his arm hadn't been in a sling. But the restricting fabric kept him from catching himself, so he ended up eating SHT face first into the tile at the bottom of the stairs. He heard several people chuckling, but he couldn't tell who pushed him. The lingering students scattered fairly quickly, pretending not to see anything. With a sigh, Izuku pushed himself up and gathered his things. Real mature. He muttered under his breath as he awkwardly hoisted his bag up over his uninjured shoulder again. He was a little surprised that nobody bothered to try to destroy his stuff or steal his backpack while it was unguarded, but he supposed that they'd pushed their luck enough doing this much in a school filled with heroes. He made his way into the bathroom to assess the damage. He had a split lip and a darkening bruise on the left side of his face. He must have cut his eyebrow on the edge of the stairs, because that was bleeding bit too. Nothing broken, thank time. He washed off the dirt and fished out his portable first aid kit. As a vigilante and a quirkless guy, he'd learned early on to carry around any medical supplies he could. He checked his phone and huffed. He would be a little late to his meeting with Aizawa. Well, Sensei will have to learn to deal with it. He did tell me to eat after all. I wonder if eating SHT down the stairs counts. He idly wondered aloud as he made his way to the classroom. Midoriya, thank you for Komi. Aizawa stopped when he saw Izuku's face. What happened? Fell down the stairs? He answered swiftly. That's the oldest excuse in the book. Aizawa sent him a mild glare as Izuku closed the doors. Doesn't mean it's any less true. Did you fall down the stairs, or did someone make you fall? I mean, I'm pretty sure someone pushed me, but I didn't see who. Izuku shrugged. No sense in lying to him more than he had to. It doesn't matter anyways. Aizawa looked like he really wanted to pinch the bridge of his nose. It does matter. That's bullying. And it's nothing I'm not used to. Honestly, I'm surprised nobody's left me. Izuku's eyes fell upon his desk, where he saw something barely poking out. Aizawa must have left the room to grab himself food, because that had not been there when he left. Oh, never mind. Aizawa choked on his coffee when Izuku casually pulled out a red spider lily with a note attached that read, "Do us all a favor, Quirkless." Izuku admired the neat flowing handwriting for a moment. They didn't even get the good kind of lily, they went with the cheap flower shop across town. He shook his head as he offhandedly went to toss it in the trash. God, I'm going to go gray. Aizawa muttered under his breath. That is not okay. Hand it here, and we'll figure out who sent it to you. They will be expelled. And blacklisted. Izuku blinked at him dumbly for a moment as he handed the lily and note over to his teacher. What's with that look? I've gotten hundreds of these before, and no teacher has ever bothered to do anything. I actually think one of them provided the vase for a bouquet of them, once. I still have it. It's a pretty vase. Aizawa clenched his teeth and grumbled something that sounded like a long string of curse words under his breath. We aren't like your other teachers. This is not okay, Midoriya. Aizawa reminded him. You have earned your spot in UA. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Sorry, sensei, I'm just used to this. It's normal for me. Both in and out of school. People don't look at a quirkless person the same way they do everyone else. I'm lucky to be considered human half. The time. Izuku decided to change the topic before it got too personal. So what did you want to talk to me about? Firstly, I want you to promise me that you'll bring any other notes, threats, and gifts to a staff member, preferably me, if you get any more. And that you'll inform a staff member of any bullying. Izuku blinked. Sure, he knew Shoyuta hated bullying, but he hadn't expected him to be this up in arms about it. Sure. I promise. If it got the staff off his back, then he'd listen. I'm deceiving them enough already. I should just play along and let them know. Who knows? Maybe the bullying will get better before it gets worse. Well, either that or they'll retaliate outside of school grounds, but if they do that, then I can kick their butts. And sick Kigo on them. Izuku mentally grinned at that plan. Secondly, I know you withheld information when you were talking to Tsukachi about the USJ. Aizawa continued, and Izuku stiffened. You knew what that Nomu was before anyone had even seen it. You mentioned it during that flashback during the battle trials. Izuku cursed under his breath. Listen to me, Midoriya. I need you to answer honestly. His voice became serious, and Izuku found himself mirroring his expression. Are you, in any way, shape, or form, being held hostage or blackmailed by villains? They think I'm the spy, and they're hoping it's unwilling. For a moment he considered playing on that route. It'd be a far easier thing to believe than the truth. No, sensei. Izuku looked him dead in the eye. I'm not the traitor. I'm not your leak. Aizawa blinked in surprise for a moment. He probably hadn't expected Izuku to piece it together that fast. But you're right, I did already know about the Nomu, because I've encountered them before. That's why I knew how to kill it so quickly. Compared to the ones I've seen, it was thin and gangly, with a long W-like tail for balance. The eyes were milky and sightless, and its elongated maw was lined with sharp teeth already stained red. Long arms ended in claws and its legs bent backwards, giving it more power to jump and sprint. It was short in comparison to the rest of them, only about 6 feet tall, but it seemed to be covered in a layer of strong scales. Unlike the others who had an exposed brain from the top, this Nomu's brain was only accessible from behind. And its most striking feature was that it was entirely white. Izuku was frozen in fear. The Nomu was sniffing the air and getting dangerously close to his hiding spot in the alleyway. He tried to calm his racing heart and quiet his breaths, but the fear made it nigh impossible. He was crouched behind an old, overturned dumpster. The snout of the Nomu peeked around the edge of his hiding spot, and he felt his BLD turn to ice. There was a ringing in his ears and his eyes blurred with tears. He could smell the Nomu's putrid breath, and he was close enough now to see the bits of flesh and bone stuck between its razor-sharp teeth. It was close enough for him to reach out and touch, and he knew in that moment he was going to die. Its sightless white eye seemed to bore into his soul. He would never see Hisashi, Nemuri, or Shoyuta again. He'd never get the chance to say goodbye to Dabi or Tamaki. He'd never. Izuku caught sight of movement in the alleyway across from him. A man he'd never seen before stood there, terrified. He was taking advantage of the Nomu's interest in Izuku and had made a break for it. The man shot off with such speed that Izuku knew it was a quirk, perhaps the only reason he'd made it this far. But the sound of his feet scraping on the gravel drew the attention of the white Nomu, and it whipped around, away from Izuku. Izuku stayed frozen as he watched with horror as the white beast moved with unbelievable speed. It caught up to the speed-quirked man within seconds, and the man's anguish scream was cut off halfway, when his head was bitten in two. He let several tears run down his face and knew that that man's stupidity was the only reason he was even still alive. Compared to what I've seen, that Nomu was incredibly tame. Izuku shuddered, strong. He looked back up, when had he looked away? Compared to what you've... Midoriya, where have you seen these Nomu before? How many are there? He faltered for a moment. He'd already called him problem child. Was there a reason not to tell him? Why was he so scared? Because even if he knows, he's not your Shoyuta. His mind reminded him. And he never will be. There are things I need to explain to you. Izuku finally decided, a strong steel to his voice that made Aizawa flinch back in surprise. To you, and Nizu, and probably Hisashi too? And you can't tell me now, because... I really don't want to explain it more than once. Right now, I just need you to trust me. All right. Aizawa relented. Is it okay if I explain after the sports festival? His teacher blinked in surprise. Is there any particular reason why? I need some time to figure out how I'm going to explain everything. It's a bit of a wild tale, to say the least. No offense, sir, but I wouldn't believe myself if I hadn't lived through it. Aizawa sighed, nearly whacking himself in the face with his cast when he went to pinch the bridge of his nose on reflex. Izuku held back a snort to help save his blushing teacher some dignity. All right, I'll set up the appointment with Nizu. Thank you, Aizawa-sensei. Izuku smiled. Also, his tone became even more serious if Izuku thought it was possible. What you did at USJ was stupid and irresponsible. You recklessly put your life in danger, and that is not how a hero acts. Izuku went to protest, but was cut off by a quirk-enhanced glare. However, Aizawa continued, your reckless behavior also saved my life. He then bowed to Izuku for a moment before straightening up. Thank you, Midoriya Izuku. Though I'd rather you hadn't put yourself in harm's way, under the circumstances, I can understand it. And thanks to you, I'm able to reprimand you for being an idiot. He then averted his gaze and flushed with embarrassment. I'm sorry for taking up your lunch PRD like this. Izuku stared for a moment before he felt a giant grin spread on his face. He couldn't remember the last time he'd smiled so brightly. I'm just glad you're okay, sensei. He then, against his better judgment, hugged Aizawa. The man stiffened for a moment before ultimately allowing it and reciprocating as much as he could. You just wanted to make sure I was safe. Nothing wrong with that. Izuku then pulled away. I'm going to go get ready for class. Please tell me you ate something other than the staircase? Goddammit, problem child. Izuku laughed. Aizawa Shoyuta was a lot of things right now. He was in pain, he was tired, he was annoyed, but most of all, he was concerned for Midoriya Izuku, someone he'd recently taken to calling problem child. And his problem child was a Rubik's Cube of mysteries. During the USJ incident, as the staff had taken to calling it, he'd thought the name Nomo sounded familiar, but in the chaos of everything he hadn't been able to place it. He remembered watching in transfixed horror as Midoriya had fought against the monster, and he was sure he'd soon witness his student's untimely death. He'd tried to stagger to his feet, but his broken body just would not listen to him. And then Midoriya had somehow managed to kill it. Shoyuta had no idea how the kid had been able to move fast enough to get behind it. He'd had no clue how his student had even survived being thrown into the nearby fountain, but he was glad he managed it. Oh, and how Shoyuda wanted to reprimand the brat for purposefully taunting the villain, Shigaraki, the same Shigaraki Tamura that Viridian was after. The utter relief he'd felt upon realizing that backup had arrived nearly had him passing out. He'd vaguely recognized his husband's voice, and turned to glare at him for keeping him awake. At the time, he hadn't fully registered his concussion, and just wanted to sleep. Later, at the hospital, Hawks of all people burst in the door. Shoyuda had been completely floored, seeing the normally laid-back and aloof hero so frantic. He was genuinely concerned for this kid in his class that he should have no way of knowing. Shoyuda didn't fully buy the villain incident. Sure, Tsukachi didn't detect a lie, but Shoyuda had made sure to thoroughly check the background of all of his students. Midoriya had no recent hospital visits or trauma reports, a requirement after being attacked by any villain. So they were either lying, or as close as they could get without setting off Tsukachi's lie detector, or Hawks had failed to follow protocol for some reason. But Shuda's research brought up something else. Midoriya hadn't been to a hospital since he was 4. Since he was pronounced quirkless. That set off several alarm bells for the hero, who quickly shared his findings with Nizu and Tsukachi, the latter so he could look into things on his end. Maybe the kid was abused. But he'd told Tsukachi he was safe at home. Was home perhaps with someone else? The streets? God, he hoped not. It wasn't until after he'd been released from the hospital that Shoyuda recalled where he'd heard the name Nomo before, during Midoriya's flashback during All Might's first class. He'd mentioned hearing Nomu around them, which meant that he'd encountered them before. Which also meant that there was more than one. He'd taken this information to Nizu immediately, and the principal had confessed his suspicions of Midoriya being their leak. The thought made Shoyuda simultaneously angry and heartbroken. He'd been growing attached to this brat, whether he wanted to admit it or not. The fact that he was likely a traitor. Ah, but hold on, Aizawa. Nizu had said, stopping him from leaving. There's more to my theory. Oh, a ray of hope. I think that, if he is the traitor, he's being held captive by this league of villains. I'm a fair judge of character, and I don't think he wants to hurt any of us. I truly believe that if he is the traitor, it's against his will. After Nizu had told him that he felt his heart lighten a bit, even if the thought of Midoriya in the hands of villains made him cringe. That was why he asked him to meet him during his lunch break. Asking him to stay after school would raise suspicions, if their hunch was correct. And Dean, had that conversation taken a lot of energy from Shoyuda. By the end of it, he felt as emotionally drained and battered as his body. Which was saying something considering he was currently living on Skull Crusher coffee mixed with energy drinks and caffeine powder. If Recovery Girl found out, he'd be skinned. He re-entered the staff room to find only Hizashi and Nomuri there. Thank God. Oh, are you okay? You look like it. Hizashi's eyes shone in concern. God, I want to kill somebody, but I don't have the energy to do it. He moaned, burying his face in his husband's shoulder. Okay, what's up? Hizashi's tone was uncharacteristically serious. Midoriya's getting bullied. Badly. Kid walked into our meeting with a beat-up face because someone shoved him down the stairs. What? Nomuri and Hizashi cried at the same time. And don't get me started on the note. Shoyuda growled just thinking about how casually Midoriya had tried to throw away that lily. Someone left an actual death threat in his desk, and the kid was so used to it that his first reaction was to criticize where they got their supplies from before attempting to throw it away. Shuda's voice was rising now, but he didn't really care. He pulled away from Hizashi as he angrily paced, instead. And when I actually intervened and told him that the person responsible would be expelled, he looked at me like I'd grown a second head before explaining that his previous teachers had ignored or encouraged such behavior. Encouraged. If his hands weren't casted, Shoyuda would be pulling at his hair, right now. He says it's normal for him. That he's lucky for people to look at him as a human being. He stopped, suddenly out of breath and even more exhausted than before. Hizashi cautiously approached him. It wasn't often that Shoyuda lost his cool, but when he did, it was typically explosive. Nomuri stared at him with wide eyes, having only seen him like this a handful of times. It's all right, Sho. We'll bring it up at the teachers' meeting today and figure out who sent it. He helped Shoyuta sit back down on the couch. We'll help the little listener. Someone's attached? Nemuri smirked. Shoyuta would have normally denied it, but that would require energy he no longer had. So he opted for glaring at his friend instead. You look beyond exhausted, Sho. Hisashi helped him climb into his yellow sleeping bag. Take a nap. I'll wake you later. He sent his husband a mild glare, but he was never one to pass up a nap. And he must have really looked bad if he was actually encouraging Shuta's shitty sleeping habits for once. He half-heartedly muttered some sort of semblance of good night before he slipped into his nightmares again. Nizu was many things. He was a creature of unknown genetic makeup. He was incredibly intelligent, more so than most humans. He was the maker of a million plans. But lately, he'd found himself encountering something entirely new to him. Nizu was confused. And it all came back to one Midoriya Izuku, first Quirkless student of UA. The kid was the biggest and most convoluted puzzle Nizu had ever had the pleasure of coming across. The more he tried to figure out about the boy, the more mismatched pieces he found. It was like trying to solve a two-sided puzzle, but only half the pieces were colored in. And just when he thought he'd finally solved it, the image was wrong, and he realized it was a three-sided puzzle. Nizu wasn't used to headaches, either. He sat down in his chair in the staff meeting room. Aizawa had wanted to report a case of severe bullying in the school, and such cases were taken with the utmost seriousness. All right, Aizawa. What's the situation? Power Loader asked, concern lacing his voice. Bullying wasn't a common occurrence in UA at all, mostly because of how harshly they punished such actions. That, and many weren't stupid enough to carry out such actions in a hero school. Midoriya Izuku? Aizawa started, and Nizu fought the urge to smash his skull into the table. As you know, he's quirkless? Aizawa continued, and several of the staff nodded grimly, seeing where this was going. It appears that the rest of the school has found out too. I had a meeting with the kid at lunch today, and he walked into the classroom with half his face black and blue. Someone pushed him down the stairs, but he claimed he never saw who it was. He came and saw me after school. Recovery Girl spoke up. I have some pictures of the damage done. She passed around some photos of the student's bruised face. Nizu would definitely be going over the security footage. Tonight. There's more. Aizawa continued, and the staff looked over in disbelief. It gets worse than shoving the kid down the stairs. Cementos choked out. For a moment, Aizawa's eyes flashed red with anger, and Nizu knew he wasn't going to like this. He found this in his desk. He's apparently so used to it that he just throws them away. He says this is the first one he's found at UA. He then proceeded to pull out a red spider lily. Several of the staff gasped in shock. There was also this note. If you recognize the handwriting, please tell me. If Nizu was angry before, he was furious now. As confusing as Midoriya was, he was still a person who interested him. It was rare for Nizu to find people that could hold intellectual conversations with him in the way Midoriya could, and the fact that Nizu couldn't figure him out only made him that much more intriguing. To put it simply, Midoriya was Nizu's puzzle. And nobody hurt what belonged to Nizu. I've gone ahead and had him promise to tell one of us if something occurs again. He's told me that his previous school encouraged the bullying, and even mentioned a teacher providing a vase for the lilies. We need to show him that teachers can be trusted. Oh boy. Vlad rubbed his temples. On another note, Aizawa looked at Nizu, who nodded. You asked him then? He said he wasn't our leak. He told me he knew what the Nomu were because he's encountered them before. He had another brief flashback that leads me to believe that he's telling the truth. So we're back to square one. Nizu sighed. Wait, you mean you thought the little listener was the traitor? We thought he might be an unwilling accomplice of the villains, possibly blackmailed or held captive. Aizawa sighed. But it appears that my hunch was wrong. Nizu chimed in, and several staff members blinked at him in shock. He's truly an interesting puzzle. I've never had someone quite as perplexing as him before. His mind flashed to the rings he'd handed back to the child. They were undoubtedly the wedding bands of Yamada Hisashi and Aizawa Shoyuta, but he knew for a fact that both teachers were wearing said rings around their necks right now. The custom bands were nearly impossible to replicate by professional means, let alone for a child who's never seen them before. The engravings inside the bands were on point too. This only made him even more confused. He didn't like the feeling. I don't believe that Midoriya Izuku is a danger to us or Yuye, Niza finally said, and several staff members relaxed. If anything, I think he's trying to help us somehow. I went back over the footage from the USJ cameras and managed to salvage some of the audio. From what I've gathered, Midoriya did everything in his power to protect the other students and his teachers. The villain Shigaraki Tamura did not seem to recognize Midoriya at all, even though Midoriya seemed to recognize him on sight. I'm getting confused. Midnight sighed. Several other staff members muttered to their neighbors as well. In short, I believe Midoriya is not a danger to us or the school. If anything, he's trying to help us. He's someone we need to protect. Nizu said, earning nods from his staff. The principal decided that it was time for tea, and quickly made himself a pot. He sat back down in his chair as he pulled out a bottle of rum. He then added rum, a bit of honey, and a spritz of lemon to his cup before pouring the tea over top. He took a nice long sip and relaxed into his chair. Principal Nizu, Toshinori asked, eyeing the alcohol warily. Are you okay? The room had gone quiet. Midoriya Izuku is quite confusing, Nizu started, and I find rum helps rid me of headaches? The staff stared. He confused. Higuri choked. Yes I am. And if he smiled behind his teacup as the staff collectively lost it, well, at least he was entertained now. He could think about Midoriya tomorrow. Tsukachi Naomasa was tired and overworked. It wasn't a pretty combo, but it was something he was used to. And the USJ case was a top priority right now. It had a ton of media attention and a lot of angry parents waiting behind the proverbial red tape. He shuddered to think of how Eraserhead was going to deal with that. He supposed his friend's main saving grace was the fact that he'd been grievously injured protecting said children, so the parents would hopefully go easy on the teacher, even if they didn't go easy on the school itself. So, Naomasa had done the logical thing. He'd called in Viridian to help. The man had become their ace in the hole. He was a literal godsend. Not only was his information reliable, accurate, and extensive, but the man himself was excellent at problem-solving and a knack for seeing the details that the heroes and police had missed. If Viridian ever decided to become a detective instead of a hero, Naomasa would honestly hand in his badge. This man was far more capable. He was privately glad the Vigilante wanted to be a hero instead. He liked his job. Eraserhead showed up first. Hey, how are you holding up? He asked the hero. The man was still practically a mummy, and he idly wondered if he was even supposed to be out of bed. He and Viridian have a lot in common. Actually rather well. Eraser admitted. I expected a lot of angry parents, but there were really only one or two. Some even sent me get well soon and thank you cards. Hagakure's parents sent me flowers. That's a nice surprise. Naomasa wasn't expecting that. Another student's parents came to thank me in person. Apparently word got out to the parents that I'd nearly died while trying to protect their kids, so that's probably got a lot to do with it. Though I didn't hear anything from Midoriya's parents. His brows furrowed. You're worried about him, aren't you? He lacks a medical record after he was diagnosed quirkless, and he's completely okay with being bullied. He's underweight and has more scars than most pros. He fights like it's second nature and doesn't hesitate to kill when defending his classmates. What am I supposed to think? His parents never even came while he was in the hospital despite us trying to notify them, and the number we had on file turned out to be the private number of pro-hero hawks. When you put it that way, Naomasa had to admit it was worrying. A student with prior trauma that he refused to elaborate on. He had some sort of connection to the Nomo, thus the League, but was not the alleged traitor. He nearly killed himself trying to protect his classmates and teacher, so they could safely assume he was on their side, but the amount of secrets this kid kept was worrying. It sounded like abuse or abandonment. Maybe he's living on the streets. Abandoned by his parents when he was diagnosed quirkless. It's happened before. I know. Eraserhead rubbed his face with his cast. It would certainly explain a lot. I still feel like we're missing something though. A lot of somethings. If he was homeless, then why would Hawk say that he occasionally stays at Midoriya's place? I doubt the number 3 hero would condone a child living on the streets. Right? I keep forgetting about Hawks. Naomasa felt a headache flaring up. We'll talk a bit more about this later. Maybe Viridian can shed some insight. Right? Eraserhead glanced at the clock. I'll go get him. He should be here soon. Viridian stretched his arms over his head as he walked down the street. It wasn't often that he was out and about in daytime hours, but Tsukachi had asked him to come in for whatever reason, so he figured there was no harm. It was Saturday after all, so no school. Kigo was kicking it back at the camper, trying to help Izuku brainstorm ways to explain his unique situation to the UH staff, because he figured that after he explained himself to Nizu, Shoyuta, and Hizashi, he'd probably end up having to explain himself to the rest of the staff as well. He'd had to laugh when Kigo had mentioned a girl he knew that had a memory viewing quirk. They'd keep that as their last desperate option, because Izuku was neither keen on reliving everything, nor did he want to traumatize his teachers. He wanted them to believe him, not give them nightmares. Some guy on the street stopped to stare at him with an odd expression. "You're the shadow hero, Viridian." He cried out, and said Vigilante stopped in shock. "I'm sorry, what? Did someone seriously just recognize him?" He'd never get used to that. "Yeah, he's right. That's Viridian. Can I have your autograph?" "How do you do it, Quirkless? You're a true inspiration to all of us who don't have combative quirks." "Hey, loser. You're just a wannabe." Okay, that last one was much more familiar than everything else. I feel like I should clarify something. Viridian scratched the back of his head awkwardly. "I'm technically not a licensed hero. I just help out whenever the police need me. I'm technically a vigilante." The crowd was starting to make him uncomfortable. "But you have to have a quirk to be a vigilante," a woman said, walking up towards him. She was very appealing, and if Izuku swung that way, he might even be flustered. "And you, sir, have no quirk. So you aren't a vigilante. That means you're a hero." She leaned in further, showing off some rather impressive assets. It was only then that he realized that she held a recording device. Nakamura Nira with the MC News. "Mind giving me a statement?" He didn't know how to respond. This kind of situation was not his forte at all. "Sorry, I really don't have the time." "There you are, Viridian. You're late." Officer Sansa to the rescue. Viridian felt like crying in relief. He'd rather face a black Nomo blindfolded than a reporter. He quickly jumped backwards, flipping so his feet hit the side of the building behind him, and sprung over the crowd that had gathered. He then wasted no time in sprinting the rest of the way to the station, Sansa watching in amusement the whole time. "Little BSRD. 'Bout time you got here." Eraserhead raised an eyebrow as Viridian caught his breath. "I hate crowds. I don't know how limelight heroes do it." He ignored the way the underground hero chuckled at his expense, instead opting to glare. He fished out his phone when it buzzed. "Shadow Slayer, dude. You're on the news. Did you really have to springboard off the building?" Viridian Chaos. "Yes. Yes, I did. You know I hate crowds. Shadow Slayer, and yet you are typically so good with people." Viridian Chaos. "Don't lie, it's unbecoming. We both know my people skills are SHT. He locked his phone and dropped it back in his pocket. Masa and Eraser had made him upgrade to a hero-grade smartphone, which he'd promptly disassembled and reassembled without tracers. "So, know why Masa wants to see me? We'll explain in the office. I'm not in trouble, am I?" Viridian tilted his head. Eraserhead snorted. "As if we could actually catch you if you were. I mean, didn't work the first time." He smirked. "You really have no idea, do you?" Shoyuta looked incredibly amused. No idea about what? Now he was lost. What the hell was Shoyuta getting at? "You are one of the most powerful people in Japan, Viridian," said Vigilante choked. He would have laughed, but he knew that Shoyuta wouldn't joke about something like that. What? WH. That's illogical. He spluttered, flustered. Eraserhead gave him an amused smirk. "You are so elusive that we had to make a partnership with you in order to actually speak to you face to face." You're listed in our database as the number 3 Vigilante in the world. Okay, that was news. And number 1 in Japan. The fact that you're Quirkless, now globally known, means that you're DMN near legally untouchable, and everyone knows it. You're the first unlicensed legal hero. The police made this deal on your terms, Viridian. If we wanted to catch you, you would just slip away again. And if we somehow did manage to catch you, the public would riot until you were freed. People are already starting campaigns to get you a license. He looked a shell-shocked Viridian in the eye. You really didn't know. Kigo would be rolling on the ground right now. I don't exactly Google myself, you know. He hadn't searched up his Vigilante name in months. He'd been a little busy preparing for UA and the like. Well, with your extensive information network, I thought you would have kept tabs on how the public saw you. As if I care how the public sees me. He shuddered as he remembered the crowd. Though maybe I should. Glad you could make it? Tsukachi grinned, beckoning them into the room. Take a seat. The two sat down. So, new case? Viridian ventured, now glad to be back on a familiar topic. Sort of, it's new to you. The USJ incident. Both Hero and Vigilante stiffened. When you first proposed our partnership, Viridian, you asked us to keep a lookout for Shigaraki Tamura. Well, we found him. Tsukachi slapped a file down on the desk before the Vigilante, who curiously picked it up. It was the file on USJ alongside photos and statements, including his own. He headed the attack on UA, and since you're after him, I figured you'd like to be brought onto the case. I'd very much like that. Viridian grinned. So tell me, Masa. He laced his fingers together under his chin as he leaned forward. What do you got on Shiggy? It was 3 hours later that Viridian decided he hated police investigations. They were tedious and time-consuming. Sure, he'd worked on plenty of cases with Masa and Shoyuta before, but this was a case his civilian persona was involved in. Maybe it's time for a shift in subjects? Eraserhead finally said, and Viridian sighed in relief. Thank you. We wanted your opinion on another case. Tsukachi handed him another envelope. It's not an official case, though. And we intend to keep it that way. It's about the well-being of a student. The moment Viridian opened the file, he really wished he hadn't. His own photo smiled back at him. He's a student of mine. Midoriya Izuku. And until recently, we thought he might have been the UA traitor. Eraserhead explained. Viridian hid his unease well. Alright. So what am I investigating? I'm asking this as a favor. Eraser took a deep breath. A favor to a friend. He's pulling the friend card. I'm so screwed. Viridian spent the next half hour listening to Tsukachi and Shoyuta list out every little thing about his civilian persona that he'd tried to hide. The scars, the lack of medical files, damn it, he knew he'd forgotten something. Trauma, flashbacks, knowledge of the Nomo, suspicions of kidnappings or living on the streets. And for once, he really didn't know what to do. He had all the answers they were looking for, and in his current state of semi-panic, he couldn't think clearly enough to look at the situation objectively. All he could think about was the pair of rings that sat under his Vigilante uniform. The main connection between Midoriya Izuku and Viridian. He looked over the file and winced, internally. They'd gathered more than he thought they would. You said Midoriya was going to give you information after the sports festival, right? He looked at Shoyuta. Right? That's what he promised me, at least. But I'm worried. If his home life is CRP or he's living on the streets, then he might not survive until the sports festival. Viridian was internally offended. I can survive on the streets just fine, thank you. An idea suddenly flickered into his head. I'll keep an eye on him, for you. He offered, and the two men turned to him with a raised eyebrow. You're going to stalk him? Just until the sports festival. He mentally willed them to accept his proposal. I'm DMing good at staying under the radar, you know that. I'll keep him out of trouble until the sports festival rolls around. It's just a couple of weeks, it'll be fine. This kid's a trouble magnet if I've ever seen one. Eraserhead groaned. I have half a mind to join you, Tino. Nope. No. What? You don't trust me. Besides, that'll cut into your day job. And your weekend sleep, which we all know you can't function without. I can function without. God knows I had to with you running around all last year. He sent Viridian a glare, which he promptly ignored. No, I think Viridian's right. Let him trail the kid for the next 2 weeks. Maybe he can pick up on some things we've missed. Tsukachi spoke up, and Viridian felt like he could embrace the man in gratitude as Eraserhead hesitantly nodded along. Time I love you, Moss. You're officially my best friend. Fine. Eraserhead sighed. Just, please keep in contact. Will do. Though I can't follow him past UA gates. I suppose that'll be safe enough. I'll talk to Nizu about granting you a pass later, if that's what you want. Eraser nearly bashed his nose with his cast in an attempt to pinch the bridge, and this time, Viridian didn't feel like holding back his laughter. He earned a glare for his efforts. I'd like to see you move around with these stupid things on. But that'd require a hospital visit, and we all know that's not gonna happen anytime soon. We can hope it doesn't need to happen anytime soon. Tsukachi chimed in with a glare. Which reminds me, Viridian. Since Eraserhead's out of commission right now, I was hoping you could take over his patrol schedule. The Vigilante blinked. Is your agency okay with that? I'm not licensed. 1, I'm an independent hero, I don't have an agency. 2, we're making an exception this time. Tsukachi smirked. Smile. He smiled on reflex as a flash blinded him for a brief moment. Wah. He heard the sound of a portable printer. Here you are. Your provisional hero license. Viridian stared at the small strip of plastic in shock. This is a sick joke, you know that? It's not a joke, Eraserhead stated. The public rioted that you hadn't been licensed, and the Hero Committee looked over your numbers. They looked at how many criminals you've managed to catch versus collateral damage and decided to grant you a provisional license. You'll have another review in a few months, and they'll decide from there if you've earned the right to take the exam for the actual license. Well, you had a couple of different heroes vouch for you too, Tsukachi said. The specifics on who were kept under wraps. But there are rumors that Hawks and even All Might recommended you. All Might? Viridian blinked. I thought he disliked the Quirkless. He looked at the ID card again. So, this is real. He felt his eyes moisten. Sure is. Tsukachi grinned. Congratulations, Viridian. You're a legal hero now. The first Quirkless hero the world's seen. He quickly swiped the tears away, but they wouldn't stop. The two men shared a surprised look as his shoulders shook. You okay? Eraserhead asked. I never thought I'd ever. All my life people looked at me like I wasn't even human. They laughed at my dream of being a hero and I never thought I'd ever have a shot at it. And now, I have a license. It is just provisional, so be careful. You can engage as you see fit, but try to keep casualties and collateral to a minimum. Any little thing can hurt your chances at the exam. Eraser reminded him. I know. But, he looked at the card, which had a picture of his vigilante persona smiling back, only his eyes visible. The name Viridian was neatly printed at the top beside the word hero. Thank you. Nizu's tail flicked as he called the meeting to order. The teachers sat around the table with grim faces. Has anyone found the sender of the note? He asked. I've analyzed the handwriting, and I'm about 80% sure it's Hanatabi from General Education 2E. Cementos stated with a sour look. Then keep a very close eye on him. If we can catch him in the act, even better. I'll bring in Tsukachi to ascertain his statement. Nizu said. He glanced around the room again. It had been a full week since Midoriya had been given the note and Lily, and he hadn't reported any other instances. Either he wasn't reporting them, or their students were being cautious. Nizu didn't like either option. The student responsible for shoving Midoriya down the stairs had been dealt with swiftly and without mercy. His deliberate action had been caught on one of Nizu's many school cameras. But the flower incident had not, which bothered him. Hanatabi would make sense. The boy had a weak teleportation quirk. He could teleport any inanimate object the size of a book or smaller to anywhere within a 10-foot radius of himself. The better he knew the object he was transferring, or the destination, the easier it was to do. He didn't even need physical contact with the object. He could have easily teleported the flower from within his school bag to Midoriya's desk as he walked past the classroom. Privately, Nizu thought the child wasted his quirk. So many applications and yet no drive. He'd claimed to want to be a hero when he started, but he never applied himself. He could have learned the inner workings of robots and teleported pieces or screws away, compromising the integrity of the structure. This kid could have brought down their zero-pointer with little more than a wrist movement. But he refused to think outside the box. Quite the opposite of Midoriya, who could come up with creative solutions to many problems without the use of a quirk. Nizu was very disappointed. Hanatabi had become bitter over the break about not being able to transfer to heroics. But Nizu refused to transfer someone who didn't show the proper drive or ingenuity. He'd only get himself and others killed. Still, the principal had hoped he hadn't gone far enough to teleport the flower and note to Midoriya's desk. Nizu had asked the staff to keep a closer eye on Midoriya. All things considered, the boy may not notice half the bullying. It had become so normal for him over his short life that certain actions, words, and gestures may not come across as threatening or harmful to him. The way Aizawa described his casual reaction to the lily only cemented this theory. And Midoriya, have any of you noticed any unsettling interactions or negative treatment from his peers? Nizu asked. Kids glare at him in the hallways. Some of them don't even bother to hide it unless a teacher's around. Aizawa grunted. Midoriya's taken to eating his lunches by the window in the east corner of the lunchroom. I don't know if he consciously recognizes it, but the window opens easily and there's a sturdy tree right outside. It's a quick, easy escape route should he feel cornered. I fear he's falling back into what look to be some old habits too. I've caught him hiding school supplies around the campus. I don't know if it's because someone's destroying his things, or if it's because he expects them to. He didn't have his textbook the other day. Cementos recalled. I didn't call him out on it and he didn't look overly bothered by it. Most kids would be somewhat embarrassed. It's possible that someone stole or destroyed it. He looked surprised when I gave him another copy and offered to go over the material with him again. The little listener probably hasn't had any teachers that bothered to care before. Present Mike grimaced. He's gotten a little more skittish lately, have you noticed? And a bit more spacey too. The meeting continued for a little bit, before they started switching to more normal topics like school funds and lesson plans. Ectoplasm lifted his head. Hold on, we've got a visitor. He stood up and opened the door. Sorry, I didn't know there was a meeting. Midoriya shuffled a bit in place, obviously uncomfortable. No worries, little listener. Present Mike grinned. What's up? Need some help with the homework? No, his gaze flickered to Aizawa for a moment. Did you get another note? His homeroom teacher asked, and the kid nodded. Yeah. He pulled out an envelope and a small box. They were separate. The note was in my locker and the box was slipped into my bag. Has anyone done anything to your school supplies? Cementos asked suddenly. I found my literature textbook in the fountain the other day. Sorry I couldn't bring it to school today. I'm still drying it out. I'll return the copy you let me borrow when I can. Don't worry about it, Midoriya. We've got plenty of copies. You don't need to worry about the damaged one. And you can keep the one I gave you. He quickly reassured. I thought you said you'd report this stuff to me. Aizawa sighed. His bandages were quickly dwindling down and he no longer looked like a mummy. At the very least, his fingers were individually wrapped and he could grab things again. What, you mean the textbook? Midoriya looked honestly confused, and Nizu internally sighed as he realized that he really hadn't considered that wrong. Midoriya, that's still considered bullying. I don't care if it's after school hours or off campus. Someone tried to sabotage your education and make you feel unsafe. Aizawa explained. Oh, he went a little red. So my school supplies going missing? The teachers all internally groaned. That too, Mike chimed in. It's not your fault, listener. That's why we're here, to help you. The kid blinked for a moment, as if he'd forgotten that detail. Now, what's this about notes? Nizu brought the conversation back on track. The boy hesitated before handing it over to the principal, who happened to be sitting closer to the child than his homeroom teacher. He opened the letter first. It was typed, he noted. I have no idea how a quirkless waste of space like you managed to get into UA at all, let alone the hero course, but I'm sure you had to SCK a lot of PP to get it. Tell me, little where, was it worth it? It's the only thing you're good for, right? Watch your back, because my friends and I are going to get a lot of use out of you. If you don't decide to do everyone a favor and keel over first, that is. UA's building is more than tall enough. You know the staircase by the gym. It's always unlocked. It'll lead you right up to the rooftop. Go ahead if you're brave enough. Freak. Midoriya, I need you to let a staff member know immediately if you get anything else, okay? He looked at the boy. This is a very serious threat. I know. It's why I looked for someone after I realized the staff room was empty. At least the boy knew that much. He wasn't so used to the treatment that he didn't recognize the danger this implied he was in. He'd order the staff to keep a closer eye on the boy too. He did not want to risk the sender following through on this threat. Nizu thought for a moment. I've got something for you too. He hopped down for a moment before he pulled something out of his bag. It was a small tie clip. Sir, an emergency button. Nizu grinned. If you ever need us and a staff member isn't around, press and slide the little button hidden here. It'll send out your location and an SOS to the staff. The teachers shifted uncomfortably. They didn't know what was in the letter yet, but they recognized that it must have been bad if Nizu was giving a student something like this. Thank you, sir. Midoriya smiled before his phone pinged. He glanced at it with a wince. CRP. I'm late. Kigo's gonna kill me. If you have something you need to go do, you're free to go. Nizu smiled and the kid grinned back. Thank you. He closed the door softly behind him, and Nizu let his smile drop. All right, Nizu. What the hell was in that letter? You don't just hand out SOS beacons to students because of bullies. Snipe spoke up. A suicide baiting and a RPE threat? Nizu stated as he passed the letter around. Aizawa, in particular, looked furious. Needless to say, we should make sure he isn't ever somewhere alone on campus. We can't risk that whoever threatened him has their ways of staying unnoticed. And what's in the box? Hound Dog asked after a moment. Let's find out. Nizu cautiously opened the lid, noting that the seal had not been broken. Midoriya hadn't opened it, but the small little card attached to the bow read, "For the Quirkless freak." The boy had obviously realized it wasn't a nice gift. At first glance, it was a very pretty bracelet with red and black beads. Nizu almost picked it up to inspect it closer, when his nose picked up on something. He carefully closed the lid and put it in a sealed bag. If he were human, he'd probably be rather pale. As it was, his fur was standing on end. Ectoplasm, make a clone and make sure Midoriya makes it to Hawks safely. The man nodded and did so without question. Aizawa, I want you to send this to Tsukachi. Tell him to open a case. A case? Toshinori asked, coughing up a bit of BLD. I can't identify which one it is, but that bracelet is definitely poisoned. The room collectively flinched. You mean someone tried to kill Midoriya? Midnight asked in disbelief. It could just be a paralytic. But I'm not taking that chance. Nizu answered grimly. Whether it was intended as a prank or something more serious, the fact that someone laced an object with a toxin of some kind and intended for Midoriya to handle that object is beyond worrying. He smoothed down some of his fur. He'd handle this situation swiftly and without mercy. Whoever tried to hurt Midoriya would regret the day they decided to cross Nizu. Nobody hurts my puzzle. Viridian was roof-hopping again. Covering for Shoyuta wasn't really much different from his own usual patrols, thus far, though he slept a lot less. At least Viridian knew the meaning of a day off. Time, how did Shoyuta do this? He narrowed his gaze as he caught sight of a taped-off area. He silently dropped down near the police, who eyed him suspiciously, not that he could blame them. Sorry, nobody's allowed past this point. He stopped him. Viridian's first instinct was to find another way in, before remembering the license. He pulled it out and showed it to the cop. I have a license. The cop inspected it for a moment before staring at him wide-eyed. Sorry. Please, by all means. He lifted the tape so the Vigilante hero he was a hero now could go in. He didn't like what he saw. There was a dead hero laying in the alleyway. He recognized her as the flower hero, Poppy. She was relatively new to the scene and a limelight hero. Viridian's brows furrowed as he looked at her body a little closer. There wasn't much sign of a struggle. Sure, she was a long-ranged fighter, but there was a small slice on her arm, and then the stab wound that had killed her. It was made from the front, and something about it tickled the Vigilante's mind. Had she been knocked out first? No, her eyes were still open, and there would have been more of a struggle if she had. Her outfit was somewhat dirty, indicating that she'd been patrolling at the time of her death. Likely a relatively quiet patrol. The alleyway had only one entrance, so what had she been doing in there? Viridian hummed to himself, stroking his chin as he looked closer. There were a few drops of BLD on the other end of the alleyway, and a mark on the wall that seemed to have been made by a blade of some kind. If there wasn't a struggle, then maybe she'd been knocked out by a quirk, or paralyzed. Paralysis, knives. Stain. He realized. The man had the ability to paralyze his victims, and now that he was thinking about it, he'd only been paralyzed by Stain after he'd drawn BLD. That must be it. Either it was his quirk, or he poisoned his blades, but Viridian didn't recall feeling any aftereffects that'd be associated with poisons or drags. And many herbal toxins would have been rendered null and void by Poppy, due to the nature of her plant-based quirk. That meant that it was Stain's quirk. He had to draw BLD for it to work. Then, Neo Mesa approached him. Any clues, Viridian? Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is Stain's work. The hero killer. That's the one. Remember when he almost killed me? He has this ability to paralyze people. Now I'm pretty sure he has to draw BLD to do it, maybe even ingest it. His tongue did have rather large taste buds. So he ingests the BLD and the victim is rendered unable to move. He then comes over and kills them at his leisure. I will never get used to how your mind works, nor will I ever stop being amazed. Neo Mesa shook his head. But if the hero killer is still in Mizudafu, no, it doesn't fit his MO. Viridian shook his head. Poppy was a kill of opportunity, not a hunt. Sure, she's not the most selfless hero, but she wasn't bad enough for him to come after either. Nor was she famous enough. He must have just been passing through and happened upon her during her patrol. She died because of bad timing. Even still, we're implementing the buddy system again. I'll put out the alert. Probably for the best. Viridian sighed. Wait, isn't something with the hero killer coming up soon? He racked his brain, but only the name Hosu popped up. Just a hunch, but have Hosu implement the buddy system, too. Hosu. You sure? Yeah, call it a gut feeling. Neo Mesa's eyes sharpened. I don't know if you know this, Viridian, but a hero's gut feeling is actually legal reason enough to grant things like a search warrant and whatnot. Saying it's a gut feeling is just about as good as presenting evidence. He smirked. He stuttered. I mean that's great and all, but, really? His mind flashed to Tsunagami-san and her soon-to-be-dead husband. She was a co-worker of his back in the first run. They worked at the same cafe. They were good friends, having bonded over their mutual quirklessness. Yeah, really? Neo Mesa went to walk away, but Viridian grabbed his arm. The man raised an eyebrow. It wasn't often that the Vigilante initiated physical contact. Do you have someone at your police station named Tsunagami Ren? The detective blinked at the odd question before racking his brain. Yes. I believe he works in the field department. I know his wife, and I've got a bad feeling. Please don't let her husband die. She's quirkless. If he dies, her son will go to the foster care system. The foster care. But if she's able, you don't understand, Masa. Viridian sighed, shoving his hands into his pockets. Quirkless people like us aren't human in the eyes of the law. Sure, for me it meant you couldn't arrest me, but go ahead and look at that law when you get back to the office. Tell me she'd be able to live with her son. The next morning, Viridian would get a message from Neo Mesa that would comprise of an angry stream of curse words, all directed at the legal system. It had been nearly 2 weeks since he'd obtained his provisional hero license, and Izuku still couldn't believe that it was real. He'd already used it several times, and he'd given out a few autographs to people, but he never would have thought that he'd ever be licensed. Kigo seemed just as excited as him. The only real damper was when Ectoplasm informed Kigo privately to keep an eye out for Izuku. Of course, as soon as they got home, Kigo told Izuku everything ectoplasm told him not to. Brothers. Apparently that gift Izuku had found in his locker the other day had been laced with some kind of neurotoxin or something. It wasn't fatal, but it would have taken Izuku out of the sports festival for sure. He was glad he'd listened to his gut when it told him to just turn the whole box into the staff instead of giving into his inner curiosity and looking. Maybe Naomeso was right about Hiro's gut instincts. It was strange to have the staff looking out for him, but it made him feel good. Of course, with this new development, his civilian persona now officially had an open case. Which was not fun. Viridian was part of the team investigating, since, well, he was already watching himself. Kigo had gotten a laugh out of that when he told him. It was tiring keeping up these two separate personas. At least he could be himself around Kigo. Plus there was the added exhaustion and stress of doing Eraserhead's patrols. The man was an independent hero, which was Izuku's only saving grace. Independent heroes didn't work for agencies. Their pay was entirely reliant upon the criminals they brought in, but they got to work on their own terms. They could accept or reject cases as they pleased without having to explain their reasons to anyone. Though any collateral damage had to be paid out of pocket. Heroes that had signed onto an agency, however, were typically given set schedules, and were on call nearly 24/7. They were paid by the hour, and the money from the villains they caught was added pay on top of their hourly wage. Collateral was typically covered by the agency, and the hero only had to pay a small percentage, kind of like insurance. And that was great and all, having stable guaranteed income, but they had to accept whatever case their agency assigned to them. They didn't really get a choice. And if their agency told them not to attack a certain person or villain for whatever reason, then they had to listen. No matter what. Ultimately, Izuku was grateful that Eraserhead was independent. Not only did he get the pay, he split half with Eraserhead because he was a good person and didn't want to leave his friend without his income, but he wasn't chained to some shitty agency who tried to tell him how to do his job. Viridian had swiftly rejected all agency offers that he'd been extended. He didn't need the money, he just wanted to help people. Although the hours were killer, 9 p.m. to 5 a.m. nearly every day of the week, why did Shoyuta do this to himself when he could set his own hours? Which meant his only time for sleeping was when he got home after school, around 4. Plus, he still had what would be 3 hours of homework if he hadn't already graduated college and obtained a PhD. Even still, he managed to get maybe 4 hours of sleep at most each night. His teachers were starting to get worried about the growing bags under his eyes, but he brushed it off. Every time they asked about it, he'd just mutter something about nightmares or whatever. Considering the USJ and his supposed trauma, it was perfectly plausible. No wonder Aizawa napped throughout class whenever he got the chance. He'd never mock his teacher for carrying a sleeping bag around again. Izuku was DMing near at that point himself. Hound Dog still hadn't been able to get anything substantial out of him, much to the counselor's ire. Not that he showed it, but Izuku could tell these things. He was good at reading people. And he knew that the man was wearing thin. So he gave him a few breadcrumbs the other day. Midoriya, we can't help you if you don't tell us anything. Hound Dog sighed, leveling Izuku with a stare. The boy sat there for a long moment, thinking. He was going to tell Shoyuta, Nizu and Hizashi, and undoubtedly Tsukachi, soon, right? So what was the harm in letting a little bit slip? There's more than one type of Nomo. Hound Dog jolted. This was the first time Izuku had admitted to anyone other than Aizawa that he had prior experience with the beasts. He didn't dare interrupt for fear of Izuku clamming up again. I remember the first time I saw a white Nomo. He shuddered strong, reaching for a pen and paper on the table beside him. He sketched quietly as he spoke, the action helping keep him grounded a bit. I'd been hiding in an overturned dumpster. There was another guy hiding in the alleyway across from me. I'd quickly realized that this type of Nomu was blind, and rightly assumed it had enhanced hearing. His eyes unfocused a bit as the memory flashed before him. It nearly found me. It was so close I could have reached out and touched its snout if I hadn't been petrified with fear. I was sure. I knew I was going to die. He looked Hound Dog in the eye, and the man stiffened. The other guy decided that he was going to run while it was distracted by me, but he moved too soon. It hurt him and he flipped the paper over. It was a very detailed image of the white Nomo biting the man's head in half. There were no distinguishing features of the man, so Izuku felt comfortable showing it to Hound Dog, who was noticeably paler than before. You saw this? I did. How old were you? Izuku gave a bitter smile. You're never old enough to watch someone die. He seemed to get the hint. Izuku had told him more today than he'd told him in several weeks of counseling. The dog-quirked man knew better than to push the issue here. Izuku knew Hound Dog was good at what he did. He was good at reading people just like Izuku was, and even better at piecing together the smaller details that his clients let slip. The time traveler had little doubt that the man could help him with his trauma if he'd explained everything. But he couldn't explain everything. Not yet. And therein lies the issue. I'm sorry, but is it okay if we leave it at this today? Izuku asked. It's not easy to talk about even if I look calm. I understand. Thank you for telling me, Midoriya. He smiled and ruffled Izuku's hair. He'd quickly picked up on the fact that Izuku liked positive physical touch. He liked hugs and hair ruffles and things like that so long as he saw them coming. You're free to go for the day. Hello. Pre-apocalypse to Izuku. Kigo waved a hand in his face, and the boy stumbled back. That's really nice. What if I'd been in a flashback? You have a totally different look when you're in a flashback. This was more like your, I'm thinking about something really strong face. You can tell my expressions apart that well. Izuku raised an impressed eyebrow. I mean, we have known each other for, I suppose not as long as I thought. I keep thinking it's been years. Me too. Izuku sat back down in his chair properly as he rifled through some papers. His provisional license caught his eye again. It's real. The winged hero spoke up from around the donut in his mouth. You can stop looking at it like it's gonna disappear. I'm sorry. Izuku stared at his provisional license again. It's just surreal. He smiled at his friend and bounced in his seat. Some places are even relaxing their policies on Quirkless customers. I was able to go to the store yesterday and they only raised the prices by half. He grinned. They shouldn't be raising the prices at all. Kigo frowned. How often do they do this? Always. Izuku shrugged. It's normal. Usually they'll double the prices though. So I was happy. Next time you go shopping, take me with you. I'll give Em a real reason to raise those prices if they're bold enough to try it with me around. Izuku snorted. Honestly, I'd pay to see that. He paused as a thought occurred to him. I wonder how Shoyuta or Hizashi would react if they saw someone discriminating. He let an evil grin spread across his face. Well, you'd have to get them to a public location with you first. Kigo pointed out. If I drop a couple of subtle ideas to Ashido, I'm sure she'll be able to plan a class outing or something. And of course, our ever-protective sensei would want to come to keep us safe and out of trouble. If I mention it offhandedly to present Mike, then he's going to bug his husband until Shoyuta lets him tag along. Namuri might even join us if Mike blabs. You planned that out awfully quickly. Kigo shot him a suspicious look. What? It's for a good cause. If UEH shows the public that it won't stand for quirkless discrimination, do you have any idea how many more quirkless kids would work harder to get into the school? Even general education would give them an enormous leg up in the workforce. Trust me, I had one hell of a time getting a good job, even with the trade school I went to. He shuddered. I had to go through F overhaul to get a decent paying job, and the SHT I had to do for him gave me nightmares. Overhaul. As in the Yakuza. Yep. And let me tell you. Izuku's eyes went dark. The SHT he's doing right now makes me sick. But we can't intervene just yet. He clenched his fist. Not yet. I'm sorry, Eri. Just a little longer. I'm almost done. Okay. Kigo looked like he wanted to push the issue, but he'd learned by this point that doing so could shove Izuku into flashbacks. Anyways, what kind of trip would almost definitely give me quirkless backlash? Izuku wondered aloud. It'd have to be a popular place that wouldn't raise suspicions. The zoo. He paused. No, I've never been to the zoo a day in either life. Nobody would recognize me there. Though I'll put that on my to-visit list after saving the world. The mall. He tilted his head. Too vague. And there's no guarantee that they'd even recognize me as the Quirkless kid. Something that checks IDs? Then, his eyes lit up. The movies. He whirled around to face Kigo. Movie theaters check IDs, right? Wait. What? Don't tell me you've never been to a movie. Quirkless. No friends in the first run. Why would I go outside and get sneered at if I didn't have to? Fair enough. Kigo winced. All right, now for the fun part. Shoyuta really didn't want to be here. He would honestly rather be just about anywhere else, actually. Fighting a villain in a cafe, guest starring on his husband's stupid radio show. Again, hell, he'd rather be doing paperwork. But no. Ashido had the brilliant idea of taking the class out to see a new movie to help calm everyone's nerves for the upcoming sports festival. And the whole DMN class had jumped on board with the idea. With the League of Villains out and about, he'd be damned if he let his kids walk around without a pro. That was asking for trouble. Shigaraki made it perfectly clear that he wasn't above targeting the class to get to All Might. The fact that he also singled out Midoriya was cause for even more worry. But kids will be kids. And somehow, Shoyuta got roped into chaperoning them. And because God hated him, Hisashi somehow found out about the stupid trip and demanded he come along too. Shoyuta knew he just wanted an excuse to see the movie in theaters. Shoyuta wore his hero costume just about everywhere. It didn't matter if he was on the clock or not, it was more practical that way. Plus, it was comfortable, something he'd made sure of when designing it. He knew he'd have a lot of stakeouts as an underground hero, and would oftentimes be stuck in one spot for extended periods of time. As such, he made sure his costume was warm and comfy. It was logical. Hisashi was in his civilian dress, so he wore an old band shirt with ripped-up jeans, his sunglasses, and a biker's jacket. He had his iconic hair down and pulled partially up into a messy bun. The kids hadn't recognized him, and Shoyuta internally laughed. Midoriya was the one who'd pointed out who he was. Hi Aizawa-sensei. Yamada-sensei. He grinned as Hisashi jolted. You've got a sharp eye, listener. Oh. Present Mike. Kaminari's eyes were wide. You look so different. That's the purpose of civilian clothing versus hero clothing. I don't always want to be recognized, you know. He grinned. Just call me Yamada for today. Drop the sensei. The kids started chattering excitedly about the movie they were going to see. Midoriya, however, looked uncomfortable. Shoyuta watched him with a sharp gaze. Viridian had been keeping him informed of the kids' living situation. He was safe at home and ate well enough. Hawks often came over to hang out and to make sure he took breaks from his studies. The Vigilante hadn't said anything about abuse, and he'd assured Shoyuta and Tsukachi that he wasn't living on the streets. Though he had pointed out that it was perfectly possible Midoriya had run away in the past and lived on the streets before Yuye. It was a solid theory and one Shoyuta wasn't about to discount. Though sometimes the Vigilante was way too specific with his observations. Shoyuta did not need to know what Midoriya ate for breakfast, or how he liked his eggs sunny side up, thank you very much. He even sent pictures sometimes. Made him wonder if the Vigilante had experienced stalking people. He had little doubt that the other man was somewhere nearby watching. He glared at a rooftop when he thought he saw a shadow move. Damn it, Viridian. You're laughing at my pain, aren't you? He missed the gleam of mirth in Midoriya's eyes. The kids stepped in line and one by one bought their tickets. Midoriya hesitated. Go on, problem child. He encouraged. Had the kid never been to a movie theater before? Sorry, sensei. He muttered as he pulled out his ID. The man at the window looked at Midoriya with mild suspicion, as if he was trying to recognize him. I'll have one ticket to the 5 o'clock showing, please. All right. Price is on the board. Please pass your ID. The kid hesitated but obeyed. The man looked at it and his expression changed to a sneer. He all but threw the ID back at the kid. Sorry, we don't sell tickets to your kind. What? Please. I have the money. What's going on over here? Shoyuta asked, walking over. Midoriya shook a little as a manager came out of the building. Hisashi was standing next to Shoyuta and the other students looked on in confusion. The manager, a woman with short black hair and tiny red horns, stalked over with an angry scowl on her face. Before Hisashi or Shoyuta could do anything, She walked right up to Midoriya and backhanded him so strong that he fell to the ground, before pouring a soda over his head. Every person froze in shock, Shoyuta included. That did not just happen. Quirkless filth. We don't serve your kind here. The moment the words left her mouth, the bystanders who'd gathered in curiosity or concern continued on like it was normal. Like this was something to be expected. Shoyuta felt sick. Someone even laughed and snapped a photo. Shoyuta then stepped between the woman and his student, bodily shoving her back with a tad bit more force than necessary. You know it's Quirkless, right? I told it if it ever came back I'd send it packing. She hissed. Shoyuta was beyond pissed. He had heard horror stories of how Quirkless people were treated, but said people were so uncommon and such introverts because of their treatment that he'd never seen this kind of thing in person. Until now. He was appalled. With treatment like this, it was no wonder Viridian looked at their kindness with wary eyes and kept them at arm's length. It was no wonder Midoriya looked at the bullying like it was to be expected. The bullying was likely tame in comparison to some of the SHT he'd gone through if this was how he was treated for trying to see a goddamned movie. The thought suddenly occurred that Viridian might not notice some of this treatment as wrong, considering he was Quirkless too. He could be just as used to it as Midoriya, meaning he wouldn't report it to himself or Tsukachi. They'd need to rectify that later. Shoyuta reached into his pocket as calmly as he could and pulled out his hero license. The woman stiffened a little. This is Midoriya. He is my student. If you say or do one more thing that hurts or belittles him in any way, I will hurt you. This is your verbal warning. If you proceed to provoke him or me, I can and will arrest you. He growled. Unfortunately, it looked like the woman was more intelligent than he'd given her credit for, because she backed down. He wished he could do more than fine her for quirk discrimination, but legalities state that he had to give a verbal warning first. She backed down, so he couldn't legally beat her to a pulp. Though if he was being honest, if his students weren't watching, he'd say F legalities and kick her, but anyways. Hizashi would bail him out of jail. Fine. You will give my students refunds for their tickets, and Midoriya an apology. I have no obligation to do either. She glared back, but he saw the shine of fear in her eyes. No, you don't. He let a bloodthirsty grin stretch across his face. But technically you attacked a hero in training in front of his teacher. Under the law, I can treat you like a villain. And DMN do I want to. Shoyuta felt Hizashi's hand on his arm, and that was the only thing that kept him from springing forward and knocking this beach's teeth out. The woman paled. Teeth fine, take your money back. We don't want your service anyways. She huffed. He let his eyes flash red and she flinched. Apologize. He growled out through clenched teeth. Hizashi's grip would probably bruise later, but he was far too angry to care. Sensei, it's fine. Midoriya, it's not fine. What she did was far out of line. Shoyuta argued. He thought he heard a small whisper of I'm used to it, but he couldn't be sure. Fine. She looked at Midoriya with the most disgusted expression she could muster. I humbly apologize for my actions and words, she said with a stiff, shallow bow. Happy. She turned back to Shoyuta for a moment before retreating inside. Oh, how Shoyuta wanted to beat her black and blue for what she'd done to his student. But he couldn't do that in broad daylight with so many witnesses around. Another reason to hate daylight. Midoriya, are you okay? He turned his full attention to his student, who looked at him with wide eyes. There was a darkening bruise on his cheek where she'd hit him, and a small cut from one of her many rings. He was shivering a bit, it was a tad chilly out, and he was covered in soda. Hizashi's jacket was draped over Midoriya's shoulders, and the kid clung to the edges for warmth. Come on, let's get you cleaned up. Midoriya, Uraraka asked, the first of the students to speak up. What was that? That's so wrong. How could anyone do something so unmanly? Kirishima growled. Even Bakugo looked mildly surprised. Guys, it's fine. Don't worry about it. People don't look at quirkless people the same, you know. He gave them a smile. And though it wasn't a bright grin, it looked far too real. I'll be fine. Just a little sticky. You should go enjoy the movie and let me know how it is. Bakugo glared at Midoriya. If you really think that we're going to waste our time at a shitty place like this that treats people like that, then you really are a idiot? Midoriya looked completely taken aback. Bakugo. The blonde flinched a little at the name. It's not right. She didn't even treat you like a goddamned human. I mean, if that's normal. Izuku tilted his head like he was honestly confused. There are just some places I can't go. Stores up the prices for me all the time when they recognize me, and I've even had heroes. He quickly shut up and Shoyuta had a very bad feeling. He'd come back to that later. With Hisashi. And probably some other people who could keep Shoyuta calm because he really didn't want to go to jail for manslaughter. Hisashi didn't have enough money to bail him out from that. Mike, you stay with the kids. I'm going to get Midoriya cleaned up. Alright. You don't finish that sentence, problem child, and I'll give everyone a pop quiz on Monday. He mentally sighed in relief when the kid shut his mouth again. He led him over to the gym across the street. They were affiliated with heroes, and let them in with no questions once Shoyuta flashed his license. He allowed Midoriya to wash up in the shower as he rinsed the boys' clothes in the sink and used the spin dryer to get them as dry as possible. They were still mildly damp, but it'd have to do. Hisashi's jacket would keep the kid warm, at least. He stepped out of the room as his problem child changed back into his clothes. I'm sorry. He apologized. Shoyuta sighed. What are you apologizing for, Midoriya? You're going out of your way for me. He flushed red and looked away. What happened may be normal for you, but that doesn't make it any less wrong. You are my student, and I will stand by you. I'll protect you. Midoriya looked up at him with a plethora of emotions swirling in his eyes. Shoyuta couldn't even begin to name them all. Thank you, he said as the tears started to fall. He wrapped his student in a hug as he cried. For the briefest of moments, his mind went to Viridian, crying in Tsukachi's office after obtaining his provisional license. He wondered if Midoriya would be just as emotional when he obtained his. Midoriya pulled away after a little bit and they started walking out of the gym. You mentioned something about heroes earlier. The kid stiffened. Would you rather talk about it later? Please. I need you to let me know if something like this happens again. Record it on your phone. Text me. I don't care. It's wrong and technically illegal. Though the most we can do for most of that stuff is fining. If a hero discriminates, they can lose their license. Yeah. Was it a teacher at UA? He needed to know. No. No. It wasn't a UA hero. I promise. Shoyuta briefly wondered about the odd phrasing. As opposed to God. He brushed it off though. There were far too many religions out there to pay attention to, and whatever this kid believed in, it wasn't any of Shuta's business. Alright then. I'll let it drop for now. Thank you, sensei. We're not in school right now, problem child. It's just Aizawa. He ruffled the boy's hair without thinking about it. Hound Dog said the kid liked physical contact. That he thrived off it. And while the boy stiffened for a moment, he melted into the touch not long after. Aizawa. He corrected himself. They could see the rest of the class up ahead. Shoyuta turned his gaze lazily towards his student, though he was keeping a sharp eye on the people around them. Now that he was looking for it, he noticed the way passers-by would glare at Midoriya. Word must have gotten out about him being quirkless from the commotion earlier, then. The way people kept a distance from him like he was contagious. He doubted most of the crowd even knew why they distanced themselves around a kid, but one person did it, so the crowd would follow. Shoyuta found it simultaneously ridiculous and heartbreaking. The kid looked so used to it. He'd have to inform Hound Dog and the rest of the staff later. I wanted to thank you. Nobody's ever stood up for me like that before. I won't forget it. He sent Shoyuta a grin before he ran off to rejoin the class like nothing happened. Shuta's heart broke. Hisashi sighed as he sat down at the meeting table in the staff room. They'd been having more meetings this year than usual, and it was all due to one quirkless student. He was really fond of the little listener, himself, and worried about his safety constantly, but the fact that they had to continually have meetings regarding said safety was mildly annoying. Worth it. Alright. Now, Aizawa, you said you had an update on the Midoriya situation. Nizu asked, eyes glinting in concerned interest. It was a surprise to most of the staff how quickly Midoriya had grown on Principal Nizu. He wasn't the kind of guy to grow attached to students that way. Not to say he didn't care, because he obviously did, but it was more of a professional care. Like how someone would care about a coworker or a group of people on the other side of the world struggling with poverty or something. But this was more personal. He cared about Midoriya Izuku in such a way that he was pulling out all the stops to protect this kid. Whatever potential Nizu saw in him must have been incredible. He wondered what they did in their private classes. Midoriya had been Nizu's private student for weeks, now, and the kid's studies showed it. His grades had gone from above average to off the charts. Most of his work was actually from Nizu these days, not his teachers, though Hisashi doubted that the kid realized that. My class decided to have an outing to the movies at the end of last week. Shoyuta sighed, taking a long gulp of coffee. Obviously, I went along to make sure they weren't attacked. I came too. Hisashi chimed in. We weren't attacked. Shoyuta quickly spoke up, before people could start worrying. I'd expected some kind of quirkless discrimination towards him. He, himself, had warned me that it was a strong possibility and asked me to let things be if something happened. Hisashi saw Shuta's hand clench into a fist under the table and rested his own hand over his. It started when he tried to buy his ticket. Hisashi spoke up. The clerk threw his ID back at him and said they didn't serve his kind there. Then the manager came out. He grimaced as he remembered what had happened. She walked right up to him and hit him across the face so strong that he was knocked to the ground. Shoyuta growled out. What? Nemuri cried out. Oh, it gets worse. Hisashi informed grimly. She called him in thing and poured soda over his head. Tried to convince Shoyuta and I that he wasn't worth our time or protection. I knew it was bad, but, Cementos hissed. Afterwards, Midoriya informed me that he faces this sort of thing regularly. Shops raise their prices, there are places he just can't go, and he mentioned something about a hero. He promised to explain that one later. I was looking last night. Hisashi hesitated before pulling out his phone. He shot off a quick text to the UA staff group chat. Someone caught most of the scene on their phone and posted it to social media. Of course, I've since filed a complaint and had it removed, but it just keeps popping up on other sites. I saved a copy to show you what to look out for. The teachers watched in mild horror and no small amount of disgust as the recording played, picking up from just after she'd admitted verbally that he was quirkless. How awful. 13 spoke quietly. You look angrier than I've ever seen you. Snipe spoke up, looking at Shoyuta. Like you'd be any calmer in that situation. He glared. Hey, ain't nothing wrong with that. Course I'd be just as pissed. Just making a statement. Our biggest concern, it would seem, is that Midoriya finds this abhorrent treatment normal. Nizu spoke up. We need to show him that it is not okay. We need to make sure we're doing everything we can to protect him. And while our influence normally doesn't extend beyond our campus, let us not forget, we are heroes. Use those licenses well. And if you want to put in a request for increased patrol hours, I've left several stacks of said paperwork in the teacher's lounge. A predatory grin spread across the principal's face, and Hisashi suddenly realized why he always added Inbert to his list of possible species. He certainly looked like an angry bear ready to protect his cub. The meeting spun by far too quickly thereafter, and Hisashi dazedly realized that it was time to pack up. Hold on, Zashi. Shoyuta put a hand on his shoulder and gestured for him to wait. Once the other teachers had filed out, his husband leveled a look at the principal, who was looking at Shoyuta expectantly. Midoriya told me was going to explain things to you after the sports festival. But he also wanted myself and Hisashi there. I suspect he'll bring Hawks with him too. I said, so my puzzles decided he's ready to help me then. Puzzle. Hisashi blinked. I'll set up a meeting. No sense in wasting any valuable time. He said after the festival. Correct. That's right. He wanted time to figure out how to explain everything. Any idea what would need several weeks of time to explain? Hisashi raised an eyebrow. Your guess is as good as mine. The erasure hero rested his forehead on the oak table with a quiet thunk. Well then, we'd best get ready for classes, yes. The students will start arriving any minute. I hate teaching. Sho Yuta mumbled into the table, causing Hizashi to chuckle fondly. Come on, Sho. I'll make you some coffee. Bakugo Katsuki was frustrated as he paced in his bedroom. It wasn't really anything new, he was typically annoyed or pissed off in some way. And the cause wasn't anything new either, because Deku usually pissed him off. But what had happened at the movies had made him realize something. He'd been in but what that woman had done was appalling, and something Katsuki would associate with a villain. And yet, the things she'd said, the actions she'd taken, hadn't he been the same? In middle school, wasn't Katsuki knocking Deku's food out of his hands during lunch no different than her pouring that soda over his head? And while Katsuki never outright said it, he'd considered Deku a mere pebble on his road to greatness. Something insignificant and not worth a second glance. How was that different than calling him an it, or treating him as something inhuman? If his middle school self had seen what had happened at the movies, he probably would have laughed or moved on like everyone else. He would have thought, well, that's what a useless Deku deserves. Or something. The thought made him sick. Since he'd started you. Since Aizawa-sensei had given him that first detention after their first heroics class, Katsuki had been trying to understand. He'd been confused and a little frightened when he'd been reprimanded the first time. Then he'd figured, wrongly so, he now knew, that it had been because he could have killed Deku. And he'd admit, using a lethal attack wasn't very heroic, but in his defense, he hadn't realized how powerful that blast would be. But the second time he'd been reprimanded, after just calling Deku worthless after the USJ mess, really made him think. He'd been so confused and angry and he couldn't figure out what he'd done wrong. After a few days, he'd reluctantly gone to Aizawa-sensei. Katsuki scowled as he glared at his shoes. This was humiliating. He, the future number one, was going to someone else for help. Because he couldn't figure something out. He had half a mind to turn around and go home, but he couldn't bring himself to do so. Not when the question had been eating him alive for the last 3 days. So he knocked. Come in. Aizawa glanced up from his papers, and the bum looked a little surprised to see him. Bakugo, what can I do for you? He huffed, feeling his cheeks redden. I don't understand. Okay, what don't you understand? I don't understand why I got detention. He growled and his teacher's eyes lit up in understanding. I've always talked to Deku like that. Everyone does. So what the hell did I do wrong? Take a seat, Bakugo. He gestured. Katsuki hesitated, but sat down anyways. Why do you think it's okay to think less of Midoriya because he's quirkless? I mean, he is less than, right? His eyes traced the patterns of the wood in Aizawa's desk. When I got my quirk, everybody kept telling me how amazing I was, and how I was going to become the best hero. And when Deku didn't get his, they ignored him. Told him he'd amount to nothing. My one teacher said that quirks make the man, or something like that. The better your quirk, the more you can do in life. Since Deku has none, he can't amount to anything. And that angers you? He was always a dreamer. Not a doer. He kept talking about wanting to be a hero, but then he'd let people walk all over him. He'd roll over at the slightest provocation. He'd shrink in on himself and nod along to whatever someone else said, and it was so pathetic. He was just holding me back. He took a deep breath to keep his quirk in check. And yet he still thought he could be a hero. He didn't train or do anything other than his stupid analysis SHT. Analysis? Aizawa raised an eyebrow. Yeah, creepy. He'd stalk heroes and dissect their quirks. Figure out how they worked and SHT. He'd analyze the way they fought to. And he thought he could be a hero with that alone. It made me angry. Here I was, putting in all this strong work and training to use my quirk so I could become a hero, and he's just sitting there like he expects people to hand him an opportunity on a silver platter. He shot out of his chair and paced the room. And how does that make looking down on him okay? Everyone did it. Even the teachers would laugh at him for his fantasies. Are you aware that people regularly suicide baited him? Aizawa's eyes were sharp with an emotion Bakugo couldn't name. It made him feel like his teacher was staring into his soul. It wasn't serious. They were joking. They always did that, and Deku would just laugh and throw away the notes. If he had a problem with it, he would have gone to the principal or something. If it was wrong, wouldn't the teachers have stopped it? His sensei sighed. So that's how it is. The F's that's supposed to mean. Was he giving up on him? Was he calling him stupid? I see now. The system failed you too. Now he was lost. Midoriya didn't go to a teacher because he couldn't. They were part of that. He had nobody to turn to, Bakugo. The principal didn't care because he was quirkless. It wasn't that the behavior was okay because it was so wrong. It's that the authority figures in your life didn't care to stop the behavior. Bakugo's eyes widened. He wasn't stupid. He was very smart. He may be a bit thick-headed when it came to emotions, but he understood what his teacher was getting at. And he didn't like it. No. He clenched his fists at his side, willing the tears away. No. You can't be serious. He glared at the ground, unwilling to look at that expression on Aizawa's face anymore. Because he didn't look at him with arrogance or pity, but sorrow and understanding. And he hated it. He felt tears welling up in his eyes and watched them hit the floor. It can't be true, he denied. Because if it is, he shook. Then I'm no better than them. I hurt him. All these years. He slowly looked up at his teacher. I hurt Deku. The words felt choked in his throat, but they rung with a sense of truth that even he couldn't deny. I hurt Izuku. God, he felt sick. What the hell? How could he have not seen it? It was supposed to be okay. He felt arms wrap around him. His first instinct was to push him away because he was a teacher and getting hugged by a teacher was weird, but it felt nice. He gripped the man's clothes and let his forehead rest against his as his shoulders shook with silent sobs. You're not like them, Bakugo. Do you know why? I am like them. No, you're not. Because you've realized it was wrong. You regret your actions. They don't. That makes you a better man than they'll ever be. But how do I? How the F was he supposed to make this right? Could it? 10 years, almost 11. First, you need to be able to answer this question for yourself. Aizawa pulled away and looked him in the eye, crouching down so they were on the same level. Bakugo Katsuki. What kind of hero do you want to be? The best. Number 1. That was his default answer. But that didn't seem like the right answer here. Let me put this another way. Aizawa had a glint of amusement in his eye, and it pissed him off. What do you want to inspire in others? Inspire? In others? The F was that supposed to mean? That's right. All Might inspires safety in civilians and fear in villains. Viridian inspires those without power. 13 inspires hope to those in trouble. What kind of emotion do you want to spark to life when people see you? What kind of hero do you want to be? He smiled and stood up, ruffling Katsuki's hair. He was too surprised to be angry about it at the moment, though he'd be pissy about it later, for sure. Think about it. Find me when you have your answer. That had been weeks ago. And he'd been struggling with that question the whole time. He stopped antagonizing Deku and decided to observe for once. The nerd seemed different. He'd been different for a while, now. Since that day Katsuki told him to jump off the roof, a regret he'd carry with him to his grave. He'd completely changed. It was like he was a totally different person, and Katsuki didn't know why, but the teachers were watching him with a keen eye these days. Like they were looking for someone who might hurt Deku, which Katsuki thought was stupid, because the nerd could obviously protect himself, if what he showed during the battle trials was anything. It wasn't until the movie incident that Katsuki had realized what Aizawa had meant about society. What had happened was not okay, but the moment everyone heard he was quirkless, it was like Deku didn't matter anymore. And that really pissed Katsuki off. If shitty hair hadn't been holding him back, he would have blown that beach to pieces. And it made Katsuki take a good, strong look at himself in the mirror that night. For the first time, he didn't see a hero staring back at him. He saw a villain. A bully. Someone who inspired fear in others. I don't want that. He clenched his fist as he stared into the mirror again. I don't want people to fear me. The image of Deku's face through the years, covered in snot and tears. He'd always thought that shine in his eyes was resilience and that it meant he was looking down on Katsuki. Now he knew better. It wasn't defiance or resilience. It was fear. Fear of Katsuki. Deku had been afraid of him. Izuku had been afraid of him. A tiny pop made him jump, and he realized he must have lost control of his quirk, something that hadn't happened since he was 6. What do I want to inspire? He wondered as he stared at the ceiling. He didn't know how to answer that question. The kind of hero he wanted to be, someone who never lost. Because to lose meant to lose those you cared about. It meant people would die or get hurt, and that was not allowed. Bakugo Katsuki had no idea what kind of hero he wanted to be, nor what he wanted to inspire in others. But he'd realized that he was a complete JRK to his only friend. And that was not okay. He stopped himself. Izuku, I hope one day, you'll be able to forgive me. He smiled at the ceiling. I'm sorry. A tear rolled down his face as a bit of his anger dissipated. I was wrong. Izuku idly scrolled through the recent news on his phone as he sat on the train headed to school. He had 3 days left of regular classes until the sports festival on Thursday, and hardly anyone could concentrate on school with the event looming over their heads. Some people were excited, while others were anxious as hell. The movie incident had occurred last Friday after school, so Izuku had had 2 days to slowly ease his friend's misconceptions of Quirkless treatment over text. Ida in particular had been shaken, having never believed people capable of such unwarranted cruelty. Thank time for group chats. Kirishima had been a lot friendlier with him lately too. The guy had apparently been bullied a lot during his middle school years, and the two of them bonded a bit over it. If Izuku had been pleasantly surprised at Shoyuta and Hizashi's defense of him at the movies, though he'd mostly expected it, he'd been downright shocked at Bakugo's. The blonde had contacted him later over text, and apologized for being such a pages. Izuku never thought he'd see the day, regardless of timelines. It wasn't an outright apology, mind you, but it was the Bakugo equivalent. When Lord Explosion Murder idly threatens to hurt someone that messed with you, it's his way of saying he cares, and when he says that F-Beach can go eat a can of F-Dog SHT and better CRP will spew from her mouth, because she doesn't know what the F she's talking about. Insulting a future hero like that. It's his way of apologizing for being in butt. Although Izuku might be the only person who'd recognize that. Well, Kaken was Kaken even if he was a BSTRD who no longer deserved the nickname. At least Izuku knew his friend was still alive in there somewhere. Somewhere very, 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 very deep down buried under all that anger. And on Saturday, Shoyuta and Masa had spoken with Viridian. Apparently, the quirkless discrimination that the Erasure hero had witnessed had shaken him a tad more than Izuku thought it would. He and Naomasa spent 2 hours with Viridian, explaining what was and what was not okay treatment of him. And to make sure that he'd come to them if he found himself in a situation like what Izuku had experienced. And half the SHT they spewed was CRP that Izuku hadn't actually realized wasn't okay, so he supposed it wasn't a total loss. He thought it was sweet that they cared enough about him to make sure he was okay. Naomasa even explained a few laws that he could use in his favor should the need arise, when Viridian had corrected them. Izuku decided he was going to start shopping in his Vigilante uniform from now on, considering he could fine the cashier or sue the establishment for upping prices on quirkless people. He might have had a little fun with that newfound freedom on Sunday, but if he did, that was between him, Kigo, and the legal offices. And for once, he wasn't the one they were mad at. Izuku looked at his phone when a ping notified him that the Class 1A group chat was active again. He had half of a witty comment typed out to Kaminari, who'd made some wisecrack about the sports festival, when the train suddenly lurched sideways, flying off the tracks. Izuku had barely a moment to brace himself and throw his body over the kid beside him in the hopes of protecting them before everything went dark. Izuku's eyes snapped open. He had a killer headache, but that could have been from the train. His body stayed still on some old survival instinct. He smelled smoke, but it was oddly silent. A few brave crickets sang into the night as the wind blew around him. Wind. He cautiously sat up, taking in his surroundings. He was outside. There was a forest off in the not too far distance to his right, and what looked like desert to his left. The hell? About time you woke up, Zoo. His attention immediately settled on the man who stretched his hands above his head. That long black hair with bright red roots poking up from a lack of dye touch-up pulled into a low ponytail. Those glimmering blue eyes that shone like his flames. He knew this man. Dabi. He gawked. Dabi's brows furrowed. Zu. Why were you looking at me like that? Are you okay? Dabi, how? He paused, glancing at the far too familiar desert that he remembered traversing during those long winter months with Shoyuta. The forest he'd gone hunting in for food when they needed to eat. Though this seemed to be the north side of the forest, rather than the east side where he and Shoyuta had been, but this was all apocalypse turf. What the F was going on? Dabi? When am I? Hell if I know. Calendars and phones don't exist anymore, remember? What, you have a bad dream? He gave Izuku an odd look. Don't tell me. But, the portal? His heart was thudding loudly in his ear. He felt like he couldn't breathe. This couldn't be real. He'd just been in the past. He'd just been on the train in Mizudafu on his way to class. Shoo. Zu, listen to me. Breathe with me. Dabi had a gentle hand on his shoulder, which grounded him to now. He realized abruptly that he was lightheaded. A panic attack. He mentally questioned. He didn't get those. He must have really been freaking out. The portal didn't work. Dabi continued calmly. That was months ago. I found you wandering around the wastelands a few days after and you explained everything to me. Project Hope failed. Remember? Izuku opened his mouth to argue, because obviously that was wrong, when the memories made themselves known. He remembered hitting the ground on the other side of the portal after Sho had shoved him through. It hurt like a son of a beach, but it didn't do anything else. When it exploded, he was buried in the rubble, and even had a few burn scars from the hot shrapnel falling on him. Shigaraki had snarled something and left, but he hadn't heard it over the rushing in his ears as the pain faded. Izuku had laid there for hours, begging, pleading that this was wrong. That their last bid hadn't been for nothing. But when he'd finally pulled himself from the rubble, he'd seen Shuta's remains. And it wasn't pretty. He still had nightmares of that corpse looking at him with an accusing eye, the only one remaining, as he choked on BLD, blaming Izuku for failing. For miscalculating something that caused the portal's failure. That Shuta's death was for nothing. He'd spent 3 days in that room, unable to comprehend that they'd failed. It was only when he'd finally come to terms with the bitter truth that Izuku had taken Shuta's capture weapon, because it would help him survive, and he'd somehow lost the rings in the rubble, and that made his heart hurt. He'd then wrapped the tattered and blood-stained capture weapon around his own neck and given Shoyuta the closest thing to a proper burial and grave as he could. He'd sobbed. He cried harder than he had when Zashi died, and that was saying something. He'd been so broken, so hopeless. They'd bet everything on that stupid portal, and it hadn't even worked. Not only that, but they'd blown it up so Shigaraki couldn't follow on the off chance that it would work, which meant Izuku couldn't even try again. The odds of the portal working had only been 2% at best, anyways. Izuku hadn't known why he was so depressed over it. He'd expected it to fail. But he'd expected to fail alongside Shoyuta. He'd planned to either survive with him or die by his side. Izuku had never planned to survive alone. He'd wandered the wastelands aimlessly, in the hopes of finding Shigaraki. If he couldn't kill him in the past, he'd do his damnedest to kill him here. He wasn't a believer in revenge, but he'd already lost everything. What was the point in beliefs and morals when nobody existed but you? And then he'd found Dabi. Or rather, Dabi had found him, rescuing him from a pack of black Nomu that Izuku had honestly been fine dying by. Izuku didn't know how Dabi had managed to survive, but he didn't really care because now he wasn't alone anymore. He and Dabi had been traveling together for months, now. The portal's failure had been seasons ago, maybe a year. The memories were fresh and crisp, clear as day. But so were his memories of the past. Of Kigo and Masa and Aizawa-sensei. Of the movies and his provisional license, and Izuku shook his head. I'm sorry. I remember now. I had a dream that the portal worked, that's all. I was confused. Now wasn't the time to share these thoughts or troubles with Dabi. The man looked like he could keel over any minute. Izuku knew the feeling. He felt exhausted and sore all over. His stomach tied itself in knots as it tried to rebel for lack of food, and his mouth was incredibly dry. They'd need to find water soon. He idly noted that his left wrist was sprained, and he had a nicely healing gash on his left leg. Get some rest, I'll take watch. Izuku stated, easily falling back into his old routine. You sure you're okay? Dabi asked again, raising an eyebrow. Because you looked weird before? Yes, Debs. I'm fine. He huffed, chucking a rock at his companion's face, which was swiftly dodged. Get some sleep. Time knows you need as much beauty rest as you can get to fix that ugly mug. Look who's talking. Dabi glared, but there was a shine of mirth in his eyes. He settled down to rest. Izuku kept his eyes and ears open, constantly scanning his environment. His heart ached. As the situation started to sink in, everything seemed to hit him harder than the train wreck he thought he might have experienced. I need to think about this logically. He winced at his mental wording as he reached into his pocket. It was impractical these days. And the inner lens was broken now, so it didn't even serve as protection anymore, but it was all Izuku had left of him. That and the blood-stained capture weapon he wore around his own neck. He stared at the familiar yellow goggles. They were beaten, blood-stained, and worn. There was that little dent from the USJ incident, and that spot where the clasp had to be redone. The claw mark on the left side where a Nomu had nearly gotten him, only for Izuku to save him at the last second. The tiny little cloud engraved on the inside of the bridge of the nose, so Shoyuta could always carry some memory of Shirakumo with him wherever he went. Izuku looked up at the stars. He hadn't been prepared for this. What had gone wrong? He was in the past and then the train wreck. Was that even real? It certainly felt real, and Izuku didn't think his imagination was good enough for all the details he could recall. If it was real, did he die? Did his younger self die and his memories return to his older self? Was that even possible? If that was true, then what the hell was he supposed to do? He'd taken the notes on Project Hope with him to the past. It would take him decades to replicate it from scratch, and that was if he could remember everything properly. And if his younger self was dead, was there even any hope? Wait, don't be stupid, Izuku. He spoke softly, needing the sound of something to ground him. He winced when Dabi stirred lightly before falling back asleep. If your younger self died, then you'd be dead too. No future without the past. Ugh, I hate time travel. He pinched the bridge of his nose to stave off an oncoming headache. Did it wear off? That is my past self just wandering around with a case of amnesia, unaware that he's Viridian and a heroic student. He paused, stroking the familiar stubble on his chin, whiskers rough against his calloused hand. Because then I wouldn't be me. So, that means I'm in an unaltered future. So I didn't do anything. So it really was fake. He felt tears of frustration and grief well up in his eyes. There had to be a way to prove it wrong. There had to be something to prove that his time in the past happened. That it was real. Izuku had never really interacted with any of one during the first run, where he currently was right now. He had barely even known the names of the surviving class members, and that much was only because of Sho. Maybe he could find some kind of proof there. If he knew information that he should have no way of knowing, then it'd prove beyond a doubt that he really did live in the past. So he needed to confirm that his information was accurate. Maybe some object. Like some diary entry from Uraraka about how she fought against Bakugo in their first class. No, that was stupid. Nothing like that would have survived the apocalypse. But I don't know what to do. He despaired. He was stuck. Completely and utterly stuck. He had no way of knowing why he was back in the future, or if what he'd experienced over the last year and some change was even real. What if he just passed through the portal and it knocked him out, like his other set of memories explained? Maybe he dreamt the whole thing. Was Dabi right? He felt all the hope in his soul implode into a deep swirling pit of despair. What the hell? I don't understand. What the hell is going on? All this thinking was giving him a headache. Time travel was way too confusing. He rubbed his temples, but the pounding persisted. A nearby sound made his head snap to the left harshly. He ignored the flare of hot-cold pain that told him he'd pinched a nerve in his neck and mentally cursed. They weren't close enough to be a danger yet, but if the wind changed direction, they'd have trouble. Dabi. He hissed quietly, and the man startled awake silently. His gaze followed Izuku's until they landed on them. Two dark Nomu and a green Nomu. The Dark Nomu looked fairly similar to the one at USJ, though they weren't as bulky, which allowed them greater speed. Their strength wasn't anything close to the USJ's Nomu, but when their bite force was greater than a shark, brute strength wasn't much of a concern anymore. The green Nomu walked on 4 legs. The hind legs were freakishly long, giving it a good jumping range, and the tail was short and thick. Most of its head was an exposed brain, and the snout was somewhat short. They were somewhat gorilla-like in appearance. They weren't overly fast, but they were freakishly tenacious. Izuku was once tracked and chased by a green Nomo for 2 months straight. They were also incredibly loud. They howled, which attracted the attention of more Nomu. General consensus was that it was never good luck to run into a green Nomu. Dabi cursed. "You kill the green one, I'll take the dark one," he suggested. "Why do I have to take the green one? What if I want the dark one?" Izuku huffed. "Because you're sneakier than me. If that thing howls, it'll attract every Nomu in a 30-mile radius, and you know it." "Fine. Leave it to me." Izuku was putting a lot of trust in Dabi here. But that wasn't anything out of the ordinary. He went into full stealth mode, stalking unnoticed up towards the green Nomu. It took a painstaking 11.5 minutes to get close enough to sprint, but still be far enough away that the dark Nomu didn't spot him. He gripped his sai, hand steady. This was fine. Easy even. He knew this. He'd been doing this for years. He felt a grin spread across his face as he fell into the familiar stance. It felt good to be able to hunt Nomu again, no matter how terrifying they were. It also felt right to be in his adult body once more. While it had been strange at first, having been used to his child-sized self again, at least he thought he was, it was frighteningly easy to adapt to his older self. He sat hidden in some bushes. It would only be a matter of moments. The Nomu was almost in range. Then the wind abruptly changed direction, and the green Nomu's eyes landed on him. He didn't hesitate. Hesitation would only get him killed, possibly Dabi too. He ran straight at it, sliding under the Nomu's gaping maw and thrusting the sai up, catching it in the sea. It was luck and muscle memory that allowed him to pierce its heart on the first try. It let out a strangled half-howl, but it was far too quiet to be a danger. A desperate claw nicked his arm, but he shrugged it off. It was minor and nothing that would hinder his movements. He felt the shadow of the dark Nomu loom over him, felt the hot breath blow against the back of his neck. The familiar icy fingers of death brushed his aura, but Izuku didn't turn. He twisted his sai to make sure the green Nomu was truly dead, as Dabi, as he knew he would, set the dark Nomu ablaze with a concentrated burst of flame to the brain. He glanced at how close the claw had come to killing him, 8 millimeters. "Cut it a little closer next time, Dabs. I'll say hi to Zashi and show for ya." He sent his brother a mild glare. "Shut up and be happy I saved your sorry depressed but at all, idiot brother." "But the one and only." Dabi jumped down as Izuku stood to face the last wary Nomu. This one must have been a particularly smart black Nomu, because it actually backed away. It was intelligent enough to know that this prey was too strong for it. It growled and ran. Was it something I said?" Izuku grinned. His headache was still killing him, and the sun was starting to peek out from over the horizon. He winced and hissed lightly as the light made his head pee. "You okay? Headache?" he explained as he turned away from the quickly brightening sky. "Concussion." Dabi tilted Izuku's head to get a better look at his eyes, watching the pupils shrink as he lit up a flame on his fingertip. "Not that I'm aware of." Izuku growled at the light nonetheless, sharpened canines glinting in the first rays of sunlight. "Doesn't seem like one." Dabi tapped his chin. Izuku was mildly jealous. Dabi was incapable of growing facial hair due to his burns, whereas Izuku was left with an itchy mess, and tangled if it got long enough. Though he had missed it, he just wished he could trim it up a bit, or maybe wash once in a while. He scratched at his growing beard, idly noting that he needed to shave again. Where did he put that pocket knife? Come on. There'll be more of them before long. Royals have pack. Dabi led the way back to their camp and started packing their meager belongings into a bag. Royal Nomu was an alternate term for the black Nomu, given to them due to the crown-like protrusions around their brain. Right? Izuku went through the motions of packing up camp. His headache was getting worse, and there was a ringing in his ears. Now. Time damn it, what the F? He scrubbed his face to ground himself again and managed to pack the rest of his AE. Dabi kept glancing back at him as they traveled. Izuku didn't make it more than 4 hours. His headache had gotten steadily worse, and now his vision was even cracked. "Sht, Dabs, I gotta rest. It's a migraine." "How bad?" "Vision's cracked. Can't see sht. And you sound garbled as F." He sat on the ground, wherever they were, it felt like the forest, and covered his eyes, bringing a brief relief. "Alright, I'm going to find us some shelter, then." Dabi sighed before Izuku felt himself being picked up. "Boy," he protested. "I am a grown adult. I can walk." "Shut up, you can't walk in that condition, and you're stupid if you think I'm leaving you. Besides, you're not even that heavy. Perks of malnutrition." Dabi smirked. Izuku sighed as he resigned himself to this torment. He rested his head against Dabi's hip, listening to the man's heartbeat. "Vadabs? Yeah. If I ever really did go to the past, would you want me to find you?" He heard Dabi snort. "Nah. I was a punk-ass little sht. You wouldn't want to run into me. I would have likely flambéed your but without a second thought." "Noted." Izuku chuckled weakly. He felt a cool hand on his forehead and subconsciously pressed closer to it. "DMN, Izuku. You're burning up." He sounded worried. "I am, yeah." He was quiet for a long moment. "If you really did go to the past, I'd want you to save my family. The Todoroki family. Yeah. Our father was an abusive but who beat us up under the guise of training. He got our mother tossed in a mental hospital after she burned Shudo because of the abuse he put her through. None of us really knew what happened, and Shudo never talked about it, but that was sort of the tipping point for me." He took a deep breath and sighed. "I told you that I was a Todoroki, right? Yeah. My real name is Tuya. Todoroki Tuya. You don't like it? It's not that." Dabi smiled a little. "I tried to kill Endeavor. He'd been beating our mother for as long as I could remember, and I was just sick of it. And poor Shudo didn't deserve that, either. But he burned me instead. My flames are a lot hotter than his, but I was inexperienced. He gave me these scars and I let him think me dead." "You faked your own death. I think I remember you telling me that." "I might have. I can't remember either." Dabi laughed. "It's not that I dislike my name, Tuya. My mother gave it to me, and it's my only gift from her I have left, but I ran away from my family. I abandoned them because I was too scared to go back. I don't have the right to go by the name anymore. Not when I left my siblings. Shudo to that monster." "Tuya." Izuku tested the name on his tongue. "I like it. It sounds nice." "I'm not Tuya, though." Dabi gave him a bitter smile as he set him down on an old worn blanket. "I gave up the right to my mother's name when I left my siblings for dead. I'm Dabi now. And that's the name I'll have until the day I die." He sighed as he set their stuff down. It was a lot darker in here, and Izuku's headache eased a bit. He glanced around. "The cave? Yeah. The entrance is pretty small, so the Nomu shouldn't be able to reach us here. Thank you, Dabi, for telling me about your past." Izuku smiled. "Thank you for listening." Dabi smiled softly. "Can I sleep, Dips?" "You can sleep." Izuku closed his eyes and let his headache consume him. The last thing he heard was Dabi's forlorn sigh. "If you ever make it to the past, Izuku, save me. I don't want to die nameless." Izuku gasped awake, clutching his head in agony. He blinked several times, but nothing made sense. Garbled words registered in his pain-addled mind as far away, and it took him several minutes before he managed to crack open an eye. This wasn't the cave he'd fallen asleep in. He blinked as his brain began to organize itself. Gears started spinning and his headache quickly died down to a dull, throbbing roar. He was buried beneath rubble. Had he and Dabi been attacked? No, he surely would have woken up, fever or not. He knew better than to call out to his brother. There could be Nomu, or worse, Shigaraki, around. But something wasn't right. He scrubbed his eyes as he hesitantly sat up, noting minute movement next to him. The rubble had fallen around him, creating a bubble of space. No, that wasn't right. He was staring at a chair. A chair on the wall. The train. Everything clicked into place. He heard people moaning around him in the distance, but the way his car had crashed isolated him from any other survivors. If he'd been sitting even one chair to the left, he'd have been crushed. As it was, the man who'd been sitting across from him was staring blankly at the ceiling, a puddle of sticky red letting Izuku know that he was already gone. I'm back in the past. What the F? He was relieved, worried, angry and confused. But most of all, Izuku was scared. He was relieved because that meant he could now go back to trying to kill Shigaraki and preventing this entire disaster. Worried because what was going on with Dabi in the future now. Angry because this kind of SHT would only happen to him, and confused because he really had no idea what the F was going on. And he was scared. He was terrified because he didn't know what the F was going on anymore. Was this real? Was he dreaming again? What was the real one then? The future or the past? Did the portal work or not? Who was even alive anymore? Was he Izuku the survivor? Or Viridian the hero? He didn't know anymore. He mentally shook his head, shoving his panic and questions to the back of his mind. That wasn't what he needed to think about right now. People were in trouble. He was in trouble. Izuku needed to find a way out of this wreckage before he really did bite the dust. He mentally winced at his choice of wording, the phrase hitting a little too close to home with the state Shigaraki's victims were left in. The voices became a bit clearer, and he recognized the telltale sounds of a hero fight nearby. A villain must have overturned the train, and now heroes were on the scene. He reached up to his head with a wince, pulling his hand back with BLDOW. Concussion. Not cool. He stopped when he saw his arm. The scratch he'd gotten from the green Nomo was still there. It looked just as it had when he'd fallen asleep in the cave. And while someone else could easily mistake it for damage done by the crash, Izuku knew what a Nomu's claw injury looked like. Nothing could quite replicate it. He also stopped to stare in horrified fascination at the inside of his left wrist. In the new first-run memories floating around in his head, the aftermath of the portal's destruction had left him with several burn scars where hot shrapnel had fallen on him. One piece of metal had a symbol etched into it, the universal symbol of infinity, a lemniscate. It was now branded on the inside of his left wrist, but he'd gotten that after the portal had exploded. This made no sense. His attention abruptly shifted to movement next to him, his head whipped to the side just as it had with the Nomo earlier that day, or whatever. He realized a kid was there. That's right. I shoved my seat partner out of the way when we crashed. Izuku started coughing. Hey. He tried again and the boy awoke. His purple eyes looked around panicked even as his poofy purple hair sprung out in every direction. Are you okay? Why yeah, he looked startled. Thank goodness. Izuku smiled. I'm Midoriya Izuku. He held out a hand. Confusion could wait. He needed to protect this kid. Shinso Hitoshi. He eyed Izuku's uniform for a moment. Hero course. Yeah. You go there too, right? General education. He glowered. Izuku recognized that look. So what's your quirk? Must be something powerful if you're in the hero course. His tone was bitter. He probably has a bad stigma or weakly perceived quirk. Sorry, I don't have one. Izuku shrugged easily as Shinso startled badly. You're quirkless? He gaped. But I thought you said you were in the rumors are true. We can talk about that later. Izuku shook his head softly, careful of his concussion. Are you hurt? No. I don't think so. He eyed Izuku warily. You didn't ask about my quirk? I assumed it wasn't something relevant to our current situation, since you asked about mine first. Brainwashing isn't useful against steel. That's a cool quirk. Izuku smiled, startling the boy. I'm sure you get the villain's quirk card a lot. I get it, trust me. I've been quirkless all my life. So don't expect that from me. Yeah. He smiled softly. Any ideas how to get us out of here, though? He looked around. They could break the window, but the entire structure was unstable. And from the looks of it, the window led to a nice drop that he estimated would kill them both. So that was a no. The rest of the car was crushed, meaning no escape there either. We must have been thrown off the tracks and into a building. Can't we go out this way? Shinso approached the window, but the car gave an ominous creaking sound that had him hastily retreating. You know, not unless you can brainwash a few birds to slow our descent. Animals are not my forte. Tried it and I still got bit by that dog. All right, plan B then. Call for help. Izuku looked around for the sign of his phone, which had been in his hand during the crash. He caught the telltale glint of black poking out from the pool of BLD on the floor across from him. Thank F time I had Kigo waterproof and reinforced this mothaf. Thank you, Kigo. I owe you a ton. Mine's trash. Shinso held up the crushed remains of what had been a smartphone. You can probably salvage the information from the phone. Looks like it's mostly the screen that's damaged. He reached out and plucked his phone from the cooling puddle of red, making Shinso turn an interesting shade of green. Izuku casually flicked a piece of skull off his phone and wiped the screen clean, or as clean as he could, with his shirt. Luckily, a hero friend of mine fixed this up for me. You have a hero friend? He saved me from a villain attack once and now he practically lives with me. Izuku chuckled. He thanked his lucky stars that Masa had let Viridian take a day off from watching Midoriya. The detective had needed the Vigilante-turned-hero to help out on another case, which said Vigilante promptly made a huge amount of headway on and set his email to send the file at a specific time so it wouldn't look like he was in school. Otherwise, he'd have a lot of explaining to do as to why he wasn't helping Midoriya escape the train. Oh, he cussed quietly as he checked the time. Class had started half an hour ago. He had a ton of messages from his friends, and even one from Aizawa himself. Perks of never missing class, he supposed. When something was wrong, people figured it out pretty DMN quickly. What's up? Classes started half an hour ago. Izuku sighed. Shinso snorted in disbelief. That's your concern. We're sitting in a burning train with what sounds like a villain fight outside, and you're worried about missing classes. You obviously haven't met Aizawa-sensei? Izuku smirked. His phone lit up again. Aizawa was calling. Speak of the devil. He answered it. Problem child, where are you? School started half an hour ago. He sounded worried and impatient. Likely assuming that Izuku had gotten distracted or something, but there was that edge of uncertainty in his voice. The sound of his voice brought up all the memories future him had. Of realizing that Shoyuta was gone, and he was alone. Finding his remains and taking the blood-stained capture weapon as a memento. His informal funeral. His hand went for the capture weapon, only to realize it wasn't there. He settled for gripping the rings instead. So Izuku broke off into another coughing fit for a moment. The smoke was getting worse. Midoriya. His tone was more urgent this time. Sorry, sensei. He managed to wheeze out as he caught his breath. Shinso awkwardly patted his back to help him breathe. He got caught up on the way to school. That's an understatement. Shinso rolled his eyes. Where are you? What's wrong? I think the train I was on got attacked by a villain. Might be on the news, I don't really know. I'm sorry, I'll be there as soon as I can. He heard Shoyuta let out a huff of worry and disbelief. Please don't tell me you took the A18 train. He looked at Shinso, who nodded. The look on his face clearly judged him for not knowing which train he'd gotten on, but in Izuku's defense, he was a little discombobulated at the moment. And concussed. Yeah, that's the one. God damn it, problem child. He cursed and Izuku blinked in. Surprise at the swear. I'm on my way, stay on the phone. He was confused. Was it that bad of an incident? He knew it was probably bad, but hearing the way his sensei was reacting, it was unlike Shoyuta to show such panic or worry openly in his tone. Listen to me. The train is in a very volatile state right now. Newscasters say it could blow or fall, depending on which car you're in, any minute. If you need to find a way out. Heroes on the scene are mostly engaged in fighting the villains that caused this. Right? Since I'm also with another UH student. SHD okay, are either of you injured? I've got a concussion for sure. I think. He moved a bit more, testing limbs and movement. Dislocated shoulder, gimme a sec. He hastily popped it back into place, and he could have sworn he heard Aizawa hiss on the other line. Shinso looked a little green. Okay, that's fixed. You're crazy. Shinso stared. Yeah, I know. Izuku shrugged, wincing a bit at his sore shoulder. You're giving me gray hairs, kid? That's cool. He replied without thinking. Okay, yeah, concussion. I think that's the main one. Shinso says he's fine, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's got one too. Hold tight, problem child. We're on our way. Shuda's day had started with one of his cats laying across his face and a dead alarm clock. Not ideal by anyone's standards, and that meant that he started off a full 30 minutes behind schedule. Hisashi had left fairly early to grade papers before classes started, something Shoyuta did at night between the end of the school day and start of his patrol, which he'd recently been able to get back to, so nobody was there to wake him up except the cats. So not only did he wake up mildly panicked and majorly cranky, and without his morning cuddles, but because he was running behind he didn't have time to eat. Okay, fine. That's what the jelly pouches were for. He snagged one and poured his coffee into his thermos to drink it on the way to school. He could still make it on time and then he tripped over Coco, one of his cats. She was fine, thankfully. Pissy, but fine. But Shoyuta hadn't gotten the lid on his thermos yet, and the coffee spilled all over the hardwood floor. Coco yowled angrily at him and sent him a baleful glare from her new perch on the arm of the couch. Shoyuta glared right back. By the time he'd cleaned that up, because you do not leave coffee laying around where cats can get to it, nor do you leave liquids on hardwood floors, he realized he'd had just enough time to make one more cup. Except that was the last bit of coffee in the house. He was out. His procrastination tendencies. He knew he should have gone grocery shopping yesterday. So no coffee. Wonderful. He grabbed his keys and hurried out the door, intent on at least getting to class on time. He could grab some of the coffee from the break room before homeroom. He'd just have to suffer until then. But no traffic was a beach and a half today. He parked his car, scaled the side of Yuye. Nobody saw, thankfully, and slipped into the doors of 1 seconds after the bell rang. Today was looking like a fuckfest already. He wanted nothing more than to lie down and sleep. He opened his mouth to tell his class that he was going to do exactly that, and not to bother him, when his eyes landed on Midoriya's empty seat. His mouth snapped shut and suddenly, Shoyuta didn't feel like sleeping anymore. Midoriya had never been late or absent, and his middle school records were much the same. Where's Midoriya? I don't know, sensei. He hasn't answered any of our texts. Uraraka answered worriedly. His gut was twisting uncomfortably, and Shoyuta knew to trust his gut above all else. But right now, he couldn't do much of anything. So he hesitantly went ahead with homeroom, shooting the kid a message. It was entirely possible that Shoyuta was overreacting and his gut was just angry with him for missing his daily fix of caffeine. Maybe Ito was right, and Midoriya overslept. Shoyuta, himself, had done so that very same morning. If he didn't hear back from him by the time homeroom ended, he'd call. Most kids don't hear texts anyways. Ringtones were set louder than texts, after all. 30 agonizing minutes later, Shoyuta dismissed class and went straight for the teacher's lounge. His coworkers were all watching the TV. His eyes caught the headlines. A robbery gone wrong. Fleeing villains attacked and derailed a train in their attempt to get away, and now heroes were trying to rescue people and hold back the flames. The villains were still occupying most of the attention, unfortunately, but it looked like the train was going to blow. Shoyuta didn't catch if it was because of the engine, or because of a quirk. Part of the train had even been flung into a nearby building, and was dangling from where it was embedded 4 stories up. All Might was already on the scene, helping subdue the villains. It should be dealt with shortly, but Shuda's gut churned with a sickening violence. He pulled out his phone and called Midoriya. Luckily, he picked up almost immediately. Problem child, where are you? School started half an hour ago. His voice came out a little harsher than he intended, but he was worried, damn it. 13, Hisashi and Cementos turned their gaze towards Shoyuta. Midoriya wasn't in class. Hisashi asked, and Shoyuta shook his head. So, Midoriya's voice cut off into terrible hacking coughs, and his feeling got worse. There was an odd sound in the background, like creaking or crackling. It was strong to tell over the phone. Midoriya. What's wrong? Cementos' gaze sharpened. Shoyuta shrugged. How the hell was he supposed to know? The kid was hacking up a lung on the other end of the phone. Sorry, sensei. God, he sounded horrible. His voice was painful to listen to. It sounded like the kid ate sandpaper. He got caught up on the way to school. Was that another voice in the background? Where are you? What's wrong? This kid's track record was frankly terrifying. Of course, on the one day they told Viridian he didn't need to watch the kid. I think the train I was on got attacked by a villain. Might be on the news, I don't really know. I'm sorry, I'll be there as soon as I can. Shuda's brain froze and he felt himself pale rapidly. His eyes were wide and he exhaled sharply, mostly to try to get his brain working again. Please don't tell me you took the A18 train. The staff stiffened. You mean he's in that? Hisashi pointed to the TV. That's the one. God damn it, problem child. Shoyuta couldn't believe this kid's terrible luck. He muted the phone for a brief moment. He's in that mess. He told the others. I'll inform Nizu. Cementos said, running out the door. I'm coming along. 13 stated, looking at Shoyuta. They were an excellent rescue hero, and Shoyuta would take whatever help he could get, if he was being honest. Me too. Hisashi said. Classes can be taught by someone else. Shoyuta nodded as he unmuted the phone. I'm on my way. Stay on the phone. The kid sounded confused and disorientated. His tone was so different from the confident and assured tone he had during class, or even the quiet, unsure voice he used when talking about bullying. There was an edge of detachment and uncertainty about it. If Shoyuta hadn't spent so much time around the kid, he probably wouldn't even have picked up on it. But he did. And it scared him. Listen to me. The train is in a very volatile state right now. Newscasters say it could blow or fall depending on which car you're in any minute. If you need to find a way out. Heroes on the scene are mostly engaged in fighting the villains that caused this. Right? Since I'm also with another student. He winced. He hadn't meant to curse into the phone again. Okay, are either of you injured? Shoyuta was already running out to the car. I think he has a concussion. He sounds really detached and really out of it. He also says there's another student with him. Inform Nizu and have him see who's missing today. He told the other two heroes who winced. Concussion for sure. Midoriya's voice filtered in through the phone. Think, dislocated shoulder, gimme a sec? Shoyuta hissed when he heard a distinctive pop. He did not need to know that his student could relocate his own shoulder so nonchalantly. Okay, that's fixed. He heard someone, likely the other student, mutter something and Izuku replied with a chipper, yeah, I know. You're giving me gray hairs, kid. What did he do? Hisashi asked as he drove like a madman, will clenched so strong his knuckles were white. Relocated his own shoulder. Shoyuta answered, causing them to wince. That's cool. God, he's so out of it. Shoyuta was beyond worried, now. He'd never heard Midoriya sound like this. Not even during or after USJ, and he'd been thrown into a fountain. Okay, yeah, concussion. I think that's the main one. Shinso says he's fine, but I wouldn't be surprised if he's got one too. Hold tight, problem child. We're on our way. He didn't remember when he'd handed the phone off to Hisashi, but he must have because he soon found himself jumping from the car window with his capture weapon before it even rolled to a stop. He followed the billow of smoke right to the wreckage. It was bad. Eraserhead. 13 looked at him. Mike says that Midoriya and Shinso were in the 8th train car. It's one of the cars up there. They pointed to the building that had a car embedded in it, another hanging down. The other two cars had already fallen, likely killing all survivors that had been inside. The other heroes are already working on the grounded cars. We'll skip over to 8 and 9. He decided. There were plenty of rescue heroes there, and from what he could see the 8th car was one that got mostly crushed at some point, likely the point of impact for derailing the train. Midoriya was and lucky he was still alive. So was Shinso. Roger that. 13 affirmed as they ran over to the scene. Shoyuta hated disasters like this. People were running everywhere, screaming and crying and making noises of despair as they realized loved ones were lost forever. He hated it. It reminded him of Shirakumo. He shook his head as they got to work. All Might had the villains handled. They didn't need to worry about being interrupted. They made the hectic trek up the side of the building, which was thankfully not currently in use due to construction. At least he didn't have to worry about evacuating them, too. Shoyuta used his capture weapon to scale it from the outside, while 13 went through the inside. It took far longer than Shoyuta would have liked to reach the cars, but 13 was already cautiously dissolving the bits of rubble and train car they dared to try to create an exit for the survivors. It was risky, one wrong move, and 13 could end up accidentally dissolving one of the parts that kept the cars from falling and killing everyone. Hisashi was working with 13, dragging out as many survivors, and sometimes bodies, as he could. But Shoyuta didn't have time to think about what his teammates were doing. He caught sight of movement in one of the car windows and started to make his way over. "Midoriya," he called out. "Sensei." It was quiet, but Shoyuta heard it. He followed the sound to the window he'd caught movement in. Shoyuta carefully broke the glass and slipped inside. The car creaked ominously under his weight, but held. There was BLD and debris everywhere, but the two boys seemed to be in one piece. "Midoriya." He crouched down. He looked like hell. There was BLD running down his face, and Shoyuta couldn't tell how much of the BLD on his uniform was his own, and how much was from the other passengers that weren't so lucky. Shoyuta caught sight of a dead civilian. Hopefully Midoriya's concussion kept him from noticing that detail, because this poor kid's been through enough trauma. He didn't need to be stuck in a small space with a man with a caved-in skull for almost an hour. "You're Shinso, right?" He took stock of the other child who was sitting next to Midoriya. A boy, likely of first year, with purple hair and eyes. His bags reminded Shoyuta of his own, and he looked roughed up and shaken, but otherwise fine. He looked a hell of a lot better than Midoriya, that's for sure. He nodded in affirmation. "Shinso Hitoshi, Class 1C. Shinso was shaking a bit, obviously frightened and in a mild form of shock. It was a normal reaction to this kind of situation, and Shoyuta would have been much more worried had he been calm. Speaking of which, Problem Child was not shaking. He had a somewhat vacant look in his eye that briefly made Shoyuta wonder if he was in another flashback. It was a valid concern given the magnitude of the situation, but he seemed aware of his environment this time. His eyes tracked Shuta's movements as best they could, and he didn't seem to be reacting to any hallucinations of his past. "It's okay now. I'm here." Shoyuta quickly checked both boys for anything that would inhibit moving them. His student tensed a little under his touch. Once he'd ascertained that it was safe to move them, he gently picked them up, wrapping the two boys up in his capture weapon for protection and ease of movement. Luckily, they were both small and he could manage them both together. Midoriya ran a hand over the material like he'd never seen it before. There was an odd and concerning expression on Midoriya's face, like he wasn't sure what was real. It did not sit right with Shoyuta at all. "Did you find him?" Hisashi called out. Shoyuta was carefully making his way back out through the broken window he'd climbed through, and finding the handholds he'd used to climb over to the train. Shinso clung to him a little tighter, likely afraid of falling, but Midoriya looked right at home at such heights. "Another worry." "Yeah, I've got him," Shoyuta reassured. "Midoriya, stay with me, okay? Don't fall asleep." He slowly climbed his way up to a window of the building and kicked it in. He wasted no time heading towards 13 and Hisashi. "Them show." He sounded like he was falling asleep, which was bad. "No sleeping. If I can't nap, neither can you. Shinso, make sure he doesn't fall asleep." "All right." The kid looked much better now that Shuta's feet were on solid ground. The purple-haired boy flicked Midoriya's nose, causing said boy to flinch back. Midoriya made a sound of discontent, but his eyes were a little clearer. "Someone didn't get their coffee this morning." He looked at Shoyuta as he said it. "No, I didn't," he answered with a frown. "Today sucks." "You can say that again." Midoriya coughed a bit and Shoyuta winced, partially expecting to see BLD. He was mildly relieved when there wasn't any. He finally found 13 and Hisashi. There were several civilians around them, not all of them alive. The train moaned again, louder this time as several snapping sounds were heard. "Watch out. It's falling," 13 warned, and people covered their ears and head. Hisashi reached out towards the train, grabbing someone's hand at the last moment. As the train fell and crashed to the ground with a massive boom, the voice hero grinned, lifting a young woman up and safely setting her down on solid ground. "Mommy!" A young boy ran over, embracing the rescued woman with a loud sob. Hisashi smiled, and Shoyuta did so internally. It was reasons like this that pushed him to become a hero. Because if he could save just one more person, he would. They lead the group of survivors, dragged or carried in some of their cases, back down to ground level. Shoyuta finally stepped out into the sunlight. "Come on. All Might's already evacuated the other train cars." 13 explained. "Heroes are being asked to evacuate too, right?" Shoyuta nodded as they quickly made their way towards the ambulances. They just rounded the corner of a building when an explosion rocked the ground beneath their feet. He instinctively shielded Midoriya and Shinso with his body, trying to protect the kids from anything that could worsen their condition. He didn't think Shinso was hurt, but better safe than sorry. "You okay, little listener?" Hisashi asked, looking at their student with open concern. "I'll be fine," he answered, a bit of a slur to his words. "We had worse. Just a concussion. Recovery drill should be fine." "No problem, child," Shoyuta argued. "You're going to a hospital? Don't wanna. I'll miss school." Midoriya, missing school is not that big of an issue. 13 sighed, exasperated as they helped Shinso over to an ambulance. "I don't like hospitals," Midoriya argued back, a stubborn gleam to his eye that reminded Shoyuta strongly of Viridian. "Too bad." Shoyuta sent him a mild glare. But there was a gleam of something in Midoriya's eye. It wasn't quite fear, but it was something similar. He felt himself sigh. "Would it be better if I came with you?" "Yeah," Midoriya admitted. He sighed and climbed into the ambulance with the kid. "Aizawa, Midoriya is safe. He was with a student named Shinso Hitoshi, who obtained no visible injuries. I'm en route to the hospital with Midoriya. Please have someone cover my classes, preferably not All Might. Nizu, I'm glad he's safe. I'll be coming to visit too. I think Kayama will be able to cover." "Kayama, you got it. Make sure the Taik is okay. Keep us posted." "Ishiyama, I'm glad he's all right. News footage made us think the worst." "Yamada, well, it was pretty DMN rough. Lots of people didn't make it. I'll be back on campus soon, so I won't need a full day sub." Nizu, Shinso Hitoshi is the other student. General Education, Class 1C. "Your class, I believe, Snipe." "Snipe, yeah. I'd been wondering where he was, but it isn't his first absence. I'm glad he's safe. Kid's got a good heart with a strong thirst for heroics." Nizu, Aizawa, please keep us informed." Aizawa, of course. He locked his phone. He must have zoned out at some point, because before he knew it, he was sitting by his student's bedside in the hospital. Said problem child was still awake, albeit begrudgingly so. He kept glaring at the hospital like it had personally offended him. "How are you feeling?" The kid startled a little bit, having been lost in his thoughts. He still looked a little out of it, but not nearly as bad as before. "Hey, I guess. Just a little disorientated." "That's understandable. Thanks, Sensei, for saving us. Try not to get into any more trouble," Shoyuta begged. "The sports festival is 3 days away, and I really don't want to see you in a hospital bed any time before then. Or during. Or after." Midoriya chuckled. "I have no intentions of landing myself in the hospital, Sensei." "Ah, that reminds me." Shoyuta spoke up. "We were unable to contact your mother regarding your hospital stay. And it seems the number on file is Hawks. We need the number of your mother or legal guardian." The kid stiffened and looked abruptly nervous, though he hid it well. That possible abuse case is looking more and more likely. He internally frowned. Viridian would have told them, right. But Viridian's quirkless. He realized, biting his tongue as he realized their mistake. Over 85% of quirkless kids were abused, neglected, or abandoned. Viridian was likely no exception. He might not realize that Midoriya was being abused if that was the case. Just like he hadn't known half the SHT they'd explained to him. For God's sake, they had to tell him that it was wrong that he'd been consistently denied medical care for a good portion of his life. It was no wonder he hated hospitals. He eyed Midoriya. Perhaps that was why the kid didn't want to go to a hospital alone. Was he afraid of being mistreated and neglected by the hospital staff? After seeing that manager at the movies, and she'd been beyond fired when Shoyuta and Hizashi were through with her, she'd never find a job with the public again, he honestly wouldn't put it past them. It was one of the reasons why Shoyuta hadn't left the room. Stivel. His attention snapped back to the unusually quiet boy. What was that? I said I'll tell you after the sports festival. Midoriya looked at his hands as he played with the sheets. The motion drew Shuta's attention to an old gunshot wound on the kid's left arm. The scar itched at his mind, but for the life of him, he couldn't understand why. Does it have to wait until after the festival? Nizu's going to be coming by later, and I can ask Hizashi to join him. If they could get answers sooner. I'm sorry, sensei. He smiled sadly. I just want to be a kid for a little bit longer. Is that okay? Just until after the festival. Be a kid. You are a kid. Despite his words, though, he couldn't help but notice Midoriya's eyes. They looked ancient, like a jaded soldier who was still trapped in battles long past. He couldn't help but think that those were definitely not the eyes of a child. Please. I'll explain everything after. I swear it. Just not today. Something flashed in the boy's eyes. A sort of confused pain. He gripped his left wrist, where he'd seen a small burn scar that honestly looked like more of a brand than Shoyuta would like to admit. I can't mentally handle that today, he stated. Shoyuta sighed. It was worth a shot, but he knew when to call it quits. All right. He smiled, ruffling the boy's hair gently. The kid giggled a little, sending him a grateful smile. You should be okay to rest for a bit. I'm going to grab some coffee. Promise you'll come back. Promise. He opened the door and nearly missed the tiny voice Midoriya used. Alive? Shoyuta turned to stare into dark green eyes. Alive? He promised. The kid smiled and relaxed. A silent appreciation and relief in his expression. The hero left the room with an odd weight on his shoulders. The promise was heavier than he'd expected, but he fully intended to keep it. I'll always return alive, problem child. I won't break your trust. Izuku was released from the hospital after only a few hours. His injuries looked worse than they were. The gash on his arm needed stitches, and the gash on his leg had been badly infected, likely the reason for the fever he'd developed while with Dabi in the first run, and was also to blame for him being so out of it during the crash. Luckily, there'd been a nurse on duty with an antibiotic quirk, and she took care of the infection in an hour. To her like a beach, but it was better than spending the next few days holed up in the hospital. A quick trip to Recovery Girl thereafter with Nizu helped him recover completely. He was excused from his classes for the day, though, not that Izuku particularly minded. Despite his protests, he wasn't that worried about missing classes, he just didn't want to go to the hospital. So here he was wandering around UA's campus. Just because he didn't have to go to class didn't mean he wasn't going to explore. Besides, he made support items for a living in the first run, and he was itching to create a few new toys. He'd been scraping by as Viridian thus far on civilian-level goods and stuff he could snag from the dump he lived in, but broken and abandoned materials could only get him so far. If he was going to be prepared, he needed some real support gear. And there were only two people he trusted with his stuff, himself and Hatsune Miku. The girl had been a fellow inventor and friendly rival for him during the first run. They hadn't necessarily been close, but they understood each other well enough. And Izuku knew Mei well enough to know how to interact with her eccentric side. Once she realized he was going to make babies with her, she'd accept pretty much whatever he wanted to make. Plus, her energy would help keep his mind off the confusion that happened earlier. He really didn't want to question reality more than he already had today. One midlife crisis was enough for him, he didn't need a second one yet. Izuku grinned at the permission slip he'd managed to talk Nizu into giving him. So long as Power Loader watched him, he was okay to work on support items with Nizu's blessing. Though Izuku privately thought that the principal was just curious to see what his brilliant mind could cook up in the support workshops. He loved that little mouse. He was wandering around the support courses building, which was separate from the rest of the campus in the case of unexpected explosions, when he heard a distinctive bang. Instinctively, Izuku fell into a defensive position, sai in hand and at the ready as he surveyed the area for danger. Then he abruptly realized that it was likely just a student dealing with volatile substances. But who would be stupid enough to Hatsum? He grinned to himself and took off in the direction of the explosion. Izuku cautiously pushed open the door to the classroom. Smoke was quickly dissipating due to the many fan vents in the room, likely created for this express purpose, and Power Loader was glaring at a familiar pink-haired girl. They were the only two in the room, leading Izuku to recall how First Run Hatsum had once admitted to having her own lab at UA because other students kept complaining about her constant explosions. Power Loader noticed him first. Midoriya. He blinked in surprise. I thought you were excused for the day. I am. He grinned. But since I don't have classes, I thought I'd work on some support gear. He handed Nizu's note over to Power Loader as Hatsum took an interest. I haven't seen you around the support course. Hero course. Yep. Class 1. Izuku grinned. Midoriya Izuku. I've dabbled in support items in the past. If I hadn't made the hero course, I would have ended up here. Oh, do you want to see my babies? Sure, if you'll help me with mine. Her grin matched his as Power Loader paled. Please don't blow anything up. He begged. We'll do our best. Hatsum said with a cheerful grin. No promises. Izuku stated at the same time. God help me. My Jima Higuri, better known as Power Loader, wasn't happy. Well, he kind of was, but at the same time he was royally annoyed. Higuri typically had a strong enough time reigning in Hatsum, what with her propensity to cause an explosion every 15 minutes or so, but he'd never expected to have to deal with Aizawa's problem child too. Midoriya wasn't as bad as Hatsum. No, he was worse. Hatsum was thrilled. The two set off some kid of volatile reaction every 5 minutes, and it was driving Higuri up the wall. He'd been ready to kick Midoriya out after the first 40 minutes, until he saw the contraption the kid had created. AF ray gun. An actual working ray gun. It was then that he realized that as adept at heroism as Midoriya was, he was an even better inventor. He'd kickstarted a competition with Hatsum, much to Higuri's horror. That had been 2 hours ago. Now, he was mostly hiding under his desk with a bottle of Jack Daniels. Aizawa could be angry with him later for letting Midoriya consistently blow himself up, but right now Higuri needed to protect whatever sanity he had left. Look, Hatsum. Midoriya's cheerful voice sounded. Now I've got a ray gun, a lightsaber, an electrified grappling gun, a sound-based knockout device, and a jetpacks. Oh please. That's child's play. Hatsum huffed, before listing off some of the stuff she'd made over the last 2.5 hours. You know what would be really cool? Midoriya asked with a grin as Higuri slowly peeked over the edge of his desk. God, I'm too old for this. Maybe I should retire. And what would that be, Greenie? Midoriya didn't say anything. Instead, he passed Hatsum a piece of paper that had the pink-haired girl raising an eyebrow. You really think something like this is possible? Now, Higuri was curious. Hatsum had been willing to try just about anything, but here she was skeptical. What, have ye so little faith? Midoriya taunted. His face, hands, and arms were covered in soot and mild burns, and only the area around his eyes were clean from the goggles he'd been wearing. Teleportation. Hatsum raised an unimpressed eyebrow. Teleportation. Midoriya's grin widened, teeth shining white against marred skin. I had a feeling you'd be skeptical, so he pulled out 2 small discs. He put one on one end of the table and the other on Higuri's desk. He may have sent Midoriya a glare that caused the kid to chuckle. All the boy's timidness that he'd witnessed up to this point was gone from the moment he'd walked into the support shop. This was a side of the boy he was sure even Aizawa hadn't seen. Perhaps he'd invite the heroics teacher down here sometime so he wouldn't suffer this alone. He cautiously backed away from the device. It might explode after all. Midoriya powered on the 2 items, causing 3 small metal rings to float in a blue light. Midoriya then casually tossed a small RBB bouncy ball into the device on the table. Hatsum and Higuri watched in slight awe as it disintegrated, only for the particles to reassemble within the device on Higuri's desk. The ball was misshaped and looked more like a miniature spiked mace, but the particles had definitely teleported. Now, Hatsume's eyes gleamed with something that terrified Higuri to his core. Well then, Mito-chan. Let's get to work, shall we? What? Higuri internally screamed. Shoyuta groaned as he sat down at the table. Another meeting, though this time it was one he'd set up. Midoriya had agreed to talk about the hero thing he'd mentioned at the movies, and he felt that it was information that the staff should hear. The kid had agreed to it, but the heroics teachers still felt bad. They'd been having meetings at least once a week this year. Normally, meetings were monthly unless something happened, but this year had already been beyond hectic. When Power Loader walked into the room, looking mildly traumatized, followed by a soot-covered problem child, Shoyuta actually let his head hit the table. Do I want to know? He was going to cry. He swore to God, if his problem child had gotten hurt again, he was going to lose it. Midoriya and Hatsume are terrifying together. Power Loader shuddered. Your student is an incredible inventor, but he needs to tone down the explosions. Shuta's brows furrowed. Didn't Midoriya hate explosions? Wasn't that a trigger for him? No, that's right. It was the silence thereafter and buildings collapsing. So smaller explosions that he controlled himself might not set him off. Midoriya looked at Power Loader with a raised eyebrow. For the first time, Shoyuta saw a confidence in Midoriya that bordered on cockiness. It was a good change from the timid and occasionally traumatized boy he'd gotten used to seeing. I'd like to see you make a working lightsaber without blowing it up at least once. Do you have any idea how volatile those things are? And don't get me started on the port machines. Midoriya crossed his arms with an annoyed huff. Port machines? Nizu leaned forward in interest. Hatsume and I are working on teleportation machines. We've got the basic concept down, but about 30% of the particles seem to get lost between port A and port B. The further apart they are, the more are lost. Plus, we're still trying to figure out a way to reform the object in the same image it originally was. The particles can't seem to remember where they're supposed to be, so it's taking a lot of trial and error to figure out how to fix it. Though I wonder if it might be better to try to tear a hole in the fabric of space instead, but that could cause a myriad of problems, if it's treated like Kurogiri's quirk, though that's got some merit, but that wouldn't be instant teleportation. His quirk opens a connection between point A and point B. It doesn't deconstruct the particles of an object or person, and he's implied that there's space between the two tiers, thusly a pocket between the portals, pockets, spatial pockets, pocket, dimensions. Maybe something that can be utilized for storage. There's an idea. If it's easy enough to tear through the fabric of space, then perhaps one wouldn't need to open a second portal to store items. And would time even pass in that stored space? Or would a form of stasis exist? But then there's the issue of accessing that same spatial pocket consistently. Midoriya trailed off into incoherent mutters as the room stared at the boy in shock as Nizu grinned exuberantly. For the first time, Shoyuta saw the mind of a powerful inventor and analyst in his student. The boy was scribbling furiously in a small green notebook as he continued to mutter under his breath. Sorry, I just get caught up in my ideas sometimes. Midoriya abruptly apologized, putting the notebook away. Shoyuta watched him melt back into the familiar somewhat timid boy he'd grown so protective of. Actually, if I hadn't gotten into the hero course, support was my second choice. That was an interesting tidbit of information. Maybe Shoyuta would let Power Loader have his student more often. As if sensing his thoughts, said teacher sent Shoyuta a glare, as if daring him to act on it. Don't test me, Majima. I still haven't forgiven you for last April Fools. At any rate, we can discuss this in our class later, Midoriya. Nizu smiled and the problem child smiled back. Now, Aizawa said you mentioned being discriminated against by a hero. Midoriya admitted, and many staff members straightened their posture. More than once, actually. He scratched the scar Shigaraki had given him. I think the biggest one was during this villain attack when I was 12. I can't remember clearly, sorry. My school had caught on fire in the midst of a nearby villain attack. I think Endeavor had caused the fire, but he wasn't part of the active rescue efforts. School had been in session, and some kids had locked me in an old and used classroom as a bad prank. So when the building caught fire, I was stuck and alone. Well, a hero was running down the hall with a couple of other kids he'd rescued and I called out for help. I remember seeing his silhouette at the door, but then I heard one of the other kids out me as Quirkless. He left and didn't come back. You mean he left you to burn alive? Midnight choked out. Shoyuta felt himself shake a little with rage. That's right, Midoriya said with a nod, as if this was normal. I really didn't think much of it at the time. Instead I hid under the teacher's desk, which was luckily reinforced enough to shield me when the ceiling collapsed. Well, that could contribute to why the problem child disliked fire so much. But something was wrong here. He spoke about the event as if he was discussing some game he'd played at recess as a kid, not like the traumatic event it no doubt had been for the boy. If nearly burning alive was something this nonchalant for him, what the hell had the kid so traumatized that he outright refused to talk to Hound Dog about it? Shoyuta wasn't sure he wanted to know anymore. He needed to know what his problem child had gone through. The thought was terrifying. Didn't think much of it? 13 echoed. Midoriya, do you know who that hero was? No, but I recognized his voice as a hero. I just can't remember anymore. The cameras might have caught him before they burned. I think they were hooked up to a wireless system. This was Aldra, right? Nizu had a sharp gleam to his eye as Midoriya nodded. Yeah, my first year there. Rest assured, I'll find the video surveillance. He won't be doing that again. Nizu said, and Midoriya relaxed with a smile. Thank you. I'd hate for him to leave another kid in a situation like that. Not everyone's as lucky as I am. A moment later, a pink-haired girl opened the door, poking her soot-covered face into the room. Mito-chan, she whined, and Midoriya tilted his head. Hatsu-chan. I thought I told you I had a meeting. But I think I've had a breakthrough on Project Lens. Really? Did you manage to fix the overheating portion or the glowing problem? The glowing, it still gets too hot if used for too long, but I'm working on it. Go on, Midoriya. Unless you've something else you need to tell us, you're free to go. Nizu chuckled as Midoriya bolted out of the room. Good to see he's got a friend. Shoyuta smiled softly. You mean he doesn't have any in your class? Hisashi frowned. He's got friendly acquaintances, but I wouldn't necessarily call them friends. He's such an introvert, and after USJ, he seemed to pull away from them even more. It seems that Hawks and this Hatsum are his only actual friends. I've never seen him act so familiarly with anyone else. That's concerning. Cementos made a face. On another note, for those of you who haven't heard, Hanatabi was confirmed by both myself and Detective Tsukachi as the culprit for both the flower and the laced bracelet. He's been expelled and blacklisted from all hero schools. Legal action has also been taken. Swift and merciless, how like you? Shoyuta shook his head, but he agreed with the actions the principal had taken. Now, the sports festival starts this Thursday, so I'm going to go over all the added security measures I've taken. Izuku leaned against the window. Kigo hadn't let him take another train since the accident on Monday, so he'd insisted on driving him to and from school, and occasionally flying him to and from school, depending on how late they were running. Thus far, nobody had seen the two of them together, except Hatsum and, obviously, the teachers. May, as she's told him to call her, was quickly becoming a good friend of his. She was a lot more outgoing and spontaneous than she was back in his timeline, and he suspected that to be due to the isolation she felt from her peers during her time at Yuye. Well, that was that problem solved, at least. Shinso was also another unexpected variable. The kid had come up to him on Tuesday during lunch, and the two of them ended up talking the whole time. Izuku tended to avoid his classmates for multiple reasons. He realized that they didn't really care about his quirkless status, but at the same time, they sort of babied him. Plus, it was weird to hang out with young kids when he was essentially half a century old. Shinso felt more like a kid brother, and Hatsum was someone he knew in his original timeline, so they were somewhat different. Perhaps that was why he enjoyed hanging around Aizawa and Naomasa so much. Be careful out there, Uzukin, Kigo said as he parked. I don't want to get another call from Recovery Girl asking for your mother. Well, you're my mother hen, does that count? I'm gonna show you how much of a mother hen I can be, if you don't knock it off. Kigo sent him a mild glare, causing Izuku to laugh. But more than that, have fun, kiddo. I'll have you know I'm not a kid. Izuku huffed, offended. He got out of the car as the two of them started walking towards the sports festival. You're a kid right now. Kigo smirked, ruffling his hair. But Izuku protested, pouting. Do you think it's fair if I go all out in this thing? I've got way more experience than these kids. Go for it. Win this, Deku. Kigo grinned. Show him what you're made of. All right. You know when to head out then. Of course. You've explained the plan to me about 1,000,000 times. Don't worry, Zucken, everything'll turn out okay. Forgive me for being a pessimist. Izuku deadpanned. Apparently my optimism died with the majority of the human population. Yeah, say that a little louder. I don't think Power Loader heard you over in the arena. Izuku snorted. It's cute that you still think I care what people think. Nah, cute is you trying to get out of your vigilante outfit at 6 in the morning on 20 minutes of sleep. Kigo laughed as Izuku recalled the time he'd nearly headed out to UA with his Viridian mask still on. That was one time. He defended, causing Kigo to laugh harder. Izuku and Kigo fell quiet as they approached the check-in area for the event. The lady looked at Izuku and Kigo with a raised eyebrow. Kigo just flashed his hero license, as heroes were allowed entrance for the purpose of scouting, while Izuku passed over his student ID. Good luck in the festival, Midoriya-san. She smiled, making Izuku blink. I'm rooting for you, personally. My mother's Quirkless. Go show him what you're made of. She beamed, and Izuku found himself grinning back exuberantly. He also saw her giving Kigo an appreciative smile. Maybe Hawks would gain more fans. They had to go their separate ways once inside, but Kigo gave Izuku one more hug of reassurance and a feather for good luck, and maybe to listen in for trouble, as the winged man could read the vibrations of his feathers and translate them into words. Midoriya. Ida came over with a stern and sharp hand chop. You're nearly late. We've been worried. Sorry, I had to say goodbye to my brother. Izuku smiled. He's watching me today, so we came together. Be that as it may, the festival will be starting soon. Come on, our rooms are this way. He was quickly led down the twisting and mildly confusing hallways until Ida finally stopped before a door. Izuku entered to find his entire class there. He smiled and waved at those who greeted him before taking a seat. He'd changed into his gym uniform at home, opting to keep his scars a secret from his classmates. He always changed where nobody could see him. Though there wasn't much he could do for the scars on his arms, but his classmates had seen those enough times to learn not to ask about them. Good, everyone's here. Aizawa's voice made him turn to find the exhausted, and still bandaged, teacher leaning against the doorframe. Izuku idly noted that the man should have his bandages off very soon, likely within the week. Which was a good thing because he was sick and tired of doing Eraserhead's patrols. Even if the man was back on active duty, Viridian still did half of his patrols to encourage the idiot to rest. The green-haired boy was ready to hand all the patrols back to his teacher, because he was sporting even darker bags below his eyes than before, and that was saying something. At this point, Izuku had taken to sleeping on the weekends. He was just glad that UH had homeschool days on Saturdays instead of normal school days like most of Japan. Apparently Nizu had realized that 6 days of intense physical and/or academic training was too much, even for general education, and changed the policy as soon as he took up the position of principal. A lot of people had been skeptical at first, but Saturdays were open days, meaning students could use school facilities such as gyms, training areas, and libraries. After adopting this policy, UA's grade point average skyrocketed. Turned out working your students into the ground wasn't the best way to encourage academic growth. Go figure. Izuku only half listened as Aizawa gave them something that he wouldn't exactly call a pep talk. Oh, and Midoriya, as the one who took first place in the entrance exams, you'll be expected to open the festival. Aizawa added as an afterthought. Izuku let his head hit the table with a resounding thunk. Damn it, sensei, you couldn't give me more warning. He groaned, but he knew Aizawa was already gone. Midoriya. Todoroki stated firmly, drawing his attention. Frankly speaking, in terms of power, I believe I'm stronger than you. If Izuku wasn't used to how Dabi had been at first, he might have been offended. But you've proven yourself to be more than you first appear. I'm going to defeat you. Do whatever you want. Izuku saw the flash of surprise in the dual-haired boy's eyes. But I'm going to give this festival my all. Are you, Todoroki? He challenged back, making the room hold their breath. Before anyone could do anything, the call went out for them to head towards the arena. Class 1A. Present Mike announced after adding in something about their villain encounter. Izuku was somewhat disappointed that the blonde didn't add on anything special for the other courses. Well, that's biased as hell. Ida nudged him gently and gestured to the stage where Midnight was holding the mic out to him. Oh, he must have zoned out a bit. Kigo was probably snickering in the stands. He took a deep breath and took the stage. He'd never spoken in front of so many people before, and never on live TV. He hoped that nobody could see his hands shaking. First off, I want to acknowledge all of my peers. Yes, my class had a villain encounter, but that doesn't make the other courses' experiences any less valid or important. Everyone is equal here. He started, and he saw several appreciative looks from the other courses. Secondly, he found a camera and looked right into it. This is a message to everyone at home. Those of you who dream of becoming something that everyone says you can't become. To those of you who are weak, powerless, quirkless. Do not give in to the darkness. There will always be a light so long as you chase it. Give it everything you have, and never stop running. You are the one with the power to rewrite the future. Never let someone else have that control. If a door is slammed in your face, then break the window. And know this, he grinned. My name is Midoriya Izuku. And I am Quirkless. He heard the crowd mutter and gasp at his bold proclamation. And today, I will prove to the world that Quirkless is not worthless. Dreams are achievable. So to those watching, please enjoy the show. And to my competitors and fellow students, let's all go beyond. Plus ultra. He shouted with over half the student body. With a grin and a cheering crowd at his back, he handed the microphone back to Midnight and hopped off the stage. Once he was back beside his peers, Izuku let out a shaking breath. Wow, Midoriya. I didn't know you could be so inspiring. Uraraka grinned. I felt like I was going to throw up. There's so many people. His gaze found Kigo, who gave him a big thumbs up. Nice job, Izu-chan. Mei grinned as she skipped over. Several 1A members eyed her suspiciously as Izuku grinned back. Mei-chan. Izuku bounced excitedly on the ball of his feet. He could feel power loaders shudder from here. Did you bring our babies today? He thought he heard a few people choke, but that wasn't really his concern. Though Todoroki's face was funny. Of course. Though I'm the only one allowed to use M. I know. Izuku waved her off easily. But I'm excited to see them perform. Did you bring the jetpack? Who do you take me for? Of course I brought the jetpack. And the Wonder Shield. See, this is why I should name things. Izuku sighed. Wonder Shield. Really? Mei opened her mouth to reply, when he noticed that the first event had been decided. He smirked. Mei, what do I say to a little show and tell? If you can make it into the final round, I'll tell you who the best showman would be. I knew I loved you for a reason. Break it up, gearheads. Shinso sighed as he came over. And here I thought you two would be able to control yourselves in public. Control? What's that? Izuku tilted his head. It's something Power Loader wished he had over us in the lab. Mei nodded sagely. Just shut up, we're about to start. Shinso shook his head. And good luck, you two. As my only friends, I hope to see you on the other end of that finish line. He smirked as Midnight called for the start. Eating my dust. Shinso shot off like a bullet. Izuku laughed as he bolted forward, jumping over the initial icy blast Todoroki sent out as he ran along the walls in a way that was familiar to him as Viridian. He tuned out present mix announcements, vaguely recalling the course and following events from the first run. Giant robots. Then a pitfall and then the minefield, if I remember correctly, though there was something about first place. Izuku hadn't been allowed to bring anything with him. But he may or may not have gotten Momo to agree to create a small sword for him in exchange for a cookie recipe that he'd purposefully gotten the girl hooked on. Bribery. A formidable foe. He brandished the blade with a grin as Present Mike cried out in surprise. And Class 1A's Midoriya Izuku somehow has a sword. I thought Hero Corps students couldn't bring in weapons. He didn't bring it in, it was an item created by the quirk of Yaoyorozu Nomo, of Class 1A. Aizawa explained. If you paid attention, you'd know that? Izuku snickered. He loved Shooda sass. Izuku easily cut down a 0-pointer. Honestly, he held back a bit in the entrance exams, not wanting Shoyuta, who he'd known would be watching closely, to draw any real parallels between himself and Viridian. But now, considering he was going to explain himself after the festival, it really didn't matter much. He privately wondered if Nizu and Aizawa would let him keep his provisional license. He hoped so. It'd break his heart to have it taken away now. The pitfall was laughable. He didn't slow down in the slightest as he continued running across the wire. He'd faced farther drops on the edges of skyscrapers as Viridian, and landing on the ledges beneath windows was a very strong earned skill. He had the scars to prove it. Holy CRP. Midoriya Izuku just flies by on the pitfall. Look at him, he's not even slowing down. What is this kid? And he's not the only one either. Todoroki Shudo of Class 1A still holds the lead as current second-place Bakugo Katsuki of 1A flies over the obstacle like it isn't even there. Izuku grinned. Todoroki and Bakugo were ahead of him, which was the plan. He wanted them to get ahead. He had a plan after all. Once he reached the mines, he started digging. They were small enough blasts on their own, but together, they'd pack one hell of a punch. And Izuku wasn't a support maker for nothing. He disassembled a couple of them quickly, creating a small sled-like platform for him to hold on to. What is Midoriya doing? He's falling behind. Mike warned, but Izuku smirked. Now, if he was a normal support-inclined 15-year-old boy, he might just jump onto a pile of volatile mines and pray for the best. But Izuku isn't a normal 15-year-old boy. He's a time-traveling 15-year-old boy with PhD in computer science and a long history of making support items for a living. There's nothing normal about him. So he'd already calculated the trajectory and best angle to jump onto the pile. And he may have deactivated the safety on the mines that control the output of the blast. Oops. He grinned, knowing that the cameras would be able to read his lips, even if he did speak in English. Yippee-ki-yay mat-half. And he jumped. I'm going to kill him, Shoyuta muttered to himself as he watched Midoriya soar through the sky like a rocket. The blast shook the stadium, and he knew right there that the kid had somehow bypassed the safety features on the mines. Even piled together, they should never emit a blast that strong. If the kid didn't seem to know what he was doing, Shoyuta would be legitimately concerned for the boy's physical health. Well, more than he already was. What? Midoriya Izuku is flying across the final obstacle. Amazing. He piled the mines together to create a larger blast. Don't try this at home, kids. Can you just shut up for once? Shoyuta glared. It was annoying, being trapped in a soundproof booth next to one of the loudest men on the planet. Even with earplugs, it was giving him a migraine. Why did he have to do this again? I'm the announcer. It's my job. Hisashi looked very satisfied. Shoyuta made sure his husband's hands were away from the red button before he spoke. I love your voice, I really do. But it's a little loud and it's giving me a headache. Think you can tone it down a little? Alright, Sorry. Hisashi risked a quick peck on the cheek that had Shoyuta scowling in embarrassment. Zashi, we're in public. Relax a little, not like anyone's paying attention to the announcing booth when there's that kind of action going on down there. Besides, it looks like the little listener's taking first place. He smirked before clicking the microphone back on. And first place goes to Midoriya Izuku. The crowd cheered, though several jeered. He glared at them, wishing he could say something about it, but right now he couldn't. He couldn't coddle the boy. He'd announced himself. Quirkless on live TV all on his own, and that had given Shoyuta and the rest of the staff a heart attack. They hadn't expected the boy to announce it, and had planned on implying that he had an intelligence quirk of some kind. But he supposed it was the logical decision in the end. It wasn't something that could be hidden for long, and while he was sure the kid had been scared shitless, he looked perfectly calm, almost challenging. It was as if he was daring the world to shove him down so he could prove them wrong. And he was proving the world wrong. While his actions had been shocking, Shoyuta knew that his announcement was going to garner tons of support from people who had weak quirks or no quirks. People like Midoriya and Viridian. Speaking of, he glanced down at his phone. Viridian Chaos. Midoriya's got guts, saying what he said on national television. Dadzuwa, national. You do realize that the UH Sports Festival is a global event, right? It's mostly a big deal in Japan, true, but people from all over the world tune in. Viridian Chaos. Come again. Shadow Slayer. Ha 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 ha. Viridian Chaos. SUI. Not cool. You knew and didn't tell me. Fury, I don't see what the big deal is. It's not like you're in the festival. Viridian Chaos. Something tells me the kid didn't know. Scream, I'm sure he didn't. We didn't want to freak him out too badly, so we never bothered to correct it. It's why we didn't tell him he'd be opening the festival until about 5 minutes beforehand. Viridian Chaos. That's cruel. Couldn't give him time to form a speech. Dadzuwa, he did fine. I don't see what you're complaining about. Speaking of, are you attending or watching? Scream, yeah, I'd love to meet you. Come join us for the show in the announcer's booth. I'm sure the crowd would love a surprise guest, especially from such a new and popular hero. Viridian Chaos. Actually, I'm streaming it on my phone. I'm out of town for a little bit, got some leads in Hosu to look into. Dadzuwa, Hosu. Fury. That's new, what kinds of leads? Wait, didn't you mention Hosu to me before? Viridian Chaos. Yeah, I had you implement the buddy system over there. Tsurigami. I'm actually in Hosu as well. The chief over here is taking a well-earned vacation, so I'm covering for a couple of weeks. Drop in some time and have some lunch with me. Viridian Chaos. Will do. I'm actually looking into rumors of Stain. Shoyuta startled. Dadzuwa, Stain. As in the hero killer that nearly killed you several months ago. Viridian Chaos. Yep. That's the one. Scream. Wait, you've met him? Are you going in alone? Viridian Chaos. I've asked a few other heroes to help out. I'm not stupid or suicidal, thanks. And I've given them all SOS badges with built-in trackers. If anyone runs into him, the signal will go out immediately and alert local heroes and police. Dadzuwa, you've thought this out. Viridian Chaos. Of course I have. He almost killed me once. I'm only alive because he let me live. Guy's got some pretty strong core ideals with determination of steel. He won't come quietly. If I remember correctly, he can paralyze people by ingesting their BLD. Scream, creepy. That explains why there's rarely signs of struggle, though. Viridian Chaos, I'll let you guys get back to announcing. Intermission's almost over, and I would hate to keep you. Dadzuwa, please check in with us often. I don't like the thought of you chasing after Stain. Viridian Chaos, will do. Shadow Slayer, I'll keep you guys posted, no worries. Somehow, Shoyuta wasn't convinced. At any rate, the second round was starting, the cavalry match. He smirked when Problem Child's points were announced, but paled when he paired with Hatsum and Shinso. Their fourth player was Tokoyami, a good mid to long range fighter. Shoyuta was interested to see what the plan was. Despite what he expected, Midoriya did not keep the headband on himself, but gave it to Shinso instead. Shinso became the rider, while Tokoyami was the horse. Hatsum and Midoriya were the flanks, and Midoriya was quick to break off from the formation and go out to attack other teams. He grinned. The kid was fast enough on his own to snatch headbands and occasionally knock riders off, disqualifying teams, while Tokoyami and Hatsum were plenty to keep a solid defense. Especially since Hatsum's inventions got them airborne. It was a fairly solid strategy, and Shoyuta found himself impressed at the speed with which Midoriya moved. In fact, sometimes Shoyuta lost sight of the kid, even though he was sure he hadn't looked away. He was vaguely reminded of Viridian. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Did Midoriya know Viridian? Were they perhaps related? Now that he was really looking for it, it was clear as day. Midoriya's movements were identical to Viridian's. Was Midoriya Viridian's son? The man could certainly be old enough to have kids, but one Midoriya's age. But it made sense. The way Midoriya was secretive about his living arrangement, and his reluctance to let anyone meet his parents. And Viridian's reports were too detailed. There's no way the man could learn that much from just watching. No, it had to be something like this. Viridian was either Midoriya's father or his uncle, possibly brother. There was really no other explanation. Plus, quirklessness could run in a family, so it'd make even more sense in that case. Not to mention the fact that Viridian, for whatever ungodly reason, wanted Shigaraki's head on a silver platter. And Midoriya seemed to have a similar dislike for the man. Had he, perhaps, killed someone dear to them? Shoyuta shook his head. There was no point in overthinking this right now. Maybe Midoriya's explanation after the festival would help shed some light on things. For now, he'd just have to wait. He'd informed Tsukachi of his suspicions later. He smirked when the second round finished with Midoriya not only keeping his headband, but nearly stealing Todoroki's as well, causing the boy to instinctively activate his fire. Oh, today would be an interesting day indeed. Midoriya. We need to talk. Izuku wasn't sure what he was expecting when Todoroki called him to a private location to speak. He certainly hadn't been expecting the kid to dump his entire life story on him. Quirk marriage. Poor Tia. That explains a lot. So what Daya want me to do about it? Izuku leaned against the wall, and Todoroki glared. You're saying you don't care. I'm not expecting you to do anything. I'm not saying I don't care, I'm asking you why you told me. You act like there's something you want. I want you to answer this honestly. Are you Viridian's secret love child? Izuku choked for a moment in shock before laughing at the absurdity of the statement. Was he his own love child? Kigo would bust a gut too. Sorry, that just really caught me off guard. I thought you were going to ask me something serious. Izuku wiped away a tear. No, I'm not Viridian's kid. Though I do know the guy. He smirked. I see, Todoroki. Izuku said as the kid started to walk away. He paused. If you ever need a safe place to stay, you can crash with me. My place isn't the best, per se, but it's safer than staying with an abuser. I know Endeavor can't be treating you right. You or your siblings. I've got a friend with a place to crash, too. He won't ask many questions, and knows how to keep a secret. He scribbled something down and handed it over to the kid. My number, if you need to reach me. What? Because you need help? I need no one's. He glared. Izuku stared at him for a long moment before Todoroki turned and walked away. He sighed and went back to the eating area. He sat down beside Shinso and Mei as the two argued about something he wasn't quite in the headspace to comprehend. There you are. I was worried. Mei huffed. You need to eat more. She's right, you know. You're really skinny. Like you're one to talk. Izuku snorted. Yeah, that's coming from me. Shinso crossed his arms. Ladies, please. Kigo sat down across from them, and Shinso and Mei immediately went quiet. Several nearby 1A students also became hushed. They obviously hadn't expected to see the number 3 hero here. The only lady I see here is you. Izuku snarked back without missing a beat. He saw Ida stand up to reprimand him when Kigo snorted in amusement. Well, you do call me Mother Hen. Is that chicken on your plate? Izuku gasped in mock horror. Kichin. A cannibal. Oha. Kigo rolled his eyes. That's the pot calling the kettle black. I see a steaming pile of broccoli right there on your plate, Zucken. He poked his fork towards the green pile of goodness. And I happily consume the tiny trees covered in delicious garlic butter. Izuku grinned, popping one in his mouth. W, you know hawks? Shinso blurted out. Yep, Izuku grinned. Kichin, this is Shinso and Mei, my friends. Mei, Shinso, this is Kigo, my brother in all but BLD. The two gaped for a long moment, and Izuku was beyond amused when Ida was frozen with his mouth hanging open in shock. He also thought he saw Todoroki muttering to himself about hawks and brothers. So he's a conspiracy theorist. Awesome. Izuku may or may not have stolen a chicken wing off Kigo's plate when he wasn't looking. After that, conversation seemed to pick back up, this time with Kigo joining in. It was only towards the end of their lunch break that Bakugo, of all people, approached him. We need to talk. Well, isn't this a familiar phrasing? Izuku sighed. What was up with people and dragging him off today? Regardless, he followed along, mostly out of curiosity. Bakugo led him into a small side room, and Izuku tensed, preparing for a fight if need be. You know, if you wanted a one-on-one, you could just wait until the finals. I'm not here to fight you, Bakugo said, looking oddly calm. He swallowed strong before glancing around, making sure they were alone. Then Bakugo got down on his knees. Izuku blinked once. Twice. He pinched himself and bit the inside of his cheek until he tasted BLD. Nope. This was real. What? I'm sorry. He spoke softly, as if afraid of Izuku's reaction. I was wrong. It seemed he was trying not to curse, either. A valiant effort. Wrong. To bully you. Damn it. I was just like her. He realized abruptly that Bakugo was crying. That Kaken was crying. I can't believe I was ever like that, but every time you looked at me with those eyes, I thought you were looking down on me, but now I realize you were never looking down on me. You were afraid of me. What the hell kind of hero can I be if I only hurt other people? I should have been protecting you, not hurting you. He looked up at Izuku, eyes shining brightly with tears. I know I can't ever apologize enough for what I've done, for what I've said. Izuku. Izuku startled at his name coming out of Bakugo's mouth for the first time since they were 5. I promise. Bakugo's voice broke as tears flowed. I swear it. I'll become a hero that inspires others to be strong, for all the right reasons. To be strong enough to protect the ones who need protecting. I'm still aiming for number 1. But that can wait. That will always be there for me to reach for. But people won't. I don't want anyone to put someone through what I put you through. I vow to become a better person. I don't know how yet, but I'll figure it out. Somehow, he stared. This was something he never thought he'd ever see. He blinked a couple times to clear his vision as tears ran down his own face. He kneeled down on the floor next to the blonde. Kaken. Red eyes widened in surprise at a nickname he never expected to hear again. A nickname Izuku never expected to use again. It's been a while. He smiled a bit, reaching out gently and wiping away some tears from the startled blonde's face. Why, Izuku chuckled at the old name. When they were kids, Kaken had trouble saying Izuku's name, and often mixed up Izuku with Ikuzo, meaning let's go, something Kaken had said to him a lot when he wanted to go play and Izuku was taking too long. Eventually, due to childish mispronunciation, Kaken decided that Kuzu was close enough and started calling Izuku that. If he hadn't heard Bakugo call him by his given name since he was pronounced officially Quirkless at 5, he hadn't heard the old nickname since they were about 4. He'd almost forgotten it if he was being honest. I'm not saying it's right. Because it's not. And there are a lot of things I can't forgive you for. But, Izuku looked at him, really looked. If you follow through with this, then that's enough for me. He held out a hand, just like he had all those years ago at the bridge. This time, Kaken took it without hesitation. See, can I still call you Kuzu? He asked, cheeks tinged a light red. Izuku chuckled. Only if I can still call you Kaken? Kaken's smile was light and carefree as he gave a small laugh. A laugh that Izuku was quite sure the blonde hadn't made in nearly a decade, if the startled look on the boy's face was any indication. Izuku grinned. Come on. We've got a festival to finish. Yeah. Don't think I'm going to lose to you, nerd. He teased, but the old jab didn't have the same venom it used to. You're calling me the nerd. Mr. Bedtime's 8 sharp with no excuses. Izuku lightly teased back, earning a friendly shoulder bump from the boy. I never thought I could ever change the timeline this much. Maybe Kaken won't die bitter and alone this time. This time, he won't become a Nomo. Kigo had been enjoying the festivities, but all good things had to come to an end, and he had a promise to keep. He'd wanted to stay for the whole thing, but that wasn't an option. He was currently flying to Hosu, en route to the general area Izuku had pointed him in. According to his charge, sometime this afternoon Ingenium would accidentally run into the hero killer, Stain. He'd be gravely injured and end up paralyzed from the waist down. Kigo wouldn't let that happen. Izuku had been more than reluctant to let him go off and fight Stain himself. He supposed that knowing that the other man would survive versus the unknown risk of his brother possibly dying was something to be concerned about. But Kigo reminded Izuku that they were heroes. The risk came with the job, and he wouldn't, stand idly by when he could help somehow. Obviously, any anonymous tips would be treated with either a ton of suspicion or outright rejected as a bad prank. This meant that Hawks would either 1. Have to do this himself, or 2. Find the trouble and then call for backup. They'd spent countless hours going over all sorts of scenarios and analyzing the hero killer's quirk and fighting style. Izuku hadn't had much to go off of, considering he only encountered the man once, in this timeline. But it was better than nothing, he supposed. Izuku had also gifted Kigo with a ton of new gear, including a ray gun, and a sound-based stun gun that would, hopefully, knock out whoever it was aimed at. Izuku had said the latter was untested and should only be used as an absolute last resort, as he wasn't sure if it'd knock out the user or not. It shouldn't, but there were no guarantees. The vigilante-turned-legal hero had also provided him with an SOS beacon based off the one Nizu had gifted the Not Boy with. DMN, time travel was confusing, and he wasn't even the one traveling. He didn't know how Izuku kept everything straight. Kigo smirked as he found Ingenium out on his patrol. For a moment, he sat on the edge of the rooftop and stared. It was so strong to believe that this guy he was staring at was about to nearly die. That today, if Kigo didn't intervene, would be the last day he'd ever be able to walk or run. That this simple, rather unremarkable day would turn so dark. He checked his phone, shooting off a text to Izuku through their private group chat, though it wasn't much of a group chat with only 2 people. Mother hen, I've found him. Tailing him now. Broken clocks, good. Keep a close eye on him. He'll attack in an alleyway, wait until he's alone. Call for backup as soon as you can. For the love of time. Be careful. I can't lose you two. Mother hen, I know. I'll be careful. Broken clocks, GTG. I'm up against Shinso. Wish me luck. Mother hen, luck. You don't need it. Winky face. Have fun, kiddo. Todoroki Shudo wasn't a guy that was intimidated easily. After having gone through countless training sessions with Endeavor, one tended to grow very strong very quickly. But he'd privately admit that Midoriya Izuku scared him. There was something about the kid that set him on edge, even when he wasn't doing anything remotely related to fighting. He'd known that he could fight, the battle trials were testament to that much. And he'd heard rumors that Midoriya had held off some villains in the USJ incident, even going as far as killing some of them to protect Azui and Kirishima. And speaking of, the two consistently tried to get close to the boy, but he kept pushing everyone away. It was like he thought they weren't worth his time, or maybe that he wasn't worth theirs. Though he noted that the boy had grown very quickly attached to that pink-haired girl in support and the purple-haired boy in general education. But that wasn't the point. The fact that he'd fended off villains was nice and all, but it could have been luck. Or minor skill. It shouldn't have indicated that this quirkless kid could be any sort of threat to him. And yet, as he watched the boy fight, he could tell he was majorly holding back. Not because he was arrogant, but because he didn't want to kill his opponent. The realization sent an unwelcome shiver down Shudo's spine. Suddenly, it didn't really matter that this kid was quirkless. That he should be easy to defeat. He hardly even listened to his father as he threatened him again to use his fire. The image of Midoriya with those shining green orbs staring at him with such intensity, that was where his mind was. When he'd looked at him in that tunnel, he'd stared at him with an odd mixture of pity, sorrow, and understanding. It was a combination that Shudo had never really experienced before, and he had no idea what could have brought it on. But there was also a flash of anger. That's when he stepped into the ring with said boy. At first, they traded blows on shockingly equal terms. But Shudo quickly grew frustrated when he realized the boy was holding back again. Why won't you fight me seriously? He asked the greenette as he sent another wave of ice at him. The boy easily dodged the wave and slid down from the top. Why won't you? He countered. Shudo saw red. Did he set you up to this? He'd thought that Midoriya was better than this. Endeavor? Hell no, I hate that guy. Midoriya snorted. No, I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about you. I won't use his fire. I've told you that. It's not his fire, Todoroki. It's your quirk. It runs in your veins. Your hair isn't his, it's yours. Your quirk is the same. You don't understand. You're right. I don't understand. You have an incredible gift, Todoroki. One I would kill to have. Do you have any concept of what it's like to grow up quirkless? We aren't even treated like human beings. Midoriya spat, and Shuto abruptly recalled the movie theater incident. That had been a rough wake-up call for a lot of class members, himself included. He had never thought people would treat a perfect stranger so cruelly based only on quirk status, or lack thereof. And now the way Midoriya's talking about it, it's obvious that that wasn't the worst of his treatment. But he still didn't see what this had to do with his fire. You're insulting me and everyone else here. Everyone's giving it their all, but you're half-assing it, and it's really pissing me off. He glared. You can't be a hero on only half your power, Todoroki. If you do that, you'll let people die. One day, your ice won't be enough, no matter how you train it. And you can't always end a fight before hypothermia sets in. Shuto clenched a fist. It's your quirk. He repeated, and something about the way he said it drudged up an old memory. A memory of his mother, from just after he'd gotten his quirk. He'd created a small spark of fire in one hand and made a bird for his mother, who'd smiled happily at the creation. She'd told him the same thing. It was his quirk. And she'd believed he could become a hero. You're one crazy son of a beach. Shuto chuckled under his breath as flames sparked to life. There we go. Helping your enemies. Don't you want to win? Oh, I plan on it. Midoriya grinned cockily. But now that you're not holding back, I won't hold back either. He changed his fighting stance abruptly, and Shuto realized something very important. Midoriya was left-handed. This whole time, he'd been fighting right-handed. He charged his attack and released. Shoyuda nearly had a heart attack when he saw Todoroki charge at Midoriya at full power. He'd never seen the boy use his flames before, damn it, problem child, and wasn't sure he knew how to control them as well as he did his ice. Then there was also the fact that apparently Midoriya had been holding back too. He'd only barely caught it, but the change in the kid's fighting style meant that he'd been using his non-DMT side as his primary means of fighting up until this point. He vaguely recalled Midoriya using his left side during the USJ incident. At the time, he hadn't fully registered that fact, nor had it come up again. Shoyuda had brushed it off as a side effect of his concussion and left it at that. The only thing that kept him from rushing out into the arena was Hisashi's gentle hand on his arm. You can go check on him when the match is called, he reminded him. He glared, but knew that it was the logical course of action. Midnight and Cementos had tried to stop the fight there too, but the two had somehow broken through the concrete barriers that had been hastily erected. Everyone waited with bated breath as the dust settled. A figure stood just within the barrier of the circle, while another was laying on the ground just outside it. You're shitting me. Shuda's eyes were wide. And Midoriya wins. Amazing. Todoroki Shuto is outside the ring. Hisashi announced as the crowd roared, riding off the high of the fight. Midoriya hopped down, looking moderately injured, but not as bad as Shoyuda feared. He offered Todoroki a hand, which the other teen, and a sound-based stun gun that would, hopefully, knock out whoever it was aimed at. Izuku had said the latter was untested and should only be used as an absolute last resort, as he wasn't sure if it'd knock out the user or not. It shouldn't, but there were no guarantees. The Vigilante-turned-legal hero had also provided him with an SOS beacon based off the one Nizu had gifted the Not Boy with. DMN, time travel was confusing, and he wasn't even the one traveling. He didn't know how Izuku kept everything straight. Kigo smirked as he found Ingenium out on his patrol. For a moment, he sat on the edge of the rooftop and stared. It was so strong to believe that this guy he was staring at was about to nearly die. That today, if Kigo didn't intervene, would be the last day he'd ever be able to walk or run. That this simple, rather unremarkable day would turn so dark. He checked his phone, shooting off a text to Izuku through their private group chat, though it wasn't much of a group chat with only 2 people. Mother hen, I've found him. Tailing him now. Broken clocks, good. Keep a close eye on him. He'll attack in an alleyway. Wait until he's alone. Call for backup as soon as you can. For the love of time. Be careful. I can't lose you two. Mother hen, I know. I'll be careful. Broken clocks, GTG. I'm up against Shinso. Wish me luck. Mother hen, luck. You don't need it. Winky face. Have fun, kiddo. Todoroki Shudo wasn't a guy that was intimidated easily. After having gone through countless training sessions with Endeavor, one tended to grow very strong very quickly. But he'd privately admit that Midoriya Izuku scared him. There was something about the kid that set him on edge, even when he wasn't doing anything remotely related to fighting. He'd known that he could fight. The battle trials were testament to that much. And he'd heard rumors that Midoriya had held off some villains in the USJ incident, even going as far as killing some of them to protect Azui and Kirishima. And speaking of, the two consistently tried to get close to the boy, but he kept pushing everyone away. It was like he thought they weren't worth his time, or maybe that he wasn't worth theirs. Though he noted that the boy had grown very quickly attached to that pink-haired girl in support and the purple-haired boy in general education. But that wasn't the point. The fact that he'd fended off villains was nice and all, but it could have been luck. Or minor skill. It shouldn't have indicated that this quirkless kid could be any sort of threat to him. And yet, as he watched the boy fight, he could tell he was majorly holding back. Not because he was arrogant, but because he didn't want to kill his opponent. The realization sent an unwelcome shiver down Shudo's spine. Suddenly, it didn't really matter that this kid was quirkless. That he should be easy to defeat. He hardly even listened to his father as he threatened him again to use his fire. The image of Midoriya with those shining green orbs staring at him with such intensity, that was where his mind was. When he'd looked at him in that tunnel, he'd stared at him with an odd mixture of pity, sorrow, and understanding. It was a combination that Shudo had never really experienced before, and he had no idea what could have brought it on. But there was also a flash of anger. That's when he stepped into the ring with said boy. At first, they traded blows on shockingly equal terms. But Shudo quickly grew frustrated when he realized the boy was holding back again. "Why won't you fight me seriously?" he asked the greenette as he sent another wave of ice at him. The boy easily dodged the wave and slid down from the top. "Why won't you?" he countered. Shudo saw red. Did he set you up to this? He'd thought that Midoriya was better than this. Endeavor? Hell no, I hate that guy. Midoriya snorted. "No, I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about you. I won't use his fire. I've told you that." "It's not his fire, Todoroki. It's your quirk. It runs in your veins. Your hair isn't his, it's yours. Your quirk is the same. You don't understand." "You're right. I don't understand. You have an incredible gift, Todoroki. One I would kill to have. Do you have any concept of what it's like to grow up quirkless? We aren't even treated like human beings." Midoriya spat, and Shuto abruptly recalled the movie theater incident. That had been a rough wake-up call for a lot of class members, himself included. He had never thought people would treat a perfect stranger so cruelly based only on quirk status, or lack thereof. And now the way Midoriya's talking about it, it's obvious that that wasn't the worst of his treatment. But he still didn't see what this had to do with his fire. "You're insulting me and everyone else here. Everyone's giving it their all, but you're half-assing it, and it's really pissing me off." He glared. "You can't be a hero on only half your power, Todoroki. If you do that, you'll let people die. One day, your ice won't be enough, no matter how you train it. And you can't always end a fight before hypothermia sets in." Shudo clenched a fist. "It's your quirk," he repeated, and something about the way he said it drudged up an old memory. A memory of his mother, from just after he'd gotten his quirk. He'd created a small spark of fire in one hand and made a bird for his mother, who'd smiled happily at the creation. She'd told him the same thing. It was his quirk. And she'd believed he could become a hero. "You're one crazy son of a beach." Shudo chuckled under his breath as flames sparked to life. "There we go. Helping your enemies. Don't you want to win?" "Oh, I plan on it." Midoriya grinned cockily. "But now that you're not holding back, I won't hold back either." He changed his fighting stance abruptly, and Shudo realized something very important. Midoriya was left-handed. This whole time, he'd been fighting right-handed. He charged his attack and released. Shoyuda nearly had a heart attack when he saw Todoroki charge at Midoriya at full power. He'd never seen the boy use his flames before, damn it, problem child, and wasn't sure he knew how to control them as well as he did his ice. Then there was also the fact that apparently Midoriya had been holding back too. He'd only barely caught it, but the change in the kid's fighting style meant that he'd been using his non-DMT side as his primary means of fighting up until this point. He vaguely recalled Midoriya using his left side during the USJ incident. At the time, he hadn't fully registered that fact, nor had it come up again. Shoyuda had brushed it off as a side effect of his concussion and left it at that. The only thing that kept him from rushing out into the arena was Hizashi's gentle hand on his arm. "You can go check on him when the match is called," he reminded him. He glared, but knew that it was the logical course of action. Midnight and Cementos had tried to stop the fight there too, but the two had somehow broken through the concrete barriers that had been hastily erected. Everyone waited with bated breath as the dust settled. A figure stood just within the barrier of the circle, while another was laying on the ground just outside it. "You're shitting me." Shuda's eyes were wide. "And Midoriya wins. Amazing." Todoroki Shuto is outside the ring. Hizashi announced as the crowd roared, riding off the high of the fight. Midoriya hopped down, looking moderately injured, but not as bad as Shoyuda feared. He offered Todoroki a hand, which the other teen hesitantly took. The Erasure hero then left the room, intent on meeting the two at Recovery Girl's temporary setup. He vaguely noted that Hizashi announced a 40-minute or so break to fix the fighting area. Probably for the best, then. When he came into the room, Recovery Girl already had both Todoroki and Midoriya set up in beds. "Sensei?" Midoriya greeted. "Problem child." He sighed. "How bad?" "Nothing too major. Just a sprained ankle and some mild second-degree burns. Some bruising and I think a few cracked ribs." Midoriya listed off as Recovery Girl nodded. "Sounds about right." She sighed. Todoroki, on the other hand, has a broken arm, cracked ribs, a mild concussion and a hairline fracture to his cheekbone. "Sorry." Midoriya apologized. "Don't," Todoroki said, and Shoyuda noted that there was a lot more warmth in his tone than there used to be. "You've made me realize a few things. If anything, I should thank you." Thank me sometime by hanging out with me outside of school, yeah. Grab an ice cream with Mei, Shinso and I. What part of "you're being targeted by villains" does this kid not understand? Shoyuda internally groaned. A knock at the door drew their attention as Hatsum and Shinso poked their heads in, alongside Azui and Kirishima. Midoriya tilted his head in confusion. "Hi. Damn it, Izuku, you just keep getting hurt, don't you?" Hatsum groaned. "But awesome win, by the way. You're up against Bakugo next, right?" Kirishima grinned, and Midoriya choked at the nickname. "He lets you call him that? I mean, he's gotten used to it." Midoriya snorted. "Yeah, assuming he wins his fight against Uraraka? You gonna be okay? I know the two of you have a bit of a history." Shinso asked softly, causing Midoriya to raise an eyebrow. "What? I can pick up on these things. We've actually sorta patched some things up recently, so yeah. I'm looking forward to the match." Shoyuda eyed Bakugo as he stood in the doorway. "I'm gonna win. Don't doubt me." "Kaken." Midoriya brightened with a grin. The blonde huffed but accepted the childish nickname, making Shoyuda blink. "Rest up, Kuzu, because I'm not going to go easy on you." He looked Midoriya in the eye and then gave him a tiny smile. Not a smirk, not a feral grin, but an honest-to-God smile. Bakugo stepped out of the room a moment later, and Shoyuda followed him. "So you found your answer?" "I think so. I'll ask you again then. What kind of hero do you want to be?" "One who protects." Bakugo answered with a steel in his voice. "I'll become the strongest so I can protect everyone." Shoyuda took a good long moment to look the boy in the eyes. There was a fire that wasn't there before. No, that fire had always been there, but it had been a raging inferno of anger up until this point. Now it was controlled. It was bright and sure, and it made Shoyuda grin. "You'll be a great hero one day, kid." Never lose sight of your goal. He made his way back to the announcement booth. Midoriya was relatively fine and had friends with him. Bakugo was changing for the better and was now set on a much less violent and bloodthirsty path in life, and Todoroki seemed to have overcome some kind of internal blockade. In short, Shoyuda wasn't needed here right now, so he could go take a nap. He texted Viridian instead, worried about his friend who hadn't checked in for several hours. Dadzawa at Viridian Chaos, you okay? Haven't heard from you for a bit. He put his phone back in his pocket, keeping his hand wrapped around it as he waited for the reply. He walked over to Nemuri and Cementos to inform them of Midoriya and Todoroki's conditions, and that Midoriya was able and willing to fight in his next match. Hizashi greeted him when he stepped back into the booth. No reply. He glanced at his own phone that had the Vigilante chat open. Shoyuda frowned. Not yet. I'm getting worried. He's after Stain, but hasn't checked in for a bit. Maybe we should. Hizashi's eyes flashed to his phone when a call came through. It was from Ida's mother. The two shared a look of trepidation before Hizashi picked it up. Ida-san. He paused as the woman spoke. Tensei. Is he okay? What happened? Shoyuda stiffened. Tensei was a good friend of theirs, and if something had happened to him... Oh, thank God. Shoyuda relaxed minutely. The relief in Hizashi's voice told him he was at least alive. Are you sure? I mean, wouldn't Tenya want it? Yeah, I guess I can understand that. If that's what Tensei wants. Thanks for letting me know. Yeah, I'll tell Sho. Take care, and let him know to expect a visit from us soon. Hizashi hung up the phone. What happened? Tensei was attacked by Stain. What? Shoyuda felt his BLD go cold. He's fine. Somehow, he survived without any permanent damage. Hizashi quickly amended. He said that another hero was on the scene and saved his life. Hawks, apparently. Hawks. I thought he was here watching Midoriya. Shuda's brows furrowed. He was. I saw him in the lunchroom earlier. Hizashi shrugged. I don't know what made him suddenly leave and go to Hosu, but he showed up and saved Tensei's life. He got banged up pretty nicely too, so I'm expecting Midoriya to get that call sometime soon. Tensei doesn't want to tell his brother until after he's out of the festival. Of course he doesn't. Shoyuda sighed. Tensei was too soft-hearted when it came to his baby brother. Things you'll be okay, Sho. Come on, the matches are picking back up. I swear, next year you are not dragging me into this stupid booth. You can announce with Nemuri. Shoo! Kayama Nemuri watched with a close eye as Midoriya and Ida stepped into the ring. Ida was her childhood friend's baby brother, and Midoriya was the UH staff's, not-so-secret, favorite this year. If only because the boy had been wronged by the world in more ways than she could count. Either way, this was an interesting matchup, and she was looking forward to the results. She eyed the crowd warily. Many people were holding signs supporting Ida, and a few people held up signs that put down Midoriya for lacking a quirk. Quirkless filth go home, stop cheating, and other similar signs could be spotted all around the arena. Luckily, Ectoplasm and 13 were escorting those people out of the festival, so the signs were quickly dwindling. In all honesty, it had taken them only 20 minutes to fix the stage, but they'd wanted to let the contestants rest a bit more. That fight had been brutal, after all. She grinned as the fight started. Ida made his move first, a mistake. Midoriya nimbly dodged the attack, nearly causing the speedster to run out of the ring of his own accord. You can't reach full speed here. The space is too small. Midoriya taunted lightly. You're fast, I'll give you that. But can you fight? Of course I can. Ida replied indignantly. She couldn't help but feel like Ida would have instantly lost to Shinso. The poor kid hadn't gotten the opportunity to show off his quirk since Midoriya kept his mouth shut. It was a game of cat and mouse for a while. Midoriya kept dodging Ida's attacks and dealing light blows of his own. Nothing major, he likely didn't want to strain any injuries Recovery Girl had been unable to fix. Wow, smart kid. Cementos noted. Nemuri blinked. What was he talking about? You didn't notice? He chuckled as Ida started to slow down significantly. Look at what he's doing. Abruptly, Ida's left leg just sort of gave out. Midoriya pounced on the opportunity like he'd been waiting for it, and quickly shoved Ida out of the ring, winning the match. In terms of speed, I can't win. But I can use that speed against you. Midoriya said. I don't understand. I may have looked like I was dodging randomly, but I wasn't. Didn't you notice how I kept making you turn on your left leg? You pivot too much on that one side, so I made sure to make you keep lower to the ground to exhaust you faster. I overworked one specific muscle cluster in your thigh, knowing that sooner or later, it'd give out on you. Nomuri stared. The kid had that plan from the start. Shoyuta was explaining over the intercom for the crowd and viewers as Midoriya explained it for them and Ida. Ida laughed suddenly. You're amazing, Midoriya. I never would have thought to use my opponent's own body against them. You truly are the better hero. You're great too. Your quirk is amazing, you know. Speed like that? I can come up with about 100 different ways to use that in a fight. Mind if I bounce some ideas off of you? Of course. I'd be honored. Well, it looked like these two wouldn't be bitter over the match, at least. Though if Nomuri was being honest, she was fairly concerned about the next match of Midoriya's. Bakugo was rather violent, and despite Shuta's reassurance that the two were patching things up, she knew that a match like this could make all that progress disappear. She hoped for the little green bean's sake that things would turn out all right. Izuku cracked the vertebrae in his neck with a satisfied sigh. Keep doing that, and you'll get arthritis? Shinso warned. I'll worry about that when I'm 30. Izuku shrugged. It had never bothered him in the first run, so he doubted this one would be any different. His phone rang suddenly, playing Kigo's ringtone. He swiftly picked it up. You still alive? He inquired, earning a raised eyebrow from his purple-haired friend. Yes, somehow. Zu, how the hell did you survive that encounter with him? I know you said he was fast, but, holy as he... Besides, didn't I tell you the first time? He let me live. Shinsu's other brow rose to meet the first. He got away. Kigo said. I wasn't able to catch him. He backed off when he realized who I was, but I did get a little banged up. Define a little. Izuku crushed the rising worry that tried to claw its way up his spine. Kigo would be fine. But he also hadn't really planned on escaping Kigo's grasp, but he could improv this, he had to. Ida's life depended on it. Sprained wing and a few cracked bones. Minor lacerations and a nasty gash on my arm. That's about it. Like I said, a little. Unlike some people, mine little typically means non-life-threatening. Izuku let out a breath. Hey, gimme some credit, yeah? I haven't died yet. How long is the hospital holding you captive? There shouldn't be a yet. Kigo huffed. The hospital is only holding me for a day or so. Ida's fine. Nothing permanent. Got there just in time. Got there? I thought you said you were tailing him. I was, but the guy's fast. I nearly lost him a few times. Thank you, Kichin. Izuku smiled. It was a huge weight off his shoulders that the elder Ida's hero career wasn't cut short this go-around, despite the imminent danger that the younger Ida found himself in should he still feel the need for vengeance. Any leads on that other thing? Not yet. He's good at staying hidden. Keep an ear out, yeah? Of course. Oh, and let me know if you need me to bust you out of there. Hospital's Sisuke, and I'll need my support chicken back soon. Shinso snorted at the same time Kigo spluttered. Support chi. Izuku hung up, chuckling. I'm not getting an explanation for that strange and somewhat concerning conversation, am I? Shinso sighed. Nope. Izuku stopped when he saw Endeavor standing before him. He subtly moved so he was in front of Shinso. I don't know what kind of trick you pulled to win that fight, but I don't buy it. He growled. Izuku stared at the man impassively. Tricks. The only trick I used was strong work and training. It's called skill, Endeavor. I don't need a quirk to win. You think you can get away with talking like that to me, you quirkless filth? He snarled, lighting one fist on fire. Izuku raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Oh look, the trash is on fire, no wonder it stinks in here. He snorted quietly as a look of rage came over Endeavor's face. Oh, sorry. I thought that since you insulted me, I was given a free card to insult you. Is that not how this works? I'll show you how. The larger man's flames abruptly cut out, as Izuku internally grinned. Right on time show. Mind explaining why you're attacking two students? Aizawa-sensei looked very intimidating with his glowing red eyes and floating hair. Red eyes flashed in anger as his cheeks stung. He shook the thought away. Endeavor looked ready to spout more CRP about how he cheated, and there was no way the Quirkless filth had defeated his precious Shudo before thinking better of it. Izuku was mildly disappointed that the man seemed to have a few more brain cells than he'd given him credit for. Nothing. I was just congratulating him on his win. Endeavor sneered as he turned around and abruptly walked off. What an butt. Izuku sighed. Dude, you were so calm. He was about to punch you with a flaming fist. Shinso looked dangerously pale. And? Izuku raised an eyebrow. Problem, child. Aizawa took a deep breath. Explain. He thought I cheated, so he threatened me. Izuku shrugged. I'll admit, I knew he was a flaming pile of garbage, but I hadn't realized he was a quirkist flaming trash can too. Though maybe I should have. He scratched his chin as he thought, idly missing his stubble. Please try not to PSS off Endeavor. He's known for being particularly violent. Aizawa looked like he was internally crying. If, by particularly violent, you mean kills 36% of villains he encounters, then yes, he's particularly violent. Especially when compared to the typical 3% to 7% mortality rate of most hero-villain encounters. How do you know that? Shinso stared. I run a lot of calculations in my spare time. I get bored a lot and used to be a hero fanboy. Izuku shrugged. Used to be? Aizawa asked. Some things happened that disillusioned me when I was younger. Izuku winced, thinking of the rooftop conversation with all might. Obviously, Aizawa's mind went to his little, true, story of the hero that left him to burn alive. Right? At any rate, your next match will start in about 10 minutes. I wanted to check up on you and see how you were holding up. Careful though, since people might think you care. Izuku teased lightly. Aizawa blinked for a moment before Izuku realized his mistake. That was something that was rather out of character for Izuku, but perfectly in character for Viridian. He supposed it didn't matter much, though, considering they'd know soon enough. Aizawa gave him a small smile and ruffled his hair, making Izuku blink up at him in surprise. For a split moment, he saw Sho, not Aizawa-sensei. He blinked back the foreign wetness as his hand traced the burn scar on the inside of his left wrist. Maybe I do, problem child. It was so quiet Izuku almost didn't hear it. He could see Aizawa smiling softly into his capture weapon. If you need anything, you can find me in the announcement booth with present mic. Thanks. I'll be fine, sensei. He grinned. I'll see you. From the winner's podium. He called after Aizawa as he walked off. Izuku swore he heard the hero laugh. Katsuki had been looking forward to this fight. He'd been looking forward to this fight for years, now. But this also wasn't quite how he'd imagined the fight to go. It had started normally enough. Izuku, it was Izuku now. The little turd had anticipated his right hook, which Katsuki had expected. He may make fun of the nerd, but he knew he was really good at analyzing people. It pissed him off because Izuku was always right. The same tactics and tricks would never work on him twice. But Katsuki had instincts that were made for a fight like this. He flew into battle ready to win. Except he wasn't. He'd thrown his best, most volatile, strongest, fastest, and most intuitive and inventive moves at Izuku. And he'd dodged, tanked, or neutralized every single one. Every time, without fail. Now he was at a loss. What could he do now? He'd thrown everything he had at Izuku, and the guy just kept getting back up and throwing something new into the mix. Since when was the nerd this good? He'd never been adept at fighting before Yue. His mind kept supplying him with the looks. The image of Izuku that day he'd told him to jump off the roof. He would have described him as a young boy with bright, hurt, innocent eyes and a soft heart. But when he'd seen Izuku again just a day or so later, he'd looked completely different. He had the look of a man, not a boy. He didn't know how, because he still looked the same, but it was more the aura that he gave off. There was a shadow in his eyes like he'd seen something horrible, but it had only been a day. What the F could he have seen in such a short amount of time? He didn't buy the trauma card Izuku kept playing. It looked like trauma, But stuff like that didn't just suddenly appear overnight. There was something more to this entire mess, and Katsuki wanted to know what. Because the nerd had never fought like this before. This was different than the battle trials, too. Like he was fighting with something more on the line than what Katsuki could comprehend. He tried one more last-ditch effort. His wrist and shoulder. He could deal with the consequences later. He fired off the biggest explosion he'd ever made in his life. Right at Izuku. And somehow, the nerd managed to duck under him enough that he could deflect the blast upwards, protecting both himself and the crowd. He then kicked Katsuki strong in the stomach, and he knew. He could feel it. He glanced down. His feet were just outside the white line. Bakugo Katsuki had lost. But for once, he wasn't bitter about it. He wasn't angry, not really. He was disappointed, but there was a sort of relief there. Like suddenly, he didn't have to always win. Like all of a sudden, losing wasn't that bad, so long as it was to Izuku. You okay, Kaken? He held out a hand towards Katsuki. For a moment, he remembered that day at the river, the one scene he'd run over in his head over and over again, and had only recently realized was his first mistake. Diamen, Kuzu. He corrected himself. You hit strong. He took the proffered hand this time, grinning. I'm going to have to up my training. It's amazing, folks. The winner of the first year's sports festival is Class 1A's Midoriya Izuku. The nerd grinned in a way that Katsuki hadn't seen since he couldn't remember when. Yeah, maybe losing to Izuku wasn't such a bad thing after all. Not that he'd ever admit it out loud. Kigo grinned from his hospital bed as he watched the broadcast on his phone. He was awkwardly propped up in the shitty bed with Ingenium in the bed next to him. They were both watching on his phone. My brother took third. Tensei stated proudly, pointing to his brother. And my brother took first. Kigo boasted, making the other hero choke. You have a brother. He's like a brother to me. He grinned, pointing to Izuku. I'm so proud of him. He's going to change the world someday. All Might handed the medals to all the winners and Izuku was given the mic for the closing speech. I know a lot of you are angry. Why should the Quirkless kid win, am I right? I can see it in your faces in the crowd. I won because I worked strong to get where I am now, not to say that my schoolmates didn't work strong too, because they did. And every single one of them, whether they made it past the first round or not, deserves recognition. He paused to let people clap. Contrary to popular belief, nobody is born useless or worthless. We're all just born at a different starting line. Some of us need to run faster and farther and work 1,000,000 times harder than others. And that's okay. Because it's these challenges that we face that ultimately shape us as people. We are never who we were yesterday, and we never will be. Every day, we are someone new, in some small insignificant way. And eventually, be it a week from now or a year from now, we'll be completely different people. And that's how it should be. We're meant to change, not stagnate. Sometimes we change ourselves, and sometimes we change others. Sometimes, a single insignificant act is all it takes to push someone over the edge, or pull them back from it. So reach out a hand to the people around you today, and become who you never thought you'd be yesterday. You never know how much a single word of kindness will change someone's life. He grinned right into the camera. I told you today that I'd prove that Quirkless is not worthless. Now I challenge you to prove it to yourselves. To all of you out there who are put down for the way you were born. Quirkless, weak-quirked, malformed, villains in the making, whatever they call you, prove them wrong. Become a better you. If I can do it, so can you. No dream is unattainable if you're willing to reach for it. Izuku handed the mic back to Midnight, cheeks flushing red as the crowd erupted in cheers, and several boos, but there were significantly more cheers than there were at the beginning of the festival. Your brother certainly has passion. And a way with words. Tensei grinned. He's been through a lot in his life. Kigo's smile dimmed greatly. So, what did your results say? I have some minor nerve damage, but with physical therapy, I should be back on my feet in no time. I really can't thank you enough. They said if you hadn't gotten there when you did, the damage might have been irreparable. No worries. Kigo waved him off. You're fine now, and that's what matters. He paused for a moment. You gonna call your brother? Yeah. I'm gonna tell mine not to come. Why? Because I'll be out of here tomorrow or the day after. He doesn't need to waste money on a train to Hosu. Understandable. Tensei smiled. I actually have a couple of friends to call. Shoyuta sighed as he hung up the phone. Tensei was fine. He shared a relieved look with Nomuri and Hisashi. The four had been good friends while they attended UA together. They'd all been concerned when they heard about the attack. He was worried about Midoriya. The kid was really close to Hawks, enough to consider him a brother. Now, Hawks was hospitalized for a few days because of this same incident. He'd have to pull the kid aside later and ask if he was doing okay. He'd do the same for Ida, but he was already gone, off to visit his brother and assure himself that he's all right. He nearly jumped when his phone vibrated. Viridian Chaos, sorry I haven't been on, lately. I'm fine. Had to give Hawks a hand is all. Dadzawa, you idiot. Do you have any idea how worried we were? Scream. You know it's bad when Sho admits that aloud. Hisashi glared as Shoyuta whacked his arm again for good measure. Don't use my civilian name. Who are you textin'? Nomuri glanced over Hisashi's shoulder. Viridian. Shoyuta answered simply. As in the Vigilante. He's a legal hero now. He corrected tiredly. Viridian Chaos. I'm not hurt, but my phone kinda died. Can't exactly charge it on a stakeout, you know. Dadzawa, you're incorrigible. Screams. We're gonna have a meeting soon with Midoriya, wanna come along? Eraser wanted to invite you. Dadzawa, the kid's going to explain a few things, and we'd appreciate your presence there. Tsukachi's also coming along as per the kid's request. Viridian Chaos. Yeah, I'll be there. Just let me know the day and time. Winky face. Shoyuta didn't know why, but he felt like Viridian was laughing at him. At any rate, it was long past time to go home. He was tired, and he no longer had any obligation to stay awake. He had a feeling that he'd need as much sleep as he could get. Izuku paced in the little camper he called home. Kigo was eyeing him. The winged hero was still smattered here and there with bandages from his release from the hospital the day before. Most importantly, today was Saturday, the day of the meeting where he'd reveal himself as a time-traveling 44-year-old man who also happened to be their 15-year-old student and the vigilante-turned-hero that the world seemed to have their eye on. He was understandably a little nervous. They'd either believe him and help out, or he'd be wishing he could undo whatever it was he was about to do when they laughed him out of the room and called the happy farm. He clenched the necklace. Relax, Zukin. I'm here with you. Besides, you're bringing along more than just the necklace. Kigo placed a hand on his shoulder. No need to pace a hole in this place, it's barely holding together as is. Hey. My house is perfectly. He paused a moment to slam the panel back onto the wall where it had popped out. Stable, thank you. Kigo gave him a flat look. Okay, so it's a work in progress. But it's livable. Livable and safe to live in are two very different things, my bro. It hasn't given me tetanus yet, the yet shouldn't even be there. Kigo groaned. I swear, if you don't move in with me, I'm going to tell you H today and make them build a dorm system. No. Mongies. Kigo crossed his arms. But you will take away my sake. Izuku cried. You still have that. No alcohol until you're legal. I am legal. Izuku stuck out his tongue. Not in this timeline, you aren't. Fine, whatever. Izuku huffed, making a mental note to hide several alcohol bottles in various locations around town and UA, so Kigo didn't take them away. Don't stress. If they don't believe you, we've still got Hanabi. Kigo reminded him. Hanabi was an acquaintance of Kigo's that owed him a favor. She had the most curious quirk, memory lane. She could pull other people into someone's memory and make them all relive it in third person as spectators. Izuku was itching to analyze it, especially since it worked in spite of memory-altering quirks. She was a mental specialist who often worked with police. Her quirk would work accurately even on someone who'd been memory-altered or had their memories suppressed. He wanted to know the specifics, but he had yet to meet the girl in question. He hoped he wouldn't have to. That was an absolute last-ditch option. He didn't want to traumatize everyone, after all. Or re-traumatize them. Whatever. Either way, the issue now was how to go about this. Aizawa likely already suspected him of at least knowing Viridian, if not pulling the same conclusion as Todoroki about him being related to himself, and he was right. Kigo laughed his butt off when Izuku told him about Todoroki's accusation. He looked down when his phone buzzed. Call him paranoid, but he slipped a tracker into Aizawa, Tsukachi, and Kigo's hero phones, or work phone in Tsukachi's case, something that they took with them everywhere. That way, no matter what, he could find them if they got into trouble. And Aizawa was on the move. But he was heading away from you. Izuku's brows furrowed. That wasn't right. Where was he? Dadzawa. Viridian, I was going to ask you to pick Midoriya up, but I'll do it myself. I want to give him a home check. I know you said he's safe at home, but I need to make sure. I think we've already established that you don't always recognize Quirkless discrimination as such. Oh, Ichigo. He looked at his brother. How fast do you think we could fly to my mother's house? I'd say about 10 minutes or less. Why? Kigo shot him a suspicious look. Izuku showed him the phone. Because Aizawa's en route to what he thinks is my house. And Inko really doesn't want to see me, I'm sure. CRP. Hold on, Zucken. Kigo shook out his wings as they ran outside. Izuku made sure to grab his things. Well, that's one cat out of the bag. Shoyuta didn't know what he was expecting when he knocked on the door of the Midoriya residence. The woman that stood before him bore a striking resemblance to his problem child. She had a thin physique with long green hair and shimmering green eyes. Hello. She tilted her head, confused. Hi, I'm Aizawa Shoyuta, your son's homeroom teacher. He answered, but the woman looked even more confused. My son. There was a flash of, was that confusion in her eyes. Had Midoriya not informed her of his attendance at Yuye? He really hoped he hadn't just F up and made a possible abusive situation worse. Shoyuta was about to say something, when footsteps echoed on the concrete stairs leading up to the apartment. He turned to see his problem child panting lightly. The kid stopped when he saw his mother in the doorway. Inko. Midoriya started. The woman looked at him for a moment, as if she didn't recognize him. Oh, Izuku. I'm sorry I haven't been home much lately. Goodness, I never even asked which high school you got into. She smiled softly at him, but something was definitely wrong here. Midoriya snorted. I got into UA's hero course. Come on. Don't lie, especially in front of a guest. We both know your condition. Condition? Does she mean his quirklessness? Shoyuta felt anger spark up within him. My name is Aizawa Shoyuta, a teacher at UA. Your son is my student. I teach a heroics. He stepped in, noting with a small amount of smug satisfaction as the woman jolted at the information. What is? But he's quirkless. Heroics is far too dangerous for someone like him. She protested. Something about her tone made it seem forced. Like her worry wasn't genuine. Don't even pretend to care. Midoriya shook his head. You're a terrible mother, you know that? Shoyuta jolted at the steel in his student's voice. The woman apparently hadn't expected it, either. Listen here, Izuku. I am your mother, and you will not disrespect me that way. What kind of mother doesn't even notice that her son's been gone for over a year? Midoriya spat, glaring. There was a disappointment coloring his tone. I mean, I knew you didn't care, but this is a new low. I thought you'd at least notice. Shuta's head spun at this new information. This was looking to be a case of severe neglect. And, had Midoriya run away? Where was he staying? And why the hell hadn't Viridian told them? Midoriya Inko-eyed Shoyuta nervously for a moment. Oh. Lie, I made your favorite just last night for dinner. Oh, did you now? Do you even remember what my favorite meal is? Of course I do, I'm your mother. It's katsudon. It hasn't been katsudon since I was 7. Midoriya sighed. Look, just don't even bother anymore. Not that you did to begin with. The boy gave his mother the most exhausted look Shuta's ever seen on a child's face. It was weary and filled with a sense of resignation. You know, I think some part of me still held out hope that maybe you really did care about a quirkless kid like me. But it looks like I was wrong. Again. Shoyuta could sense the finality in his student's tone and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. He looked back at the woman in the doorframe as he guided his student away. She looked like she'd been slapped, but there was something in her eyes. Maybe there was something else at play here? Either way, he was going to file a case against her with Tsukachi for child neglect, but for now he had some more pressing matters. Once they were away from the complex, he looked at his student. You ran away. Around the beginning of my 3rd year of middle school. And you're staying? The kid sighed. I guess there's no way around it, is there? No. Dagoba Beach Park. Shoyuta stopped short. The dump. Even Viridian should have known that was wrong, Quirkless or not. So why hadn't he told them? Us. Viridian really was Midoriya's father. In that case, were they both living at the dump? I'll have you know that you can salvage a lot in that place. His problem child huffed. But wait, hadn't Hawks said that he'd spent time at Midoriya's place? If you're wondering about Hawks, I asked him not to tell anyone. I have my reasons. I've got some powerful enemies after me, and I can't put him in danger by staying with him. More powerful than the League of Villains? Midoriya snorted. I'm sure it'll make sense after this meeting. The meeting? Shoyuta would be lying if he said he wasn't beyond curious. Even Principal Nizu hadn't been able to figure out the mystery that was the child walking beside him, which was moderately terrifying. He wondered just how much of a headache he'd have by the end of this. They rode the early morning train in silence. Midoriya was staring into his phone, but he hadn't scrolled for several minutes. The kid was understandably nervous, and likely shaken from their earlier encounter with his mother. Listen, Midoriya. He spoke up softly, and those bright green eyes turned to him. No matter what happens at this meeting, know that I'm in your corner, okay? I'll be here for you. If you believe me. Shoyuta would never admit it aloud, but the kid's lack of faith in him hurt. I will believe you. I promise. He found himself locked into a staring contest. He felt exposed, like Midoriya was judging his soul, determining his worth. It was unnerving, to say the least. I really hope you do, Sho. His eyes were somewhat glassy and unfocused, but not quite in a flashback sort of way. It was as if he was remembering something. Shoyuta was so caught up in the mystery that was his student that he nearly missed their stop. This is us, problem child. He gently ruffled the kid's hair, earning a surprised smile from the boy. Midoriya quickly followed after him as they entered UA, heading straight for Nizu's office. Midoriya stopped him right outside of the principal's door. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Shoyuta almost stopped him, but remembered how defeated the kid had looked after speaking to his mother. He probably needed a bit of time to process that before delving into his trauma. He sighed. Fine, but make it quick. He entered the office alone. The principal was already there, enjoying a cup of tea with Tsukachi and Hawks, though Viridian was nowhere to be seen. He twitched. Damn it, why was that man always late? Midoriya will be joining us shortly. He's using the restroom first? Shoyuta explained before anyone could ask. Hawks chuckled lightly to himself, but Shoyuta didn't get the chance to ask him about it as Viridian walked in. Hey Ri. Hawks greeted casually. Kigo, Viridian grinned as he came over and clasped hands with the hero. Well, looked like those two were on friendly terms. They'd probably met on patrol or something. The two did seem to have similar personalities, and if Viridian was related to Midoriya, then it would stand to reason that the two would be close. Ah, Viridian, I presume. Nizu smiled. Would you like some tea? Principal Nizu. Viridian greeted. And present Mike. Yes, I'd love a cup of tea, thank you. Ah, good. The principal handed Viridian a cup. We're just waiting on Midoriya, now. Hawks chuckled lowly, but masked it as a cough. Viridian sent him a glare. Before we start, I have something I need to tell you. Midoriya will still be a little bit. Viridian said. Had he spoken to the kid beforehand? If Viridian had something to say and he didn't want the kid to know, then it'd stand to reason that he'd have the kid make up some kind of excuse to leave, and as a teacher, should have heard the restroom excuse more times than should be legal. Oh. Nizu tilted his head. I promise, it's related to our reason for being here today. What, have we finally graduated to tragic backstory, or something? Shoyuta rolled his eyes. He normally wasn't one to joke, but Viridian had a similar sense of humor. He supposed it was okay to joke with his friend. Actually yes. Tsukachi choked on his coffee as Viridian calmly took a sip of tea, pulling his mask back down before speaking again. And your origins relate to Midoriya's trauma in what way? Nizu narrowed his gaze, suspicious. In every way. Viridian answered. But my story is unbelievable. I know it's going to sound insane, but I need you to trust me. There was something in his eyes. A desperation. The sort of soul-crushing agony that drove men to madness. A loneliness that was so sharp and a grief so strong that Shuda's heart hurt just seeing it in his friend's eyes. You're our friend, Viridian. Tsukachi spoke up. We trust you. Of course we'll believe you. Shoyuda nodded in agreement. Nizu and Hizashi stayed quiet, but he could sense their curiosity. You already know my answer? Hawk smirked. So, here's the thing. I'm actually from the future. There was a pause. Surely he must be joking, right? Viridian did that a lot. But there was a look in his eyes and a shock that was painted all over Tsukachi's face that told him he was telling the truth. Viridian pulled out a carefully bound stack of papers. They looked old, and handed them to Nizu. Those are the blueprints for Project Hope, the time machine I built alongside Aizawa Shoyuda, my good friend. Shoyuda jolted at the sound of his name. Me? Yeah. Well, future you. He sighed deeply. The plan was for Sho and I to jump back together, but he died protecting me, died to send me back? Hizashi's hand took his, and Shoyuda looked at Viridian in a whole new light. This man had once been his friend, and he'd died to send him to the past, but why? Why was that necessary? I'm afraid that I'm still missing some information. Nizu noted as he flipped through the pages. This is certainly feasible given the materials and calculations, but I fail to see why this was necessary. There was a sort of sharpness to the principal's gaze. Altering time for the wrong reasons is technically illegal, though it's never been done on this sort of scale before. 10 years. 38 actually. Viridian admitted. The room jolted. Even the handful of time-related quirks that have popped up over the years, nothing of this scale has ever been. Tsukachi trailed off, blinking owlishly at the Vigilante. If it's illegal, then you can arrest me after I kill Shigaraki Tamura. But I have to prevent the future I came from. His fist tightened. Is this personal? Or is the greater populace at risk? Depending on the situation, it may be legal. Tsukachi spoke up. Shigaraki Tamura will bring an end to the world as we know it. Cities razed to the ground, billions, perhaps more, dead. I've seen so many horrible things. The apocalypse. Hizashi choked. Yeah. Viridian nodded. I've already changed up a few things, but until he dies, that future is still there. Until I can kill him and prevent him from receiving All for One, that future will remain. All for One, the name of a shadow villain who ruled the underworld. If the rumors Shoyuda had heard about him were correct, he was the villain equivalent of All Might, truly a terrifying prospect. All for One. Tsukachi blinked before his gaze narrowed. So he is alive? Yes, but the real threat is his protege, Shigaraki Tamura. He may seem like a childish gamer, and he is, right now, but he's frighteningly intelligent. Viridian shuddered strong. He created these Nomu that have special attributes. Things like speed, strength, flight. They eventually grew into their own species and gained an animalistic sentience. They'd attack any humans they came across. I can count on one hand how many survivor groups I ran across, even after. He winced. So let me get this straight. Tsukachi took a deep calming breath. Shoyuda knew the feeling. This was a lot of information. You've come from 30-something years in the future to kill the man who will one day destroy the world, causing the deaths of countless people? He paused. Do I have that right? Yep. Pretty much. Viridian nodded. I know it's unbelievable, but I've got proof. Shoyuda blinked at that. Proof would be nice, because right now it just sounded like some kind of F-up fairy tale. Sho gave it to me, said it'd convince you. Viridian lifted his mask a bit and reached down his shirt enough to pull up a necklace. It actually looked a lot like Midoriya's. Niza's eyes widened as something clicked into place, and Shoyuda was somewhat terrified, because he'd never seen Nizu look shocked before. I see. Nizu chuckled to himself for a moment before dissolving into full-on cackles. "Ah, you took my fun away." Viridian pouted. "Relax, Everyone else is still confused." Hawks chuckled. So the winged hero had already known all this. He felt a little miffed that this other hero was trusted before himself and Tsukachi. He ignored Nizu, who was starting to calm down, as he took the proffered necklace. It was only then that he saw what sat on the other end of that chain. His hand went to his own necklace, hidden beneath his shirt. 2 rings sat together, one with a deep purple stone and the other with a bright shining green one. "Forever in Harmony" was engraved along the inside as Celtic-like knots intertwined with one another around the outside of the band. The one with the purple stone was encrusted with dried BLD, and it looked a little worse for wear when compared to the other one. Neither looked to have been cleaned in a long time. Hisashi gasped beside him. "That's our wedding bands?" They both raised their gazes to Viridian. "That's right." He smiled softly. "I'm sorry I couldn't protect you back then. But I swear I'll protect you now." Shoyuda reluctantly handed the rings back to the vigilante-turned-hero, who took them gently with a soft look. He rubbed his thumb along Hisashi's with a forlorn gaze. "Hasn't Midoriya been taking a while?" Tsukachi spoke up suddenly. "I mean, I know this was a lot of information, very important information, mind you, but weren't we originally here for the kid?" "Yeah, that was right. But now, something new started to slide into place in his mind. Midoriya called them Zashi and Sho, and he was far more skilled in combat than normal. He took down a Nomu without a second glance, and mentioned them during the battle trials before he'd even seen the one at USJ. Midoriya had had previous encounters with the Nomu, but refused to tell them where or when. He didn't socialize well with his peers, though that was slowly changing between Hatsum and Shinso, and was always on edge. He had severe PTSD and seemed to be after Shigaraki Tamura. The puzzle pieces had been there all along, but he'd never thought to put them together like this before. His eyes widened as Viridian reached for his mask. "Oh, about that?" He slipped off the mask, and at first Shoyuda couldn't process what he was seeing. Fluffy green hair and bright green eyes framed by a familiar smattering of freckles. The scar from Shigaraki was what really cemented this as reality. With a shuddering breath, Shoyuda clicked the final puzzle piece into place. Midoriya Izuku smirked. "I fixed the W key." It had taken 30 minutes for the situation to fully settle with the room's occupants. Naomesa's head still felt like it was spinning. He was sure that Aizawa was in no better state. Viridian, their good friend, co-worker, and informant, was just a child. Or appeared to be a child. A child who, apparently, was mentally a fully aged adult who'd survived the apocalypse. "So, yeah, sorry about not telling you guys sooner, but it is a sort of wild tale." Midoriya shifted uneasily in his chair. "You believe me, don't you?" Naomesa sighed, rubbing his temples. "You've never led us wrong before. Viridian's been nothing but honest, and Midoriya is no different." He finally said, and the kid, not a kid, let out a breath. Hawks chuckled lowly. "See, I told you that they'd believe you." Aizawa still looked rather shell-shocked, but was recovering admirably quickly. "Honestly, problem child. You didn't need to stress over this for several weeks. Was saying it really that difficult?" "Yes." Midoriya gave him a flat look, one that they were far too familiar with from Viridian. "What was I supposed to do if you didn't believe me? I'd have to drop off the map. And that'd just make finding Shigaraki all the more difficult." He huffed, crossing his arms. "Oh, can I keep my license? You know, as Viridian." "You've earned that license fairly." Naomesa sighed. "There's technically no age requirement for being a licensed hero, though most people won't hand it out to a kid. But since you've already got one, it's perfectly viable. There's no reason for anyone to take it away." Midoriya looked ready to cry in relief. "That does beg more questions, though." Nizu spoke up. "You mentioned the apocalypse, caused by Shigaraki via these Nomu. Is there any chance of him slipping back to this time like you did?" "No." Midoriya answered instantly, expression abruptly serious. It was surreal. There was no doubt in his mind that this was Viridian that he was looking at, now, not Midoriya the student. He certainly looked like an adult, with those shadowed eyes. When Sho and I built Project Hope, we also built in a self-destruct mechanism. We were nearly finished with the timer-based one, but, his eyes unfocused for a brief moment, his tone became a little airy. Shigaraki found us first. If we'd had one more day, then Sho would have been able to jump back here with me. Like we planned. Instead, he ended up staying behind, to destroy it so Shigaraki couldn't follow me. Truth, and you took all the notes with you? Nizu asked, holding up the file Viridian had given him earlier. That's the only copy. The only way Shigaraki could find his way here is if he either has a quirk that he can use to do so, or if he somehow finds someone who worked on Project Hope initially. The place was littered with skeletons when Sho and I found it, so I doubt that anyone working on it is alive. Truth, all right, would you mind explaining a bit more about this future? When did this apocalypse start? Naomasa asked, slipping into his work persona. Midoriya seemed to relax at this, and an easy smirk lit up his face. Naomasa could sense a shift in his aura, that it was more his Viridian side than his student side. It put Naomasa a bit more at ease too. Let's see. I was 33 when the world ended, but the way he went about it had to have taken a year or two to create at least. So, what? 18 years from now. Aizawa hummed and Viridian nodded. How did he go about this? Nizu leaned forward, tail twitching. He created a virus of sorts. There were 2 strains. The first strain hit when I was 32. It killed millions of people worldwide and spread unbelievably fast. Whole nations closed down borders and went into a full shutdown. Cities were quarantined. It was kind of scary. A worldwide pandemic. I have no way of knowing if this first strand was created by Shigaraki or if it was completely natural. Either way, it did a fair bit of damage. Truth, that is disconcerting. Hawks frowned. You didn't tell me that. What could we do about it? First thing is to kill Shigaraki. If the first strand still hits, then we'll know it's natural and let it be. I'm here to prevent the end of the world, not the pandemic. Nature has its SHT for a reason. Midoriya shook his head before continuing. The second strain is the really scary one. It turned people into Nomo. My guess is that it somehow forced another quirk onto them through the virus. Typically, the person died and then zombified into a Nomu thereafter. These Nomu were capable of breeding, and that's how the whole ecology of the Nomo from my time started. Truth, it sounds like a horror movie. Yamada winced. Believe me, it was surreal. Midoriya shuddered. Blue Nomo lived in water, polluting whatever water source they lived in. Anyone who drank the water without boiling it would fall ill and likely die. And if they died with that water in their system, they'd become a blue Nomu as well. They also typically drown their victims. I lost a brother that way. Truth, Naomasa rubbed his temples. This was a gigantic disastrous mess. Is there any chance of these Nomo following you? Not that I'm aware of. He frowned as he glanced down at his wrist. Naomasa saw a strange brand there. When I jumped back, I retained my scars and any belongings I had on me at the time. His eyes unfocused for a long moment before he shook himself out of it. At any rate, that's the basics of it. I'm from the future, became a vigilante like I did in the first run, how I refer to my original timeline, to try to find Shigaraki sooner, and became a student here at UA to keep in constant contact with the League. Wouldn't it be easier to be a full-time vigilante? Nizu tilted his head. Why waste your time as a student? Not that I'm not pleased to have you as one mind. I knew Shigaraki was going to attack the USJ. It was such a massive incident, especially since it ended in the death of Azui in my timeline, that nobody could stop talking about it. Sho said as such when we were making plans too. It was my best shot at killing Shigaraki, but I totally failed. He glared at the ground for a moment. So my next best chance will be to either find him, or let him find me. Which is why you made yourself out to be his aggressor during the USJ? Aizawa groaned. You wanted him to take an interest in you. Precisely. Midoriya grinned. If his focus was on me, then it wouldn't be on the rest of the class. I vaguely recall some student being kidnapped at some point, and if that student is me, then that'd be ideal. It'd give me the perfect chance to kill him, and in self-defense. I don't think I've ever had anyone plan a murder using a viable self-defense guise. Naomasa shook his head. I mean, like I said, you're free to arrest me after I kill the BSRD, but you've gotta wait until after I kill him. Like we could catch you anyways. Aizawa huffed and Midoriya laughed. Nizu hummed to himself in thought as a grin lit up his face. You know, Midoriya, you are an excellent vigilante. And an equally remarkable hero. Beyond that, I feel that your current classes are not up to par with what you require, especially as a practicing hero. Okay. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. You're already my personal student, so it wouldn't garner much more attention to move you to private lessons of your own. I suppose you could say, Class 1. That's a thing. Yamada blinked in surprise. It can be if I want it to be. Nizu grinned. Moreover, it'd give us the rare opportunity to ask Viridian, one of the most well-known and popular heroes these days, to help out at UA as a teacher's aide. You're offering me a job? Midoriya choked, and Aizawa coughed a bit too. If you'd like? Nizu sat back in his chair, sipping at his tea. From what I understand, you don't really have any viable living arrangements. UA staff are offered room and board if they would like, so nobody would bat an eye at Viridian staying here. What do you mean, no viable living arrangements? Viridian, sir. Naomasa resisted the urge to smack his forehead as Midoriya cackled. We asked you to watch yourself? Aizawa groaned. I told you their reactions would be great. Midoriya laughed as he playfully shoved Hawk's shoulder. Wait, so how did you two meet? Yamada asked, looking between the number 3 hero and the number 1 vigilante. Well, I was attacked by Stain, and Kay stumbled across me and saved my life. Truth. Naomasa felt his stomach drop. Viridian had been attacked and nearly killed by Stain. He recalled the horror and fear he'd felt when he realized how close they'd come to losing a good friend. But now, realizing that Viridian was just a boy, it was a whole new level of horrifying. Judging by the pale complexion of Aizawa, the underground hero was coming to the same realization. Didn't you have a recent run-in with Stain? Aizawa asked Hawks, likely in an attempt to distract himself. Yeah, Zucken told me he was going to attack Ingenium, and since he was busy at the sports festival, I went to protect him instead. You knew then? Yamada blinked. Yeah. Ingenium ended up paralyzed from the waist down in the first run. I was able to prevent that this go around, but I'm not sure if I've prevented the second bit. Midoriya frowned and muttered lightly to himself. Prevent what? Naomasa asked, urging the boy to continue. Well, in the first run, after Ida Tensei was paralyzed, Ida Tenya, from my class, took it really strong. He interned in Hosu in an attempt to find the hero killer. And Stain killed him alongside pro-hero native. Great, more of my students are in danger. Aizawa sighed. Your class was known as the Cursed Class 1 in my timeline. Midoriya shrugged, making the erasure hero groan. I think you're breaking my husband. Yamada spoke up. Zucken's good at breaking people's brains. Hawks nodded. In agreement. Should have seen how he revealed his age to me. Just ripped off his mask and was all, you can't sponsor me because I'm only 15 and I'm taking the hero exam for UA in a month or something like that. I just about choked on my lemonade. No, you nearly choked on your lemonade when I asked you to sign a permission slip. You walked in asking me to be your mother. How was I supposed to react? I dunno. I don't do social interactions. Quirkless, remember. I'll update the registry with your civilian identification. Naomasa sighed. If someone starts giving you trouble, that'll make your hero license valid in your civilian dress, too. Not to mention the benefits Eraser and I already explained to you. But it'll remain confidential information until you decide otherwise. Sweet. Midoriya cheered. I take it to mean you're accepting my offer of employment. Nizu asked, and Naomasa abruptly realized they'd gotten way off topic. I don't see why not. Assuming you're okay with hiring a 15-year-old. The only stipulation is that you'll have to tell the staff of your identity. Nizu nodded. Even All Might had to do the same. That's fair. It'll be quite a bit of worry off their backs, too, I think. Midoriya tilted his head thoughtfully. By the way, I meant to thank you for that emergency pager you gave me. I managed to replicate it for use as Viridian. Did you now? Nizu leaned forward, intrigued. Yeah. I wanted a faster way to let Kigo know if I was in trouble, or for him to let me know if he was in trouble, so I thought the pager was the perfect answer. Speaking of, Aizawa started, shooting a mild glare towards the Vigilante. When were you planning on telling us you were living in a dump? I'm sorry, did you say dump? Naomasa blinked. Had Viridian been homeless this entire time? I dunno. Midoriya shrugged. If I had things my way, I'd stay there indefinitely. You get used to the smell after a while, and the nearby laundromats are way too easy to hack. Plus the regular street guys know me, and they know better than to mess with me. You just like living on your own. Hawks rolled his eyes. I mean that too. Right? Aizawa Hawks, perhaps you two would like to go help Midoriya gather his things and move them into the staff dorms. I'll prepare the staff meeting in the meantime. Nizu spoke up. Unless there's more to say. He looked at Midoriya for a moment. Nothing pressing that I can think of. But do you want me to explain the whole time travel bit to the rest of the staff? I'll take care of that. I fear they may not approve of you being their coworker otherwise. Nizu nodded. One more thing, Midoriya said, as if suddenly remembering something. I realized when Shigaraki disintegrated the door to you. He didn't come inside. That means he likely has a spy in UA. I feared as such, hence why my first instinct was to look at me. Midoriya nodded. It's logical, I already knew about the Nomu, and I was prepared for the USJ attack. I've been keeping an eye out for any possible spies. If it were a staff member, they wouldn't need to create a distraction like that to get to the papers on the trip. It has to be a student. My thoughts exactly. Come on, problem child, Aizawa said, and Midoriya perked up at the nickname. We need to gather your things, right? He slipped his Viridian mask back on, and Naomasa marveled at the stark difference such a small thing seemed to make. He realized that the man they knew as Viridian was likely much closer to his actual self than the child he masqueraded as. In all truth, Viridian was the real Midoriya at this point, and the student was the mask. This thought made him simultaneously sad and happy. Sad, because what a shame that he could never truly feel himself in his own skin, but happy because that meant that he and Aizawa knew the real him. They were still friends before all else. Hey, Viridian, Naomasa called out before the other got too far away. The boy turned to look at him, a questioning gleam to his eye. Stay out of trouble, yeah. And next time you get hurt, because I know there'll be a next time, go to a DMN hospital. You literally have no excuses now. Ha! Viridian laughed jovially. If you can catch me, Masa? Yeah, maybe things were okay like this. Izuku hummed idly as he led Aizawa to the edge of the dump where he lived. It was freeing in a sense. Aizawa, Naomasa, Yamada, and Nizu all knew who he was now. They knew the truth, and it was beyond relieving. He felt like he could take on a whole pack of Royal Nomo. He was light as a feather. Someone's in a good mood. Kigo smirked. I'm just happy that everything's out in the open now. You were anxious over nothing. Aizawa shook his head with a sigh as Izuku led them through the very specific highly bube-trapped path. Oh, don't step there, you'll topple half that mountain. Follow my steps exactly. Zuckin's got this place armed with all kinds of nasty surprises. Kigo informed Aizawa, who'd been about to make a wrong step. You've got this place rigged. What do you expect? A place like this is prime real estate to a street rat. Izuku chuckled as they finally came out into the clearing. Aizawa blinked in surprise. Not bad. Kigo smirked. I wasn't expecting anything like this either. I practically drowned this area in bleach. Nothing here will hurt or kill you unless you fail to use common sense. Izuku shook his head as he removed his mask again. It was easier to breathe without it after all. The fire pit had 2 old lawn chairs stuck into the sand, and the camper was set just off behind that. Tide never comes up this high, so everything stays nice and dry. And the mounds of trash keep the wind out so nothing blows away either. I secured the heavier objects in the immediate vicinity so nothing would fall, so long as someone doesn't try to land from the air. Izuku sent Kigo a look. How was I supposed to know you had the place rigged against airborne intruders? Why wouldn't I? You're way too paranoid. It's not paranoia if they're really out to get you. Izuku countered, and Aizawa sighed. Let's just get this over with. He crinkled his nose. All right. Izuku led them inside, where the air purifier he'd obtained made the campers smell perfectly acceptable. Can I get you two some food first? Like you can cook? Kigo laughed. No, but I can reheat the dinner you made the other night. Izuku smirked. I'd really rather just be done with this. Izuku rolled his eyes but started packing up his stuff nonetheless. It was a bit harder than he'd expected, leaving the camper. It had become his home. There were memories in that place. The first time he'd revealed his identity to Kigo, when he finally got his hero's license and couldn't do anything but stare at it all night long. That one time he'd woken up from a nightmare and Kigo was there, his UA acceptance letter. Nearly all the positive memories he'd had in this time happened here. It was home. An admittedly shitty home, but home nonetheless. Some part of Izuku didn't want to leave. He looked up at Kigo when he put a hand on his shoulder. It'll be all right, Zukin. We'll make new memories in your new home. I'm going to miss this one though. He admitted. And that's okay. Izuku reached into his pocket and pulled out a key. He unlocked the cabinet where he kept his future stuff. He pulled out the old clothing he'd jumped back in. Both Aizawa and Kigo eyed the blood-stained article with confusion and concern, but Izuku packed it away without an explanation. He grabbed his old rucksack, still packed with his supplies, and then grabbed the last thing left. What's that? Kigo asked, gesturing to the picture frame in Izuku's hands. One of my most treasured memories. He turned the photo so the other two could see. Shoyuta, hair speckled with gray, stood next to an adult Izuku as Hisashi had an arm flung around the both of them. Izuku was still much shorter than the other two, and had a bit of stubble growing on his chin, but his hair was long and he looked exhausted. Nemuri stood on Izuku's other side, ruffling his hair. Power Loader stood in the background, smiling fondly beside Dabi, Fatgum, and Tamaki. Everyone looked mildly dirty and some of their clothing had bloodstains. A few of them were bandaged here and there. We'd found an old camera, you know the kind that print the photos immediately. It's the only photo I have of my family. Izuku admitted, and the two heroes in the room shared a solemn look. This was during the apocalypse, but we wanted something to remember the good times. Even then, we'd lost a lot of people. So just being able to remember the ones we had then, isn't that? Aizawa's gaze locked onto Tamaki. Yeah, from class 3. And that's W. He's a villain, but he's like a brother to me. He's not a villain quite yet in this timeline, or at least, not bad enough to be arrested. I want to save him first. You and your saving people thing? Kigo shook his head fondly. I made him a promise. I intend to keep it. Izuku looked at the photo with determination. That's Power Loader, isn't it? Aizawa hummed. Yeah. Uncle Higuri, as he had me call him, taught me a lot about mechanics and inventions. We used to stay up all night until someone came and dragged us off to bed, usually Fatgum or Zashi. He died fairly early on, just a few months after this photo was taken, actually. I'm sorry. Don't apologize. It wasn't your fault. It was mine. And he's alive now, and that's what matters. You are so talking to Hound Dog about this? Aizawa sighed. Ha. Good luck with that. Kigo snorted. Zukin's stubborn to a fault. Don't I know it? The erasure hero shook his head. Come on now. We should get you moved in. Gay Fanemy boy at Moldy Broccoli, did you hear? Moldy Broccoli, why'd you ping me at the ungodly hour of 11 in the morning? On a Saturday. The Kakisalai, it's like 6 in the evening here. Noi Scardly, that's United States. The Kakisalai, yep. I'm from California. Barbie's a war, your Japanese is excellent. I never knew. The Kakisalai, thanks. My grandparents are from Japan. Ihavanome, it's late, cake. Gotob the Kisalai, nope. Demonic gay microwave, yes. Slep. The Kisalai, it what slep is, but I shall not sleep. Moldy Broccoli, why did you wake me up? Demonic gay microwave, SLEP demonic gay microwave, Slezeep demonic gay microwave, Isi demonic gay microwave, sleep the Kakisalai, I shall stay awake. Tongue sticking out, it is still early. It's not even midnight, Gay fanime boy, UA is getting a new teacher. Or something like that. Nobody knows who, but someone saw someone moving into the teacher's dorms on UA. Ihavanome, really? That's cool. Also, cake sleep peepa peppa pep. The kakisalai. No. Moldy broccoli, wouldn't it be cool if it was Viridian? Demonic gay microwave. Why is everything Viridian with you? Moldy broccoli. This is the cult of Viridian. Demonic gay microwave. Fair point Izuku sighed as he placed the last box down in the room. The teachers' dorms were, despite the name, more like small apartments. Each teacher had their own room with a bedroom, spare room, living room, kitchenette, full bathroom, and private balcony. There was a common lounge and even a communal hot springs. Even Kigo was impressed by the setup. Nizu certainly didn't do things by halves. Nobody had bothered them while they moved things into the room. Not that there was much to move, as Nizu had already called the staff into a meeting to keep them out of the way. He looked down at his phone when it buzzed. Nizu, now that you've finished moving your stuff in, can you please join us in the staff meeting room for the proper explanation? I've prepped them a little, but I haven't told them who you are. Viridian Chaos, do I want to know how you managed to hack this chat? Or know precisely when we've finished moving things? Dadzawa, best to just leave things be. Izuku made sure that his Viridian mask was firmly in place before heading over to the meeting room. The teachers looked up at him in surprise when he entered the room. And may I introduce our newest staff member, Viridian? I'm sure you know of him. Nizu grinned. Of course. Who hasn't heard of the Quirkless hero, Viridian? 13 sounded excited. I've been wanting to meet you for a while. Thanks. Am I really that well known? He blinked at Shoyuta in confusion. Yes, Viridian. You are. It's good to finally meet you instead of chasing your shadow. All Might, in his hero form, greeted him. Since you're going to be a new staff member, I believe you need to know something about me. If it's about your injury and 3-hour time limit, I already know. Viridian smirked as the man coughed up BLD in surprise and deflated. How? I'm Viridian. Information is my strongest asset. He explained. Guess what? Nizu says you'll be a specialty teaching assistant. Midnight inquired. That's right. Viridian grinned. But first, you need to know a few things about me. He raised an eyebrow at Nizu. I've already explained about your little time travel situation. How much? Enough. Nizu grinned. He told us that you were from the future and came back to prevent something catastrophic. That you were within your legal rights to mess with time. All Might explained. Oh, and if you didn't know, please call me Yagi Tashinori in this form. Right? Viridian nodded his head. Cool, so if you know that much, then I guess my identity is all that's left. He grinned as the room stiffened in anticipation. Just do it, problem child. Aizawa shook his head. Problem child? Midnight mouthed in confusion as Izuku lifted off his mask. Though. He gave them a casual salute while he plopped down in a chair that he assumed was placed there for him. The staff blinked incredulously, and Aizawa heaved a massive sigh. Yamada was attempting to hold back a smirk. You really had to do it like that? His homeroom teacher asked. I mean, did you want me to drag it out? Because they already knew about the time travel bit, so, wait, so you're Viridian? Vlad asked, pointing at Izuku. Yep. And technically somewhere in my 40s. He waited a moment for that to process. See, I came back in time to essentially prevent the end of the world as we know it, and found that information's a lot easier to come by as a vigilante. Yes, I'm Quirkless, and yes, I passed the entrance exams fair and square. He huffed. Did you study support items at all? Power Loader asked, leaning forward in interest. Yeah. I went to a specialized school and got a PhD in computer science. I made support items for a living. For a little bit, I even had the opportunity to work with you on a few things. Izuku smiled softly for a moment, recalling all those late nights he'd spent working on projects with Uncle Higuri. So you knew some of us. Midnight concluded. Yeah. I was closest to my Shoyuta and Hizashi. He glanced at Aizawa for a moment. I said, I came from a future I'll do everything to prevent. For all things considered, I thought the position of a student was decidedly not ideal. As a fellow staff member, he will have more freedom to move about and do as he needs to prevent the coming dangers we face. Nizu hummed. That being said, having been his private teacher for several months, Midoriya has plenty of qualifications to be a teacher's aide. Well, if Nizu's given you the green light, then I see no reason why we shouldn't welcome you onto the team. Snipe chuckled. Welcome aboard, little sharpshooter. It'll be interesting to have such a youthful face around. I'll look forward to your valued input. Samenta smiled. Izuku smiled back as more staff members welcomed him aboard. Nobody seemed against him joining them, which was a welcome relief. After a lifetime of scrutiny and rejection, it was still a little shocking to find people who welcomed him even without a quirk. I hope you realize you're still going to attend our sessions? Hound Dog huffed. Though this does make a lot more sense. Sorry, I just couldn't find a way to explain it to you earlier. Izuku shrugged. I mean, I know I've got issues, but I couldn't risk getting kicked out of UA, or missing the USJ incident. Is there anything else we need to be aware of? Nizu asked. Now that everyone's here, other than the possibility of Ida getting himself killed. I think I remember the UA Heroics summer training camp being attacked. Don't quote me on that though, that was decades ago. It could have been during a field trip or something. Come to think of it, though, Tsuragami told me that I could hold a police training camp this summer as Viridian. If I do it as a conjoined thing, then we'll already have backup on hand if the attack occurs. He tapped his chin as his mind started spinning out plans. And I vaguely recall a student being kidnapped at some point. I think it was Bakugo. Right. So even our summer camp isn't safe. Aizawa looked ready to bash his skull into the table. Izuku chuckled. Hey, don't worry so much. You've got me, so we'll be fine. I'll just attract all the trouble to me instead of your class. That's what he's afraid of. Yamada grinned. So you all moved into the dorms, little listener? Yep. Second floor, room 22. Izuku nodded. Well, I think that's about all we've got for today. Nizu nodded. As of Monday, Midoriya will be listed as my personal student and intern. As such, he'll be pulled out of Class 1A's normal courses. Viridian will then be placed as a teacher's aide, particularly focusing on the heroics and support courses. Support? Power Loader raised an eyebrow. Yes. I thought it'd present an interesting challenge for your class to create support items for our newest hero. Nizu grinned and Izuku lit up. I get gear. Hold on. Aizawa narrowed his eyes. What kind of heroics gear do you have? Well, I got my Vigilante outfit at a local Halloween store, and everything else I made from scraps I found at Dagoba. Kigo got me a hero phone after I wrecked it for the third time. Third time? Aizawa frowned. Yeah, I dropped it off a building and finally killed it. Izuku shrugged. Yeah, and you fell with it? Kigo glared. And you still refused a hospital? I'm sorry, did you just say you fell off a building? Midnight practically screeched. You get used to it? Aizawa sighed. If it helps, I didn't hit the ground. My phone just slipped out of my pocket. Yeah, but you dislocated your shoulder catching yourself on that streetlight? Kigo sighed. So the only actual hero level anything you have is a phone? Power Loader asked, a frown on his face. Yeah. Everything else is civilian level stuff I snitched from the dump and stuff. Izuku shrugged. I have no hero gear. So he's just that good? Midnight grinned. Able to outrun even All Might himself with nothing your average kid couldn't manage to get a hold of. Impressive. The number one hero sunk into his chair a bit more, and Izuku felt a wave of satisfaction. He may respect the number one hero for all the good he's done, but he had no respect for Yagi Tashinori, the man who crushed his dreams. He respected him as a hero, not necessarily a person. The knowledge that he had a quirk that could be passed on might have a little bit to do with that. Come on, listener. I'll give you a tour of the teacher's facilities so you've got a place to escape to. Yamada grinned. Oh, and here's your new staff ID. Don't lose it. I'll have you keep a hold of your student ID for appearance's sake. Nizu grinned, handing him a staff ID that had a photo of his Viridian self with his hero name printed neatly next to it. Welcome to the team. Viridian's grin matched Nizu's and a few staff members shuddered. There's two of them now. Ectoplasm muttered to himself. What have we done? Snipe groaned. Something magnificent? Viridian cackled. Shoyuta sighed when Viridian joined him on the rooftop. It had only been a couple of days since they learned his true identity, and he now found himself wondering if the kid ever slept. You've got school tomorrow? So do you? Viridian chuckled. Remember our bet. You didn't guess my identity before I revealed it, so I get to keep doing exactly what I've been doing all along. He paused for a moment. Besides, I can handle patrols just fine so long as I'm not taking over your crappy patrol schedule on top of everything else. Shoyuta winced. When he'd asked Viridian to take his patrol schedule in the aftermath of USJ, he'd assumed the man had no day job. He certainly hadn't realized that he was a UA student. Fine. But do you know what you're going to do about internships? They'll be announced tomorrow. I was thinking of Midoriya interning with Viridian. Shoyuta stared at him, incredulous. You can't intern with yourself. He stated slowly, causing the vigilante-turned-hero to laugh. Watch me. Problem child. He shook his head. This wasn't worth arguing about. Viridian would do what Viridian wanted. Nothing Shoyuta said or did would stop him when his mind was set to something. Are we doing this patrol or not? Come on. Viridian turned towards the south side. We'll start over here, tonight? He hummed in thought as they gracefully leapt from one rooftop to the next. If not me, then who do you recommend? I have to stay near Hosu in case something happens. Other than Ida, I get the feeling that something else happened. I can't remember what, though. Hopefully it's nothing important. Shoyuta grimaced. Knowing Viridian's luck, it was something major. It was still so strange to know that this person beside him was from the future. Legally, according to Nizu, apparently there was actual paperwork for this sort of situation that Tsukachi could file, so if anyone ever found out about his breaking the time stream, he wouldn't get arrested for it. Go figure. What are they like? He found himself asking in the quiet hours of the night. They'd come to a rest at one of the rooftops of an abandoned, crumbling building in the south side. Green eyes turned towards him with a questioning head tilt. The Nomo from your time? Are they stronger than the one from USJ? That beast haunted Shuta's nightmares, even now. He could never forget the strength with which it snapped his arms and pounded his face into the concrete. He could still feel its phantom hand grinding his bones to dust, salvageable only by the grace of a single quirk from a nurse in the hospital he'd been taken to. Viridian hummed as he thought. In a sense. See, Shigaraki's Nomu were varied and specialized. I'd say the Dark Nomu would be the closest to the one from USJ. They're about as strong as that one, but they aren't nearly so fast, nor could they heal themselves. The fast ones are the White Nomu. He shuddered strong, and Shoyuta wondered if he had specific trauma with those ones. They're so fast I once saw one catch up to someone with a speed quirk in seconds. That guy's stupidity is the only reason I'm here right now. It didn't feel real. To hold the knowledge was not the same as holding the memories. It felt more like a twisted story that Viridian told, and sometimes he had to remind himself that this horribly scarred child was actually a man who lived it. It's weird, isn't it? Viridian gave a low, humorless laugh. Some days I actually miss it. I don't miss the apocalypse necessarily, but I miss the simplicity of it all. Survival. You're worth what you can contribute, and I, for the first time in my life, wasn't worthless. Nobody asked me about quirks or looked down on me when they realized I didn't have one. Because I could fight, I was valuable. You are valuable. Shoyuta put a hand on his shoulder. Help. Viridian. A distant cry had them both rushing off towards the sound. Shoyuta sighed. Tonight would be a long night. Izuku sighed as he went through the motions of class. It wasn't until their heroics PRD that things started to get interesting. He smirked as, just about 20 minutes beforehand, Aizawa called him up and handed him a slip, saying Nizu wanted to see him. With an internal snicker, he took the paper and headed over to the staff room, the actual locked staff room, not the one that was open for students to come and grab them at. Midoriya. That time already. 13 mused as they moved their rook across the chessboard, making Midnight pout. Yep. He snickered as he pulled out his vigilante outfit. Since they already knew about his time travel escapades, he figured he didn't really need to hide. So he was quick to pull off his uniform and put on his much more comfortable vigilante clothing. The teachers in the room didn't comment, but he thought he saw All Might wince. You should talk to Power Loader after school today and have him help you design a new outfit. I think it goes without saying that we'd all feel better if you had more protection than a Halloween costume. 13 sighed as they moved another piece. I'm still no less impressed that you've managed with nothing more than civilian-level goods this entire time. Midnight laughed softly. It's astounding that you even managed to outrun All Might in his hero form. She moved another piece. Uncheck. That's not a thing. 13 huffed. I've always wondered, how did you manage to outrun All Might? All Might himself perked up a bit, listening closely. It really wasn't that strong. I already knew about his 3-hour time limit from the first run, so all I actually needed to do was evade him for 3 hours. Viridian shrugged. Beyond that, I'm very good at staying hidden. White Nomo hunt by sound. I estimate they've got better hearing than All Might, so I didn't need to worry about him finding me that way. I know he doesn't have heightened smell, and his vision has nothing on a Nomo scout. Nomo scout. Midnight blinked as she moved another piece. And yes, that's a thing. It is not. 13 scowled beneath their mask as they moved another piece. Tiny Nomu, about the size of a chicken. Perhaps they were small children that had turned initially, not really sure. They aren't very strong, and they're not nearly as fast as a white Nomu, but they've got sharp little teeth and travel in packs. They've got really sharp eyes. I swear they could find someone with a camouflage quirk. He shook his head. So anyways, I just needed to keep All Might on the trail I wanted him on while I sat back and watched the show. Amazing. I'm not sure I completely understand it, but I've never met anyone as good at disappearing as you. Midnight chuckled as she moved another piece. Checkmate, she proclaimed. Wait, what? 13 stood abruptly, scanning every inch of the chessboard before sitting back with a groan. You were leading me into a trap this whole time? A couple of the other teachers wandered in. Vlad King and Aizawa were arguing about something under their breath as Yamada laughed. Anyways, that's very impressive. All Might grinned. Perhaps we should train together sometime. Perhaps we should. Viridian smiled as he pulled on his mask, making sure his voice modifier was turned on. All right, are the kiddies ready for me? I'll never get over that. Aizawa shook his head with a fond smile. Yes, Heroics 1A is ready for Viridian. Wonderful. He grinned. You coming, Eraser? Yeah, just let me refill my thermos. He poured nearly the entire pot of coffee in his thermos before screwing the lid back on and following the vigilante-turned-hero out of the teacher's lounge. Got a lesson planned for today. You could say that. He grinned. I've already got things set up with Nizu. That isn't reassuring. Aizawa took a nice long drink from his thermos, and Viridian idly wondered if he'd spiked it while he wasn't looking. Viridian grinned wider as they approached 1A. Aizawa shot him a look that clearly said, "Stay here," which he had little intentions of listening to. He had a plan after all. Shinso Hitoshi wasn't sure what to think when Aizawa of 1A stalked into his general education classroom. A quiet murmur swept through the room as Snipe nodded his head in greeting. Class, this is Aizawa Shoyuda, homeroom teacher of Heroics Class 1A. Snipe introduced as the students perked up. Don't beat around the bush. Aizawa glared at Snipe. Shinso Hitoshi, come with me. He turned to walk away as Shinso jolted in shock. Was he in trouble? Had he done something wrong? He didn't waste any time gathering his supplies and dashing out of the room after the hero, ignoring the snickers of his classmates. Sir, you're not in trouble. Aizawa reassured him. Your performance at the sports festival was impressive. Enough so that you've been offered a spot in Heroics 1A. He almost stopped walking. He felt himself shake. Was this some kind of joke? Aizawa's eyes flickered to him for a moment. I know you've been given the villain card your entire life. Trust me, so was I. I can erase people's quirks with a look. This isn't a joke or a prank. While you didn't get the chance to show off your quirk as much as you could have, you showed enough drive and ingenuity during the festival to warrant your transfer. Plus, We've got a couple of open spots. He gave a yawn. Open spots. I'll explain in a moment, he stated as they opened the doors. Shinso eyed his new classmates. Everyone, this is Shinso Hitoshi. He's transferring into 1A as of today. Wait. Aizawa-sensei. Kirishima spoke up, worry etched into his face. What about Midoriya? He's being transferred to Class 1, yes, a new course. He's now Nisa's private student, as he's been deemed a little overqualified for this class. Aizawa explained. You'll still share some classes with him, but for the most part he'll be doing his own thing. Shinso felt a jolt of disappointment that his friend wasn't going to be in his class, but he was overjoyed for Izuku. He couldn't remember ever hearing about Nizu taking on a private student. It was quite an honor. He took the seat that Aizawa gestured to as his new classmates gave him smiles and waves. His new homeroom teacher didn't make him state his quirk, which was a new and welcome change from every other homeroom teacher he'd had. I'm sure you've heard that UA has accepted a new staff member, Aizawa stated once Shinso was settled. He's going to be something like a teacher's aide or a co-teacher. He'll be directing your heroics class today. You can socialize while I go retrieve him. With that, Aizawa turned and left them in the room. A pink-skinned girl leaned over towards him with a grin. Nice to meet you. I'm Ishido Mina. My quirk is acid. Hitoshi, wasn't it? Why, He blinked as he was accosted with introductions and quirks. Everyone had such amazing quirks. Sure, he'd seen most of them in action at the sports festival, but it wasn't like he'd had the opportunity to sit back and watch. So you're Izuku's friend? Bakugo gave him a cursory look. Bakugo Katsuki, I've known Izuku since we were born. Shinso noticed that he was one of the few that didn't list his quirk. Not that he needed to, what with the finale of that sports festival. He sighed. There really wasn't a way around it, was there? My quirk is brainwashing. He glanced away for a moment before looking up at his classmates. To his surprise, they didn't look disgusted or horrified at all. What a remarkable quirk. Ida grinned, making odd robotic chops with his hand. Perfect for hostage situations or destructive villains. You certainly won't need to worry about collateral damage as much as me. Ishido laughed. How does it work? Can you just? It's response-based. If I ask a question and someone responds, I can, yeah. He felt his face heat up. Nobody had ever asked him how his quirk worked with such innocent curiosity before. Well, nobody but Izuku, but he was an outlier. Before anything more could be said, Aizawa returned. Now, as I was saying before, you'll have a new part-time teacher. He'll mainly be helping with heroics, but, really, Eraser, you say you don't like to beat around the bush, but you can be awfully long-winded when you want to be. A voice spoke up from the window. Shinso was sure it had been closed just a moment ago, but now there was a figure calmly lounging on the windowsill as if they weren't several stories off the ground. The guy wore a dark green outfit like a ninja with a short sword and a black utility belt. Bright green eyes shone out from slits and Shinso jolted when he recognized the rather plain mask. Why, you're Viridian! Kirishima cried out in shock. Shinso could feel the jolt of awe and disbelief travel throughout the room. Yep, we've got a winner. Viridian chuckled as he hopped down from the window. He was a fair amount shorter than Shinso thought he'd be, standing about even with, or shorter than, most of his class. Aizawa gave a fond huff as he rolled his eyes. This, as I'm sure you've already figured out, is Viridian. He'll be that new teacher I told you about. Oh, good to meet ya. Viridian seemed to be grinning beneath that mask. Time's wasting. We're already 20 minutes into your class PRD. Since this is my first time teaching you all, let's see how you fare. He tossed a bunch of gym uniforms on the desk, earning a small glare from Aizawa. Put these on and meet me outside. Well, this sounds familiar. Kaminari sighed as everyone got up and started to grab their uniforms. Shinso followed them out to the heroics gyms and changed into the uniform. He'd only worn it once or twice in general education, just for basic stuff and the sports festival. Viridian was already waiting for them with a grin when they arrived. Come on this way. He led them to an urban setup, much like the heroics entrance exams. Today, we'll be playing a game of tag. I'll be it, and you all have to avoid me for as long as possible. You can use your quirks if you'd like, but don't expect me to go easy on you. For extra points, you can tag me. Aizawa spoke up. For the purpose of this exercise, the two of us will be wearing these power limiters. It adds half our body weight to us, which will slow us down significantly. Remember, if I touch you, you're out. Your grade will be directly proportionate to how long you're able to stay untagged. Tagging Aizawa will grant you 100 bonus points. He'll still remain in the game if he's tagged, just for fairness' sake. Viridian snickered. As if you believe in fairness. Aizawa shot him a glare. Hey, it's our job to prepare these kiddies for the real world. It won't be as nice as us. Viridian grinned, turning back to the class as Aizawa sighed and headed into the faux city. All right, you've got a 10-minute head start. You can go ahead and go in now. It didn't take much more to motivate them all to start running. Viridian was known as one of the stealthiest people on the planet. He was so good at staying hidden that they had to give him a hero license because they just couldn't catch him. To top it off, the guy was quirkless. Just like Izuku was. Shinso saw the guy as a true inspiration. Eraserhead was one of his favorite heroes, sure, but Viridian was the one he looked up to the most. Shinso hid himself in the corner of a darkened room, near enough to a window to escape if he needed to, but far enough away from the door to not be caught off guard. He wasn't sure how long it had been, but it didn't feel like long enough before a voice at the window startled him. Nice hiding spot. Viridian complimented, causing Shinso to whirl around and back away. But next time, remember that your enemies could use the window too. It's not just a way out, but a way in as well. Shinso gave a nervous chuckle. What gave me away? Viridian just laughed and signed something with his hands. He must have quickly realized that Shinso didn't understand him because he sighed with a shrug. In a flash, a moment far too fast for Shinso to even comprehend, let alone dodge, Viridian had gotten behind him. A firm hand on his shoulder had him groaning. Good attempt, but to someone who knows your quirk, it's a little obvious. I'd recommend getting a voice changer to mimic other people and see if you can get better responses that way. He gave Shinso a smirk. As for what gave you away, next time you try to hide in an abandoned building, try to disturb as little dust as possible. You left a bit of a trail up here. From there it was just jumping from one window to the next. Don't worry, you hid better than most of your classmates. Shinso groaned as Viridian pointed him out of the city. He was more than a little surprised to see over half his class there. After another 10 minutes or so, another person, Ajui, he thought her name was, joined them. You too, Karo. He found me hiding at the bottom of a stream. He's really good. Even with those limiters, we can't hope to outrun him, Karo. She shook her head with a sigh. He's so manly, Kirishima proclaimed. You know, back when he was still just a vigilante, he saved my brother's life. He'd been kidnapped and Viridian saved him. We've both been dying to meet him ever since to thank him. He saved a good friend of mine too? Yayorozu nodded. From what I know, he's been working with Aizawa-sensei for a while now. You've got that right? Viridian commented from where he was casually leaning against the entrance of the city. The final student, Koda, surprisingly enough, was trailing behind him. You all did remarkably well considering you have no training in evasion. I believe All Might has been concentrating on their fighting skills. Aizawa informed as he rejoined the group. You can't always fight your way out of a situation. And sometimes, you need to know how to sneak up on an enemy to deal the real damage. With me, you'll be primarily learning how to hide and evade, which is arguably just as important as knowing how to fight. Shinso nodded. He could see those skills being invaluable in their chosen field. For now, that just about wraps up today. Gather your things from the classroom and head home. Aizawa gave another yawn. W8. Kirishima approached Viridian before falling into a deep bow. Last year, you saved my brother's life. He was one of those 30 kidnapped kids. He once said you even protected him from a bullet. I can't thank you enough for bringing my baby bro home. Viridian looked surprised for a long moment, as if he wasn't used to being thanked so profusely. His gaze softened into a smile. I'm glad he's okay. Take good care of your family. And when you become a hero, make sure you reach a hand out to everyone you can. Of course. Kirishima grinned, straightening up. Come on, Eraser, let's head back. Viridian gave a yawn of his own. I'd like a nap before our patrol tonight. Izuku hissed lowly as he crouched under some rubble with Tamaki. It had been stupid to go into the city ruins, they knew that. But they also desperately needed medical supplies, and the only hospital that hadn't been cleared out was in the middle of Tokyo ruins. Really, Tamaki and Izuku decided that it was worth the risk. They needed the antibiotics for Hisashi's fever. Dabi said he really wouldn't last much longer without them. This was ultimately why the two had been rebellious idiots and left without saying anything. Izuku left a letter just in case they didn't come back. They'd both been understandably nervous as they approached the massive towering stone walls that had initially been built to keep the Nomu out. Instead, they'd trapped them in when a bunch of idiots hadn't admitted that they were sick. Those who survived the massacres never really dared to return to the walled cities. Sure, by this point there were gaping holes in the walls, but it still kept most of those Nomu inside. The place would be crawling with them, and it was suicide to even get as close as they were now. But Hisashi had been sick for days. He really wouldn't survive without the medicine, and Izuku wasn't sure he could bear to watch show break like that. With a silence shared between them, the two silently snuck their way in. The city was nothing like they remembered. Towering buildings were reduced to rubble and old apartment complexes crumbled at the corners. Cars were left haphazardly, either abandoned in the middle of the road or quietly parked on the streets, where they rusted and the tires had practically melted to the pavement. Trees were growing wildly and ivy was snaking its way up nearly every building. Many of the half-toppled over structures were painted green with moss and grass where nature had readily begun to reclaim her land. It was surreal, almost peaceful in a sense. Birds chirped and animals grazed, and honestly, if he couldn't hear the far too close sounds of Nomu, he would have thought it a good place to sit and draw. As it was, the sorrowful beauty of the abandoned city was enough to take both their breaths away. Without the bustle of city life or the hum of electricity, everything was softer somehow. The air was sweeter, and Izuku wondered if perhaps the destruction of society would have been a better thing for the planet. Come on. Tamaki quietly nudged his arm. I'm pretty sure the hospital was this way. With luck, we can snag some supplies. Izuku nodded, making sure his old vigilante outfit was fitting properly. It was made with stealth in mind, so he was a lot quieter when wearing it. He tended to wear it out on runs, but it needed a wash, badly. He'd never missed detergent so much in all his life. An instinct had him grabbing Tamaki's arm and pulling him into an alleyway just as a white Nomu stalked around the corner, sniffing the air. Perhaps the lack of detergent was a good thing after all, because the Noma didn't seem to think his BO was out of place and continued on. The two let out shaky breaths. Still picking up deodorant for you? Taki muttered as he itched his nose. Eureka? Not my fault I haven't had the chance to wash this outfit. Izuku argued back quietly. Find me some soap and it shouldn't stink so much. They cautiously rounded a few more corners before laying eyes on the half-destroyed hospital. They carefully slipped in through the broken window with grins on their faces. They're gonna kill us if we make it out of this alive. Izuku noted. Correction, they're going to kill us if they find out we've gone. May have left a note. Izuku scratched the back of his head as they made their way through the winding hallways. What? I told you to let things be. Tamaki whispered. Damn it, I'll never hear the end of Fatgum's lecture. I figured it's better than worrying about us if we don't make it back. Izuku shrugged. I mean, I'd want to know if Shoyuta was being an idiot. Fair. Tamaki sighed. Dabi's going to fry us? And Shuta's going to give us that glare. Izuku agreed. I think you should be more worried about Higuri. Didn't you promise him you'd stay out of trouble? I mean, the worst he can do is, K. Izuku's smile was a full-blown grin as he showed him the gold mine in front of them. Bottles. Hundreds of bottles of medicine. Everything from antipsychotics to antibiotics and pain medicine. Grab your bag, we're loading up. Tamaki decided as he grabbed his own bag. They scooped armfuls of anything that looked useful. Antibiotics, painkillers, sleeping pills, they all went into their bags. The whole place seemed untouched, like nobody had bothered to raid it since the walls went down. Their loss was Izuku's gain, because he found another goldmine of sterile bandages and antiseptics. His bag would get too heavy before long, and he winced whenever the pill bottles made a rattling sound. He tried padding it with as much gauze and bandages as he could, but it didn't help much. If he'd had the time, he would have opened the bottles and stuffed them with cotton, but there were too many and too little time. There was no telling when a Nomu would get curious about the noise the two were inadvertently making. "Come on." Tamaki laughed quietly, eyes sparkling with excitement. "Let's see what else we can find. We may never get another chance like this again." They were running through the halls, opening doors and giving each room a cursory glance for anything useful. It was in an office that something caught Izuku's eye. It looked distinctly official and was the only thing that wasn't thrown everywhere. BLD stained the walls as claw marks marred the wall above an old skeleton. Izuku left Tamaki to check out the other room across the hall as he curiously picked up the file. He almost dropped it when he saw what it read. "The CDC files from the outbreak," he whispered. It seemed to be from the first and the second strain. He pocketed it. It may not have been of any use to him, but his gut said to take it anyways, and he always listened to his gut. "Tamaki." Izuku placed a hand on his shoulder as they passed a window. "It's getting late. Sunset will be within an hour. You know the Nomu are more active after sundown." He shared a look with his brother, who sighed. "I know you're disappointed, but we've got what we came for. We've hit literal gold. There's nothing to be disappointed about. This will last us years." "You're right." He gave Izuku a bit of a smile. "Come on then. Before we really find ourselves in trouble. I actually kinda want that lecture, you know. I can't wait to see the looks on their faces when we come back with 2 duffel bags full of medical supplies." Izuku snickered as they snuck back out through the window. They had to be very careful now. With the pills rattling around in both their packs, there was no way to ensure complete stealth. And many of the Nomu were starting to develop territorial instincts. Honestly, if the creatures weren't so horrifying and deadly, Izuku might actually take to studying them with the same gusto that he used to study heroes with. As quietly as they could, they made their way towards the giant hole in the wall. Izuku was concentrating so much on staying quiet that he neglected to watch his footing. He slipped on something slimy and sludgy, likely something decomposing, and tumbled right into a rubbish bin. He froze in absolute horror as the can spilled its age-old contents into the street, creating a very loud sound as it did so. Tamaki was rooted to the spot as well, sharing a horrified look with Izuku. A high-pitched chittering sound came from above them, and Izuku's eyes widened when he saw an old water tower that had a giant hole punched into the side. Something flew out from it, and Izuku's stomach dropped. A distinctly reptilian screech alerted him to his mistake almost instantly. A Doberman-sized Nomu stood atop the streetlight. Its body was covered in fine yellow hairs that looked like fur, and it had a long spaded tail that swung below it. Its feet were viciously clawed talons, and instead of arms it had thick short wings that allowed it to maneuver easily in tighter environments like a city. They were fast, but they had crappy stamina. The yellow Nomu also nested in flocks. Dozens of pairs of beady eyes shone out from the shadows of the alleyway and the water tower, and Izuku swallowed thickly. The sharp beak of the yellow Nomu, or Zoomers as they were often nicknamed, was made for tearing into human flesh. And those claws could easily latch onto someone. Despite their smaller size, one could lift up a small child alone. Most of them usually worked together to lift people up and drop them to their deaths, if they didn't just rip into the person midair. Tamaki slowly placed a hand on Izuku's trembling shoulder, or was that Tamaki's hand that was trembling? And backed them up. Any sudden movement could set them off. For a breathless moment, nothing happened, and Izuku dared to hope. Then, Tamaki's foot hit an old soda can from the rubbish bin Izuku had knocked over, and all hell broke loose. Dozens of Zoomers swarmed the skies above them, nearly blacking out the sun as they cried out in agitation and territorial fury. Their calls and circling would undoubtedly attract the attention of other Nomu, like buzzards did with predators. Izuku's mind filed away the piece of information that a few of the younger Nomu seemed to have longer wingspans, more suited for longer travel and airtime. Were they evolving? Then they attacked. Izuku slashed out with his sword even as he felt talons and beaks start tearing into his flesh. If he hadn't been wearing his vigilante outfit made with specially spun fibers made to protect him, then he was fairly sure he'd be dead. He bit back a cry when one with particularly good aim bit into his bicep, tearing part of it away. He cursed himself for procrastinating on patching up the tear in the outfit that had allowed the Nomu to get at him. His struggles increased when he felt talons latching onto him and his feet left the pavement. Izuku! Tamaki cried out, fighting off his own swarm. Izuku caught the brief image of his face, horror-stricken and full of grief. It was an expression he had become increasingly familiar with over the last few years. He'd seen it on many faces, his own included. But he had never seen someone make that face towards him. It was strange to have someone care about his death. And then he was falling. The ground was coming up far too fast, and he knew he was about to meet his end. But instead of cold, strong concrete, a warm pair of arms caught him, cradling him against their settee, and he found himself looking up into Taishiro's concerned amber-yellow eyes. "You good, Izuku?" He gave him a small smile. "Good thing I found your note." He let out a breathy laugh as reality started to catch up to him. "Why, thank you." Taishiro had really come all this way just to save them. Because he was worried. He'd come on a suicide mission to rescue the original Suicide Squad. The idea was laughable, but he found himself running off adrenaline at this point and unable to fully process anything. He carefully set Izuku down on his feet. The once vigilante stumbled into the survivor that had once been known as Fat Gum. He was hardly recognizable these days. Taishiro struggled to keep any weight on him, making his quirk damn near useless. But he was a good fighter, even without his quirk. He'd been part of their survivor group from the beginning, bringing Tamaki along with him just as Sho and Zashi had brought Izuku and Nemuri along with them. "Fat Gum?" Tamaki grinned in relief. "What have I told you about using that name?" Taishiro shook his head with a fond smile. "Heroes are a thing of the past. I'm just Taishiro now." "Whatever, lecture me on it later." Tamaki grinned. "Let's just get out of here. Aizu, you've still got your bag." "Of course." His hand migrated to his bag just to be sure it was still laden with all the priceless supplies they'd lifted from the hospital. "Bag?" Taishiro questioned as he grabbed one yellow Nomu and chucked it at the others, who were keeping a wary distance. Izuku's gut clenched. This wasn't right. They didn't keep distance like this, they only did so when. "Yeah, we raided the hospital. It was practically untouched." Tamaki explained. "Guys?" Izuku spoke softly as his eyes darted around them. He didn't see it, but he just knew something was there. "Help me." It was soft, quiet. A menacing whisper from the shadows behind him that made his every survival instinct go haywire. "Hero, help me." Slowly, Izuku turned away from the yellow Nomu, gaze locking onto the soulless black orbs. It looked like a crouched child with hair so long that it brushed the ground. It looked like a corpse, long gangly arms and dead ashen skin, and he could count the vertebrae in the spine. But it tilted its head with the same fluidity of a wooden puppet, slow, choppy, like it wasn't sure how to properly move. It made an odd humming sound, tuneless and terrifying as it kept its inky black gaze locked onto them. "A cursed one." Tamaki swore under his breath. They were once children who had fallen to the disease that created the Nomu. They couldn't breed, but they were no less terrifying. If any of the Nomu haunted his nightmares as much as the white ones, it would be the cursed Nomu. No quirks. No special ability. They had active human-like vocal cords and mimicked words, pretending to be children and trapping the hapless people who came to help. They may not have been the most outright physically dangerous of the bunch, but they were certainly the creepiest. It stood almost mechanically, jerking at odd intervals as it rose to its feet. Perhaps the scariest thing about these cursed Nomu was that they were prime transmitters for the virus. No longer transferable via air or surface contamination, thank goodness. But just like old tales of zombies, it could be transferred by scratches and bites, thankfully only from the cursed Nomu. To run into one was practically a death sentence. It was how Izuku had lost. The three backed away slowly. The Zoomers were far less dangerous than a cursed one. At least an injury caused by them wasn't literally the end of his life. A warning growl from his left had Izuku cursing in a way he'd learned from Bakugo. A royal Nomo stood, tail twitching. Oh cool. A royal one, a cursed one, and the little zoomers. Tamaki muttered. Let's just invite the white Nomu and make it a party. Izuku muttered back, earning a quick glare from his brother. Don't even joke. He admonished. I don't know if we can make it out of this one. We will. Taishiro promised. Before anything more could be done, the Nomu attacked. It was a confusing cacophony of screeching and claws, and Izuku couldn't fully comprehend what was going on. He was running entirely off instinct, blocking hits as quickly as they came. Honestly, he was beyond grateful for his vigilante outfit. It had saved his Nide more times than he could count. He stumbled to the side as the cursed Nomu came out of nowhere, moving uncharacteristically quickly as it snarled at him with the voice of a young child. Izuku blocked its claws and had to hastily leap back to avoid another swipe from the not child. This threw him almost directly into the path of the royal Nomu's tail, which tore through his vigilante outfit like it was costume fabric. A few nearby roars told him that the other royal Nomu were nearly there, and he bit his lips strong enough to bleed in an attempt to keep himself calm. He saw it a moment before it happened. The cursed one, with its terrifying jerky gait, ran at him, long nails outstretched and jaw opened wide. And then, suddenly, someone was in front of him. You okay? Taishiro grinned as he shoved a knife into the cursed one's skull. But Izuku wasn't watching that. He was staring at the place where the cursed one's teeth had penetrated Taishiro's arm. Titai, maybe if they hurried, an amputation could save him. It's okay. He uttered softly, pulling down the sleeve of his jacket to hide it before Tamaki saw. There was a look in his eyes that told Izuku all he needed to know. I knew I probably wouldn't last long. I've always known it was a matter of time. But a sudden smoke bomb obscured everything, and Izuku nearly panicked. This way. Tamaki suddenly grabbed both their wrists and pulled them away from the fight. On foot, Izuku knew they had little chance to outrun the Nomu, but Tamaki already knew that. So where were they going? He led them into an old bar with busted-out windows. Hurry! The Nomu were already on their trail, and it wouldn't be long before they caught up to them. Izuku could already hear their claws scraping the pavement around the corner. Tamaki pulled up a hidden trapdoor behind the bar and ushered them inside. After shutting the lid and hearing the telltale click of a lock, he flicked the lights on. It was a small bunker with a door at the far end. An escape tunnel. Dabi told me that some places in a bunch of towns had bars with hidden escape routes. They were frequented by villains back in the day. With the right price or connections, the bartender could let someone make a getaway when the heroes and cops came sniffing. He showed me the symbol that was etched into the signs. I didn't expect to see it here. He laughed a bit. We'll be safe here. The tunnel should lead to the outskirts of town, maybe even past the walls. Izuku shared a small heartbroken look with Taishiro. Tamaki about that. Great job finding this. Taishiro cut him off, and Izuku shot him a look. Surely he didn't intend to keep that from Tamaki. Go on and scout the tunnel ahead, Izuku, and I will rest here for a bit. I'm so proud of you. Tamaki frowned but nodded when he took a good look at how bloodied and injured Izuku was. I'll be back then. There was a good PRD of silence until Izuku spoke. You really aren't going to tell him? Izuku shot him a look. You know we can't bring you back like this? It only takes 3 days. I know. Taishiro sighed. It's selfish, but I didn't want his last memory of me to be tainted by this knowledge. Besides, what could he do about it? That kid has always had problems with depression and anxiety. It can't bear to see it fester from the consequences of my own actions. So what now? Izuku took a seat beside him. Taishiro was already starting to look a little flushed as a small cough found its way up his throat. He must have had a weaker immune system than they thought, what with the lack of food they'd had. There's nothing to be done. Taishiro sighed, and for the first time Izuku saw how scared the hero was. I'll turn within 3 days no matter what we do. He smiled a little bitterly. I don't regret it. Don't you dare blame yourself for this. Izuku swallowed thickly. I have a selfish favor to ask of you. Taishiro's hand shook. You picked up a gun a while back? May I have it? Izuku jolted, hand going towards his filched pistol. There were only about 4 bullets left, but it was still 4 chances to get away, though the sound would inevitably attract all the nearby Nomo. Guns were nearly as bad as howlers. Why you can't mean, I don't want to become one of them. Taishiro turned to gaze at Izuku, and his eyes held so many emotions. Fear, apology, guilt, sorrow, disappointment, but beneath it all, relief. I'm so tired, we all are. I've tried to hold on, I really have, but I just can't live in this world anymore. Please, let me at least die saving someone. Tears brimmed Izuku's eyes as he slowly handed the pistol over. What about Tamaki? He would never let me do this. Taishiro shook his head with a low laugh. Go catch up with him. Watch over him for me, oh. And whatever you do, don't come back. Izuku hugged him. You've been an amazing friend. Tell the others we said hello. You're the strongest person I know, Izuku. Don't you ever stop smiling. Izuku sent him one more smile before running off down the corridor, tears falling down his cheeks. He nearly bowled over Tamaki, and was no longer able to hold back his sobs. Izuku, what's going on? Where's Fat Gum? Tamaki didn't understand until he heard the gunshot. Izuku would never forget that scream. Izuku's eyes snapped open with a strangled sob. It took him a moment to realize he was in his apartment in the teacher's dorms. The clock read 3:30 in the morning, and he knew that he had little chance of going back to sleep as he was now. He rubbed the ache in his bicep, fingers tracing the crater in his skin where the zoomer had gotten him. With a deep shuddering breath, he pulled himself from his bed and went to go wake himself up. He splashed the cold water on his face, blinking as it helped connect him a little more to his body. The cold water dripped from his chin and rain fell from the skies in sheets as should his agonized scream. Stop it! He whispered harshly to himself as he scrubbed his face dry a little more furiously than necessary. He left the bathroom and headed out into his living room, refusing to look at his own reflection. He knew what he'd see, eyes that were jaded and strong that had seen all kinds of horrors. A face that was too young and too old all at once. It was quiet, too quiet. The silence rang in his ears and felt like a physical force weighing down upon him. He swore he could hear the Nomu crying in the distance. He couldn't stand it, so he turned on the television, which was showing mindless commercials. Garvelda's bar. The best place to sit and watch your favorite sports. The screen panned to show a rather nice bar. The bar was dusty and old, and Izuku didn't get much time to really look at everything as Tamaki practically shoved him and Taishiro down the trapdoor. The room below was, that's enough. He shut off the TV. Obviously, he wasn't going to find a distraction here. He needed to go somewhere or do something. He wandered out of his little apartment and down into the common area. He wasn't expecting anyone to be awake since Shoyuda, the only fellow insomniac he knew of, had his own house with Hisashi. So he was rather surprised to see 13 and Ectoplasm talking in hushed voices. They looked up when he entered and he could sense their frowns. Midoriya? 13 questioned softly. What's wrong? Why would they assume? He reached up a hand to find tears running down his face. Oh, he hastily wiped them away. Sorry, old memory visited me in the night, that's all. He poured himself a cup of coffee. Care to talk about it? Ectoplasm offered. It's nothing important. He shook his head. Just the loss of a good friend. Sounds like something important to me. 13 spoke up. I mean, Izuku downed half the cup of scorching hot coffee, relishing in the burn that grounded him to reality. It's never easy to lose someone. I've just gotten a little too used to it, I suppose. Need a distraction? 13 offered, and Izuku sent the rescue hero a smile. Please. How good are you at chess? They questioned. Izuku could feel them smirking at him. I don't know. Never really played. Teach me the rules and let's find out. Well, considering 13 always gets there but kicked by midnight, Ectoplasm snickered, earning a well-cushioned elbow from their fellow hero. Izuku snickered a bit too, wondering if it felt like being elbowed by a marshmallow. An hour later showed that Izuku was terrifying at chess, easily sweeping both 13 and Ectoplasm off the board. I thought I had you this time. 13 despaired as ectoplasm patted them on the back. I thought you said you've never played. I haven't. Izuku scratched the back of his head. But Nizu says that I excel in strategy and analysis. I suppose that makes sense. Ectoplasm hummed. You said you had a PhD in computer science, yes? Yeah. He nodded. Off-topic question, but why are you guys up this late? Early. I had a late patrol tonight. Ectoplasm explained. And there was a bad accident on the road that required my quirk, so I was called out to help. 13 tacked on. We just got to talking since we got back around the same time. Izuku went to say something when his stomach rumbled. His face reddened a bit. Sounds like we should go on a snack run. Ectoplasm chuckled. Fat Gum came by for a visit yesterday and cleaned out our fridge. Izuku flinched a bit at the mention of Taishiro. It was jarring to hear his name in the present tense when he just relived the man's final moments. You've never seen us in our civvies before. 13 bounced excitedly, and Izuku blinked. He'd never seen either hero in anything but their hero uniforms in either timeline. Actually, he'd never seen any of the masked heroes in casual clothing. No, I actually haven't. Even in the first run. Well, guess I should slip into something more comfortable. Ectoplasm chuckled. Give us a bit and we'll meet you back down here. Perhaps you should slip into something other than your pajamas as well. Izuku felt his cheeks redden a bit when he realized he was still in his soft pants and shirt that depicted various mathematical equations. Alright. He went back upstairs and slipped on a t-shirt that read, "My brain has too many tabs open," and a pair of well-worn jeans. He threw on his jacket over top, concealing his sigh. He almost forgot to grab his bag, a simple messenger bag that held his money and Vigilante hero outfit. He headed downstairs and stopped to stare at the two strangers that sat there. Ectoplasm was recognizable by his iconic smile that stretched unnaturally across a moderately pale face. His hair was a soft dark brown and his eyes were a shimmering greenish gold color framed by a pair of glasses. He gave Izuku a smirk. It looked so odd with his quirk. Good to meet you face to face. You can call me Sugaku. He nodded as he turned his attention towards the person who could only be 13. Izuku had never seen such an androgynous person before. They had short black hair that fell in light waves just past their shoulders and kind round eyes that looked like they contained an entire galaxy. Purples and blues and reds swirled together with speckles of white pinpricks that reminded him of stars. A pair of glasses sat upon their nose as they gave Izuku a smile. If 13 was comforting and kind in their suit, it came across even more so in their civilian dress. You can call me Yuka? They introduced. Feel free to call me Izuku, then. He smiled. So, we heading out? Yep. There's a convenience store just a block or so away. Yuka explained as they tied back their hair. We can restock the fridge for the week. I don't think we'll have much chance to do so once word of your teaching here gets out. What does my teaching have to do with anything? You really are clueless about it, aren't you? Sugaku chuckled as he locked the door behind them. Once word gets out that Viridian is teaching at UA, we'll have an all-might crowd out front all over again. He shook his head. Especially since this'll be the press best chance to catch you. You are notorious for slipping away and staying hidden. Yuka laughed. Izuku went to protest before remembering the horde of reporters and civilians that had accosted him outside the police department before the sports festival. Alright, no. They've closed. Sugaku groaned as Izuku read the sign on the door. Looks like a staffing issue. They must not have had enough people to cover the overnight shift. Izuku sighed. Happened a lot during the pandemic. Pandemic? Sugaku blinked. I think there's another store just another block or so away. Yuka tilted their head in thought. I've passed it once or twice on patrol. Well, we've already come this far. Izuku shrugged as they continued walking. Yeah, so in the future there's a pretty nasty global pandemic that'll hit. Took only a year to get the vaccine out, and heroes were prioritized on that. Still killed a good chunk of people. Well, I'll be sure to stock up on masks then. Sugaku grimaced. And toilet paper? Izuku chuckled. That was the first thing to sell out? Toilet paper? Yuka stared at him incredulously. Seriously? Yep. Sanitizer and paper products were nowhere to be found. On the other hand, traffic was amazing. He grinned a bit as he remembered how clear the roads were. Geez, I don't remember it being this far. Yuka huffed, tucking a lock of hair behind their ear. Getting our steps in? Sugako laughed. Well, you two are at least. Knocked his knuckles against one of his prosthetic legs. Izuku couldn't help but think it'd be nearly impossible to recognize him if he wore a mask over his mouth and nose. So how do you like teaching so far? Yuka grinned as they hooked their hands behind their back in a childish gesture. It oddly suited them well. It's all right. A little strange. These kids need to learn more than just hit it till it dies, though. I think I'll concentrate on evasion and stealth. Specialties of yours. Sugaku agreed. If 1A ever has another villain encounter, learning how to avoid conflict and get away safely would be the best thing. Izuku shot him an odd look. In my original timeline 1A was continually attacked by the League of Villains. I think less than 10 members of the original class survived long enough to graduate. The two heroes shot him horrified looks. You're serious? So they're going to keep being attacked? Yuka paled a bit. Yeah, if I haven't changed things too much. I tried to get Shigaraki to set his gaze on me during USJ, so hopefully he'll concentrate his fire on Midoriya Izuku rather than the actual children. Technically you are an actual child? Yuka gave him an unimpressed look. I mean, I've got the experience of a 40-something-year-old, so, I've been wondering, did you just toss your memories back or is there another Izuku running around for us to worry about? Sugaku asked. According to all the calculations, it should have punted the entirety of me back in time and merged me with my younger self. Essentially, I've overtaken the Izuku of this time. Should have. Yuka raised an eyebrow. Izuku winced a bit as he recalled the train wreck incident. His eyes drifted to the lemniscate on his wrist. Really, it was all guesswork. No way for us to run any real tests, you know. We spent years gathering enough power to support the portal for a jump. Everything was wind and solar, you know. We had a couple generators, but finding fuel was nearly hopeless. Far too dangerous to go into the city. That's how we lost Taishiro after all. Taishiro, you mean Fat Gum? Sugaku startled. Yeah. Izuku rubbed the missing chunk on his bicep. He saved me and died because of it? He shook the memories from his mind. Oh, there's the store. Yuka smiled as they pointed, and Izuku felt his stomach sink a bit when he saw it. Maybe I should wait out here, he suggested, earning a frown from his companions. Don't tell me. This place has a thing against quirkless people. Sugaku sighed when Izuku nodded. Oh, then by all means. Yuka gave a feral grin, hair rising for a moment as the light of a galaxy flashed within the inky dark locks. Come on in with us. Neither of us are easily recognizable in our civilian dress. If they choose to discriminate, they'll certainly pay the price. Sugaku chuckled as he pulled out a face mask and put it on. I keep it for situations where I don't wish to be recognized. He explained. Honestly, after the pandemic, it's stranger not to see masks. Izuku chuckled. He felt oddly touched that these two were willing to step up and defend him if need be. Dare he say it? He was starting to get used to people caring about him. Kigo, Shoyuta, Yamada, Nizu, the UA staff as a whole, they were reliable. He was starting to feel comfortable in the realization that they weren't about to abandon him or turn on him. He liked it. He had friends. The store attendant did a double take when he saw Izuku. He recognized him as the assistant store manager, and someone who'd practically attacked him once before. He ducked his head, hiding a smirk. If this guy dared try anything now, not only did he have two well-known licensed pros with him, but since Naomasa had linked his civilian persona with his hero one, he could press serious charges for attacking a pro. If it got to that point, of course. For now, the guy was doing nothing more than shooting Izuku some nasty looks. Sugaku's eyes flickered to the attendant for a moment before the three of them went about their shopping. Izuku was looking at some cans of coffee when another attendant started sanitizing things. Everything he touched, the attendant sanitized. To Izuku, it was normal, even preferred during the pandemic, but he also realized it was an incredibly rude gesture. Yuka shot that attendant a glare as they grabbed Izuku's wrist and started looking at coffee with him, despite the fact that they didn't drink it. He nearly laughed at the look the attendant shot them as she left, a mixture of frustration and disgust which made her look hilariously constipated. "Thanks," he muttered to the rescue hero. "You deal with that every time you go shopping." They frowned. "Why do you think I've taken to shopping in my Vigilante uniform? People don't dare do more than a glare or mutter or two because they know I've got a license now." He chuckled. "Unfortunately, it's not quite illegal." Sugaku scowled. "Oh, just wait." Izuku grinned. "That cashier is the assistant store manager. He has a serious problem with me. He's actually why I stopped shopping here." "Well, then, let's finish this trip up then," Yuka decided. They stuck close to Izuku as they shopped. Sugaku didn't stray far either, though he did grab anything from the higher shelves they couldn't reach. Izuku very much appreciated someone with height on their side. For once, he didn't have to jump to reach the canister of oatmeal he liked from the top shelf. He dare not climb the shelves after his last attempt nearly knocked down the aisle, and he knew even a quirked individual couldn't get away with that, let alone a quirkless person like him. Izuku set down their stuff on the counter at checkout, and the manager gave him a flat look. "Wasn't I clear last time?" He scowled. "I refuse to serve something like you. You've contaminated this entire establishment. I have as much right to shop as anyone else," Izuku stated firmly, looking the man in the eye. "Right?" He scoffed. "Quirkless things have no rights?" He scowled, anger evident in his voice. "Leave. I will once you let me buy my things." The man was a little faster than Izuku gave him credit for, but with his experience he appeared to move in slow motion. He aimed a punch for Izuku, who dodged it, allowing the fist to sail into the display behind him, denting the iron structure and sending snacks flying. Sugaku's hand wrapped around the manager's wrist like an iron vice, halting all movement. Izuku clearly saw the 2-inch-long spikes that protruded from the man's knuckles. If that had hit Izuku, it likely would have killed him. Well, now, I'd say that's a villainous act. Attacking someone with your quirk is very illegal, especially with the intent to kill. Yuka had a gentle smile on their innocent face, but their voice was dripping in honeyed venom. "I'd say," Sugaku agreed with a scowl. "Hey, hands off. That thing is quirkless, it's not illegal. It's only illegal if I attack another person." The manager defended, digging his grave deeper. "You'd think he'd at least be smarter about it?" Yuka scoffed. "Don't worry, cops are on their way." "You have no right." The manager's words were cut off by Sugaku removing his mask, revealing his iconic grin. Ectoplasm. The man's eyes grew wide. Yep. Yuka was bouncing on their feet like an excited child. "Why am I not surprised?" The familiar exhausted voice had Izuku beaming at his favorite detective. "Masa," he grinned. "Quirk discrimination." Naomasa rubbed his eyes as Tyragun and Ikur secured the manager. "Yep. Hey Tyro. Long time no see." The two shared confused looks as Naomasa whispered something into their ears. Tyragun choked as Ikur's eyes widened. "Seriously?" The fur on Tyragun's tail was standing on end. "But you're so young." "Sure." Izuku sent him a smirk. "Nope, that's him." Ikur shook her head with a sigh. "Nobody can give a smirk like that but him. Come on." Tyragun urged the manager towards the car, leaving Naomasa with the three heroes. "But you know the drill, what happened?" "Grocery run." Izuku shrugged. "Guy didn't want to sell anything to me, and attacked me with his quirk. Seemed to be able to extend the bones in his knuckles by about 2 inches. Spiked, so he may even be able to control the shape. I'd watch out for lock-picking skills." Naomasa nodded before turning to the two heroes in confusion. "I know ectoplasm, but I'm afraid I need a name for the statement." He looked towards Yuka. It's me. 13. They cackled a bit at Naomasa's shock. "Alright. My apologies. So, statements. I know Midoriya will just email me his later." Izuku snickered. "You know you love the nights I take off?" "Yes, because they're usually quiet." He stressed. "Unless you go out in civilian dress and cause trouble." "What can I say? Trouble loves me." Izuku chatted with a few of the cops, much to their confusion, while he waited for his coworkers to finish giving their statements. All right, we're good to go. Yuka stretched their arms above their head. Geez, you need to tell us when someone's going to attack you next time. There shouldn't be a next time. Sugaku groaned as they walked back towards the dorms. With Izuku's luck. Yuka shot him a look. Fair point. The cloning hero sighed. Honestly, I didn't expect him to use his quirk. Izuku shrugged. Last time he just chased me out with a broom. So, was this little walk distracting enough for you? Yuka grinned, tilting their head at Izuku. From your nightmare, I mean, yeah. Izuku grinned back. Thank you. Normally I'd go out on a patrol to get my mind off things, but then I'd be out all night. Plus, Shoyuta would kill me for going on patrol alone. But, I mean, I know you get into trouble a lot, but surely once in a while is okay. Sugaku raised an eyebrow. Because the last time I went out on patrol alone, that he knows of, I nearly got killed by Stain. He laughed, missing the horrified looks traded behind his back. That's actually how I met Kigo, or Hawks. Why yeah, maybe we should come with you on any late-night escapades moving forward? Yuka laughed, scratching their scalp. They each scanned their staff passes as they passed back through the gates and headed up the road to the staff dorms. Tomorrow's the deadline for internships? Sugaku mused. Have you chosen yours? Well, Shoyuta says I can't intern with myself. Izuku huffed. But the whole Stain fiasco happens during the internships, so I'll need to make sure my civilian self interns with someone who knows everything. Right now I'm thinking of going with either Shoyuta or Kigo. Izuku paused to think. Well, from an outsider's perspective, Shoyuta would make more sense. He fights Quirkless after all. Kei's like a brother to me, but an internship wouldn't really make a lot of sense. I mean, you could intern with any staff member since we're all in the know. Yuka offered, a smirk playing on their lips. I'd happily take you on if you were interested. As much as I appreciate the offer, the internship is more for show. Izuku shook his head as they entered the building, locking the door behind them. I'll be going after Stain as Viridian. Wait a minute. Sugaku adjusted his glasses as he spoke. You mean to say you're going to go after the hero killer? Alone. The same guy that you just said almost killed you. In my original timeline, Ida Tenya was killed in Hosu during his internship. He was looking for Stain, likely seeking retribution for his brother's paralysis. I initially intended for Kigo to apprehend Stain while protecting Ida Tensei, but the guy managed to slip away. I think I understand why Aizawa was always complaining about your reckless streak. Yuka sighed, running a hand through their hair, creating an odd shimmering effect like shooting stars. Also, I never said I was going alone. Shoyuta would never let me and Kigo would lay eggs. Izuku corrected, earning a snort of amusement from the other two. You've got that right. Sugaku's grin widened a bit. I think I heard Aizawa debating on taking Shinso Hitoshi as an intern, though. Hitoshi, huh? Izuku felt a small smile grace his lips. Yeah, Sho's fighting style would fit Quip really well. Quip. Yuka tilted their head. Ah, Hitoshi became a vigilante in my time. I gave him his vigilante name, Quip. He always seemed to have a comeback for everything, and the nickname just kind of stuck. Izuku mused. Maybe I can stick it on him again in this timeline. Your initial problem still stands. Since Aizawa is now unavailable, who will you intern with? Sugaku gave him a raised eyebrow as they all started to put away the groceries. Izuku rubbed his chin, idly missing his stubble. I could default to Nizu, since I'm already his personal student, but that does defeat the purpose of an internship. Maybe the question isn't what would make the most sense as Izuku, but what kind of backup you'll need as Viridian. Yuka spoke up. In the wake of what's about to happen, will anyone even question your decision? You have a point. Izuku nodded. But who would be the best matchup against Stain? How does he fight? Sugaku asked as he closed the fridge and stowed the bags for later use. The three settled around the table with coffee, or tea in Yuka's case. I'd be willing to help. I'm not sure how your quirk would match up to Stain's. Do your clones bleed? No, they're just made of ectoplasm. Only the real me will bleed. Then maybe. Stain is fast, scarily so. I'm not sure if he'd let you have the chance to make clones, honestly. And his quirk allows him to paralyze anyone that he ingests the BLD of. Even a single drop can be deadly. Is that how he's killed so many? Yuka sighed as they took a long sip. Yeah, I experienced it firsthand. What about a long-ranged fighter like Snipe? Sugaku suggested. Not only would he make sense for your student persona, but if he has the element of surprise, he could take out Stain very quickly. Izuku's eyes brightened. And if he sticks to the rooftops, then with me distracting Stain he should stay safe. Sugaku, that's brilliant. Someone talking about me. Izuku startled when he saw him. His dark blue dreadlocks were tied back and out of the way, allowing Izuku to see his face for the first time. He definitely had some European in him, that much was clear. His eyes were a stunning blue, framed by a scar near his left eye. The left half of his face looked terribly burned, and Izuku idly wondered if that was why he always wore his mask. He gave Izuku an easy smile. Mornin'. Snipe. He blinked, causing Yuka to chuckle. Looks like Izuku's getting all the face reveals today. Yep, it's me. Snipe laughed. Hero name's fine, I don't usually go out in my civilian clothing. Too many stares. Never pegged you as the self-conscious type. Izuku mused as he passed the hero a mug of coffee. So, you were talking about internships. Sorry, couldn't help but overhear a bit. How? Yuka shot him a look. Enough. Snipe grinned before turning his attention back towards Izuku. So, the hero killer. Sounds like a good time. Izuku snorted. So that's a yes, I take it? Sure. I'll go ahead and file the paperwork. It'll be interesting to have an intern for a change. Ever fired a gun? Izuku grimaced for a moment, mind going back to his nightmare. Yeah. Only a handful of times, though. Nomu typically are attracted to loud noises, so gunshots were a giveaway. Never had the chance to practice aim. Understandable. We can try a few long-ranged weapons. Doesn't have to be a gun. You can try archery too. His grin widened. You realize you may not have time to actually do any interning. Sugaku leaned against his fist, amused. Oh, let him have his fun. Yuka scolded lightly. Speaking of, isn't Hasegawa up yet? Hasegawa. Izuku questioned as Lunch Rush, recognizable by his mask, came down the stairs. They mean me. Hasegawa Takumi, pleasure to formally meet you. He seemed to be grinning beneath his mask. Izuku realized abruptly that it was an oxygen supply, and thusly not strictly part of his hero uniform. Of course, if it was actual medical equipment, as Izuku suspected, then it'd be incredibly rude to comment on it. Need a hand? Izuku offered as Hasegawa went about the kitchen. No, I've got it. Thanks. He used his quirk, a form of telekinesis, to start prepping ingredients and get things cooking. Hasegawa frowned lightly as he gave Izuku another glance. How many meals do you eat? You're too thin. Kigo would bring me food whenever he could. Usually I get in 1 or 2 meals. I'm still probably recovering from the malnutrition I jumped back with. You should talk to Chio, a recovery girl, about that, the cooking hero advised. She can give me a dietary plan to help you get all the nutrients you're missing. Izuku's cheeks reddened. You don't have to go through all that trouble, Izuku. Yuka cut him off with a fond smile. You forget we're heroes. We like helping people. And you're our co-worker and friend. Let us give you a hand, though. He ducked his head to hide the blush that was quickly making him look like a walking Christmas ad. Thanks. Laughter flooded the room, and he couldn't help but smile. This felt nice. Noise guardily. I'm afraid Barbie's a war. Should we all run? Dragonina dress. If you're afraid we should all be scared. Dragonina dress. What's up? Noise guardily. You'll see as soon as they come on. Barbie's a war. Who? Moldy Broccoli is online. Barbie's a war. Oh, Moldy Broccoli. Janklejuls flu skies. Did you hear? Moldy Broccoli at gave Fanemy Boy the Kakisalai. What? What's going on? I'm in class RN Moldy Broccoli, that new teacher at UA. It's Viridian. Noise guardily. That's what the rumors say at least. Gave Fanemy Boy is online. Give Fanemy Boy. No, it's legit. He taught my bros class and everything. Laughing face. I'm stoked. Maybe I can actually meet him. Demonic gay microwave, oh really? He's a real big shot. No demonic gay microwave. Asterisk now moldy broccoli. Take me with you noisecardily. It does sound pretty cool. Just don't storm you moldy broccoli. Ah, but noisecardily. Since when am I your mom? Demonic gay microwave. You are the admin of this chat. You are mom gay fanemy boy. Mom, can I go see Viridian? Moldy broccoli. Mom, can I go see God? Noisecardily. I am so done with you people. Sigh. Noisecardily is offline. Izuku hummed lightly as he and May finished up in the shop. No. How's it gotten so late? May rushed to gather her things. I'm going to miss my train if I stay any later. Sorry, Izu, we'll have to pick this up tomorrow. Tomorrow's the start of internships? He shook his head. We'll just work on it when I come back, and compare notes of the work we've done independently, of course. Right? She beamed. Don't worry about Toshi, I'll probably invite him over during the break. Go on, or you'll miss your train, May. He chuckled as she bolted from the room. I understand that ingenuity requires a lot of trial and error. Powerloader spoke slowly as he cautiously poked his head up from where he'd been hiding behind his reinforced desk. But can you please try to blow yourselves up less? I'm going to go through all my alcohol. Izuku snickered. But you were the one who taught me how to blow stuff up? I have never wanted to kick myself so strong before. Don't be that way. Izuku grinned. At any rate, you wanted to talk to me. Yes, about your hero gear. I understand that you've got a fight coming up. Stain, wasn't it? He grimaced as he grabbed a few things from under his desk. That's right. Izuku nodded as he pulled out his Viridian outfit. Is this really what you've been working with so far? Powerloader frowned. It's so. Where did you say you got this again? Discount Halloween. Izuku shrugged. I made the utility belt myself. It's the only thing from my original first-run outfit that fit. He then pulled out his old Viridian costume. Yes, I can see how this wouldn't fit. Powerloader hummed as he ran his hands over the material. Kevlar. Part of it? Izuku laughed. I also used some silk from some genetically altered spiders and spun it with some polyvinylidene fluoride trifluoroethylene, and then twisted it into yarn before twisting it into coils and, I think you've lost me a bit. Powerloader blinked. I can just write up the notes I've got on it, if you'd prefer. Yes, that may be better. He decided. How strong is it? Well, it can absorb nearly 100 joules of energy, and it can stretch about 7 tones longer than Kevlar. Izuku enjoyed the way Powerloader jolted at that, looking at the original Viridian suit with a much sharper gaze. Beyond that, what sort of weapons do you currently have? He set the clothing aside as Izuku pulled out his sword. This is my main weapon, came back with me from the first run. I've had it for, about 12 years now. He carefully set his trusty blade on the desk. The sheath was so worn that any design on it was long gone, and the grip had grooves in it from his fingers gripping the same spots for over a decade. The guard was broken in several places and was only moderately tarnished. May I? He waited for Izuku to nod before unsheathing the blade. What happened here? He traced the branching designs on the blade itself that shimmered in the lighting. My sword got stuck in the skull of a royal Nomu and it acted as a lightning rod to electrocute it. Saved my life, actually. Izuku ran a hand over the blade for a moment. That was the day Zashi died. I see. Powerloader's voice was soft. From what I can tell, this blade is in fairly good condition, all things considered. I've got some supplies here that you can use to help get it back into a smoother form. He pulled out a few things that Izuku hadn't seen since before the pandemic. Thank you. He took the microcrystalline wax and real cloth with a grin. I've got some things you can use to sharpen it in storage room 8. Here's the key, don't bother giving it back. The hero chuckled as he handed over the shiny golden key. Feel free to use that room for whatever you'd like. Really, whatever I'd like. Izuku challenged, earning a glare. Within reason, Powerloader amended. Define reason, nothing illegal or potentially dangerous to the general student body or staff. Fair enough. He mentally crossed a few things off his list. So I hear. You're interning with Snipe. Powerloader smirked as he leaned back. Yep. Sugaku, Yuka and I were talking about it last night. Wow, already on a face-to-name basis with those two. Power Loader chuckled. In that case, just call me Higuri. If that doesn't bother you, of course. Nah, it's fine. Izuku works for me too. I should have a stronger outfit ready for you by tomorrow morning. Higuri mused as he looked at the two Vigilante costumes. Any last-minute modifications? Nothing I can think of. Actually, if you could add a sound muffler to the voice changer. That'd help a lot when I'm in stealth mode. And some extra padding to the shoes, extra grip to the fingers would be helpful, too, especially when I'm climbing the edge of a building. A way to secure the belt would be good. It keeps slipping, and the fourth pouch keeps falling open. Alright, I've got it all written down. Higuri laughed a bit. I'll make it personally. It'll be mostly Kevlar, though. I don't currently have access to whatever this is. He gestured towards the first run outfit. I figured. Izuku shrugged. Even that's better than, indeed. Higuri held up the patched costume. I'm honestly shocked it's lasted this long. Well, I may have had to replace it once or thrice. Viridian spun in his chair in the teacher's lounge with a sigh. Shoyuta couldn't help but feel a little sorry for his class. Today's lesson had been a lot of physical conditioning led by the green-clad hero. Shoyuta was tired just watching them. He wasn't sure he wanted to know what Viridian had planned for the next lesson. The final internship list is in, he announced, drawing Viridian's attention. And Shoyuta scrolled through. Uraraka was interning with Gunhead, that was a surprise, and Bakugo was interning with Mirko. Those two would probably get along swimmingly, especially with Bakugo's newfound drive. His eyes lingered on the name Ida Tenya. Viridian rested his arm on Shuta's shoulder as he read over him. Manual, City, Hosu. Damn it. Viridian's fist hit Shuta's desk with surprising strength, had he cracked it. Idiot. He's going after Stain. How can you be so sure? Midnight asked as she came over. He could just want to intern with his brother. No, trust me. He's furious about Stain attacking his brother like that. He's seeking vengeance. Any idea what day of the internship? Shoyuta asked with a sigh. Why was his class so DMN troublesome this year? Viridian scratched his head a bit. About that, you'd think you'd remember something so important? 13 spoke up from the other desk. Wasn't it on the news? It's been like 30 years, give me a break. There've been a ton of stuff on the news in the last 3 decades. Well, maybe not the last decade because communications went down, but still. You can't seriously tell me you remember every major event that occurred 10 years ago, can you? When you put it like that, Midnight sighed. So what? We just stalk Ida until he leads us to Stain. I remember something major happening in Hosu the night he was attacked. Fire and explosions and stuff. I think Endeavor was part of it too, Viridian hummed. The day Endeavor goes to Hosu will be the day of the attack. It's a lot easier to keep track of one blazing hothead than stalk the city for a week. Midnight agreed. I've got no interns this year, so I can keep an eye on him for you. I don't have any interns either. 13 piped up. Hold on, let me make a new chat. Viridian pulled out his phone and started typing away. Viridian Chaos has created a new chat room. Viridian Chaos has invited Dadzawa, Fury, Tsuragami, Scream, and 11 plus others. Viridian Chaos. Welcome to the chaos, everyone. This is the chat for everyone in the know so we can stay in the loop. Motherhen, what trouble are you up to? Dadzawa, hunting down Stain. Scream. Just be careful. Lunch Rush has changed their name to Dinner is Served. Midnight. Really? Dinner is served. Might as well have some fun. I haven't been in a chat for a long time. All Might has changed their name to I Am Here Nizu. Keep us posted. I'll keep track of those of you embarking on this mission via GPS. Come to me before you leave town for communicators. Nizu has changed their name to Evil Genius Viridian Chaos. Thanks, Nez. You can seriously get away with calling him that? Shoyuta stared at him in shock. Yep. Viridian cackled. It was our trade for some information. Wonders never cease. Midnight shook her head. I'll explain the tentative plan to the chat. You two go, do whatever, I guess. So, Viridian sent him a smirk. Hitoshi, it's logical. He's going to need to learn a Quirkless fighting style. Underground heroics is his most rational choice. Shoyuta crossed his arms. Plus he's like a mini-you. Bags and all. Viridian snickered. Heaven forbid we ever find a mini-you. Shoyuta shot back. I'm already fun-sized. Viridian stuck out his tongue at him before continuing in a much more serious voice. So what are you going to do? You've got an intern this year, you can't just drag him to Hosu. It's too dangerous. I'll give him a single day off. Shoyuta shrugged. Most of our work will be at night, so I'm sure he'll appreciate some time to himself. Oh, Higuri said he'll have a new costume ready for me by morning. Viridian grinned. It'll be nice to get something that's more durable than discount Halloween stuff. I'm honestly impressed you've lasted so long with your luck. You need those defenses. Shoyuta sighed. My luck isn't that bad. Viridian protested. Let's see, gunshot wound. Saving your butt? Twice. Masa's guys shot at me. Stab wounds? Which is normal in our profession. You're crazy stalker. Not my fault. Which I totally expected, so that was supposed to happen. Train wreck. Like I said, how was I supposed to know? Fell off 6 buildings. 12 actually. But you didn't know about those. Stain. Shoyuta stressed. Fine. I've got a knack for finding trouble. But I have good luck because I survived. Viridian pouted, causing a few of the staff to chuckle. Sheesh, when he lists them all off like that it really does sound like a lot. 13 winced. Maybe we should keep someone with you after all. Yukaka. Viridian's pout deepened. Well, we've got a full day before internship start. Midnight mused. Why not take a staff vacation? Sounds to me like Viridian needs one, and with so many of us around, what could possibly go wrong? Say those words, Namuri, and I will personally have Niza ban you from every club and bar in the district. Shoyuta promised. Viridian's luck was shitty enough without tempting the powers that be. Since when do you believe in jinxes? Midnight raised an eyebrow. Since I met a time-traveling vigilante that has the ability to turn everything I thought was true on its head and drive me mad in the process? Shoyuta sighed. But a vacation does sound like a good idea. Where to? Viridian blinked at them all owlishly. What's with that look? 13 questioned. I've never gone out and done anything with people before. He answered a little distantly. What, you've never just gone out and hung with friends? Midnight raised an eyebrow. You kind of need friends for that? Viridian's answer was incredibly casual, and it made Shoyuta wince. Quirkless discrimination. I've booked us all a trip to the hot springs in Tokyo. Nizu grinned as he appeared from nowhere. The only person who didn't jump was Viridian. We can meet up there at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Everyone should be relaxed and refreshed for their internships this next week. Wonderful. 13 beamed. I can't wait. I haven't been to a hot springs in ages. Shoyuta let himself smile a little. Perhaps this would be all right after all. A night off would do them all some good, honestly. Izuku gaped when he saw the inside of the hot springs. It was so extravagant. It looked like something for the wealthy. Lavish decorations were tastefully sprinkled throughout the entrance hall as a stream ran through the room, creating an air of relaxation and zen that was only added to by the incense that they had burning. A bamboo fountain quietly thumped outside, and Izuku felt his shoulders relax a bit. Don't tell me you've never been to a hot springs, either? Yuka gave him a small smirk. Everyone was in their civvies, but the staff of the hot springs had obviously been informed of who was coming, because they didn't glance twice at Cementos or Hound Dog. Nope. First time. He stated as he presented his ID, staff ID, as Nizu had told him to the front desk clerk. She blinked a bit before shrugging and handing him his pass. It was by far the easiest time he'd ever had at a front desk, and he felt an odd giddiness well up within him. Maybe this time things would be okay. Midnight threw an arm around Hizashi and Shuta's shoulders as she tossed Izuku an easy grin. Come on. Let's check out the bar. All right. Izuku grinned before Yuka and Sugaku grabbed either shoulder and stopped him. No. Sugaku sent him a glare as Yuka gave Namuri one. Problem child isn't old enough. Shoyuta gave the 18-plus hero a glare. Hawks says he has enough trouble keeping the sake from him. I'll have you know, That doesn't count and you know it? Shoyuta cut him off, making him pout. Come on. Yuka laughed. They've got some non-alcoholic drinks that are just as good. Most everyone sat around a large table as they ate, some with drinks, others with tea. Izuku settled for a version drink that was surprisingly good. He grinned as Nomuri and Hisashi teamed up on teasing Shoyuta. There was an easy air of camaraderie and friendship that hung around the group. He realized with a little bit of shock that he trusted them. This odd group of heroes were people he was coming to believe in and trust to watch his back. Izuku took a moment to sit back and absorb everything as he tentatively let some of his guard down for the first time in over a decade. He allowed himself to relax a bit as he sat back and just enjoyed the moment. Shizu. Tamaki jostled his shoulder a bit with a quiet laugh. Dabi passed out. Told you he couldn't hold his liquor. We should draw on his face. Mirio grinned. I don't know, Mirio. He won't be very happy. Izuku swirled his whiskey as he thought. What's the harm? It's just some marker. Takayama, better known as MP Lady, threw an arm over Izuku's shoulder. Besides, he could do with a little makeover, don't you think? It's really his fault for passing out after only a couple of shots. Izuku smirked a bit as he uncapped the pen, noting the way Hisashi and Shoyuta pretended not to watch. Their group had only been together for a handful of months, but it was already obvious that the world was going to SHT. This was one of the few bars left open that didn't have a constant swarm of patrons. Since the world was going to hell, they all decided that it'd be fine to just have a couple of drinks. The walls people had built around the city to keep the Nomu out were working well enough, but something told Izuku that it wouldn't last long. This faux safety was just an illusion. Something told him to enjoy these moments, because they would soon be gone. People started to group up almost as soon as the walls went up 2 years ago. They formed gangs and cliques, and Izuku was more than shocked to have found himself in one. Shoyuta was the one who'd invited him, and he was beyond grateful that the hero who'd been after his vigilante hide for the last few years had reached out a hand to help him. Because now, at the age of nearly 35, he had people he could call maybe friends for the first time since he was 4. He would have invited Quip, one of his only actual friends, but he had already dropped off the map. It was entirely possible he was already part of a survivor group. Izuku didn't want to think of the alternative. His only other friend, rival, was Hatsume, and she was busy working with what little governmental powers were left to try to combat this disease. Could it even be called that anymore when it had created such horrific monsters? Even All Might had been killed. Truly, was there any hope for anyone at this point? He turned to smile at Takayama, Mirio and Nomuri as the three gleefully wrote all sorts of things on Dabi's face. Tamaki was grinning as Higuri laughed quietly. If only things could stay this way. If only. Izuku. He startled, shaking himself out of his flashback as his eyes focused on Yuka's concerned expression. You back with us? He scrubbed at his face a bit as he looked around. It seemed the other staff members had enough decency to pretend that they weren't paying attention. Shoyuta, Sugaku and Yuko were the ones who didn't bother to pretend. Yeah. He let out a bit of a breath. Sorry if I startled you. Don't apologize. You've been through hell. Shoyuta shook his head. I'd be surprised if this didn't happen. It wasn't bad this time. He mused as he took a sip of his drink. There was still ice, so he must not have been out of it for too long. Just remembering the days before the walls went down. Walls. Yuka blinked. You don't have to answer if you don't want to. When the Nomu started showing up, people built walls around cities to keep them out. It ended up backfiring when people refused to acknowledge that they were sick, and outbreaks turned the protective measures into death traps. A pandemic? Chio frowned. Oh, I didn't tell you. Izuku blinked. There was a massive global pandemic that struck, and Shigaraki used that to his advantage. It's how he spread the Nomo virus, through purposefully contaminated batches of the initial virus vaccine. Since I'm quirkless, I was never able to get a vaccine, so I was never at risk of being exposed to the second strain. For once, I think that discrimination was a good thing. You decide. Shoo. Can you braid my hair tonight? Hisashi draped himself over his husband, cheeks flushed with the pleasant buzz of alcohol. Shoyuta sighed as he patted his husband's head. Drink your water and I'll braid your hair, stupid cockatoo. Izuku smiled softly at the scene as Nemuri and Snipe shared a cackle. It's always nice to see people outside of work. Cementos commented to Izuku with a smile. You get to see a side of people that they normally keep hidden. It gives you a better glimpse into who they really are. A great way to foster trust. Sugako laughed a bit. Careful, Sugako. If you drink much more, we'll have to carry you to your rooms. Vlad laughed heartily. Hey Yuka. I've been meaning to ask you, but can I braid your hair sometime? He turned a little red as his friend, were they friends? Gave a low chuckle. I mean, I did it for a couple of coworkers of mine back when I worked at the cafe, and I kinda miss it sometimes, and I think it sounds like a great idea. Yuka grinned. You can braid my hair if I can style yours? Izuku laughed at, but, deal. A hairstyle party. Hisashi threw an arm around Izuku and Yuka with a grin. We should all get together. You wouldn't believe how good Shoyuta is with hair. Hey, that's not information for you to brag about. Shoyuta flushed a bit in mild mortification, making Izuku laugh. Shoyuta startled a bit, and Izuku realized he hadn't laughed quite so freely or lightly since, wow, he couldn't remember when. It must have been as a child. It felt good. He looked up when a familiar calloused hand ruffled his hair. Keep that smile, problem child. Izuku relaxed into the touch. I'll do my best. Izuku smiled at Shinso as he took his seat next to him. Though he was now in Class 1S, he still shared homeroom with one. Hey Toshi. Aizu, I was wondering if you were going to make it on time. He snickered. Your brother's still keeping you from riding the train? Yeah. We had to fly to school today. He snickered. He and the other staff members had spent the weekend at the hot springs, and Kigo had been the one to pick him up since Sugaku's car had broken down. Ectoplasm didn't have a homeroom, so he could afford to be late, but Izuku had to keep up appearances. Since everyone else had left, Sugaku was stuck alone at the resort until his car could be fixed. Well, Yuka had stayed with him to keep him company. Izuku felt kind of bad about just leaving the two of them there, so he pointed them in the direction of a local mechanic that he knew from prior first-run experience was fantastic, despite the fact that his quirk did nothing more than make his eyes sparkle like an anime character. Who are you interning with? Hitoshi asked curiously, snapping Izuku out of his thoughts. Snipe. Izuku beamed. Figured I should learn some long-range techniques, too? Ah, I thought for sure you'd intern with Viridian. Kirishima groaned. I lost 2,000 yen on that. Then don't bet with money. Kaminari grinned as Kirishima handed him the money. I thought about it, but he's apparently got some kind of mission or something over the break. He didn't take any interns. Izuku huffed, still a little sore over the fact that he hadn't been allowed to intern with himself. What about you, Toshi? I'm interning with Aizawa-sensei. He grinned. I'd like to go underground like him, and between him and Viridian, I feel like I'll have a higher chance of survival with sensei. He shuddered lightly, causing Izuku to snicker. Plus, like you said, Viridian didn't extend any offers. Really? I didn't know sensei was taking interns. Kaminari mused. That'd be so weird to see sensei at home. Izuku held back a snort. He had a pretty damn good idea what happened at Shuta's house. Namely lots of kitty cuddles and hair braiding. And Hisashi had been right. Shoyuta knew all sorts of hair care tricks and Izuku was certain his hair had never felt so soft before. All right, class, settle down. Shoyuta walked into the room looking significantly less exhausted than usual. Izuku quietly mused to himself on that. Perhaps they should take a staff vacation every trimester. Today will be the start of your internships. I've got your tickets here. They'll take you to the town of your hero or agency of choice. Someone should meet you at the station. Who it is will be in the folder I'm about to hand out. Listed therein is also a list of rules and regulations. Though you are not going to be in class for the next week, we expect you to represent UA in a positive light. Remember to always go beyond. Plus ultra. They shouted in unison, and Izuku wasn't sure if Shoyuta was groaning or chuckling. I'll expect you all back in class on Monday. Have a good time out there, and please, for the love of whatever deity you hold dear, stay out of trouble. He sent Izuku a significant look. Those of you who are interning with a staff member may stay here. Everyone else, come get your folders and go catch your trains. There's a small sum of money from the school for you. This is for food and transportation only. It should last you the whole week, use it wisely. With that, everyone got up to grab their folders. Izuku shared a look with Shoyuta when Ida grabbed his envelope and left without a word to anyone. Finally, Shoyuta was left in the room with Izuku and Hitoshi. Shinso, you'll be interning with me. I work at night, so you'll have daylight hours to train and sleep. For now, come along and I'll show you where we'll be staying. He paused to send Izuku a look. You'll find Snipe in the staff room. Please stay out of trouble, problem child. I make no promises. He grinned as Shoyuta sighed, causing Hitoshi to snicker lightly. Best I can ask for, I suppose. Also, Power Loader has some of those items you were asking about. Go see him before you head out. With that, Shoyuta and Hitoshi left the room. Izuku wasted no time in heading down to Higuri's classroom. He grinned as Mei greeted him. Aizu. Thought you were heading on an internship. I am, but I've got to pick up my modified hero costume from Power Loader. He explained. Plus, I'm interning with Snipe, so it's not like I've got a train to catch. That's fair. I'm just downloading a few files onto a strong drive to take home so I can work on some projects over the break. She rocked excitedly on her heels. You and Hito should come by sometime. If you have the chance during your internships, drop me a call or visit. She pulled out her phone and fired off a message. Izuku glanced at his own phone, swiping to the side to mark it as read. That's my address. Now you don't have an excuse. I doubt he'll have any time to visit during his internship. Higuri interrupted with a wry smile. Mei, are you going home for the week? Izuku tilted his head. Yep. Power Loader's kicking me out for the break because of that stunt I pulled during the sports festival. She huffed, glaring at the teacher balefully. You tricked Ida into being your showman on international television? The hero crossed his arms with an unimpressed look. I can't just let you get away without some kind of retribution. You're lucky I'm letting you take those files home. Mei groaned playfully. He's so mean, Aizu. You and Hito have to come visit me. Even if it's just on the weekend after internships. Izuku chuckled. I'll do my best, but I make no promises. I have no idea what kind of trouble Snipe and I will get into. He had a very good idea what kind of trouble they were going to find, and he wasn't entirely sure if he was going to be able to avoid a hospital stay by the end of it. But if I'm able to, I'll come visit. Yes. She pumped her fist in the air. I can't wait to show you all the babies I've got at home. I think you'll like the jetpack in particular. Higuri decided it was time to intervene. Now go on. Those of us without interns would like to actually enjoy our break. Izuku snorted. What break? I think the only person who's gonna have one will be Recovery Girl, what with the fact that 80% of her patients are someone else's problem for the next week. He smirked a bit when Higuri chuckled at that. A small beeping noise drew their attention to the strong drive Mei had. Izuku didn't miss the twitch that Higuri gave, as if he wasn't sure if it'd blow up or not. Knowing Mei, it was a valid concern. Well, guess it's done. Bye Aizu. I'll see you and Hito later, okay? She gave him a quick and unexpected hug before rushing off, leaving him standing there for a moment in shock. I can't get over how much more outgoing she is in this time. Izuku smiled. She's been much happier since you and Shinso befriended her. The physically older hero grinned as he leaned against his desk. Sometimes her peers are less than kind to her due to her eccentric nature. It isn't quite bullying, so I can't do much other than separate them, but I was always afraid that isolation would hurt her more than help her. In my time, she's one of the best inventors in the world. Has her own lab at I-Island and everything. Izuku grinned. Still lonesome. She and had a rivalry going. I have no idea what happened to her after the walls fell. Higuri placed a hand on his shoulder. Come on. I'm excited to show you what I've done with your outfit. He pulled out the familiar silver briefcase that the school used, but instead of his school-sanctioned hero outfit, he found himself looking at his vigilante outfit. It was the same general look, but much sleeker. Made of Kevlar instead of cheap costume fabric with a few more hidden pockets that'd allow for much easier access to supplies like his phone. And they had silent zippers installed to prevent things falling out when he utilized some of his more dynamic skills. There was extra padding on the elbows and knees, and Izuku was ecstatic to see the new sleek and thin voice changer installed in his mask. This one went around the throat, changing his voice at the source before it even came out of his mouth. So even if he was drinking coffee, his voice would still sound like his older self. Much more comfortable and much more realistic. It would remove any distortion that had been present beforehand, making the altered sound actually believable. Fireproof, water-resistant, stain-resistant, shock-resistant, impact-absorbent, and temperature-controlled. This should be a massive step up from what you were working with before. Higuri had a satisfied smirk on his lips. As requested, I've added padding to your boots and hooks for your utility belt. Grips have been installed on your gloves, and I've installed this on your mask. He pointed towards some nearly invisible stitching around the mouth of the mask. So you can use those fangs should you need to escape and have no way of lifting it manually. It's made to be torn by your fangs should you need it, but without risking the loss of the whole mask. It's also now equipped to filter smoke and ash and whatever else you may come into contact with, but it won't protect you from things like Midnight's quirk. Right? Izuku couldn't fight the grin that threatened to tear his face in two. He was fairly sure he was doing a phenomenal ectoplasm impression at the moment. Wow, I haven't had new supplies since, geez, it's been at least a decade. I also made you this, just in case. He held out a small canister that fit in the palm of his hand. That's a hero-grade smokescreen, laced with an eye irritant. I've given you some goggles to help protect you from it. He smirked a bit as he held out the goggles. They looked almost exactly like Shuta's, but a dark enough green to match his costume. He gave a small breathy laugh as he took them, running his hands over the smooth, unmarred material. He noted that they were sleeker than Eraser's goggles. Instead of coming to a triangular shape, they curved slightly, likely to reduce glare in daylight hours. Thank you. He placed them in his pocket for the time being. This would be part of Viridian's outfit, not Midoriya's. Now go on. I'm sure Snipe is wondering where you are. Try to stay out of trouble until Hosu... Come on, Higuri. Remember who you're talking to. He laughed as he left the room, taking his new outfit with him. He found Snipe in the teacher's lounge, watching a rematch between 13 and Midnight. Izuku grinned as he casually leaned over 13's shoulder. Rook to Siege 3. He whispered, and the rescue hero gave him an odd look before moving the rook to the aforementioned spot. Hey, no helping. Midnight glared. Sorry, I've got a muttering habit. He shrugged with a knowing smirk. Aha. She gave him an unimpressed look. Shouldn't you have left for your internship already? I had to get my modified outfit from Higuri first. He held up the briefcase. So you finally upgraded from Halloween costume to actual hero fabrics, then? 13 mused as they moved a pawn forward, sacrificing it so their knight could take Midnight's castle. Come on, sharpshooter. Snipe grinned beneath his mask. I'll show you to my apartment. You said the action's gonna go down in Hosu, right? I happen to have an apartment there, so we can get a good lay of the land before anything happens. That's perfect. He beamed. Let's go. Snipe wasn't sure what to think of his charge. Aizawa had warned them all, that Midoriya had a knack for trouble, but he hadn't expected it to be this bad. The kid had brought along his school hero outfit, quite similar to his Viridian one, if in a different color scheme and without the mask, so they'd been doing a small patrol in Hosu for appearance's sake. He thought it'd be wise to show him some limelight hero stuff, since he was technically already licensed and highly popular. It was for the best if the kid knew how to run a day shift in addition to his underground work. Still, he hadn't expected to run into a robbery and 2 muggings in 3 hours. The kid seemed to have a homing beacon for trouble, and it astounded him to no end. Sure, it was easy enough to take care of, but normally that's what a hero would encounter in an entire shift, not just the first few hours. Is this how your shifts normally are? He asked Midoriya as they approached the shooting range. Snipe actually owned a good portion of this place, so the employees greeted him exuberantly when he entered. Shoyuta says I find more trouble than anyone he's ever met. Midoriya shrugged. You think this is bad? You should see the kind of trouble I can find in the south side. He snickered as Snipe felt himself pale. Aizawa lets you patrol the south side. That's a mighty dangerous area of town. It was the lawless district, a place where the unwanted of society ended up, and it was so bad that even villains steered clear of it. The place was practically a society of its own, and nobody dared disturb it. It was widely considered one of the most dangerous areas in the country. Luckily, nobody from the south side seemed interested in bothering the rest of society so long as nobody stuck their nose in their business. And the kid patrolled there. What the hell? Midoriya's amused snort drew his attention as they grabbed their practice guns. As if Shoyuta could stop me. I'm the one who got him to start patrolling there, actually. You'd be surprised how many people reside there. Snipe shook his head. At any rate, let's see how well you can shoot. We'll start easy. He let years of instruction take over as he coached the kid on how to stand properly and the correct positioning of his hands. He picked it up frighteningly quickly, and while he was a far cry from a bullseye, his grouping was rather admirable. He walked Midoriya through a few different kinds of firearms, mentally noting that the kid was most accurate with a sniper's rifle, and he'd been able to hit the center of the target consistently after only half an hour of practice, before moving on to archery. The kid was much better with a bow. His grouping was good with firearms, but his aim was incredible with a bow. Crossbows seemed to be his best weapon and... He grinned beneath his mask. Looks like we've found you a long-ranged weapon, little sharpshooter. Sharpshooter? Midoriya questioned with a raised eyebrow. What? I can't give my intern a nickname. He chuckled as the kid grinned. Come on, we'll buy you one to practice with. They make lots of different non-lethal kinds of arrows that you can use in combat. Everything from shock arrows to weighted arrows. Really now? His green eyes sparkled in interest. You've got support item experience, right? I'm sure you can make some arrows to your own tastes in Powerloader's lab when school kicks back up. He grinned. Majima had once pulled a prank on Snipe by making his practice gun, one that he never used out in the field, backfire glitter. He'd been coded for weeks and had never had the opportunity to get back at him. Sending the little sharpshooter to his lab to work on potentially explosive items should drive him up the wall enough to constitute as payback. He bought the kid a small crossbow and a few different kinds of arrows. They'd be mostly for practice, but if the kid needed them for the stain thing coming up, then at least he could deal some long-range damage. He got the kid 12 normal arrows, 12 punching arrows, which had a heavy and relatively flat tip that could hurt but not easily kill, 6 shock arrows with electrically charged heads, and 3 flare arrows used to call for backup or as a distraction in a pinch. Snipe stretched as they stepped back out into the sunlight. Well, what do I say to a little treat? He smirked as he eyed an ice cream shop across the street. Is that really okay? Midoriya blinked. I don't see why not. In our line of work, you've got to enjoy every moment you can, never know when it'll be your last. The kid grinned. You know what? Ice cream sounds amazing. I can't remember the last time I had some. Then that settles it. Snipe laughed as they entered the shop. The place was quiet but not dead. A few small groups of young teens crowded around a handful of tables as they enjoyed their treats, and the 2 employees stopped when they saw him walk in. It's Pro Hero Snipe. One of them proclaimed excitedly. Snipe chuckled a little under his breath. A fan I see. Oh yes. I've been a fan for years. He grinned excitedly. How can I help you today? Snipe turned towards Midoriya. Well, sharpshooter. Go on and pick out whatever you'd like. The kid beamed as he excitedly flitted from one window to the next, trying to decide what he wanted. He eventually settled on Oreo cream with cookie pieces mixed in while Snipe settled for a banana cream pie flavor. Snipe ended up giving the cashier an autograph while he was there, making the young man's day. They decided to take their treats to go, and enjoyed it in the warm sunlight as they walked down the street. I think the last time I had this was after grad school. The kid's grin was bright enough to light the nearby alleyways, and Snipe held back a laugh. Too long without sweets? He shook his head. I've always got something sweet hidden in the staff lounge or the dorms. Feel free to take a bit of whatever I've got so long as you don't take the last piece. For this kid, he'd allow it. Anyone else would answer to his non-lethals, but Midoriya had more than earned some sweets. So you're a sweet tooth? The greenette smirked. One of the biggest ones at UA? Snipe boasted proudly. I can eat sugar like Aizawa drinks coffee? That's a serious accomplishment. Midoriya blinked. Do you even know how much caffeine that man consumes? After having worked with him for several years, I like to think I've got a fair idea. I assure you, it's worse on patrol. Snipe fished out his keys as they returned to his apartment. He breathed a sigh of relief as he removed his mask, scratching idly at his burned scars. He eyed the clock, noting that it wasn't even noon yet. It had only been 2 days of this internship and it was already exhausting. He loved the little sharpshooter, but how did a single person manage to find so much trouble? Thanks. He smiled up at Snipe, who sent him one back. Anytime, sharpshooter. He grabbed a juice from the fridge. So, what are we expectin' with the whole stain thing? Well, we've got eyes on Endeavor right now. The kid idly typed something away on his phone as he spoke. When he comes to visit Hosu, that'll be when Stain will attack Native, which is also when Ida should stumble across them and end up dead too. Snipe winced at the casual way the kid spoke of death. There's some kind of commotion that'll occur downtown, so be wary of that. Thing is, I don't know what it was that happened. We may need to intervene there too, should it be something really bad. He tapped his chin as he thought, and Snipe wondered if he used to have stubble in the future. And our target? Fast. Stain is unbelievably fast and agile. His quirk seems to let him paralyze anyone whose BLD he ingests. Injures are something we should keep to an absolute minimum. I plan to go in as Viridian, so stick to the rooftops as backup in case I get paralyzed again. I'm pretty sure it wears off, but I have no idea how. It could be based off how much he ingests, or a set time frame all round. He paced a bit. Capturing him is preferable, but just keeping Native and Ida alive should be our main goal. I'll have Kigo and Shoyuta here as backup as well in case things go really bad, but they may be called over to help with whatever it is that's going to happen across town. So expect to be on our own, depending on the scale of the disaster. Snipe sighed. Not ideal. This villain was well known for killing multiple heroes. The fact that Hawks, the number 3 hero, was hospitalized at all was a testament to this guy's strength. If Snipe was being honest, he was a little scared, but this guy needed to be stopped. And if his quirk was reliant on making his enemies bleed, then he would be a DMN good opponent with his long-ranged attacks. Ectoplasm would have been helpful too, since his clones don't bleed, but Stain's too fast to let him make his clones. Midoriya sighed as he sank into the couch. Right now the basic plan of attack is this. When we're notified of Endeavor heading for Hosu, we'll find Ida and tail him. He'll lead us right to Stain. From there, you find a good sniping location and I'll engage him in a head-on attack. If possible, I'll lure him into a more open area than the alleyways he likes to attack in, but I'm not sure if I'll be able to make that happen. I'll do my best to distract him so Shoyuta and Kigo can get Native and Ida to safety and give them field treatment before the ruckus across town starts. Worst-case scenario leaves me protecting the two of them. They both grimaced at that idea. I'll be relying heavily on you to deal the final blow. Once he knows you're there, he'll either find cover, flee, or come straight for you. As soon as you engage him, I can radio in for local hero help. He chuckled a bit when Midoriya sent him a long look of confusion. Licensed heroes have a specific SOS radio beacon. If one of us is in trouble, we can radio the others for backup. It'll notify any pros within a 30-mile radius or so along with a GPS location. What? Aizawa didn't tell you that when he gave you your license. What did you think the red phone was for? He and Masa were too busy explaining how that license would help protect me as a quirkless individual. He explained with a shrug. What red phone? Snipe blinked. With how much trouble this kid seemed to find, and how paranoid Aizawa was about his safety, he would have thought that it'd be the first thing he'd hand over to the kid. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a bright red Nokia brick of a phone. Made of the most durable materials on the market, it's even harder to destroy than a normal hero phone. This is your SOS phone. If something's going down and the heroes on the scene can't handle it, they'll use this to send out the call for help. All SOS phones within a certain radius of that call will pick up the signal and alert you to the location of the hero in trouble, as well as a short description of their situation if they have the time to send it out. It isn't used often, so if it goes off, things have gotten really bad. It's not outright illegal to ignore it, but it can result in a small fine depending on why you ignored the SOS. So I was supposed to get one of those? Midoriya frowned, causing Snipe to sigh. Yes, it was supposed to be given to you along with your license. I suppose it must have been forgotten in the rush of approving your provisional license. He opened his personal phone and sent off a few messages. It won't do us much good here, but I've sent in the request for your phone. You should get it within the next 3 to 4 days. They're pretty fast when it comes to hero supplies. Right? The kid laid back on the couch with a yawn. So basically I'll just need to hold Stain back until help can arrive. Precisely. Snipe nodded. I'm sure if we give everyone enough heads up, several staff members will be happy to join us as well. Midoriya smiled a bit as he made himself comfortable on the couch and let his eyes close. So long as everyone's okay, that's really all I care about. They'd known the walls wouldn't last long, but even Izuku hadn't expected the sudden bloodbath that the cities had become. It had been so sudden, too sudden. Infected individuals who'd failed to report symptoms had turned frighteningly quickly, and the new feral Nomo had torn through the riots and protests with the ferocity of a typhoon, causing the streets to run red for weeks. Overnight, the city that had once been safe had become a death trap. He and his group had escaped as soon as they could, though even that took them a month to manage without losing anyone. It had only been 3 years since the first Nomo appeared, but already things had changed so much. Survivor groups, which had once been something of a relief to see, had become enemies in their own rights. Teamwork seemed to be reserved for survivors of the same group, and all other groups became competition for survival. Izuku had, more than once, been trying to help someone who'd used him as a distraction for the Nomu so they could make an escape. He'd since stopped trusting people he didn't know. He wasn't about to die and let his group lose another member that could help them survive. After traveling across the countryside and stumbling across abandoned highways and neglected roads that already had all sorts of plant life crumbling civilization to dust, they'd found the abandoned ruins of a small town. Its saving grace had been that it hadn't been walled in like the larger cities had. Instead, the townsfolk had been evacuated or left to die by the fangs of the Nomu. It was a gold mine of supplies, and they'd stumbled across an old bunker hidden in a warehouse of some kind. It was heavily fortified and soundproofed, so the group had claimed it as theirs. They had to be careful of a few small survivor groups in the area, but they seemed to be too wary of such a large group to attack. Izuku and the others were content to let them be so long as they didn't attack or compromise them. Even still, Shigaraki had a thing for heroes. He hunted them down relentlessly. Before communications went down, he'd often broadcast their murders across every station he could, worldwide. Izuku remembered him even going as far as hunting down foreign heroes in their home countries and killing them there, traveling to and fro with Kurogiri's quirk. Truly, if he had managed to get away with even that, was society even a thing anymore? And the worst part of it all was that, since their group was mostly comprised of pros, Shigaraki was also trailing them. This was the 5th town they'd bunkered down at, and it had lasted them a while. They were being careful this time, going out only when absolutely necessary, and doing all their runs 2 towns away to make absolutely sure that nothing followed them back. Even still, Izuku had felt something incredibly wrong when he went out on the run with Nomuri, Dabi, and Takayama. Any pro knew to trust their gut, and with all those years as a vigilante under his belt, Izuku had learned the same. So he took extra precautions. Quirkless though he was one of the group's best strategists. They trusted his judgment. So when Izuku had the group take a more roundabout route than usual, they didn't question it. Despite his gut rolling, the run had been going incredibly smoothly. But even Takayama seemed to sense something off, because she was jumpy and nervous as well. "You good, Aizu?" Nomuri asked, gently ruffling his hair. He felt himself relax a little as she pulled him into a sidelong hug. "Yeah, just feeling off is all. Something's got my gut in a twist," he admitted, voice scarcely rising above a whisper. "It'll be okay," she promised, turning him around so she could hug him properly. You can't promise that, Mom. He whispered into her ear. We never know if we'll see another tomorrow. Which is why we make today the best we can. She kissed his forehead before pulling back. Now come on, Izu, let's get back. Wait already. Dabi frowned. We barely have half the supplies we need. After coming all this way. Takayama frowned. We should at least get some medical supplies. If something feels off, then it's best to head back before something happens. Nomuri shook her head. Izuku was about to speak up when his gut rolled. Instantly, his blade was out and he was looking around for any sign of a Nomu. Dabi and Nomuri followed suit, but Takayama just stood there, even as a dark Nomu stepped out of the shadows. But it didn't attack, and Takayama didn't seem surprised. Izuku's gaze narrowed for a moment before widening in horror. Takayama? You didn't. She pulled out a red phone from her pocket. A softly blinking green light told Izuku that it was broadcasting their position. I'm sorry, she said softly as Kurogyari stepped out of the shadows. But there's no way I could survive in a world like this. Nothing matters anymore. Heroes are nothing more than fairy tales, like they used to be. I'm not bad. It's just better this way. Surely, you can understand. Izuku felt like someone had pierced him with a knife. You mean all this time? Takayama laughed as she and Izuku scribbled on Dabi's face. Don't worry so much, Midoriya. Live a little. Izuku awoke in the middle of the night, tears running down his face as he remembered Bakugo's final moments. Takayama sat there with him, gently coaxing him back to reality while softly humming something under her breath. I'm scared, Takayama admitted in the early hours of the morning with only Izuku there to witness it. She turned towards him with wide, teary eyes. I don't want to die like this. How could you? Nomuri cried out. We trusted you. You shouldn't have. Takayama scoffed. Trust is a fickle thing, Midnight. You can't really blame me. I never wanted this. How many people have we killed? This isn't right. Killing other survivors just to continue on like this. Haven't we become the villains now? I can't take it anymore. She cried, fists clenching. Questions and accusations rolled around in Izuku's brain that he desperately wanted to give voice to. Were all those nights spent talking an act? Had it all been fake? One would have thought that Izuku would have learned his lesson, having lived a life of quirklessness and isolation, but he'd trusted her. Trusted them all. Where did this leave him now? Who was going to stab him in the back next? Midoriya? Takayama cut herself off as her eyes widened. Slowly, she looked down at the blade that protruded from her before following it back to a shadowy portal. Trust is a fickle thing indeed. Kurogyari stated softly as he pulled the blade back out. And one who double-crosses their allies cannot be trusted in any true capacity. Thank you, milady, for leading us to the heroes. You no longer have to fear death, as it has already come for you. He gave her a small smile. Honestly, Tamura, what a mess you've made of this world. Izuku bit back a cry as someone who had once been a friend, who was still, in some capacity, a friend, started bleeding out on the cracked and filthy overgrown concrete that had once been a sidewalk. Kurogyari slowly stalked forward. Though it seems you've only brought us one hero. He sighed. No matter, one is enough to appease him for a little while. And it's a well-known UA teacher too. Tamura will be most pleased. Shadows started to appear around Nomuri. The group leapt back, avoiding the portal that had been aiming for the woman he thought of as his mother. We need to get back. He instructed. Scatter, Dabi cried out, and instantly the three were on the move. They didn't get far, however, when more Nomu appeared. Izuku saw flames in the corner of his eye and knew that Dabi was frying them to a crisp, but that didn't help Izuku with the one that was attacking him. He almost didn't dodge in time, foot hitting a loose piece of rubble as he tried to run back. His ankle rolled painfully and sent him sprawling to the concrete. He rolled just in time to avoid the massive overpowered punch that created a crater in the concrete. And no, Takayama whispered softly, tears running down her face. He promised it'd be fast, painless. That none of you would suffer. Everyone was so miserable, surely it was better to die swiftly. Izuku winced as he spared her a look. The road to hell is paved with the best of intentions. Izuku. Dabi's voice had him whirling around to see another Nomu, also of the dark variety, in the middle of an attack. An attack aimed right at him. He had no chance to dodge, he was going to die. Until he felt a warm pair of arms wrap around him just as the fist connected. He opened his eyes when Nomuri, his mom, cried out in pain. The two were sent tumbling and rolling away, and his only relief was that she was still breathing. "He's after me," she panted, wiping blood from her mouth with the arm that wasn't a mangled disaster. "No, you can't. I know your mother was a horrible woman, Izuku, but I want you to know that you are the best son I could have ever asked for. I'm so proud of you. Never forget that I love you more than life itself." She kissed his forehead. "Dabi, you make Diamond sure he survives," she ordered. There was an iron to her voice that left no room for arguments. The once villain gave a grim nod as Izuku tried to grab her, to stop her from doing whatever stupid idea was in her mind. "Goodbye, my son." Dabi wrapped an arm around Izuku and hoisted him up. He wanted to kick and scream and fight back because that was his mother and she was walking to her death, but he couldn't. Because she'd done this for him. Because of him. Nomuri stood, leaning towards her right side as she glared defiantly at Kurogiri. "You want me? Come and get me. But I'm not going down without a fight," she promised. "And mark my words. One day, your MSDR's empire will fall, and this kingdom of fear shall fall with him. Consider them marked." Kurogiri chuckled as a portal opened up beneath his mother. The two vanished into the swirling vortex of purples, leaving nothing but tears behind. Izuku snapped his eyes open and sat up abruptly, taking a moment to cradle his aching skull. He hadn't dreamed of Nomuri's death in a long time. Now that he was thinking of it, it mirrored the situation with Shoyuta and Hisashi fairly well. How had Dabi managed to pull him away so easily? Dragging Shoyuta away from Hisashi had been one of the hardest things he'd ever done. "You good, Aizu?" The voice had him startling and whipping around to see Dabi. He glanced around them, realizing they were camped out in a forest. The clearing was lit by the smoldering embers of a fire. "Why, just a nightmare," he assured him. Remembering Mom, a light of understanding flickered in Dabi's eyes. "Well, it's about time for your shift anyways. I'm going to take a rest." "Sure," Izuku muttered as Dabi curled up against the base of a tree and promptly dozed off. He must have been exhausted. Come to think of it, Izuku's body felt exhausted too. Old injuries ached and his joints protested the amount of time he'd spent sitting. Izuku's eyes darted around himself as his ears picked up the far-off shrieks of the Nomu. His heart pounded in his ears. How had it happened again? He took a moment to breathe through his initial panic. "It's okay, Izuku. This has happened before, it's all right. You've done this before. You'll return to the past, eventually." Izuku closed his eyes, letting the memories of his first-run self flow into his second-run mind. After he'd slept off his fever for a few days in that cavern, he and Dabi had moved around. It seemed that both were set firmly on the path of vengeance. Shigaraki would fall if it was the last thing they did. It seemed that he'd been unaware that he'd returned to the past, and had been beyond shaken that he had apparently failed again. His first-run self had received the memories of his second-run self, but were they two separate people now? Or was it something more? He didn't feel like two different people. Then again, what did that even feel like to begin with? So whenever this, whatever it was happened, his first-run self would basically just get a download of what's been going on in the second run. What? Like some knockoff save file. What was he, the Cloud? He and Dabi been tracking Shigaraki for a couple of months, now? Or at least Izuku assumed it had been months. If timelines matched up at all, it would have been more like a couple of weeks. They were close. They'd managed to track one of his hideouts to this forest. They were planning to attack soon. Izuku glanced at Dabi. His long dark hair had much brighter red roots. Endeavor's genes, he now knew. His facial scars were worse for wear, what with no way to renew his staples, but Izuku supposed it wasn't bothering him too much, what with the way he'd stopped picking at it a few years back. A few new scars adorned him from when Izuku had last seen him. Must have been dealt during the attack that took Tamaki. What was this? Why did he keep getting shunted back and forth? Was it merely a memory download on both ends or something more? He rubbed at his stubble, startling a bit when he felt the coarse whiskers that had been absent on his second-run face. Silently, he ruffled through his bag, pulling out an old stub of a pencil that was nearly worn down to its non-existent eraser, having been sharpened with his pocket knife, and an old fraying notebook that was almost completely full. He quietly flipped through the pages by the moonlight, shivering a little in the cooler temperatures of mid-spring. He pulled Sho's scarf around himself a little more for warmth, burying his face in the familiar worn fabric. He'd need to reference the Project Hope papers he had in the second run, but in the meantime he could run a few basic calculations and form some rudimentary theories. Of course, with something like time travel, there was really no way to test anything. Perhaps he could try making a much smaller-scale Project Hope in Powerloader's office and see if he and Higuri could put their heads together with Nizu to figure out what was going on, but that wasn't going to help him now. He sighed as he set his notebook down. Complex equations and sketches were scrawled all over the pages that he could already hear Sho complaining about. But he would complain if he were alive. He really should tell someone about this. But would Dabi even believe him? He was his last friend, the only survivor. He glanced over at his sleeping brother. He didn't have the heart to wake him now. Not when he was so obviously exhausted. A nearby twig snapping had both Izuku and Dabi awake and on their feet in less than half a second. With practically no firelight to blind them, their eyes had little trouble seeing through the shadows to spot a humanoid figure in the brush. They seemed to be holding their hands up. "Sorry, didn't mean to startle you." That voice. Izuku knew that voice. "Quip?" he questioned, making the others startle. "V Viridian." Quip stepped out into the clearing with a look of shock on his face. He was very different from the last time Izuku saw him. Long purple hair was tied neatly back into a ponytail as a form-fitting tank top was covered with a basic jacket. A utility belt crisscrossed his tee as a prominent Nomu claw scar tore the left half of his face, and it seemed to have taken his left arm entirely. But Izuku knew those eyes, the eyes that sparkled in the second run every time they spoke. "Hey Toshi. It's been a while." Izuku grinned. "Holy SHT, Izuku, it is you?" Quip gave a breathy laugh as he sat down on the log next to Izuku. "I haven't seen you since, it was before the walls went up." "An old friend?" Dabi asked, and Izuku nodded. "Back from my Vigilante days?" He explained. "I don't understand though. What are you doing here?" "Same as you, I suppose." He gave a vicious grin. "Kill Shigaraki. Dunno if you've heard of the Renegades. Underground resistance that's been in place since before the walls." "Yeah, I'm one of the leaders of that." Izuku ran a hand through his own hair that reached his shoulder blades. He noted. "Look, can I say something absolutely insane? Does it have anything to do with why you've been acting strangely since that one green Nomu encounter?" Dabi crossed his arms. "Yeah." He turned to look at Quip. "So a few years ago, Shoyuda and I built a thing called Project Hope. It was a time machine that we hoped would send us back to before all this so we could kill Shigaraki and prevent everything. But it failed." Dabi sighed. "I thought it had failed." Izuku corrected, earning a raised eyebrow from his two companions. "I mean, you're sitting right here." Dabi gestured. "When I fell through the portal, I think the agony I felt was me being torn in two somehow. Because I've got two very distinct sets of memories. The first run, which is us, and the second run where the portal worked." "And you know it actually worked because?" Quip asked slowly. "Well, aside from the new scars that match up with the second run, I've got some new information that I'd like to run by you, Quip. Specifically since in the second run, you and I are good friends along with Hatsume." "Okay, first go through the second run with us." Dabi held up a hand. "I'm not saying I don't believe you, I'm just saying it's a very far stretch. Well, it took me back to 10 months before the UA entrance exams. So I became Viridian again to pass the time and try to find Shigaraki. Befriended Shoyuda and Tsukachi Naomasa and somehow became one of the highest-ranked vigilantes in Japan, to the point where they offered me a partnership with the Muzutafu PD. He paused to chuckle at their incredulous looks. After that I passed the exams, first place, by hacking the robots, which garnered Nizu's attention. Then I joined Class 1A, and managed to protect the students during the USJ incident. I screwed up killing Shigaraki, but he did seem to set his sights on me, which is a definite plus. I won the sports festival and told the teachers about my time traveling, and Nizu made me, well, Viridian, who's now a licensed hero, a staff member. And then I had Kigo protect Ida Tensei from Stain, and before I found myself here again, Snipe and I were getting ready to face him in Hosu. The two stared at him. Kigo. As in Hawks. Dabi blinked. Alright. He saved me from Stain back before the entrance exams. Alright, since the sports festival is still so fresh in your mind, and since I know you never saw it in the first run, is that what you call it? Quip waited for Izuku to nod before continuing. During the finals, one of the support corps students faced off against a hero corps student. What happened? Izuku snorted as he remembered the fight. Mei used Ida as a show-and-tell model for her babies. He wasn't overly happy with her. He snickered a bit. He pouted for days about it, and Mei was punished by Powerloader revoking her lab access for the entire week of the internships. So she went home for that week since classes aren't being held. And if you really are a friend of mine in that time, then tell me this. Quip challenged. What is the name of my pet dog? Izuku laughed at that, fighting to keep his laughter from getting too loud. As if you would ever have a dog. Your mother has a Yorkie named Tyson, but you love cats. Unfortunately, your dad's allergic, so you have a pet ferret instead. The next best thing, you said. And his name is Sparta. Quip's mouth was hanging open. But I've never told you that. I've never told anyone that. Not in this timeline. Izuku smirked, feeling something in him relax as he finally confirmed that the second run was actually real. So, you really have managed to go back in time? Dabi whispered. But why are you here then? No idea. Izuku shook his head. I think it's something like a memory download or something. First time it happened was when my train, the N18 morning train, was derailed in a villain attack. I remember that. Quip grimaced. My car was thrown into a building. I was really lucky that I'd happened to move to another car when it happened. Izuku winced. Yeah, in my memories we shared the car, and you didn't leave it. But Sho Yuta came looking for me when I didn't show up for class and got us out of there. Actually, you're interning with him. I interning. I thought that was just for the Hero Corps students. Yep. You've recently transferred to one? Izuku grinned. Is it weird to be jealous of yourself? Because I'm very jealous of myself right now. Quip pouted, causing Dabi and Izuku to snicker. Yeah, I woke up from the wreck here in the first run. I had no idea what was going on and the memories conflicted badly. Suddenly, I wasn't sure what was real. Izuku admitted. That's when we ran into that green Nomo, Dabi realized. No wonder you looked so out of it. Yeah, and when I fell asleep in the cave is when I woke back up in the wreckage of the train. This is only the second time this has happened, and I was starting to question if it had ever happened to begin with. He rubbed his scar from Shigaraki. Come to think of it, you didn't have that before. Dabi frowned. I got this from second run Shigaraki. Izuku explained. Okay, so now what? How do we get you back to the past so you can fix this mess? Quip pursed his lips. No clue. Izuku shook his head. Just wait for it to happen naturally, I suppose. I don't even know why this is happening, but my notes on Project Hope are all back in the second run. I'll have to reference them after Hosu. By the way, what were you doing just creeping around? Dabi gave Quip an odd look. Like I said, I'm one of the leaders of the Renegade. I've got a small party with me poised to attack. Our goal is to at least take out Kurogiri, if not Shigaraki as well. He gave Izuku a thoughtful look. If you're really in the past working on the Shigaraki angle, then we'll concentrate more on Kurogiri. If we can take him out before Shigaraki has a chance to steal his quirk, then we'll strand him. He'll have to travel everywhere on foot just like the rest of us. The thought of Shigaraki traveling anywhere on foot was laughable. The man was so high and mighty that he'd be more likely to ride a Nomo. When's the attack? Dabi asked. We were planning for tonight. Quip glanced over his shoulder. Come on, it'd be best if we all coordinate together as a group. Viridian, are you still in the same shape as you used to be? Please. Izuku waved a hand as he stood up. He did not miss the aching of his older self's bones, but he had missed the longer legs. Don't doubt my skills. You're looking at the world's first quirkless hero, Viridian. Quip laughed as he patted him on the back. Well then, hero, let's get going, shall we? Don't think you'll be leaving me out of this. Dabi smirked as he hoisted his bag over his shoulder. Wouldn't dream of it, Debs. Izuku snickered. The camp wasn't far, and the small troop of 12 individuals was honestly the largest group of people Izuku had seen in the first run in nearly half a decade. He kept a hand a little closer to his blade on habit. Listen up. Quip spoke firmly, drawing every eye instantly. These two are allies. This is an old friend of mine, Viridian. He and I go way back, and he'll be helping us on this mission. This is his companion, Dabi. Izuku. The voice had them both staring in shock. Izuku knew that voice. That long blue-black hair, those pointed ears. Why, he smiled, breathless as he stumbled towards the two. Izuku idly noted that one leg was entirely gone, replaced with some makeshift prosthetic. Holy SHT, you're alive? Dabi embraced the hero. But I saw those blue Nomo drag you under. There was so much red and luck? He shook his head. There was an actual crab at the bottom. My quirk saved me. I had to amputate my leg to get away, but it was enough to distract them while I got out of the water. Hitoshi found me bleeding out and saved my life. You know these two? Quip blinked. Yeah. Aizu and Burnt Toast were part of my group. Tamaki explained as Dabi shot him a glare. Shut it off. Make me freezer burn. Hey now, no need to bring Todoroki into this. Izuku smirked, ducking under a swat from Dabi. Quip sighed fondly. Here's the basic plan. Today we are after Kurogyri, not Shigaraki. But if you have the chance at a kill shot, by all means, nobody here will stop you. We'll sneak in through the underground tunnels and air ducts while Kili, Masaru and Shiba provide the distraction outside. 3 people nodded and Izuku felt his heart clench. Those 3 were distractions. They were on a suicide mission. It's okay. One of them, an older guy with long, spindly ears, smiled at him. We know we won't survive tonight. We chose this. You had it written all over your face? The red-headed girl smiled. I won't survive much longer anyhow. The 3 of us are terminally ill, we don't have long either way. Figured we should go out doing something meaningful. Izuku gave them a tight smile. Then I'll do my best to help. We'll make sure your sacrifice won't be in vain. They should draw out the Nomu and keep Shigaraki and Kurogyri from noticing us until we're in position. I will distract Shigaraki. Izuku spoke up, drawing looks of apprehension and disbelief. If it becomes necessary, that is. No, you will not. Dabi glared. Don't be an idiot, Zu. I'll have you know I'm actually quite smart. He stuck out his tongue at Dabi. Beyond that, I'm the best choice because I'm quirkless. He can't steal anything useful from me, and if he tries to force a quirk on me, I should be able to handle it without becoming a Nomu or dying. A murmur went around the group. And to think we used to think of quirkless as useless? Someone muttered, sending Izuku an apologetic look. Well man, looks like you're our best shot then. Don't let Hanseman take you down, you hear. I like your spunk. We've studied the area as best we can. Quip spoke back up. Let's move out, everyone. Good luck, and try not to die. Snipe was just making himself some tea. The sharpshooter was fast asleep on the couch, enough so that he could drape a soft blanket over the kid and not wake him up. He thought that it was a tad unusual, what with how jumpy and guarded Midoriya always was, but perhaps he was simply that tired. He hardly seemed to rest, after all, and Yuka and Sugaku had told him that the kid often had nightmares. The rest of the staff had taken to making sure someone was up and downstairs during the night just in case he had one, so he wouldn't be alone, not that most of them weren't insomniacs anyways, though not to the extent of Aizawa. A quiet thump drew his attention to the kid, who'd rolled right off the couch, and was now staring at the carpet in detached confusion. There was something off to the expression on the kid's face, and Snipe quietly set down his cup. Midoriya. The kid's head whipped up, and Snipe felt his breath catch in his throat. He'd seen the look on Midoriya's face when he was stuck in that mild flashback back at the hot springs. He'd always had a jaded and bitter look in his eye that came with seeing too much and losing too many. But never had he seen his eyes so unguarded. They were raw with loss and hardened by pain. Like chips of icy jade that sharply analyzed everything around him. Every muscle was tensed and Snipe was certain that he could attack at the drop of a coin. In that moment, for the first time, Snipe didn't see Viridian the hero or even Midoriya the student. He saw Izuku the survivor. The man who'd lost far too much. Then Midoriya blinked and gave a shuddering sigh. Snipe watched in a sort of morbid fascination as the emotional barriers went up around the kid's eyes. Again, the bitterness in his voice as he whispered the word to himself startled Snipe. Midoriya. He tried again, taking a cautious step forward. He tried to ignore the small instinct inside of him that was mildly afraid of the hero before him, because this was Midoriya. But some part of himself still recognized the kid as dangerous. Sorry if I startled you. Just give me a minute to orientate myself. He climbed to his feet and sat back on the couch. Running a hand over, had that injury been there before? Snipe certainly didn't remember it being there. Are you okay? It was a pointless question. They both knew he wasn't. But he couldn't think of anything else to say. Not really. He gave a breathy laugh. Damn it, my notes are back at you. Should we head back? Snipe frowned lightly. He may not have understood what Midoriya was talking about, but if the kid thought these notes were important, then he'd trust him at his word. No. He shook his head quickly. Hosu is much more important than whatever this thing is. He eyed the gash on his arm with a light scowl, and now that he was closer, Snipe got a good look at it. It was deep, alarmingly so, and seemed mildly infected around the edges. It looked like claw marks, but he didn't understand how he could have missed that earlier. Sure, their patrol had been eventful, but he certainly didn't recall Midoriya getting hurt. Moreover, they didn't fight anyone with claws. He quickly pulled out his first aid kit. I'm sure you didn't have that an hour ago. Midoriya sighed. No, I didn't. This was from an encounter with a Nomo in the future. I don't understand why, but sometimes I get these downloads. Overlaps. Sometimes I just wake up back in the first run, and when I come back here I have any injuries or scars my other self has obtained in the meantime. Snipe stared for a long moment, trying to wrap his brain around the utter confusion that was pouring from the time traveler's mouth. I don't think I quite caught that. There's not much point in trying to explain something that I don't even understand myself. Midoriya shook his head. This was from an encounter with a white Nomo. I got lucky it was just a scratch. Snipe stared at the claw marks. Under normal circumstances he'd say that it'd need stitches. But Aizawa had warned him of Midoriya's aversion to hospitals and clinics, so he did the best he could. Recovery Girl could fix him up after their work in Hosu was done. It certainly was more than a scratch, though. Anyways, how long was I out for? The kid was starting to sound much more like himself, or the version that Snipe was familiar with, at least. Not long, maybe an hour or so. Geez, you'd think I'd be able to snag a little more sleep? He huffed, scrubbing a hand over his face as he glanced at the clock. It was only just past noon. Got any coffee? Snipe was about to answer when both of their phones buzzed. Midnight. Guys, Endeavor's on the move. Got a ticket to Hosu, he's getting on the train with Todoroki now. Well, I guess this is it. Midoriya stretched as he typed away on his phone. Viridian Chaos. This is the moment, guys. Snipe and I are heading over to tail Ida. Eraser, you comin'? Dadzawa, yeah, I'll go tell Shinso that he's got the day to rest. Kid's been doing a pretty good job so far. Lots of drive. Scream. Oh, is that a compliment I hear? Evil genius. Stay focused, everyone. Don't forget those comms I sent you. I'll keep GPS and surveillance on you all as best I can. Fury. Tsuragami's in Hosu right now. I doubt I'll be able to make it in time, but I'll try to catch a train as well. Viridian Chaos. If you can't make it, don't sweat it. Snipe and I will handle Stain, but be prepared for some action downtown. I can't remember what happened, but I know a lot of people got hurt. 13. Thanks for the heads up. I'm already in Hosu with ectoplasm, so the two of us will try to stick to the general downtown area. I am here. I still have some hero time today. I'll stay in the area as well, just in case I'm needed. Viridian Chaos, thanks everyone. Please stay safe. Mother Hen, don't leave me out of this. I'll tail Ida with you guys. Midoriya gave a large, almost feral grin. Well, Snipe, are you ready? He grabbed his Viridian costume. Let's go. Shinso Hitoshi wasn't sure what to make of his sudden day off. Aizawa had stated that an urgent mission had come up from Viridian, and it was too dangerous to take an intern along. He could understand that, and appreciated the fact that he'd told him rather than just running off, but now he was left with a whole day and no idea what to do. He pulled out his phone out of boredom and blinked at the small slip of paper sticking out from the phone case. He smiled when he saw May's address written in hardly legible handwriting, and recalled the girl shoving the hastily scribbled information into his hands before whirling around to storm her lab at the school. She'd said he could drop by whenever. Hitoshi, hey, I've got a sudden free day. Mind if we hang for a bit? Was that how people asked friends to hang out? He wasn't sure, he'd never had friends before. Sure. You come into my place or should I catch a train to yours? Hitoshi, nah, I'll come to your place. I've still got some travel money from the internship fund. Hitoshi grinned as he scribbled down a note for Aizawa in case the hero got back first. The train ticket wasn't too expensive, and he found himself a little giddy with excitement. He felt almost rebellious in doing this, going to a whole different city to hang out with a friend. The train ride was both too long and incredibly short. Hitoshi couldn't help the grin that spread across his face when he saw a familiar head of pink hair waving at him. Toshi, May. He darted over towards her. May, ever the exuberant one, greeted him with a warm hug. He flinched lightly, unused to physical contact, but relaxed after a moment. It was something all three of them had in common. None of them had much social experience of the positive sort. May was always ostracized from her peers due to her explosive inventions and higher intelligence. Hitoshi was jeered at and bullied because of his villainous quirk. Izuku was isolated and sneered at for his lack of a quirk. The three were a trio of social misfits, but they seemed to click together well enough anyways. Hitoshi couldn't help but notice the way that Izuku avoided their peers. It made him feel special that he'd let the purple-haired hero hopeful into his life in the way he did. He greatly valued Izuku's friendship and was eternally grateful for that horrific train wreck that introduced them. Come on. May grabbed his wrist. You must be hungry, let's grab some food. I know some great restaurants around here. Slow down. I've never been here before. He laughed a bit. Oh. May smirked. Then welcome to Hosu. Viridian scowled as he watched Ida run around the city. It had been hours since Endeavor had arrived, and he was getting tired of waiting around. Considering all the SHT you put Tsukachi and I through, I think you can handle a little boredom. Eraserhead smirked, earning a brief glare from the green-clad hero. Do tell. Snipe smirked as Kigo cackled a bit. We are on a mission, you know. Viridian reminded them. There was something wrong, something was off, he could just sense it. The light of the setting sun was stretching the shadows of the city. Any moment, now, the commotion downtown would kick up, and Ida would run towards what would undoubtedly be his death if they weren't fast enough. The feeling of wrongness increased tenfold as Izuku shared a glance with Dabi and Quip. Whatever Shigaraki was up to, it wasn't anything good. Izuku barely had time to register the loud vibrating hum that permeated the air like 1,000 hummingbirds. It made his eardrums itch as he turned from his spot in the rafters to stare in abject horror at a massive explosion snapped Izuku out of whatever that was. That another memory download from the first run. Why had it happened so suddenly? It felt distinctly different from all the others, more like a flashback. Come on. Kigo shot him a look, and Viridian shook his head. We've already lost track of him, but I should be able to find him from the skies. Dim, that kid is fast. He had no time to contemplate this. Whatever niggling questions or thoughts his mind had would have to wait. He couldn't afford to be distracted during this. He fought the urge to head towards the commotion downtown. The others could handle it. They'd already been warned, so they likely wouldn't need his help. Instead, he turned his full attention towards the Ida issue, mentally cursing the child for his impulsive actions. The sight that they came upon was not one that Viridian had expected to see, and he could hear Eraserhead's sharp intake of breath. Ida was already on the ground, bleeding but thankfully alive, and standing between him and Stain was Hitoshi and Mei, though the support course student looked scared out of her mind and was trying to stem Ida's bleeding. Viridian. 13's hesitant voice sounded over the earpiece that Nizu had given them. Remember that commotion you warned us about? Would have been nice to know it was Nomu we'd be facing. Ectoplasm grunted. What? Viridian's eyes widened. Had the Nomu really attacked so early on? How could he have forgotten that? What do they look like? Similar to the one from USJ? All Might panted a bit. Much weaker, though. Endeavor and I should be able to handle things. Kigo, you should go help them. Viridian shot his brother a look. You and I have sparred enough times that I trust you to handle a Nomu. They sound like all for one's Nomu, so you should be fine. Kigo scowled but nodded. Be careful, Uzukin. He took off into the skies, heading towards the smoke that billowed into the sky. Okay, change of plans? Viridian scowled. Hitoshi and Mei were not part of his plan. He'd have to improvise a bit. I'll take Stain, you protect the students? He didn't wait for a reply as he leapt down from the rooftop just as Stain moved to attack Hitoshi. The kid was brave, he'd give him that. But there was no way he could survive an encounter with Stain as he was now. Even Hitoshi seemed to know that, because he glared defiantly at the hero killer. Clang! Viridian's blade blocked Stain's just in time. The hero killer's eyes widened. Well now, you weren't a face I expected to see again. He backed off a moment. I'm not after you, Viridian. You're one of the few I approve of, a true hero. But if you stand in my way, I won't hesitate to cut you down. I think we both know the answer to that. Viridian adjusted his stance. Shinso, get Hatsum and Ida out of here. He ordered. Don't worry. He sent them a confident smirk. I'll protect you. I don't think so. Stain grinned as he licked one of his knives, and Hitoshi went down like a puppet with his strings cut. If you truly wish to fight me, then fight me. Viridian blocked the blade that came at him with speed that rivaled a dark Nomu. It was no wonder the other heroes struggled against Stain. Without his apocalyptic training, he likely wouldn't stand much chance either. He felt a smirk grace his lips. But a fighter like Stain would rely on quick hits. He only needed BLD to kill his foe. Sneak attacks and quick strikes would be his style. Despite the fact that Stain had quite the power behind his blows, Viridian was confident that his stamina was nowhere near Viridian's own. He locked blades with Stain, swiftly blocking a strike the man made with a small knife using one of his sai. Stain gave him a grin as they separated and clashed again. Stain threw out one of his blades, forcing Viridian to catch it by the handle, a skill he wasn't sure he even had, lest it hit the students behind him. Stain didn't give him a moment to breathe as he rushed in before Viridian had even caught the knife, forcing him to use said knife to block the oncoming attack. He crossed the knife with his sword, forming an X to stop the attack of the killer. Stain let out a booming laugh as Viridian lashed out with a kick, pushing the killer back. You are far more formidable than I remember. A feral grin spread across Stain's face. I can feel the honesty in your blade. Your strikes are clean and pure. I wouldn't call myself that. He scoffed under his breath, recalling the people he'd killed throughout his life. Not all of them had deserved it. Stain rushed in, and Viridian didn't catch the second knife that buried itself in his shoulder. He did spin away before Stain could retrieve it. And yours are strong and fearsome. I will agree with you on the stance that the system is corrupted, but it is not your place to kill those who have fallen victim to it. Same seed, different flowers. Stain grinned. They separated for a moment, and all was still. But just like last time, you're going to fall. Then, as Stain leapt back into action, a gunshot rang out. The hero killer staggered, a look of shock painting his features as the knife in his hand clattered to the ground. That's the thing. Viridian spoke quietly. I didn't come alone. You good, Viridian? Eraserhead asked as he leapt down from the rooftop. Just a stab wound? He shrugged. Just a stab wound, he says. Snipe shook his head. Izawa-sensei. Hitoshi let out a sigh of relief. And Viridian, thank you. What are you doing here? Eraserhead shot him a glare. I was just hanging out with May. We heard the commotion as we were passing by, and saving people thing kicked in. May finished for him. Honestly, I'm surrounded by problem children. Eraser groaned, causing Viridian to laugh. Come now, show you know you love them. He grinned as he casually removed the knife from his shoulder. Hey, you aren't supposed to just rip it out. Snipe glared from where he was securing Stain. That's just how he is. Aizawa shook his head. Honestly, his luck is unreal. Snipe sighed. I'm right here. Viridian scowled. He glanced up when he heard people approaching. It looked like a small ragtag group of minor heroes. Is that Viridian? One of them asked, wide-eyed. Holy see, is that the hero killer? Another asked, pointing to Stain. Snipe's shot hadn't killed him, but the bullet had contained a rather potent sedative. Despite this, Eraserhead was still securing him, better safe than sorry. A familiar figure headed a group of officers that joined them. Kenji. Viridian beamed, and the chief gave him a grin. Viridian, I didn't expect to run into you in Hosu. He eyed Stain with something akin to resignation, like he'd gotten so used to Viridian's unique brand of chaos that something like catching Stain wasn't even worth being surprised over anymore. I see you're back at it. Snipe was the one who took him down, I just gave him the opening. Viridian shook his head. Don't be so modest. Snipe shot him a look. You would have beaten him yourself from the way you ran that battle. He was losing and you know it. But I would have had a lot more trouble if you hadn't been there. Viridian denied. At any rate, I'm just glad nobody's dead. He eyed the kids that had been caught up in the mess. Though it looks like some medical treatment is required. For you too. Eraserhead shot him a pointed look, zeroing in on his shoulder. And you aren't getting out of it? Kenji folded his arms across his knees. Gosh, you make it sound like I've got an injury or something. Viridian rolled his eyes. You do. Snipe replied. I don't know how you can take a knife to the shoulder and think it's a scratch. I've had worse. Viridian shrugged. Come on. Let's head out too. Eraserhead's voice was cut off as their earpieces crackled to life. Watch out. 13th's voice sounded over the comms. At least one Nomu managed to get away, and it's headed in your direction. It's a flying one. It was all the warning Viridian got before his guts started screaming at him. He shoved Hitoshi out of the way, biting his lip as claws dug into his shoulder. For a moment he thought he'd been picked up by a swarm of yellow Nomu, but it was only one rather slow and clunky dark-colored Nomu. It wouldn't be that difficult to kill, but landing safely was a bit of a different matter. He'd figure something out. But before Viridian had the chance to bury his blade into the Nomu, someone else did so for him. Arms wrapped around him, helping soften the blow as they hit the pavement. Viridian stared in shock at the person who saved him, not that he needed saving mind. Stain stood almost protectively before him, snarling at the police that had gathered. His eyes locked on Endeavor, who had likely been chasing after the Nomu, and his rage became something nearly solid. You fakes. Stain straightened up despite the BLD flowing from the bullet wound and the numerous injuries from Viridian. The Quirkless hero had to admit that the hero killer certainly had a commanding aura. His bloodlust blanketed the street like a mist, and his raw determination and conviction was nearly solid. The very air became heavy and nobody could tear their gaze from him. With the moon rising at his back, he looked like a crimson demon who clawed his way up from hell to carry out his personal brand of justice. Try to get me, you fakes. You money worshippers who carry the title of hero, you are the true disease of this society. There are only two that I have judged to be true heroes, and only they can kill me. I will let no one else do so. Only All Might and Viridian can kill me. So come and try me, you fakes. He took another step forward, his presence magnifying with his declaration, only for everything to come to an abrupt standstill. The air suddenly became light again, and even Endeavor stared in disbelief. Stain had fallen unconscious where he stood, refusing to bow to the fakes even when his body failed him. Is it over? Hitoshi asked softly, trembling like a leaf. Viridian pulled out the quirk-suppressant cuffs he'd stolen from Naomesa months ago and put them on Stain. I think so. Mei shakily answered. Poor girl was hardly able to stand. Higuri wasn't going to be happy with Viridian if she ended up traumatized from this. Viridian quietly handed off Stain to the cops and Ida was loaded into an ambulance. The paramedics were trying to coax Viridian into another one when his earpiece crackled again. Guys. Kigo's voice was labored with pain, setting Viridian's instincts ablaze. We need some serious backup. See. Viridian's gut did a backflip as he took off at a run. Snipe and Eraser were hot on his heels, and it seemed Hitoshi and Mei felt more comfortable following them into danger than staying behind with Endeavor. Not that Viridian necessarily blamed them, but he'd rather not put his friends in harm's way. Whatever it was that had Kigo struggling was bound to be dangerous. What's the situation, Hawks? Eraserhead asked, voice crackling through Nisa's earpieces. We aren't sure. Kigo's voice shook lightly. Whatever it was he was facing had him scared. 2 heroes dead? I could hardly see it. Viridian shared a glance with Eraserhead and Snipe. This wasn't a good situation by a long shot. 2 heroes dead. And if Kigo couldn't even see what happened? They were near enough to the commotion for Viridian to spot the scene. Corpses of Nomu burned by Endeavor, who was still with the police and Stain, were strewn everywhere. All Might's handiwork was evident as well, though the man was nowhere to be seen. 13 was likely off helping with the rescue efforts with ectoplasm. Kigo had his back against one wall, eyes darting around the shadowy alleyways like he was trying to spot a predator. 2 dead heroes were strewn around them, and something about the wounds tickled the back of Viridian's mind. Kigo was badly hurt and one wing hung at an awkward angle with deep claw marks marring the feathers. Crimson Bield dripped into a steadily growing puddle beneath his wing, and Viridian felt a spike of anxiety. Eraserhead spared Hitoshi and Mei a sharp glare. The 2 kids quickly nodded their heads as Eraserhead cautiously made his way over to Kigo. Every instinct was on overdrive. A slight movement drew Viridian's gaze towards an alleyway across the clearing. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw a familiar form lurking in the shadows. There was no way. What is that? Dabi whispered to him in disbelief. A portal, Izuku choked out. He couldn't believe his eyes. The runes that were carefully etched into the edge of the archway glowed an angry red, a stark difference to the calming blues and whites that had accompanied Project Hope. But how? I took all the notes with me. Appealing, isn't it? Shigaraki's voice echoed in the empty room. I know you're there. You inspired me that day. Thanks to a little quirk I picked up, I was able to understand enough to know what you did. Portal to the past. Yours was incomplete. I have gathered the brightest minds left in this world to make this for me. Shigaraki turned towards their hiding spot with a nasty grin as something entered the portal. Round 2, Midoriya Izuku. Viridian didn't waste a moment to process the information he'd just received from the first run as he ran towards Kigo and Eraserhead. He gritted his teeth as the claws met his sword as the beast let out a horrifyingly familiar roar. The 2 stared at him with wide, horrified eyes. Kigo, run. What? But, you can't fight this. Viridian spat out, slashing with his blade as he barely dodged a tail swipe. If he was being honest, Izuku had enough trouble fighting these F-airs back in the first run. His younger second-run self was not only slower, but injured. There was a very low chance he would survive at all, but he had to protect them. Eraser was already guiding Kigo towards Snipe and the kids while Viridian distracted the white Nomo. The once Vigilante dodged the fangs and blocked the claw swipe, but the second swipe from the other set of claws sent him flying back into a wall near Snipe and the kids. He turned to spit BLD out of his mouth, realizing only belatedly that his mask had torn. Izuku. Hitoshi's eyes were wide and Mei looked ready to faint from information overload. We'll back you up. Snipe promised, cocking his gun. Tell us how to fight this. Eraserhead glared at the Nomo. Viridian grit his teeth as he forced himself to his feet. There was no time to think, he had to go with his gut. Slow it down. It can't see, so it relies on sound and movement. It's a speed fighter. He lunged to the side. The claws missed his face by inches, and he sacrificed the knife he'd stolen from Stain to shove it into the creature's back left leg. It roared in pain as it whipped its tail at him, wrapping the tip around his leg and flinging him into a nearby building. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and he half wondered how angry Higuri was going to be about the state of his mask. It was tatters now. Viridian, Shoyuta called out, throwing out his capture weapon to slow down the Nomu, who instantly rounded on the underground hero. Viridian staggered to his feet with a determined gleam to his eye, tightening his grip on his blade as he threw himself back into the fight, cutting Shuta's capture weapon before the Nomu could pull Shoyuta towards it. "I'm fine. Don't tell me you were worried about little old me." He chuckled as he narrowly avoided another swipe of its claws. A shot from Snipe had the Nomu off balance enough for Viridian to get in a solid blow to one of its back legs, slowing it down significantly. "Not the time for jokes, Zu." Kigo glared from where he was standing with Mei and Hitoshi, likely doing his best to protect them and keep them out of trouble. Viridian winced when the WHP-like tail wrapped itself around his ankle, and he quickly slashed his sword through the tail to free himself. A sudden thought popped into his mind as his blade missed the Nomu's eye by a half-inch. "You still have those gadgets I gave you." Kigo fished a few of them out and Viridian grinned. "Toss the green one here." Mei's eyes lit up. "The sound baby. Let's just hope it doesn't knock us all out." He grimaced as he caught the device. It looked like a small round battery pack. "Everyone cover your ears," he warned as he pointed it towards the Nomu, who had turned its attention towards him at the yell. It snarled viciously as it lunged, powerful back legs catapulting it forward like the stuff of nightmares. If this didn't work, he'd be lucky to only lose one limb. He uncapped the device, and a very loud high-pitched ringing emanated from it, shooting the sound almost visibly towards the Nomu. The creature cried out in agony as it staggered on its feet, but it didn't fall. It still struggled, trying to move away from whatever the awful noise was. Viridian's own ears were starting to hurt as he ran at the beast and shoved his sword in its brain. He quickly capped the knockout device as he glanced around, wary of any more first-run Nomu coming to join the party. After nearly a full minute of still silence, he finally let his legs give out. He landed with a heavy thump in a sitting position on the corpse of the white Nomu. Viridian. Shoyuta was by his side a moment later. He also looked bloodied, and sported a nice slash on his arm, but other than that he seemed okay. "Everyone alive." He sent Kigo, Snipe and Shoyuta a bloodied smirk. "Congratulations on surviving your first encounter with a white Nomu. Something from the first run." "First run?" Kigo echoed as Snipe steadied him. "But I thought, I'll explain later." Viridian sighed. "I need to reference some notes back at UA. Izuku." Hitoshi spoke up hesitantly with wide eyes. Viridian winced. "I'll explain later." "We'll hold you to it, Greenie." Mei nodded. She looked a little pale, but neither of them seemed hurt from the Nomu encounter. "Hey Sho." Viridian let his gaze drift towards the Erasure hero. "Just this once. I'll say it's okay to take me to a hospital." Shoyuta snorted. "You had no choice to begin with, problem child." Aizawa Shoyuta heaved a massive sigh as he sat down in the meeting room at UA. Not all the teachers were present, but the core of the staff was. Nizu had sprung him, Hawks and Viridian from the hospital in Hosu upon the time traveler's insistence, and the kid had locked himself in his private lab, courtesy of Power Loader, for 3 days straight thereafter. Only Recovery Girl had been able to see him. Viridian had called this meeting, not Nizu. If he was being honest, he wasn't sure what he was expecting from this gathering, but he knew it wasn't going to be nice. He had no illusions that it'd also address the thing that haunted Shuta's nightmares, the White Nomu. The creature that Viridian had barely managed to bring down in Hosu. He'd heard his friend talk about the different kinds of Nomu before, he'd seen the scars, both mental and physical. But nothing could have prepared him for the utter terror that the monster had inflicted upon him. He'd never seen a living creature move so fast. He'd never felt so helpless before. Staring at the gaping maw of the salivating nightmare swathed in pale white scales had him feeling hot and cold from head to toe. It was a primal terror. His every instinct had warned him that this is an apex predator. He'd known without a doubt that he was nothing more than prey before it. And yet, Viridian had managed to bring it down. That fight had been a far cry from his usual graceful motions. It was a raw struggle of predator against prey. There was nothing refined about gnashing teeth and whipping tails and the flurry of blades and kicks. But they'd survived. Thanks to Viridian and his prior experience, they lived. His thoughts were pulled back to the present when he saw Vlad and Maijima walk in, both looking concerned and somewhat confused. The news of the White Nomu had been kept as quiet as possible. Only Nizu and those who had fought against it were aware of it. But Aizawa was still wrapped in bandages, though thankfully it wasn't nearly as bad as the USJ's injuries had been. Perhaps that was why everyone did a double take when Viridian walked in, out of uniform, and also sporting a fair number of bandages. His eyes roamed the room, carrying a sharpness that hadn't been there before. "Masa, Kenji, thanks for coming." He greeted the detective and police chief. "Well, you did ask for us." Tsuragami nodded. "Though I'll admit that I wish you'd had Tsukachi inform me of the situation a bit sooner." So he'd finally been let in on the time travel business. "I wanted to make sure the paperwork was in place first." Viridian shook his head. "Better safe than sorry. Just be honest, you forgot?" Tsukachi shot him a look, earning a light chuckle from the kid. "I mean, I did have a lot on my mind." He shrugged. "Are you okay, Izuku? I heard you got hurt pretty badly." 13's brows furrowed in concern as they took their seat beside Ectoplasm. Nobody was in uniform today, it seemed. Even Hawks walked in with casual clothes, one wing held in an awkward brace. Didn't Recovery Girl treat that? Shoyuta frowned. "Yeah, but she could only heal so much at once." The winged hero shrugged with a small wince. "I have to keep it like this for another day or two before I'm cleared to fly again." He seemed rather put out by that. "Now that everyone's here, let's get this meeting started, shall we?" Nizu popped up from nowhere and called the room to order. Shoyuta took note of who was there. Hizashi, himself, Nemuri, 13, Ectoplasm, Power Loader, Snipe, All Might and Vlad King were there from the UA staff. Tsuragami and Tsukachi were there from the police force, and Viridian and Hawks were the outliers. "Midoriya, you called this meeting?" "Yes." He set down a large stack of papers on the table. "For those of you who haven't heard, there's been a concerning development. 4 days ago in Hosu, there was an attack. While we expected the stain incident and had prepared as best we could, something new happened as well. A white Nomo from the first run appeared." Gasps echoed softly in the silence of the meeting room. "I thought you said that the portal was destroyed." Tsukachi's eyes narrowed. "It was." The time traveler responded with a light scowl, hand going for the lemniscate scar on his inner wrist. "But apparently, Shigaraki made a new one." He flipped through his notes. "This in mind, we should expect to see more first-run Nomo." "More of that?" Snipe shuddered strong. Shoyuta completely understood his fear. He never wanted to see another one of those again. "It's very possible." Viridian ran a hand through his hair with a heavy sigh. "I'd like to propose some specialized training for all of you. I have experience fighting these things, and while I'm not as agile or fast as I was in the first run, I can still give you all a better chance of surviving against these Nomo." "So you're offering to train us to fight these Nomo?" Ectoplasm hummed. "No. I'm offering to train you to survive." Viridian corrected him. "You don't train to fight a Nomo." He snorted like the very idea was ridiculous. After having seen one, Shoyuta had to agree. "That wasn't a creature you fight. It was a creature you do your damnedest to survive against and pray you live to see the next sunrise." "I'm afraid I don't quite get the difference," Nemuri frowned. "You'll understand when you see one," Hawks stated darkly. "You said he made another portal?" Nizu's tail flicked sharply as he brought the conversation back around. "But you swore Project Hope's notes were here." "They are." Viridian nodded, placing his hand on one of his stacks of paper, the hand-bound very old and rather stained stack that looked ready to fall apart at the slightest provocation. But he apparently had a quirk that either let him remember or understand something like that at a glance. He called the Project Hope portal flawed. Saw him. All Might leaned forward with a deep frown. "Here. Oh. In the first run." His words sent a ripple of confusion through the room. Viridian let out a frustrated sound as he scratched at his scalp, wincing when the action pulled on his still injured left arm. Ever since the train wreck before the sports festival, I've binge jumping back and forth between the timelines randomly. At first I thought it might have been a fluke. Some figment of my mind toying with me. Maybe an aftereffect of the time travel. Shoyuta thought back to how the kid had acted in the wake of the incident. He'd been out of it, dazed like he wasn't sure what was real. So when it happened a second time, it was disconcerting. He gave Snipe a significant look. When you woke up from that nap in my apartment? The masked hero realized. That's right. But since the mess at Hosu went down right after that, there wasn't any time to look into it. I started thinking of them like memory downloads of sorts. Like every now and again I'd match up with my first run self and share all the memories of what's been going on in each isolated timeline. Wait, so there's another you running around in the future. I thought you came back here. Power Loader sat up straighter. So did I. Viridian shrugged. But I've got a very distinct set of memories where I thought Project Hope failed. Of surviving after that. It seems like it tore me into two parts, shoved part of me back here to the second run, and kept part of me in the first run. Injuries and scars reflect once the downloads, or overlaps as I call them now, occur. He pointed out a few scars that apparently hadn't been there initially, though Shoyuta would argue that the kid had far too many scars regardless, and he honestly couldn't tell which ones were and were not initially there. So that's how you know Shigaraki made another portal. Vlad gave a sharp nod. But then doesn't that mean that he can come back here too? It's something we shouldn't discount? Viridian scowled. Hold on a moment. Nizu shot him a serious look. Why have you been overlapping? Viridian winced as he reached for the larger stack of notes next to Project Hope. I've been looking into that the last few days. So that's what he'd been doing. And I've come to a startling conclusion. He passed the stack to the principal, who quickly flipped through them. The timeline is breaking apart. It was the first time Shoyuta had heard anything close to fear in the marsupial's voice. The timeline is destabilizing. W8. Hizashi shot an alarmed look between the principal and the hero. What does that mean? It means that we're on a time crunch. Viridian's eyes darkened significantly. My presence in this timeline is causing an anomaly that's destabilizing reality itself. The longer I stay here, the more it'll break apart, the blurrier the lines between the first run and second run will become. After enough time, it'll be irreversible and they'll merge. You mean that everything in the first run, all the Nomo, will break out into our timeline? Power Loader spoke in a strangled voice. For a moment, Shoyuta imagined what that would be like. Hundreds of those white Nomu, and other ones just as horrifying, suddenly spilling out of cracks in reality and rampaging in the streets. It would be an utter disaster. A bloodbath the likes of which the world had never seen before. Perhaps even worse than the first run itself. Killing Shigaraki is even more important now. Viridian spoke up once more. We kill him, we can prevent that future and stop the timelines from merging. With no first run to merge with, the danger will be gone. No more Nomu, and no more Shigaraki. Shuta's gaze narrowed. There was something about that statement that bothered him, but he couldn't quite place what it was. Hawks seemed deeply bothered by that statement as well, a dark shadow of shock that bordered betrayal flickering across his features before it settled into something akin to irritation or anger. Shoyuta was about to speak up when someone else cut him off. How long do we have until this destabilization reaches the point of no return? Tsuragami's voice had a low growl of anxiety to it. My best guess. 6 months. 6 months. They had 6 months to prevent the end of the world. The silence in the room weighed upon him almost as heavily as the words themselves. So what now? All Might gave a heavy sigh. We've been looking for Shigaraki for months already, and you've been at it for a year. The summer training camp. Viridian's words made Shoyuta flinch back in surprise. You can't be serious. We cannot hold a training camp for the students with Nomu running about. Snipe sounded more frightened than angry. His uncharacteristic outburst surprised a few people in the room, but Shoyuta understood entirely. Having the students in an isolated location, even with heroes, was asking for the League to attack them. And if these new Nomu came to hunt, there would be nothing they could do to protect them. Listen to me. Shoyuta had never heard Viridian snap at anyone before. He was always laid back and calm, joking or contemplative. Sometimes he was thoughtful or exuberant when he was excited about something, perhaps a bit timid at times. But never had he seen him snap at someone. The sharpness of his tone silenced the room faster than anything Shoyuta had ever seen. Viridian took a deep breath. Shigaraki will attack the summer training camp. They will kidnap a student. It has to be me. The League will bring me straight to Shigaraki and I can take him out. That was the plan before the portals came into play. Tsukachi shook his head firmly. There's no guarantee he'll attack it now. What if he's already jumped back like you? Viridian rested his face in the palm of his hand for a moment. If Shigaraki's already jumped back, then everything will have been for nothing. He's got hundreds of quirks. He paused for a moment. But he hasn't? And how can you be so sure? The detective's voice was a little lighter, likely because he could hear the truth in Viridian's statement. Because I wasn't working alone in the first run. I was with a small group of revolutionaries. Resistance. Whatever you want to call them. I know that Quip, Tamaki and Dabi won't let him through the portal, and neither will my other self. You forget, I'm there too. I'll do everything I can to keep him from jumping here. Shoyuta felt something in him relax a bit at that. If Viridian himself was there to keep Shigaraki from jumping back, then it was entirely possible that they'd only have to deal with the younger one, a much easier target. So the most he can do is send some Nomo through the portal. Nizu's fur smoothed down a bit at that. It's not ideal, but so long as no people come here, we should be able to count on the timelines remaining roughly the same. Then the camp is a go. 13 spoke up softly. Isn't it still too dangerous? These are kids. Which is why we'll take precautions. Viridian's voice was much more relaxed now. It set Shoyuta at ease. Hearing the vigilante turned hero so on edge had added a tension to the room that he hadn't even consciously noticed. Higuri, can you dig some bunkers under the summer campgrounds? Make sure there's multiple tunnels branching out into the area so if people are separated, they can still escape. Nomo can't tunnel underground, so even if they show up the students and staff will be safe. They can't tunnel? Shoyuta found himself asking. For all the things that these nightmares seemed to be capable of, he never thought they'd be defeated by dirt. Nope. But in the first run we didn't have a way to reliably dig or make bunkers. Viridian explained. Not without making too much noise. Besides, Nomu weren't the only things we had to worry about at first. Other survivors. Tsukachi realized suddenly. With limited resources, anyways, the tunnels will protect them from any Nomu attacks. The kids stopped the conversation before it could be derailed. Cementos and I can get some sturdy bunkers ready with plenty of time for the camp. Power Loader nodded firmly. Good. Tsuragami, are we still on for that police training camp? If we coordinate with the hero class, we'll have a better chance of avoiding injuries when the villains attack. The police chief gave a heavy sigh. Only if you actually plan to train my men. I'll take our best officers. Of course. Viridian smirked. You really think I'd hold a fake training camp? I'm wounded. Yes. You are. Which is why you need to rest. Hawks finally spoke up with a teasing tone, but Shoyuta was sure he caught something beneath that easy smile. Almost like a warning tone. All right then. Nizu clapped his paws. So the plan is thus. We'll continue on as normal with Viridian teaching the hero class students stealth and evasion. Thrice a week, maybe more depending on everyone's progress. He will train those of us here on everything we need to know when it comes to the first run Nomo. He waited for the kids' nod before speaking again. All first-year Hero Corps students will attend the summer training camp, which will be conjoined with a police training camp run by Viridian. When the villains attack, we will do our best to make sure Midoriya is the one taken while the staff guides the students underground. To make this easier, we'll have ectoplasm follow every student that leaves a hero's sight. Said teacher nodded. His cloning ability was ideal for this kind of mission. Does that mean the rest of us will be coming along for the camp too? 13 tilted their head curiously. Though in Shuta's humble opinion, the look in their eyes said quite plainly that they had no intentions of sitting this one out. Of course. Nizu grinned. Though the students won't know that, so those who come along will have to stay hidden. With my lessons that won't be an issue. Viridian's grin made even Shoyuta shudder lightly. The kid had been utterly terrifying when he'd been a vigilante. He was under no illusions that this training camp of Viridians would be a hell in and of itself. He'd seen the kid teach his class, after all. He was not looking forward to being a student again. Well, I think that about finishes this up. Nizu hummed thoughtfully. We've got 6 months to sort this out. I want everyone to be careful. I don't want any fatalities by the end of this mission. Not of my students, and certainly not of my staff. He paused for a moment to let that sink in. Meeting adjourned. Izuku sat on the couch of the staff dorms, leaning lightly against Kigo. He'd known immediately that his brother wanted to speak with him regarding what he'd said at the meeting, but neither had dared broach the topic. They both knew what was going to be said regardless. Is there nothing I can do to change your mind? The winged hero's voice was terribly small and quiet, frail in a way Izuku hadn't heard since ever, really. Believe me, Kichin. If there was another way, I'd take it in a heartbeat. He let his head rest against his brother's shoulder. When everything's done, can you still? Kigo shifted slightly to look at Izuku, likely trying to understand what he was getting at. The blonde had been getting frighteningly adept at reading the time traveler's expressions. Of course, Zukin. I'll always be your brother. You really think I'd let you walk off into trouble without me there to bail you out? Thank you. He felt some kind of relief wash over him. If the worst came to pass as he was fearing, then at least he'd still have Kigo by his side. Izuku's sensitive ears caught the sound of someone heading down the stairs. He flashed his brother a smile. Come on now. Let's drop the heavy topics. Kigo chuckled lightly as he caught sight of Yuka and Snipe coming down the stairs. All right. He held up his hands in surrender. You've got a training class with everyone this afternoon, right? Yeah. And you are included in that. Izuku shot him a look. Che. I'm still not cleared for combat. He gestured towards his wrapped wing. Who said it was a combat class? Izuku shot him a wide smirk. You aren't getting out of this one. Besides, a Nomu won't give two shits about a hurt wing. Yeah, I noticed. A small shiver traveled down the hero's spine. But we've got several hours before your lesson, so what are you going to do before then? Izuku noticed that Snipe and Yuko were watching the exchange curiously. Why, patrol of course. He shot the 3 heroes a peace sign. Anyone want to come along? You're still hurt. Yuka replied with a worried expression. Should you really be patrolling like this? I'll be fine. He waved the concern away. It's just some scratches, really? You got stabbed? Snipe stated dryly. Like I said, scratches? The 3 of them shared an unamused look. Since we can't stop you, I'll come along. Yuka smiled as they pulled something out of their backpack. It looked like a nicely folded set of clothes. With a push of a button, they inflated to show 13's hero outfit. They slipped into it with the ease of practice, pulling their iconic helmet from their backpack and clicking it into place. Who better to keep you from getting hurt than a rescue hero? Izuku barked out a soft laugh. If you can keep me from getting hurt constantly, Shoyuta might just give his patrol slot to you. Go on then. If Aizawa catches you heading to patrol, you know he'll give you an earful. Snipe rolled his eyes. Yamada Hizashi was a lot of things right now that he normally wasn't. He was tired, having to take care of Shuta's injuries in place of the hospital the man refused to return to. He was emotionally and mentally drained. Learning that the timeline itself was breaking apart certainly played no small part in that, he was sure. But most of all, Hizashi was scared. He'd seen Shoyuta wake up from nightmares more times than he could count, but these ones about the white Nomu were different. The way he'd wake up in a cold sweat with the fear of death in his eyes was distinctly foreign to the voice hero. So when his husband heard that Viridian was going to go out and patrol with 13, he'd been quick to voice his concerns and try to go along as well. Try being the keyword there. Hizashi was quite stubborn when it came to the safety of the people he cared about, which was how he found himself joining the 2 on their patrol. Eraser worries too much. Viridian shook his head as he led the 2 heroes down the street. Hizashi marveled at how many people stopped to greet the green-clad hero. Considering the fact that Viridian was technically an underground hero, the fact that he was so recognizable was incredible. Not to mention the public support the kid garnered. He'd started a massive worldwide movement to better the lives of people with weak quirks and those without them. He doubted the kid even realized that he was a global icon. Even so, Sho really wasn't kidding when he said the Vigilante could find trouble. They'd been on patrol for only 2 hours and had already run across 6 muggings. That considered, he thought he was entirely justified in his not-so-quiet groan when they heard the quiet beeping of their hero phones. Viridian pulled his phone out with an intrigued expression. Bank robbery. Looks like a block away from us. He sent off a quick message indicating that they were responding to the call. How does that even work? When the banker presses the silent alarm under the counter, it notifies the police and any nearby heroes. 13 explained as the 3 of them took off at a run. They were the first ones on the scene. I hate hostage situations. Hizashi scowled, earning a nod from Viridian. Okay, I think I've got a plan. Viridian settled the 2 with a surprisingly heavy look. I'll infiltrate the building and get a good look at the situation. If I'm able, I'll distract the villains. 13, when I give you the signal, you'll get the hostages out of there. Mike, you'll be my backup. Once I've got the villain's attention, you'll attack. I'll give you the signal. Hizashi mulled the plan over. It was pretty good, loose enough to rework if something unexpected came up, but cohesive enough to be called a plan in and of itself. Sounds good, Viridian. We'll be on standby waiting for your signal. He tapped his earpiece, waking it up. Viridian did the same as 13 nodded. He didn't like waiting, but it was a necessary part of their job. After a few tense minutes of quiet crowd control, trying to keep the public from interfering without tipping off the villains of their presence, their earpieces crackled to life. I've got eyes on the villains. 3 of them. They're armed. 2 of them have visible quirks. 1 is some kind of tabby cat mutation while the other has bony spike-like protrusions on his arms. The 3rd person doesn't have a visible quirk, might be something mental. Viridian hummed softly. 16 people are in the bank, 5 employees, 11 customers. All 3 villains have weapons, but only the 3rd one has a gun. The other 2 are armed with knives. Good work. 13 nodded, though Viridian couldn't see them. Any injuries? None from what I can see, but there's something off about this situation. Hizashi could hear that frown. Stay on standby, I'm going to make contact. Hizashi shifted from his position by the window, ready to leap in and assist as needed. If things went wrong, it'd be up to him and 13 to make sure everyone made it out okay. He watched, somewhat transfixed, as Viridian walked out of one of the hallways of the bank, as if he'd just happened upon the situation. He risked cracking the window slightly so he could better hear the situation. Freeze. A voice called from somewhere beyond Hizashi's view. On the ground. Wait a minute. Don't I know you? Holy see. That's Viridian. A female voice stated excitedly. Hizashi could barely make out a thin cat's tail flicking in excitement. Oh my god, you're really him. Hizashi couldn't help but share a bewildered look with 13. Sure, heroes often got recognized, but there weren't many villains that had such blatant idolization for the hero that came to capture them. Men? Why'd it have to be you? A 3rd voice, male, stated. Anyone else and it would have been fine. He sounded distinctly disappointed. Are you disappointed? I promise I'm not that bad of a fighter. Viridian's smirk was audible. It's not that. The 3rd voice sighed. It's just, damn it. Of all people. He made a sound of frustration. I can't do this. I won't fight you, Viridian. Hizashi felt his eyebrows raise as the female voice spoke up. I don't think any of us can. She admitted. We'll go quietly. But only because it's you. Not that I'm not appreciative of this, but why? Even Viridian sounded confused. Because you're quirkless, the 3rd voice spoke. And so am I. Hizashi felt his breath leave him. Viridian's entire stance shifted. Mind if I ask why you decided to rob a bank? Do you even have to ask? The quirkless man gave a dry laugh. You know how it is for people like us? My wife is ill. She's got a really weak quirk. I can't hold a job to raise the money because nobody will hire my quirkless but... The man's voice tightened. But if I had the money... No, even if I'm just imprisoned, the nation will give her benefits to get by. It's the only way to pay for the surgery that'll save her life. I'll go quietly, I promise. I don't want anyone to get hurt. Hisashi felt like he wanted to cry. What the F was their world really that messed up that someone had to become a villain just to save their wife's life? And the worst part of it was that Viridian didn't even sound surprised. The payout would have been bigger if the hero who captured us got hurt. The girl explained. But we've all got a lot of respect for you, Viridian. None of us want to hurt you. I wish I could say I didn't understand, but I do. Viridian sighed. But you too. Why are you doing this? I'm already a villain in the system, and so is Himari here. The cat girl explained, likely gesturing to the boy with spikes. Because we robbed a few places when I was younger. The streets aren't kind, even to a cat. She gave a small humorless laugh. But the system's not exactly nice to villains, even if we're reformed. You know they jack up the prices for stuff. That includes medical costs. Chi-chan here won't live another month. The other boy spoke up softly. Worst part is that her illness is treatable, they just made it so she couldn't afford it. If I'm dying, I might as well go out with a bang. She huffed. And helping to save a life. Well, I've done enough bad in my life. Maybe something good will help me on the other side. She gave a shrug. Hisashi bit his lip strong. This was wrong on so many levels. Sounds about right. Viridian's voice cut through his thoughts like a gunshot. Believe me, I know how bad the system is to people. Unfortunately, I still have to arrest you three. He sighed. But if there's anyone you want me to watch over for you until you're released, let me know. Released? The Quirkless kid scoffed. You think Chi and I will ever see daylight again? They'll kill me in the system, you know that. And she'll die. Not if I've got anything to say about it. Viridian's voice was firm. I'm a hero. Hisashi was quite sure it was the first time he'd admitted it aloud. And heroes protect people. And that includes you. You may be villains, but you're still people. I'll protect you. It was his slogan, Hisashi was sure. At least, that's what people had started to say. But he'd never heard the kid say it before. Suddenly, he understood why people had said it was Viridian's version of All Might's I am here. Though the words weren't directed at him, they carried a surety that resonated within his very soul. A feeling of warmth and safety that wrapped around him and told him that everything would be all right. And here, he was saying it to the very people they'd been called in to arrest. Hisashi felt something in him shift and calcify, a determination to change this world. Change it for the better. He'd personally look into the Quirkless man's wife and pay for her bills. And he would also make sure that little cat girl got her treatment as well, fully paid for. If he pulled a few strings, he could get all of their sentences lightened to a few months. Flashing lights caught his attention as the police pulled up. Viridian guided the three would-be robbers out of the bank and the two hiding heroes stood up. He had to hold back a smirk at the expression on the lead cop's face the moment he saw Viridian. Why do the weird things always happen around you? The monkey-quirked cop asked with a sigh. Hisashi was half sure he was one of Tsukachi's men. Not my fault that the universe loves to throw me a curveball. He snickered. Do me a favor and keep an eye on these three. I don't want anyone mistreating them. There was a sharpness to the once vigilante's gaze that was quickly reflected in the cop's eyes as well. Of course, I'll personally watch over them. Perfect. Viridian turned towards the would-be villains. Don't cause them any trouble, okay? I'll come by and check on you three later, so please stay on good behavior. He winked, earning light smiles from the three. Hisashi shook his head. What a day. Hopefully the kid would be willing to cut the patrol short. Something told him that it was nothing more than wishful thinking. There were a lot of things Viridian was prepared to handle. This was decidedly not one of them. Stopping a bank robbery without violence was a great way to start off a shift, though the reasonings for the robbers' motives were decidedly not great, and he'd make Diamond sure nobody hurt them using the system, but still. He'd take what he could get, especially if it involved not having another knife in his gut. He'd had a small laugh when the two heroes following him around realized they were heading into the south side. But the trouble they'd come across was a bit more than Viridian felt he could handle. Not because it was that dangerous, but because of who it involved. It had been a fight of some kind, But the second party had fled the moment the heroes had shown up, leaving Izuku staring at a familiar, if much younger, face. Bright blue eyes framed by horridly scarred skin held together with staples, freshly dyed black hair. There was no mistaking the kid, was he a kid at this point, that stared coolly at him across the alleyway. Heroes in the south side. Dabi scoffed. Never thought I'd see the day. Viridian bit back in knee-jerk response to the familiar voice. Hey now. I like to think I'm a bit of an oddity when compared to the norm. He kept his voice even and light. That's true. Dabi gave a small laugh. Viridian, right? You're that quirkless hero everyone's been talking about. I'll be honest, I respect you. A lot of villains do. You took what society thought of you and flipped them the bird. That takes guts, and I can respect that. He felt himself grin beneath his mask. His Dabi's words echoed in his mind. Don't let me die nameless. It was a promise he intended to keep. He felt 13 and present Mike shift uncertainly behind him. He needed to figure out a way to get Dabi on their side. You don't strike me as the type of person to turn to villainy out of boredom. He leaned casually against the brick wall of the alleyway. I'm afraid if you want my life story, you'll have to find another source. Dabi's gaze narrowed and he turned to leave. Shigaraki Tamura. The name made Dabi stiffen, foot halted halfway from the pavement. I know you've been thinking about joining him. Don't. His ideals aren't what you think. Oh. Intrigued and guarded cyan eyes locked with shadowed emerald. I'm going to warn you. Shigaraki is my end goal. If you join hands with him, I'll be forced to go after you as well. And I really don't want to do that. He paused for a moment to let that information sink in. Dabi. He held out a hand towards the villain. The system is SHT. We both know that. You want to stick it to the heroes that their system is wrong. Let me help you. I'm working from the inside to change things. You don't have to sacrifice your future for revenge. The blue-eyed flame villain shot him a dark look. Evidently, that might have been the wrong thing to say. The hell do you know? His hand flexed in that way that Izuku knew from his Dabi. He was prepared to summon his flames. Look, he cut himself off as a wave of wrongness came over him. Something wasn't right. Something was. Then he heard it, a low growl from the street behind them. Instinct took hold as he drew his blade and spun about, something falling from his lips to warn his comrades that danger was among them. Because he knew that growl, low and rumbling with an occasional almost cough-like chuff. Sure enough, he saw it on the other side of the street. Lurking. Watching. A royal Nomo. Hey, is that? Hizashi's voice was quiet, enough that he had to give him props with his quirk and all, but if this'd been a white Nomu, it would have gotten him killed. He'd need to go over that during their classes for sure. What the hell is that? Dabi's voice wasn't nearly so quiet, and the Nomu's gaze flitted towards the flame user. A Nomu. A royal Nomu. This one's a drone, but the queen should be nearby. Watch out, these ones hunt in packs. Viridian let his gaze flicker around the street, lingering in dark alleyways and on the rooftops, just in case. If this one wasn't making a move, it's because it was waiting for backup. DMN. He felt a shaky grin spread across his face. I hate royal Nomu. Nomu. Dabi sounded shaken. Shigaraki's handiwork. Viridian shot him a look. You still want to join hands with the freak show that made these F-airs? Show's gonna kill me. Hizashi bemoaned silently. I promise to keep you out of trouble. Even Eraser knows that's a hopeless request. Viridian chuckled softly. 13, will your quirk work on organic matter? Yes, but it'll tire me out faster. They stepped forward, but Izuku could see them trembling lightly. He reminded himself that this was Yuka and Hizashi's first time seeing a first-run Nomu. Without warning, the beast charged them. 13 opened the cap on their finger. Black hole. They shouted, and the Nomu, sensing the impending danger, was quick to try to turn away. But it was too late. With a horrible screech, in it went. It was almost laughably easy, compared to every Nomu fight the time traveler had ever had, but he wasn't dumb enough to think this was over. On an instinct born of years of apocalyptic danger, he brought up his blade to block an angry claw a second before it would have taken 13's head off. Oh lovely, the rest of them have arrived. Is this normal for you? Dabi shot him an incredulous look. You'll get used to my special brand of chaos after a while. He promised with a grin, leaping out of the way of a tail that tried to slice into his side. Though I have to say, this may be a tad more chaos than I can handle. Viridian rolled to the side, swiping up with his blade and deflecting another tail that tried to hit him. Diamond Royals? How do we fight these? Hisashi eyed the scene warily. He saw Hisashi smile brightly in relief even as the Royal Nomu closed in on him. Thank you, little listener. His momentary lapse in concentration was rewarded with a biting pain to his arm, where one of the WHP-like tails caught him. He cursed softly. You go for the brain. But these are long-ranged fighters. Their tails are bladed, so try to stay out of their strike zone. Right? Go for the brain. Hisashi pulled out a pole. Glad Eraser made me learn how to use this? No. Protect 13. Viridian's voice was sharp. He eyed the 4 Nomu warily as the 4 Nomu eyed him. Zashi and Yuka wouldn't be of much help here. The rescue hero was already out of energy from consuming an entire Nomu with their quirk. I could fight. Yuka panted, but Izuku shook his head. Conserve that energy for the queen. These are just the drones. One of the Nomu made to dash at him again, when it lit up like a Christmas tree, all in flames of blue. I know you said to go for the brain, but this works too, right? The villain sent him a wary look. Izuku grinned brightly beneath his mask. I mean, demon near anything dies if you burn it enough. He nodded. But be careful, I don't want you hurting yourself. The scarred youth scoffed. That's something I haven't heard spoken to me in a long time. Before anything more could be said, Izuku leapt forward, trying to close the distance between the Nomu and himself in the hopes of avoiding that tail. He pushed off the ground, dodging to the side to avoid one tail strike, only to inadvertently leap into the path of another. He bit back a cry as it bit into his left ankle, drawing a steady stream of BLD. That'd slow him down for sure, but he didn't think there was any permanent damage done. He'd find out later when the adrenaline wore off. A cry from his left drew his attention for a moment as Hisashi barely blocked a strike from one of the Nomu, 13 doing their best to assist him with their exhausted energy reserves. Izuku cursed when one of the tails speared itself into his side. F you too. He cursed at it through clenched teeth. Geez, I leave you alone for a handful of days and you're already a shish kebab. A familiar voice spoke up as the Nomu by Hisashi went up in a tower of carefully controlled blue flames. Far more controlled than the kid behind him was capable of. A grin spread across his face. Took you long enough, Scarface? Oh please. He felt the presence leap down from the window of the building beside him. You weren't expecting me and you know it? Izuku glanced up to meet the familiar cyan blue eyes of his brother, Dabi. First run Dabi. Which was admittedly strange considering the fact that his younger self was standing not 10 feet away, staring at them like he'd just announced that All Might was through Tokyo singing Tiptoe Through the Tulips. We'll talk about how later. Maneuver 12. Izuku felt much more at ease having his brother by his side. Suddenly, the Royal Nomu situation didn't seem quite that bad. I'm feeling more of an 8 today. Dabi smirked. The familiarity of it all had a grin spreading across his face. Keep up if you can, SQR. Hey. Viridian bristled as his fellow first runner dashed forth, blue flames flickering on his hand. I'll have you know I've grown 3 inches this year. And you've shrunk a foot and a half. Dabi laughed as Izuku rolled under one of the Nomu and scaled its back and jabbed his blade into its brain, trusting Dabi to keep the dangerous tails away from him. A sharp whistle from his companion had him leaping off the Nomu without hesitation, dodging a kill strike that would have undoubtedly taken him out. Says Miss Sleeping Beauty over here. Maybe that'd fix those eye bags. I'll have you know these eye bags of mine are Gucci. He cackled madly. Quip would agree. Fire in the hole. He shouted, and Izuku quickly leapt backwards to avoid the literal pillar of flesh-melting flames. Watch it, Zippo, not everyone wants to look like you. Izuku shot him a flat look as they circled the last Nomu. Did you already take out the queen? Who do you take me for? The fire user scoffed. Why do you think I was late to the party? I dunno, maybe you got lost. Again. One time, Dabi shook his head. Izuku eyed the wariness in the Nomo before them. Yo, gimme a lift. This one's bout to make a run for it. Guess we can't let it get away. Dabi made a big show of sighing before getting into position. Just don't miss. He threw Izuku into the air. He spun, using his momentum to aim from above while Dabi distracted the Nomu on the ground. From this angle, he had a perfect shot at the brain, and he took it. He landed with a graceful stumble before leaning against the brick wall, bumping his fist against Dabi's to celebrate their victory. I think that deserves a drink. I mean, aren't you too young now? Dabi snickered. I can still put this sword through your foot, the vigilante turned hero warned. Dabi laughed. All right, you win, Mr. Hero. Izuku felt his cheeks redden. Time, damn it. Can I trade you in for Quip? Nope. Too late. You're stuck with me. Dabi grinned. I am very confused. Younger Dabi stared between the two and the dead Nomo. Very confused. Izuku's Dabi, that is, sighed. Give us a minute, shrimp. I'll be right back. He took his younger self by the shoulders and guided him down a nearby alleyway. Izuku decided he should check up on his group too. You guys alive? He clutched his side with his good hand. It was bleeding quite nicely, having been torn wider by his movements, but it wasn't anything life-threatening, especially when they had medicine in this time. Listener, was that? Hisashi was trembling from head to toe, and he couldn't blame him in the slightest. Dabi. My Dabi. From the first run. He nodded. I'll have to ask him the specifics later, but my best guess is that my other self realized what was going on and sent us back up. He shrugged. It was decidedly nice not to be the only first runner. There was a sort of weight that lifted from his shoulders. He wasn't alone before, but he'd been alone in his pain and panic and now he had someone who understood. He pulled out his phone. Viridian Chaos. So, coffee addict, goddamn-it problem child. What did you break this time? Viridian Chaos. Why do you just assume I broke something? Huggable Marshmallow. We found some trouble on patrol. Dividing by 0. Are you okay? Scream. Everyone's alive. Listeners hurt, as in he got stabbed again. 13th's exhausted. We've got about 5 dead Nomu in the south side. Viridian Chaos. I'm fine. It's a flesh wound. Mother hen, I swear to everything you hold dear, please get that looked at. Viridian Chaos is typing, Mother hen, by Recovery Girl Viridian Chaos. He glanced at Hisashi and Yuka who were both giving him a no-nonsense look. He sighed. Viridian Chaos, fine. Mother hen, thank you. Ratgut, so there were more of them? Coffee addict, please come back so I can know you're all safe. Viridian Chaos, I'll be bringing a friend, or two. Depends on Junior's answer. Stop the paperwork, Junior. Viridian Chaos, Tsukachi. You figured out how to change your username. I'm so proud. Stop the paperwork, please don't. Viridian Chaos, one of my buddies from the first run came to give us a hand. He's technically a villain, but he's my brother, so please don't attack him. Even if he is ugly. I am not ugly. Dabi scowled as he rested his chin on Viridian's head, reading the messages. I mean, dunno what to tell you, but if you look into a mirror and it breaks, that's not because of beauty. Izuku snickered as he ducked under Dabi's warning swat. Well, Junior, as you've called him, is going to be joining us. Dabi pointed over his shoulder at his younger self. By the way, you can't go by Dabi because I'm Dabi. I'm older, so you're stuck with our BRDH name. Younger Dabi stiffened. You know why I don't go by that? He growled. Yeah, and I wish I'd changed things when I was your age. Dabi scowled. Trust me, if anyone can break reality, it's Izuku. And if that reality is just your reality, then he'll do it in a heartbeat. You say that like it's something for you to be proud of? Izuku snickered. Also way to name drop me? Not like you weren't going to tell him anyways. Dabi shrugged. Come on, Spitfire. We're going to UA. Will we get a say in this? Hisashi tilted his head. Because I'd like to have the listener go to a hospital first. Dabi snorted in amusement. If you can drag Izuku to a hospital without knocking him out first, then by all means. He waited for a moment before Hisashi sighed. Didn't think so. Izuku leaned lightly against Dabi as they walked. Good to have you back, bro. Dabi's gaze softened as he rubbed the top of Izuku's head, hair covered by his hero's outfit. Good to be back.